While most live streamers focus on selling products or beauty items, this class ability user is broadcasting a chilling monster hunt to an audience of 100,000. A blue and white patrol car raced through the city, shattering the silence with its blaring sirens, drawing the attention of everyone along its path. Vehicles pulled over to the side, drivers each lost in their thoughts. Some eagerly took photos for social media, others frantically called friends and family, while many quickly refreshed the local news. Meanwhile, at the patrol car's destination, residents continued their daily routines, blissfully unaware. "Hey viewers, there's a siren up ahead. Let's follow it and see what's happening," shouted Joe Hai, a burly man with a booming voice. He filmed his surroundings with his phone while swiftly navigating the narrow corridors of the apartment buildings. The passage was already cramped, made worse by the cars parked below. As a low-level ability user, he silently hoped he wouldn't encounter a monster too powerful. The live stream audience was thrilled, the comments section exploding. "Oh my, if the patrol car's involved, it must be at least a class monster. I just checked the news. Could it be related to that scandal about monster breeding in the neighboring city? I'm betting on any class. If I win, I'll do my homework tonight. Betting on its class, and if I win, I'll meet my maker." Zhou Hai maneuvered through a crowd of elderly shoppers waiting for supermarket discounts and quickly changed his stream's title to something more exciting. "Once I reach the scene with my ability, anyone who guesses the monster's class correctly will enter a draw for a 188 yuan prize." Although his ability was only speed, it was perfect for a monster hunting streamerable to capture thrilling footage or make a swift escape if needed. Upon arriving at the scene, Zhou Hai showed his ability certificate to pass the barricade. The narrow, dimly lit corridors echoed with the sound of crisp footsteps. Tired office workers returning home carried groceries or massaged their shoulders, moving like zombies. It wasn't until they saw the patrol car that they snapped out of their daze, hurriedly pulling out their phones to assure loved ones of their safety. The patrol team was already in position, led by a tall woman issuing commands through a walkie-talkie. Her hair was pulled back in a sleek ponytail. Her sharp gaze and commanding presence made her stand out at 6 feet tall. As Zhou Hai raised his phone to film her, the chat exploded with "I love her" comments. Suddenly, a viewer exclaimed, "Look up at the building." Zhou Hai quickly adjusted his camera, gasping as he saw Ida, a giant spider lurking in the shadows, its 6 cold eyes watching below, with the largest pair resembling human eyes tightly shut. Its 8 eerie legs were shockingly shaped like human arms. Suddenly, the screen shifted from a beautiful woman to a monstrous creature, causing the live stream chat to explode with shock. Viewers who had been admiring the scene were now screaming, "Oh my, listen, thank you." The broadcast was chaotic not because the streamer was in danger, but because the audience was terrified out of their wits. The creature on the screen wasn't entirely human-like, but retained some human features, at least enough to be classified as a clever threat. Realizing it had been spotted, the creature quickly unfurled its 8 long legs, leaping and climbing swiftly between the high-rise buildings, its agility astonishing. The officer in charge, a woman with a single ponytail, gritted her teeth and cursed under her breath. She quickly dispatched personnel to follow, but the special team capable of controlling the situation and the Blevel superhumans hadn't arrived yet. To avoid alerting the creature, she pretended not to notice it, trying to lull it into a false sense of security. The unexpected appearance of this streamer had completely disrupted her plans, and she bit her lip, suppressing her frustration. The authorities typically adopt a policy of recruitment with wild superhumans, especially those with formidable abilities, offering them privileges in exchange for their cooperation. Zhou Hai followed the patrol team, feeling uneasy. "Oh boy, are these officers reliable? Will I get banned for capturing their mistakes and tarnishing the official image?" Within the patrol team, superhumans with flying and climbing abilities began to showcase their skills, quickly setting up a defensive perimeter to contain the creature, surrounding the spider-like monster. The spider creature wasn't about to give up easily. It targeted the weakest point in the defensive line, shooting a strand of eerie blue-green silk at alarming speed towards one of the struggling officers. The officer's face turned pale, yet he chose to hold his ground to maintain the integrity of the defense. At the last moment, a gust of wind blew the silk off course, causing it to land on a nearby building, where it sizzled and burned a deep hole into the wall. Zhou Hai's heart raced at the thought of what would happen if it hit. An unprotected eviscerate could easily corrode half a body. The ponytailed officer retracted her hand after using her wind abilities to envelop herself and took to the sky to confront the spider creature. She knew that monsters lurking in the city had only one goal: to consume humans. But to buy time, she spoke, "Surrender now. If you haven't killed anyone, we can release you back into the wild." "Yeah, you humans are so hypocritical. You speak so nobly while secretly wishing to eliminate me," the spider creature retorted, speaking human language. Its 8 legs moved rapidly as it suddenly lunged at the pale-faced officer, ready to inject venom. The ponytailed officer quickly extended her right hand, pushing into the air. A strong wind burst forth, halting the creature's advance. The spider's mouth, so different from a human's, curled into an inscrutable smile as it released a white silk thread, letting the wind carry it away. Damn! The officer exclaimed, retracting her hand too late as the silk adhered to a distant building. The spider creature tightened the silk, swinging gracefully through the air and escaping the encirclement. Under command, the patrol officers of Formation 2 rapidly adapted, using their abilities to disrupt the spider's path. Being in a busy urban area, they had to limit their powers to safe levels. Meanwhile, the spider creature, unfettered by such concerns, ran wildly, wrapping passing civilians in white silk to distract the officers. Panic ensued among the crowd, with screams and cries forming a chaotic symphony of human fear. Zhou Hai activated his speed ability to keep up, his camera capturing the heart-pounding events as they unfolded. The duty officer is busy saving people. If you think you can do better, why don't you try? Instead of adding to the chaos, it's better to stay away from danger. I'm really scared right now because the monster is near my house. I'm hiding under my blanket, trembling. Take care, everyone. Light a candle for me. I'm not dead yet. The monster has left the residential area and entered the bustling downtown. There are no tall buildings for it to climb, but it skillfully navigates the narrow alleys, spinning human-shaped cocoons as it goes. Silvery threads crisscross the alleyways, weaving deadly traps in the confined space. The ponytailed officer slashes through the obstructive, resilient threads, rescuing those ensnared in cocoons. However, these rescue efforts slow her down significantly, allowing the spider monster to get far ahead. Damn it, the ponytailed officer mutters, barely containing her frustration. She quickly makes a decision. Some of you stay and help the civilians, while the rest follow me. This monster is cunning, leaving survivors to keep us cautious. If it escapes now, catching it later will be problematic. At least until the Blevel superhumans arrive. She must keep track of the monster. Shua, look over there, a teammate urgently calls, pointing ahead. Following the direction, the ponytailed officer sees the spider monster has charged into a bustling market, injuring several people. Its path is blocked by a makeshift stall plastic tablecloth on the ground with seasonal vegetables on display. One person sits behind the stall, while another, back turned to the spider, is selecting vegetables. Zhou Hai's livestream has lost its initial lighthearted banter, replaced by a frantic barrage of comments. Help, I can't watch. I'm so anxious for them. Why aren't they running? Try running from a Clevel monster. If you can, you're not ordinary. The stall owner, sitting on a small stool, has a face darkened by age and fear, trembling uncontrollably, teeth chattering audibly. Your price is okay. Add some scallions and cilantro, and I'll buy here. The young man picking vegetables finally notices the unusual noise, looking up in confusion. Seeing the stall owner pointing behind him, he turns slowly. His short black hair sways lightly in the breeze, his posture upright and impressive. The setting sun casts a golden glow in his eyes, a striking sight. Shue, using wind powers to speed toward the stall, is momentarily stunned by those eyes, her mind going blank. The gleaming gold is dazzling, as if gazing into the eyes of a deity. In Zhou Hai's lens, the boy's presence is even more enigmatic, sparking a frenzy among female viewers. What a handsome guy. He's so attractive. Collect your pants, everyone. Not a single pair left in the chat. Male viewers focus on his extraordinary aura. Wow, he's a big shot. No wonder he's not worried. Coach, I want to learn that cool style. Coach, get out. Zhou Hai feels a pang of envy. Realizing that unusual appearances often linked to superpowers. Red hair suggests more than dye, possibly fire abilities. The boy's golden eyes indicate something extraordinary. To top it off, his looks might surpass Zhou Hai's, combining to create an impressive image. As the boy turns, the spider monster instinctively steps back, wary of his power, hesitant to approach. Qi Yuan, the center of everyone's attention, was oblivious to the thoughts swirling around him. As he turned, the setting sun's rays pierced his eyes, causing a sharp, almost unbearable sensation. He blinked and adjusted his gaze to avoid the sunlight, finally taking in his surroundings. Just a few dozen meters away, a giant spider monster loomed by the roadside, sending a shiver down his spine and a cold sweat across his back. What was going on? He instinctively turned his neck, scanning the area. The crowd had dispersed, leaving only one person holding a phone and recording. Nearby, a group of uniformed officers surrounded the spider monster, blocking its path completely. Wait a moment. This meant the spider monster might choose to break through the blockade by force. Qi Yuan felt like crying. He had just come out to buy groceries. How did it turn into this? A few minutes earlier. Xiao Yuan, the greens are very fresh today. Come and have a look. An amiable old lady, sitting on a small stool, called out to Qi Yuan with a smile. As usual, Qi Yuan was at the market buying groceries on behalf of his mother. Ever since he had awakened his telepathic abilities, he had taken on this task willingly. He hadn't told anyone about this power because it was of little practical use. It allowed him to hear human thoughts but couldn't tap into the minds of monsters or other psychics. Revealing it would bring no benefit and might even harm his future job prospects. After some practice, he could accurately sense the prices of various goods in the market. The old lady in front of him liked to keep her greens fresh by soaking them in water, but they weren't as tasty once bought. Qi Yuan chuckled inwardly and feigned ignorance. I'm looking for something else today. Avoiding the hopeful gaze of the old lady, he skillfully navigated through the market to another stall. The vendor was a young guy who had been eating snacks outside frequently. Qi Yuan's mother was worried and planned to cook something delicious to entice him to eat properly, then confiscate his snacks, a strategy known as sweet first, then strict. Seafood prices fluctuated a lot, but with his abilities, Qi Yuan quickly found the best deal and bought fresh shrimp with satisfaction. No one could overcharge him, unless they were a psychic too. As he was about to buy vegetables, trouble found him. In his confusion, a thought suddenly entered his mind. Unintentionally, he had activated his powers. Though unsure why he could hear the monster's thoughts, he quickly dismissed it. The human with golden eyes ahead looked strong. Better target that weakling from before. This thought came from the spider monster in front of him. Qi Yuan paused, realizing the term golden eyes referred to him. His irises were light-colored, appearing golden in the sunlight. People had mentioned it to him before. Why isn't the boss taking action? A frustrated officer muttered from a corner, and Qi Yuan caught his thought. It turned out he could also sense the thoughts of psychics. As he pondered this, the thoughts of the surrounding officers flooded in, making his head ache. Drawing on his haggling experience at the market, Qi Yuan quickly filtered out the noise, focusing solely on the spider monster's thoughts. Locked by his golden gaze, the spider monster's 8 legs began to retreat instinctively. This aura, those golden eyes, this is no ordinary powerhouse. Qi Yuan stood still, a flicker of surprise in his eyes quickly turning to a surge of excitement. As long as the creature didn't attack directly, there was still a chance. He stared intently at the creature in front of him, his mind racing. What kind of power corresponds to golden eyes? Why hasn't he spoken yet? Is he planning to attack directly? Cold sweat beaded on Qi Yuan's forehead as the usual words he relied on vanished from his mind. Just as he racked his brain to say something, a thought flashed through his mind, mimicked the way strong people speak. He was about to say, "You are the worst batch of students I've ever taught," but swallowed the word students and replaced it with creature. As soon as he spoke, Qi Yuan realized something was off, and his heart sank. To his surprise, the spider creature reacted even more frantically. Its human-like eyes, which had been tightly shut, slowly opened, revealing a chilling sight: multiple pupils in one eye. The worst batch. He must have killed many creatures stronger than himself, the spider creature exclaimed internally. Seeing this, Qi Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly adjusted his position to ensure the sunlight caught his golden eyes. Don't think I can't see the little tricks you're playing down there, Qi Yuan said coldly. The spider creature shivered all over and quickly shut those eerie eyes again. This is a warning. If I make another rash move, I'll be killed. I was so naive to think about launching a surprise attack just now. The spider creature regretted deeply. Haha, you seem to think you have the upper hand, but I'm not just a pushover. Look around. Have you noticed the traps I've set? You can't escape, the spider creature said, feigning composure. Captain Shui and the officers immediately went on alert, carefully searching for spiderweb traps that might be around. However, they found nothing, and this unknown threat only made them more uneasy. Why don't you think your words through before speaking? Do you think I can't let you run if I want to? Qi Yuan's tone carried a hint of frustration. The spider creature pondered the deeper meaning of these words, speculating internally. Is he hinting that I need to appease him in a more sophisticated way to get a chance to leave? This human is terrifying. The officers and Zhou Hai at the scene understood the spider creature's intention, but no one dared to interfere with the big shot's interest. Meanwhile, the livestream audience unabashedly flooded the chat with comments. Spider, no one told me not to mess with him. Wow, it's the first time seeing someone toy with a monster like this. Am I the only student who feels a chill down my spine? Why does this sound so much like a teacher's tone? Talk about teaching with no discrimination, tactical retreat. The spider monster, unaware that its reputation was about to be shattered, anxiously contemplated its escape plan. Its 8 compound eyes were fixed on Qi Yuan, who was equally on edge, watching the massive spider with the fear that it might suddenly attack. Taking a hostage to threaten him? No, that would only infuriate this golden-eyed human, leading to an even worse end. The spider calculated internally. The thought of death echoed in its mind, leaving it as jittery as a startled bird. Sunlight broke through the clouds, and the spider monster looked up at the sky. The sunset had painted the entire sky a golden red, with the edges of the clouds outlined in bright gold. This sight sparked a realization. I see, his powers must be related to the sun or light. Qi Yuan watched the spider deep in thought, growing increasingly anxious. He instinctively raised his hand to swat away the buzzing flies around him, a simple gesture that put the spider monster on high alert. Both the audience in the live stream and those on site held their breath. Comments like, "Is something big about to happen? Go, handsome guy from our city," and "Let's go, girls," filled the screen. Some viewers remarked, We haven't seen him use his powers in nearly 3 years. Who knew he was so low-key? While others joked, while he's taking down monsters at a young age, I'm still worried about my combat exam. At that moment, a surge of powerful energy suddenly flowed into Qi Yuan, burning like the midday sun. Visions of light manipulation, walls of light, and light spheres flashed through his mind, making him momentarily forget the danger he was in. The spider monster, having envisioned hundreds of potential deaths, finally cracked under the immense pressure. If I don't fight, I'll die anyway. If I fight, there's a slim chance of survival, it thought fiercely. Seizing the moment when Qi Yuan was slightly distracted, the spider quickly spun a makeshift web with its silk. It moved swiftly along the threads, its eerie human-like eyes wide open, and its fangs ready to spray deadly venom straight at Qi Yuan's vital points. When the spider monster opens its human-like eyes, it's at its most powerful state. Its observational abilities soar to their peak, and its physical capabilities temporarily reach the level of a class monster. Although this will lead to a period of weakness once its energy is depleted, in a life-or-death situation, it has no choice but to take the risk. The spider monster moves so quickly that it leaves only a blurred shadow in the air, its speed dizzying to onlookers. Zhou Hai watches with excitement, narrating like a professional commentator for the live stream audience. So fast. Just relying on its body, it's reached the speed level of a class monster. The live chat scrolls rapidly. Whoa, hope it doesn't mess up. Such a huge spider just vanished like that. Huh, I knew it was just showing off. Is it actually a weakling? Before the comments settle, a dazzling wall of light suddenly rises, precisely intercepting the spider's toxic web. This venom, capable of dissolving buildings designed specifically for monsters, leaves no trace on the light wall. The spider immediately senses danger and tries to flee. There's no chance of survival. Charging forward is as good as suicide. It recalls the human story of waiting in ambush and laments how cunning this human is. The officers on duty, in silent agreement, do not block the spider's escape. They have only one thought. They absolutely must not hinder the expert. As if in response to their understanding, the radiant wall of light transforms into countless orbs. With a gentle wave of long, slender fingers, the orbs shoot out like arrows, trailing beams of light that instantly pierce the fleeing spider monster. It disintegrates into ashes without even a chance to scream. So powerful. The live stream audience can't help but exclaim in their hearts. It's not that they're inexperienced. It's just that many outdoor areas lack coverage due to monster interference, limiting their exposure to such intense battles. Besides, why would a class ability user stream for ordinary people? The chat continues to scroll. One word, awesome. Look at their awakened power. Then look at my useless ability. Damn, are you just here to brag about having an awakened ability? Having a useless ability is worse than having none at all. At least there's still hope. Huh, is the ability the point? Even powerful abilities need enough energy to be unleashed. I'm a water droplet, while in class ability user is an ocean. Okay, we know you have a water ability. Now get the seal out. The officers, though experienced, are shocked by the strength of someone so young. This one has the potential of an emperor, cough, and class ability user. However, they seem to notice that the glow in those golden eyes is gradually dimming. After unleashing his power, Qi Yuan returns to his usual weak state. He feels like a poor man who inexplicably received and then lost a fortune, mixed with bewilderment and a touch of melancholy. Especially considering he really is poor, this feeling deepens. Looking down at the fly's corpse on the ground, Qi Yuan finally confirms that everything that happened wasn't a dream. Suddenly, he realizes something. Wait a minute. If I had hit it with my hidden move earlier, this fly wouldn't have left a body. Damn, did I miss? If I had hit, my ability wouldn't have disappeared. Qi Yuan, feeling unjustly robbed of millions, blames the fly for everything. The officers gradually snapped back to reality from the sudden shift in atmosphere. The scene was chaotic, with trampled items and resilient spider silk interwoven on the ground, creating a picture of disarray. The vegetable vendor, who had narrowly escaped being hit by the spider, remained seated on the ground, sweat dripping down his face as his legs felt too weak to stand. Where is he? The officers finally noticed the young man's disappearance. With a quick scan of the area, Officer Xue, who wore her hair in a single ponytail, turned to question the still panting vendor. The vendor's face was etched with confusion, but after Officer Xue's persistent questioning, he regained his voice. He left the money there, took the vegetables, and just walked away. Saying this, he hurriedly gathered the money from the ground, his rough fingers counting it carefully. Only after confirming the amount did he breathe a sigh of relief. Hey, uncle, what are you worried about? Do you really think someone like him would shortchange you? Zhou Hai, squatting nearby, suggested with a glint in his eye, why not turn today's event into a selling point? Visited by the strong, quality guaranteed. Business will surely boom. The vendor had initially wanted to scold the young man for his naivety, but upon hearing the idea, he beamed with delight. You've got a sharp mind, young man. He patted Zhou Hai on the shoulder. Next time you buy vegetables, I'll give you a 5 discount. That's it. Not even a 10 discount. Zhou Hai grumbled internally at the stinginess, but kept smiling to keep the conversation going. Nearby, the officers were also chatting. He really is something, isn't he? Killing a monster and then casually buying groceries, remarked a young officer, full of admiration. You think too much. An older officer shook his head. Master, you're just discouraging me. Just speaking the truth. That's good, though. Better than saying something wrong and offending him. Nonsense. If we don't ask now, do you think it's better to bother him at home later? Officer Shui, her face stern, eyes threatening, retorted. The mentor and apprentice exchanged glances, nudged each other, and the older one, trying to lighten the mood, said with a smile, Officer Shui, mind your image, or you'll never find a young guy to date. Officer Shui immediately composed herself, reverting to her poised and commanding demeanor. No one noticed the 2 pairs of frightened eyes hiding beneath a manhole cover. Once the officers had finished tidying up and left, the 2 hidden figures exchanged a glance. It's too dangerous here, I'm leaving. Let's go together and find a new boss. Sounds good. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan, the subject of everyone's discussion, was already on his way home with his groceries. Although he had lost a few million, after experiencing many dramatic events, he had learned to adjust his mindset. Their residential area might have been average, but it was conveniently equipped with all necessary amenities. Their mother raised them alone and was very concerned about whether there was a police station nearby. Qi Yuan unlocked the door with his key, and before he even stepped inside, he was engulfed by his younger brother's excited cheers. Little brother Qi Ao came bounding over, wildly gesticulating and shouting, Really? Is my brother that awesome? On the sofa, Qi Yunlan sat gracefully in a long dress, as elegant as ever. She smiled warmly at her younger son and said leisurely, That's right. Every time your brother comes home late, it's because he's out fighting monsters. He even told me not to tell you this secret. Qi Yuan's forehead creased with lines of disbelief as he placed the groceries on the table. Since when had this become his secret? Clearly fooled by their mother's words, the little brother grinned foolishly and, like a young calf, headbutted him playfully. Bro, is it true what mom said about you fighting monsters outside? Qi Yuan blocked his troublesome brother with one hand and glanced over at his mother, trying to silently ask whether he should reveal the truth or continue the charade. However, Qi's mother seemed oblivious to his plea for help, merely smiling at the brotherly interaction before carrying the groceries into the kitchen. His little brother looked up with wide, expectant eyes. Qi Yuan initially intended to fib as usual, but since he had, in fact, fought a monster that day, he suddenly lost the enthusiasm for fabricating stories. Still, seeing the admiration in his brother's eyes, he smiled mysteriously. His brother immediately caught on, clenching his fists in excitement, his eyes glued to Qi Yuan's face. Just then, Qi Yuan's smile vanished, and he said expressionlessly, It's fake. Mom was teasing you. Mom, how could you lie? The little brother was instantly deflated, rushing to the kitchen to protest. While chopping vegetables, Qi Yunlan didn't even look up, her tone light. Oh dear. Didn't I say we were telling a story about your brother? Aren't stories meant to be fiction? This unapologetic response left Qi Ao speechless, and he sulkily sat on the floor. Seeing his mother continue chopping vegetables, ignoring him, the little brother blushed and retreated to the bathroom. Qi Yuan watched his brother's embarrassed retreat, quietly amused. Fooled by our naturally sly mother. Silly little brother. You still have much to learn. When dinner was ready, Qi's mother found her younger son still hiding in the bathroom and knocked, asking, Are you constipated? That simple question broke Qi Ao's defenses, and he sheepishly emerged. After a warm family dinner, Qi's mother watched her soap opera, the little brother did his homework, and Qi Yuan lounged on the sofa scrolling through his phone. As a senior in high school, he felt no pressure about the college entrance exam. In a world overrun by monsters, and with a declining population, universities had stopped expanding admissions except for top students in combat and research fields. As someone who neither planned to join the military nor pursue research, he was content to enjoy his remaining student days. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with activity. The class group chat exploded with over 99 messages. Yuan bro, you're not being fair. Never showed your powers in 3 years. Sure Jiangwen, what's going on? Check out the livestream 666233. Yuan is about to showcase his big move. With skills like that, why not apply to the combat department? I can't understand the logic of a big shot. I'm not educated enough, but wow, just wow. Having spent 3 years with his classmates, Qi Yuan was well aware of their tendency to concoct strange fantasies. He had grown accustomed to their wild imaginations ranging from ordinary guesses like him living in a mansion and driving luxury cars, to more outlandish fantasies about him safeguarding world peace in the dead of night. Whenever he came across these speculations, he would silently observe and then step in to dispel their illusions. On this particular day, Qi Yuan felt a sense of foreboding as he clicked on a link sent by a classmate. The screen redirected to a live stream that had already ended. He dragged the progress bar to the time his classmate mentioned, and suddenly a familiar, yet unfamiliar face appeared on the screen. Those striking golden eyes stood out prominently in the close-up shot. Watching the video, Chi Yuan involuntarily curled his toes inside his slippers, as if doing so could magically conjure up a mansion to satisfy his classmates' imaginations. Worse still, it had come to light that he had been repeating the class teacher's remarks, making it feel like a public shaming. Although the newfound power he possessed spared him from too much embarrassment, the overwhelmingly juvenile display made him want to disappear into a hole. With a sharp snap, he flipped his phone face down on the couch and closed his eyes, hoping to forget everything. Just as he tried to focus on his homework, his younger brother Chiao, acting like a hyperactive child, sidled up to him and sneakily reached for his phone. Even with his eyes closed, Chi Yuan was able to accurately catch his brother's hand, ruffling his hair with mock severity. "Go do your homework." "I won't," his rebellious little brother declared loudly, puffing out his chest. Chi Yuan remained unfazed. "I have your teacher's WeChat. I'll go right away." Chiao immediately backed down, tears welling up in his eyes as he complied. Seeing his brother's timid demeanor, Chi Yuan couldn't help but laugh. He picked up his phone again, deciding to face reality head-on. After years of being overhyped, he had developed a laid-back attitude, becoming unfazed by social embarrassment. His phone vibrated with a message from his friend Renjong. "Yuan, I saw the video. Are you switching to the combat department?" "No such plans," Chi Yuan quickly replied. "All right, I know the combat teachers aren't as good as you, and attending their classes wouldn't help much." "I didn't say that. Stop spreading rumors." Chi Yuan was about to explain when Renjong sent two more messages. "So, are you planning to take the college entrance exam directly? Do you need any study materials? I can send them to you." "No need. I'm helping my brother with his homework. Talk later." Chi Yuan decisively ended the conversation, fearing that if it continued, he'd be offered a direct pass to university. He sighed and ruffled his younger brother's hair. Though not the brightest, at least the kid had a normal thought process. Chiao, still sulking from being threatened earlier, swatted his hand away in protest. Chi Yuan flicked the back of his head lightly and got up to wash up. Lying in bed, in this enclosed space that was his alone, Chi Yuan recalled the brief moment of immense power he had experienced, feeling an uncontrollable yearning stir within him. Who knows what might come first, an unexpected turn or tomorrow? At that moment, the force matched exactly what the creature had imagined. Did this mean that telepathy had the ability to manifest ideas? The thought flickered through Chi Yuan's mind, and the experiment seemed urgent. He turned over, closed his eyes, and gradually drifted into sleep. The next morning, Chi Yuan slung his backpack over his shoulder and walked into the classroom. Unfazed by the spotlight-like attention of his classmates, he calmly placed his bag on his desk and sat down. Those who were bold enough to speak up in the group chat now whispered amongst themselves, sneaking glances at him from the corners of their eyes. Chi Yuan's appearance and demeanor naturally commanded a certain presence. His tall stature and sharp aura combined perfectly, making others instinctively see him as someone beyond reach, even if he did nothing. He didn't care about any of this since he never aimed to be part of the social circle. Moderate socializing could enhance well-being, but excessive interaction only brought harm. Suddenly, the chair next to him made a slight noise as a tall, lanky boy sat down beside him. It was Chi Yuan's desk mate, Shi Jiangwen. Without a backpack, Shi Jiangwen casually tossed his books onto the desk. He glanced at Chi Yuan and chuckled. "Morning, Yuan. I was tagging you like crazy in the group yesterday. Why didn't you respond?" Just as Chi Yuan was about to reply, he noticed the homeroom teacher peering in from the back door, gesturing slightly for him to come over. Shi Jiangwen fell silent immediately, watching as Chi Yuan left. Following the teacher, Chi Yuan entered an empty classroom. The teacher motioned for him to sit down, and they sat facing each other. With a warm gaze and a concerned tone, the teacher began. "I know you're very independent, and I've always been confident in you." But the teacher's tone shifted, and Chi Yuan already knew what was coming next. The slightly prolonged speech seemed to be paving the way for the upcoming question. "Can you talk to me about your future plans? It's time to consider the direction you're heading." The teacher's tone was calm, but the underlying expectation was palpable. Chi Yuan paused, pretending to be a bit hesitant, furrowing his brows slightly, and then put on a "this is confidential" expression, saying slowly, "Teacher, it's a bit personal, not convenient to disclose for now." The teacher nodded as if understanding, then waved a hand dismissively. No worries. If it's not convenient, that's fine." He murmured like someone uncovering a secret. "I see. That's how it is. Quite deep waters, huh?" Then, patting Chi Yuan's shoulder lightly, the teacher said, "All right, go to class." The routine classes passed uneventfully, and Chi Yuan thought everything was over until he encountered a woman with a single ponytail after school. "May I have a moment of your time?" she asked gently, handing over an ID. "I'm Xue Shiyun, captain of the 6th Squad of Qipon City's duty team." Her voice was soft yet assertive. Chi Yuan glanced at the ID, confirming her identity. She then drove him to a meeting room at the Ability Duty Bureau. Sorry, it's not convenient to talk outside, so I had to bring you here. Xue Shiyun pushed a cup of tea towards Qi Yuan, accepted a cup from the logistics staff, casually tucked her hair behind her ear, and arranged the items on the table. The logistics staff kindly closed the door and left the room. It's fine, what do you want to ask? Qi Yuan replied calmly, recognizing that the woman in front of him clearly possessed greater power, and Xue Shiyun naturally wouldn't underestimate him. Regarding yesterday's incident, I need to write a report and detail some specifics. Do you mind if I take some notes? Xue Shiyun asked with a light smile, her words carrying a hint of teasing. Writing reports is such a pain. You probably wouldn't understand, right? Qi Yuan shrugged, giving a slight smile. I don't really know, but I can imagine it's like writing a self-reflection essay. He didn't rush to answer, instead joking lightly. But surely you don't get sent off to write self-reflections, right? Xue Shiyun smiled slightly, handing him a pen and paper, smoothly steering the conversation back. All right, back to the main topic. First, about the creature's strength, it's really hard to define its level. After all, your capability is just too strong. Her tone softened, a hint of seriousness in her eyes as she awaited Qi Yuan's response. If he hadn't been completely absent from the registered records of those with special abilities, Xue Shijun wouldn't have made this special trip. In the meeting room, Xue Shijun sat at the corner of the table, maintaining an appropriate distance while easily observing the expressions of the person in front of her. She studied the young man who displayed up-level strength, carefully considering her words. In the Dragon Nation, aside from the astonishing power he showed during the spider monster incident, he was like a blank slate with no official records. According to regulations, each province must have at least one A-level guardian, and each city requires at least one level presence. Given Qi Yuan's demonstrated strength, he was undoubtedly a top combat force in the non-capital city of Qipon. Her superiors had suggested surrounding the meeting room as a precaution, but Xue Shijun refused. While she didn't expect any danger to her life, she did acknowledge the potential difficulty in communication. Surprisingly, the young powerhouse was exceptionally agreeable, directly answering her questions. I don't know either, Qi Yuan admitted. I've never compared myself to other monsters. Based on appearance, I estimate somewhere between Clevel and Blevel, but that's all I can say. Xue Shijun nodded in understanding and quickly jotted down. The monsters are too weak to distinguish. Qi Yuan caught a glimpse of the note, internally rolling his eyes, but chose to continue cooperating and answered the subsequent questions. As the conversation neared its end, Xue Shijun finally posed the key question. I hope you don't mind me guessing, but is your ability related to controlling light? Qi Yuan's mind stirred as he activated telepathy, directly hearing her internal thoughts. His expression changed. Is it still a no-go? Is it because of what happened yesterday that you think so? He emphasized yesterday, probing her reaction, neither confirming nor denying, deliberately avoiding the question about his abilities, and using a counter-question to take control. I dislike enigmatic people. It's a shame about that face. I prefer simple and straightforward. Xue Shijun maintained a polite smile. Yes, with the light wall and beams, my poor imagination can only guess that much. Listening to her internal monologue, Qi Yuan couldn't help but internally mock this seasoned liar. He then leaned back in his chair, casually saying, That's unfortunate. You've missed the key information. Did I really miss key information? Or is he intentionally misleading me? Qi Yuan picked up his water cup, pausing just before it reached his lips, and calmly added, I have no reason to deceive you. This statement hit Xue Shijun like a hammer, shattering her perceived perfect control of the conversation, and her expression froze instantly. He had always seen through my intentions, but never exposed her. At that moment, Xue Shijun felt like a clown, appearing particularly ridiculous in front of him. Since there was no hiding from him, she decided to drop the act. Twirling the pen in her hand, she quickly calculated in her mind. I can't extract the information about his abilities that he doesn't want to reveal. Instead of leaving a bad impression, it's better to close the gap and show some goodwill. How could this guy play his cards so casually? Qi Yuan was taken aback, feeling a bit puzzled. Shouldn't he take some time to recall if he missed any key information? With your abilities, you definitely have a shot at getting into Jidu University. The Xue family has connections in Jidu, so handling small matters like this could be left to us, Xue Shijun proposed directly. As the capital of Longhua, Jidu is permanently guarded by S-class ability users. The most likely place to encounter S-class ability users is undoubtedly Jidu University, the dream school for every combat-oriented high school student. Qi Yuan clearly had the capability to enter such a school. Despite hiding his strength for years, an accidental event brought it to light, and he might have continued to conceal it otherwise. Xue Shijun believed that Qi Yuan didn't care about fame or fortune, so she focused on his abilities. It's just about securing a special admission slot at Jidu University. With my skills, I won't even need to use my brother's authority. She decided to find a way to impress the examiners, show them the video of him instantly defeating the spider, then have a chat with Qi Yuan to confirm he's not antisocial. That should work, right? Qi Yuan sighed, sounding somewhat helpless. You seem to be worrying about the wrong things rather than focusing on the real issues. This isn't that important. You should think about how to write the report instead, he responded dismissively. Xue Shijun was stunned for a moment, suddenly realizing she might have missed something. How do you want me to write it? Qi Yuan replied lazily. You're right. With your abilities, getting into university should be easy. Perhaps the issue lies in your different considerations about this matter. He felt like he couldn't keep up with her thinking. Am I the only normal person in the world? Feeling drained, he didn't want to continue the discussion. Just write whatever you need to. Xue Shijun didn't seem too affected by his dismissive attitude. After pondering for a moment, she nodded in response. I understand. She suppressed her inner frustration, deciding to get the job done. She managed to pull herself together from the chaos, finally escorting Qi Yuan to his building and watching him enter his familiar environment. As the car stopped by the roadside, Xue Shijun couldn't help herself. She kicked the trash can on the side of the road hard, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. She silently vowed that her subordinates would eventually know what training meant. She didn't plan to let them off easily. They wouldn't realize how terrifying the nickname female demon was unless she taught them a lesson. Qi Yuan, unaware of the disaster he unintentionally brought to the 6th squad, was lost in his thoughts, returning to his peaceful daily life. For his classmates, this incident was merely a minor episode, nothing worth special attention. After the morning's commotion, the afternoon was uneventful, failing to stir any more ripples. However, it seemed that not everything had ended. Qi Yuan tried using his abilities several times, all unsuccessfully, only causing some misunderstandings among his classmates but gaining no valuable insights. He decided to chalk it up to an accident and temporarily set it aside. Just then, he received a package. Upon opening it, he found an ability certificate inside, clearly stating his name and a clever ability. Qi Yuan frowned, wondering when this was processed. He pulled out his phone from his pocket, opened a messaging app, and saw a red dot next to Xue Shijun's avatar. I got you a second-class ability certificate, so you can easily access restricted areas. Remember to check for deliveries. Second class. There are levels for ability certificates. Qi Yuan was puzzled. He started searching for information and found some explanations. A second-class ability certificate means the holder can access dangerous restricted areas and view some ability-related information. Unlike a first-class certificate, the second class does not verify the holder's ability information but is certified through multiple endorsements. Realization dawned on him about all the arrangements Xue Shijun had made behind the scenes. He knew that this was just the beginning. After turning on his computer, Qi Yuan casually opened the official website for superpowers, entered his ability certificate number, and successfully registered an account. The website's interface was simple, divided into several sections: library, trading area, official announcements, forum, and more. Without lingering, Qi Yuan went straight to the forum's chat section. Is anyone forming a team to go to the outskirts? Are ordinary people cannon fodder now? Sneaking into fusion zones to awaken powers. The thread title was as absurd as ever. Then, scrolling down, he found another topic that piqued his interest. Is Li Tao Qiyun the strongest superpower user in Longhua? The comments section was bustling with heated debates between fans and critics. Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow, his mouse hovering over the screen before clicking on a less than serious post. The content read, After awakening, my power produces an intoxicating odor. Is there any hope for me? This nonsensical line made him laugh out loud. The comments were even more amusing. First comment. Calm down. This is the official forum. It quickly turned into a playful exchange. It's even less useful than my power to make people wince in pain. As he laughed, Qi Yuan suddenly felt tears welling up. He took a deep breath, ready to continue browsing the forum when a new message popped up. It was from Shi Jiangwen, Qi Yuan's desk mate, who was a walking encyclopedia of gossip, always sharing his latest musings. But today, he sent an unusual message. Hey Yuan, remember we're exploring the urban legend of Nanwu Orphanage tomorrow? Don't forget. Peeking emoji. This was followed by a series of meaningless emojis to set the tone. Qi Yuan realized that Shi Jiangwen was serious this time, not just gossiping. He recalled that a few days ago, Shi Jiangwen had reached out to their social studies partner, Ren Yang, offering to help with homework in exchange for joining them on the orphanage investigation. Initially, Qi Yuan planned to decline the risky adventure, but the mysterious rumors surrounding the orphanage intrigued him enough to agree. According to the legend, all the children and staff at Nanwu Orphanage vanished overnight. Some residents claimed there were terrifying truths hidden behind the orphanage's walls. Later rumors even suggested they had moved. Qi Yuan's mother had once mentioned that the orphanage next door might be relocating, sparking the rumors and prompting neighbors to leave. At the time, Qi Yuan was curious about the awakening of his powers, which led him to join the investigation. If anything goes wrong, Ren Yang and the others can stall for time until the patrol team arrives, was Shi Jiangwen's plan. It sounded unreliable, but Qi Yuan didn't dwell on it. After all, he had heard about the orphanage before, and with Combat Guild classmates going along, the risk didn't seem too high. Tomorrow at 8 a.m. at the orphanage gates, right? Right? I'm counting on you guys. Qi Yuan replied with an emoji. Soon, a notification appeared on his phone with more messages from Shi Jiangwen. Qi Yuan closed it casually, having made up his mind. Late at night, as he gazed out at the horizon from his window, he felt an inexplicable tension. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains onto the desk, and the weather was clear. If you don't like to leave too much time and don't want to be late, the subway, which never gets stuck in traffic, is the best choice. On weekends, the subway cars are sparsely populated. Qi Yuan found a corner seat, took out his phone, and started browsing the latest news. In the temporary chat group, Shi Jiangwen was furiously sending messages. Have you guys set off? Let me know when you arrive. I'm waiting near the duty cabin. Brave young warriors. Rin Yang replied. You're there so early? Shi Jiangwen immediately responded. Too excited to sleep. Qi Yuan silently followed the group messages and then switched to browsing the forum. After getting off the subway, he headed straight for the orphanage. From a distance, he saw the other four already gathered at the entrance. Over here, Brother Yuan. Shi Jiangwen, with heavy dark circles under his eyes, called out from afar. Rin Yang waved with a smile. Long time no see. These are my two teammates, Jiang Wenin and Zhao Zhan. Jiang Wenin, with her bangs neatly trimmed, looked gentle and delicate. She gave a slight bow and discreetly hid her hammer behind her. Meanwhile, the burly Zhao Zhan simply nodded in acknowledgement. Shall we go in? Shi Jiangwen asked eagerly. For him, this was the last chance to have fun before graduation. Hiring superpowered individuals later would be unaffordable. The gate in front of them was rusty, with moss creeping up the corners, and the weed-filled yard looked particularly desolate. They easily climbed over the gate, with only Shi Jiangwen briefly getting stuck. Jiang Wenin led the way, using her hammer to carefully clear the grass, wary of stepping on any snakes. As she pushed open the dilapidated door, a sharp creak broke the silence, and a small spider scurried away in the stirred-up dust. There shouldn't be any ambushes. We can go in, Jiang Wenin said, lowering her hammer. Rin Yang took the opportunity to whisper to Qi Yuan. Brother Yuan, if we encounter mutated animals or low-level monsters, let us handle them first for practice. Qi Yuan merely twitched the corner of his mouth. Zhao Zhan, noticing their interaction, let out a cold snort. The sizable orphanage was built on government-allocated land. As they passed through the hall, the narrow corridor gave off a sense of oppression. Due to the narrow passage, they had to proceed in single file, with Jiang Wenin leading and Qi Yuan bringing up the rear. After completing the search on the first floor with no results, Jiang Wenin tiredly set down her hammer, raising a cloud of dust. How about we check upstairs? Let's split up, Zhao Zhan suddenly suggested. Rin Yang immediately objected. Just because the first floor is safe doesn't mean the other floors are. We should be cautious. But Zhao Zhan had already made up his mind. All cramped together is too slow. At this pace, we won't get through the entire orphanage before dark. Hearing the argument between Rin Yang and Zhao Zhan, Jiang Wenin couldn't help but join the conversation. She pointed at her watch and said, the college entrance exam is right around the corner. We can't afford to waste time. Zhao Zhan straightened up, his gaze firm. We don't need to go far. Let's split into two groups to search. If we encounter any danger, we immediately regroup with our teammates. That should work, right? Rin Yang pondered for a moment and found the suggestion reasonable, so he nodded in agreement. Shi Jiangwen, standing nearby, suddenly felt nervous. His original plan of a four-protectone strategy was disrupted, and he instinctively sought help from a stronger ally. However, Qi Yuan cleverly avoided his pleading glance, joking aside. With him and Shi Jiangwen together, it would be no different from walking into danger unprepared. Seeing his proposal gain support, Zhao Zhan quickly added, how about this? I'll team up with Qi Yuan, and the three of you form the other group. At these words, Rin Yang and the others exchanged a shocked look. How brazen of him. He suggested splitting into groups, but took the strongest teammate for himself. Yet Zhao Zhan appeared completely justified. In his view, he was strong enough to handle carrying the burden of Qi Yuan. Having Rin Yang and Jiang Wenin take care of one made for a fair distribution. As for the rumors about Qi Yuan being an ability user, he didn't believe them at all. If Qi Yuan really had abilities, why wouldn't he join the combat department? It was more likely that the prestigious Qi family was embarrassed by Qi Yuan's lack of abilities and made up such stories. Today, Zhao Zhan intended to reclaim all the dignity he lost because of Qi Yuan. Shi Jiangwen and the others exchanged a resigned look. Out of camaraderie, they reluctantly agreed. To their surprise, Qi Yuan also readily accepted. He naively assumed this seemingly cold and muscular guy had noticed his predicament and was stepping in to help. After a brief discussion, they decided that Qi Yuan and Zhao Zhan would take the third floor, while the remaining three would search the second floor. After separating at the second floor staircase, Qi Yuan silently followed Zhao Zhan upstairs. Halfway up, Zhao Zhan suddenly spoke, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Is the life of an ordinary person not enough for you anymore? Qi Yuan became even more convinced that this muscular guy was a good person, had clearly noticed Qi Yuan was just an ordinary person, but didn't expose him in front of everyone, and even found an opportunity to give him advice. Qi Yuan replied calmly, "Thanks for your concern. But I'm just an ordinary person who found out I couldn't withdraw the millions in a bank book, so..." Seeing Qi Yuan shamelessly admit this, Zhao Zhen's veins bulged, and his fist clenched involuntarily. But he quickly calmed down. He wasn't a rash youngster anymore, and couldn't give the Qi family any reason to make a fuss. However, a little verbal jab was still acceptable. After all, even the Qi family wouldn't offend a promising ability user over the dignity of an ordinary person. He sneered, "You better be careful. Not every ability user is as agreeable as I am. If they find out you're deceiving them, a pretty boy like you won't withstand their wrath." Qi Yuan nodded in understanding. Indeed, there weren't many people like Zhao Zhen who wouldn't jump to conclusions. This guy means well, but he's way too worried. I guess that's what you call a mom friend. Qi Yuan patted his muscular arm, looking determined. "Don't worry, I'll be careful. You scoundrel." Zhao Zhen gritted his teeth, eyes shining with unwillingness. The 3-year mark had arrived, and Zhao Zhen had styled his hair like an adult, yet he still couldn't match the elite upbringing of a noble family. Even when he exposed Qi Yuan's disguise, Qi Yuan was unfazed, chatting with him as if nothing happened. This was something Zhao Zhen couldn't accept. "Aren't you worried I'll spread rumors?" Zhao Zhen tried to threaten. Qi Yuan shrugged, looking relaxed. "Doesn't matter," he said dismissively. "Let's not even mention whether a top-notch young muscle man who cleared everyone out would do such a thing. I've already sabotaged myself enough to socially die." Zhao Zhen's body shook, his shoulders slumped, and his face was full of defeat. Even playing his best card didn't hurt Qi Yuan at all, and he couldn't accept that. No, it wasn't time to give up yet. In this dangerous place, Zhao Zhen didn't believe Qi Yuan could face survival challenges so calmly. His fingers gradually tightened, his fists clenched white, and determination reignited in his eyes. Watching the muscle man's expression change several times, Qi Yuan silently stepped back, putting some distance between them. Just rejecting his goodwill had struck Zhao Zhen hard. But Qi Yuan swore to himself even if dead, nailed in a coffin, he'd shout with decayed vocal cords, "No mom friend. No mom friend. Let's search the 3rd floor first," Qi Yuan suggested, pointing ahead, trying to divert his friend's attention. "All right, let's go," Zhao Zhen replied, though inwardly he sneered. "There's a path to safety, and you refuse to take it. Don't blame me for being rude." As classmates, he hadn't wanted to go to extremes. Now, unless Qi Yuan was begging for help in tears, he wouldn't lend a hand. No monster was in sight yet, but Zhao Zhen was already imagining Qi Yuan being chased, clinging to his leg for help. "Ha. He chuckled sinisterly in his imagination. When he snapped back to reality, there was no one in sight. Where did he go? Zhao Zhen stood there, bewildered, looking around. In the office of the 4th Patrol Unit of Qipon City's Duty Division, a young patrol officer wearing glasses briskly entered, clutching a folder, and reported to the middle-aged man seated at the desk. "Captain Pang, the patrol officers in the district have reported the emergence of a fusion domain in the Nanwu area. The appearance of a fusion domain signals the birth of a new monster. Research indicates that the first monsters originated from the initial fusion domain. One of the key tasks of the patrol unit is to monitor the area for any fusion domains and clear out the monsters before the fusion completes." Captain Pang, the middle-aged man, immediately stood up, issuing orders while donning protective gear, his long knife gleaming coldly. "Inform the 4th unit members to prepare for combat, and have the local security officers cooperate to seal off the area." The young officer stood at attention, saluted, and replied, "Yes, sir," before hurrying out of the office. "Hey, your folder," Captain Pang called after him, a puzzled look on his weathered face. Stroking his stubbled chin, he muttered to himself, "I don't bite. Why so nervous?" "A rookie, always having unrealistic fantasies about the strong," said a petite, fully armored woman entering the doorway, her helmet adorned with tactical goggles, her crisp voice delivering a blow to Captain Pang. "What do you mean? I'm the captain. Watch your attitude," Captain Pang warned, frowning. Disregarding the threat, the petite woman placed a hand on her hip and softly voiced harsh words. "Do you want me to list your unreliable actions?" Captain Pang was momentarily speechless. The veteran team members knew his history well, and this woman was a heavyweight among them. Feeling threatened in reverse, Captain Pang could only silently recite, "A good man doesn't argue with women," and "I'm just a caring boss" to himself, then changed the subject. "Does all this flashy gear help a long-range fighter like you?" "Don't bring me into this. It prevents sneak attacks," she rebutted. "I'm not like you brutes. Getting hit makes me cry for ages." "Damn, shameless." Captain Pang shook his head in resignation. He never won verbal sparring and wondered if something was wrong with his subordinates. A thick mist enveloped the entire orphanage. Even at the peak of the afternoon sun, its rays couldn't penetrate the dense fog to illuminate the interior. An unusual force shrouded the area, causing the buildings within the mist to begin transforming. Thus, the fusion domain was born. The surrounding area was cordoned off with warning signs prohibiting entry. Security personnel, urgently dispatched, patrolled the zone back and forth to prevent reckless individuals from sneaking in. Over the years, rumors have spread that entering the fusion domain could awaken supernatural abilities in ordinary people. Older individuals usually only came out of desperation when they had nowhere else to turn. However, some young people, not considering the consequences, rushed in impulsively. If they bore the consequences themselves, the security officers might respect their choice to risk everything for a chance at a better future. The problem was, they didn't learn from their mistakes and disrupted the officers' duties by crying for help. Not far from the barricade, two people arrived after hearing the news. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Meow Meow Tuesday. The lively female streamer in sporty attire, with long brown curls, waved at the camera, her soothing smile lifting the spirits of her live stream audience. Honey, what are you doing here? Come home with me. Don't you all have your own partners? All members of the Peach Club. Does anyone know the urban legend of Cheepon City? About 6 or 7 years ago, everyone in the orphanage vanished overnight. As Meow Meow 2 explained, the young man operating the camera directed it towards the mist-shrouded orphanage. This was today's livestream topic. Honey, run. So brave, huh? Rabbitchan, stay safe. No need to worry, the cameraman became a level ability user last week. As long as we don't court disaster, we should be fine, huh? After laughing, Meow Meow 2 sensed something was amiss when she met the cameraman's complex gaze. Oops, I think I may have jinxed us, like an old general on stage with flags sticking from his back. I wasn't worried before. Great for the show's drama. Anyway, run. Despite setting a flag, Meow Meow 2 had no plans to back down. The competition in the supernatural streaming circle was fierce. With the orphanage attracting so much attention, if she didn't seize the opportunity, others would. She had worked hard to establish her reputation as an outdoor adventure streamer in the fusion domain. If she backed down, what would her fans watch? She couldn't compete with big celebrities on looks alone. Let's cut the chatter and get started. The two of them entered the fog-covered area one after the other. When the cameraman emerged from the mist, the frame was empty. Damn, a spatial monster got her. The fusion isn't even complete. Where did the monster come from? A nine-tailed fish, maybe? Fusion domains with special rules often spawn monsters with abilities similar to the domain's rules. Has Rabbitchan been exploring the fusion domain for so long and still got separated from the cameraman? This domain clearly has spatial disruptions. Or it could be illusion-based. Does it matter? Both are tough to handle. Young Chi Yuan cracked open the window to peer outside, straining to see through the layers of mist that obscured his view. He pulled back beneath the window, realizing he was trapped. Until the fusion within the domain was complete, everyone who tried to leave found themselves lost in the mist, only to circle back to where they started. Recalling the moment he used a prop to push the door instead of his hand, Chi Yuan turned his head only to find Zhao Zhun had disappeared. Frustrated, Chi Yuan clenched his teeth. He should have stayed closer. Yan, Zhao Zhun, how am I supposed to live without you? He murmured under his breath, then quickly took out his phone to capture a screenshot of the current time. The fusion process is divided into two distinct phases: initial fusion and complete fusion. Once the fusion domain descends, it begins to integrate and transform the existing environment, a process that lasts about half an hour. This is the initial fusion. When the initial fusion ends, a group of monsters emerges. Before complete fusion is achieved, neither monsters nor humans can escape the domain. The patrol teams utilize this time to eliminate the monsters, preventing them from escaping and harming civilians. After complete fusion, the fog dissipates, leaving behind a newly fused environment, the specifics of which remain unknown. Chi Yuan remembered a cautionary tale about a clever individual who waited at the entrance for the patrol team, only to be tragically bitten and devoured by a mutated snake. Surveying his surroundings, Chi Yuan decided to find a room to hide in and wait for rescue. He opened a door and discovered a storage room. The room was meticulously cleaned, with only a thick layer of dust covering the shelves. He carefully brushed away the dust in a corner, sat down, and prepared himself for the impending struggle for survival. The silence in the room was eerie, so quiet that even the drop of a pin could be heard. This unusual stillness made Chi Yuan's heart sink. It was normal for him and Zhao Zhun to be separated and not move, but Rin Yang and the other two should have taken action during the initial fusion safe period. Yet, there wasn't a single sound coming from the hallway or stairwell. There were only two possibilities. Either the sound couldn't reach him, or Rin Yang and the others had also been separated. Either way, it confirmed Chi Yuan's suspicion the space within this fusion domain was already in chaos. The quietness was like an invisible torture device, stretching Chi Yuan's nerves to their limits. Time ticked away, and after what felt like an eternity, Chi Yuan, waiting for either monsters or the patrol team to decide his fate, suddenly tensed Yupe and noise came from the door. He immediately grabbed the broom, the very thing that had separated him from Zhao Zhun, and concealed himself in the shadows. Sorry for worrying everyone. I'm okay. A voice came from outside the door. It turned out that after entering, Meow Meow 2 found the cameraman missing, so she quickly logged into the live stream with her phone. After confirming the cameraman was safe, she sent him a message and then used her phone to access the live stream account to reassure her viewers. We got lucky this time. A patrol officer and I were transported to the same place. Please type safe in the chat. After speaking, Meow Meow 2 turned the camera towards the person next to her. A bespectacled young man awkwardly greeted the camera. I'm Zhuang Heng, an intern with the 4th Patrol Squad. What else should I say? The chat quickly filled with comments about the two, with most praising Meow Meow 2's luck, aside from a few comments pairing them up that annoyed some fans. They began moving, with Meow Meow 2 at the back, whispering to her fans. The initial fusion is almost over. We need to find a place to hide. They quickened their pace and soon reached a room. Meow Meow 2 cautiously stepped back a couple of steps, shining her flashlight on the door, while Zhuang Heng stepped forward to turn the handle. The dim room loomed like a beast waiting to pounce, and after a cautious assessment from outside, they carefully decided to enter. Just as they were about to step inside, the door next to them creaked ominously. Before they could turn to investigate, a swift whooshing sound came from the dimly lit room, followed by a cold, ghostly hand shooting through the gap in the door, aiming directly at Zhuang Heng. Zhuang Heng's heart skipped a beat as he instantly became alert. His eyes widened, and his body instinctively twisted to avoid the ghostly hand. The hand missed its target, flailed in the air for a moment, then quickly withdrew back into the room. Zhuang Heng took a step back, creating distance between himself and the spectral hand, having already identified it. It was a class Creaturia-bound spirit. Although it possessed the power of a class entity, it was confined to its birthplace, thus classified as class. While creatures could increase their strength over time, their initial growth was slow, making classification crucial for the field-clearing teams. Zhuang Heng realized that the spirit had nearly completed its fusion, and their timing had been miscalculated. Witnessing the scene, Meow Meow 2 let out a sigh of relief, patting her chest to calm her racing heart. Both of them turned with lingering fear to face the mysterious figure who had just saved them. The neighboring door slowly opened, and amidst the dim light, a silhouette emerged. Meow Meow 2 immediately raised her flashlight, aiming it at the figure to get a clearer view. The person turned slightly to avoid the intense beam, squinting his eyes to slits. Yet, he remained unfazed and glanced askance at them, a hint of wariness in his gaze, fully aware that if it came to a confrontation with these two abilities users, he stood little chance. Meow Meow 2 was momentarily stunned, then overwhelmed by the person's commanding presence. His face, like a meticulously carved sculpture, was turned slightly, with arched brows and golden eyes resembling cold stars, scrutinizing them. Their delayed reaction drew a silent mockery from him, making Meow Meow 2 feel a wave of embarrassment, wishing she could disappear. She unconsciously tightened her grip on her phone as comments scrolled rapidly across her screen. Wow, this guy's aura is intense. Did Meow Meow 2 get lucky this time? Zhuang Heng was the first to recover, his voice tinged with apology. Sorry for the trouble we've caused you. Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow. Despite his questions, he chose to caution them first. It's dangerous here. Zhuang Heng looked around cautiously and nodded in agreement. Yes, you're right. Though Qi Yuan inwardly mused that his warning might make him seem like he was asking for help from a big shot, he didn't mind. He sighed lightly, feeling a bit resigned about the idle image he inadvertently projected to others. Qi Yuan shrugged off any remnants of vanity and said, I want to join you guys. Meow Meow 2, who had been standing outside the conversation circle, was struck by his words as if by lightning. Her eyes lit up instantly, and she rushed in front of Qi Yuan, nodding vigorously. Yes, yes. Girls are easier to talk to. Qi Yuan sighed with relief. The anxiety about being left out finally eased, and he realized that playing the role of a male mom wasn't so bad after all. Qi Yuan's decision to join them momentarily left Zhuang Heng stunned. His sluggish response made Qi Yuan think he was reluctant to bring him along. And so, the trio embarked on their journey together. Qi Yuan was unaware that he had been assigned the rear position. He assumed that as a rookie, he was being thoughtfully protected by the two experts. At this moment, they were in the midst of the Ganges River, and their initial integration was complete. Zhuang Heng's real task was just beginning. Clearing the path of monsters, Zhuang Heng was eager to reunite with his companions. He had initially been worried about Meow Meow 2's situation, but seeing Qi Yuan willing to join eased his concerns. Zhuang Heng led the way, with the nimble Meow Meow 2 following closely, filming as they moved forward. Qi Yuan leisurely brought up the rear. They opted for a zigzag movement pattern to avoid direct confrontations. In the cleared areas, Qi Yuan only needed to take a few steps to catch up. To Zhuang Heng and Meow Meow 2, his calm stride and apparent disregard for monsters suggested an absolute confidence in his abilities. They exchanged a glance, each silently confirming this assessment. After dealing with several level wandering spirits, Zhuang Heng, slightly out of breath, suggested, let's find a place to rest. As the team's sole powerhouse, Zhuang Heng's suggestion went unopposed. Qi Yuan noticed that besides some peripheral observation, Meow Meow 2's combat ability was about on par with his own. Meanwhile, Meow Meow 2 began to suspect that this powerhouse had joined them specifically to find help with clearing small monsters. Zhuang Heng, ever relentless against monsters, never spared any that he could defeat. Even a-level creatures posed a threat to ordinary people. Having learned from past experiences, Zhuang Heng and Meow Meow 2 were extra cautious this time. They only entered a room after confirming Qi Yuan wouldn't stop them. The room was unusually tidy. A wooden desk greeted them at the entrance, neatly arranged with paper and pens. Beside it stood a tumter-high bookshelf, crammed with books of all kinds. Even the corner storage room was spotless, a rare sight in a fusion domain. Curious, Qi Yuan stepped closer to the bookshelf. His eyes skimmed over titles like How to Communicate with Children, 108 Ways to Make Baby Food, and Communication Skills, and Ways to Persuade Others, all parenting and educational books. On one side of the shelf were neatly arranged financial magazines, their covers pristine and dust-free. During the break, Meow Meow 2 didn't idle. She circled the room, reading comments from her livestream viewers and replying to a few. Zhuang Heng picked up a diary from the desk and read a few pages. Seeing Qi Yuan approach the bookshelf, Zhuang Heng whispered, "There's a hypothesis that fusion domains are overlaps of current and past timelines. If these were indeed left by the orphanage director back then." He handed the diary to Qi Yuan, a hint of significance in his eyes. Qi Yuan took the diary, immediately understanding. No wonder so much was left behind. Aside from the spatial disruption, the orphanage's environment hadn't changed significantly after initial fusion, explaining the anomaly. He realized he should spend less time in chat areas and more in library modules. Opening the diary, he murmured to himself, "Why did Zhuang Heng give me the director's notes?" The cover was rough, but well-preserved. Qi Yuan's fingers gently traced it, his gaze fixed on the yellowed title page. "Someone offered to buy the orphanage, but I refused. The city provides funding and subsidies, so we're not destitute. Later, they agreed to support us under the guise of donations, but insisted on regular visits. Shaoli said the visitor brought dolls, but I didn't like him. He avoided us and had several private interactions with the children. Sponsorships are dwindling. I'm getting old and find it hard to keep up. I'm considering finding someone reliable to take over and care for these kids. Some families are promising, but I favor the Lin family, who've been donating supplies, even though their offer isn't as good as others. I'll compare further." Qi Yuan continued to read, his gaze intensifying. Qi Yuan quickly flipped through the remaining pages, his eyes scanning the dense text. Most of the content revolved around comparing and agonizing over different choices, ultimately settling on a relocation site. Although there were still many pages left, the latter half of the book was nearly blank. He browsed casually to pass the time, noticing a slight inconsistency in the diary's content, but not giving it much thought. When he reached the last page, a line of abrupt handwriting caught his eye. "Enjoying reading my diary?" A chill ran up his spine, making his scalp tingle, and he almost flung the book away. In a game scenario, he might have calmly analyzed the situation, but in real life, when faced with something so eerie, the instinct of an ordinary person was clear some things are better left unknown. He quickly placed the notebook back on the table, intending to leave and report to the security team. This action seemed to trigger something in Zhuang Heng. "Are we heading out?" he immediately asked, getting up. Suppressing his curiosity about Qi Yuan's interest in the orphanage, Zhuang Heng decided to study the notebook further once they were outside. For now, the priority was to clear the monsters in the fusion zone. "All right, let's go." Qi Yuan, the weakest link in terms of combat, cooperatively followed the security team's instructions. As the three stepped out of the room, they found the corridor's appearance vastly different from before. Qi Yuan glanced around and quickly spotted the door number space distortion had transported them to the first floor corridor. Zhuang Heng felt along the wall, pointing to a spot. "This is a signal left by my teammate. I want to check it out." With that, he strode forward. Qi Yuan followed closely, and under the unknown situation, Meow Meow Rabbit had no choice but to keep up. Zhuang Heng's pace quickened, gradually widening the gap between them. The corridor had an odd patchwork appearance, with one section pristine and another covered in cobwebs, as if fragments of two different times had been forcibly merged. The walls were embedded with shards of glass, stained with watermarks, knife marks, and bullet holes scattered everywhere. Occasional bloodstains on the floor indicated that the injured had no time to tend to their wounds while fleeing. Fortunately, they did not encounter any space distortions during this pursuit. Qi Yuan speculated that the phenomenon might occur every half hour, giving them over 20 minutes of safety since their departure. Following the trail of battle, they rushed through the corridor and arrived at the orphanage's main hall. The spacious activity area was in full view, with two security team members in uniform guarding an unconscious, injured comrade against the wall. One held a knife, the other a gun, vigilantly watching their surroundings, though the room was otherwise empty. Zhuang Heng adjusted his glasses, carefully surveying the scene. Although he noticed nothing unusual, he trusted his teammates' vigilance was warranted. Seeing that they allowed the injured to rest against the wall suggested it was relatively safe. Just as he was about to approach the wall, a teammate suddenly shouted, "Stay back! Get out!" But it was already too late. The ground suddenly split open, and a shadowy figure shot out like lightning. Its hands transformed into sharp, mirror-like blades, aiming straight for Zhuang Heng's vital spots. Instinctively, Zhuang Heng raised his metal shield to block the attack. With a sharp clang, the mirror blades left a glaring white scratch on the shield. The figure, seeing its attack had failed, slipped back into the ground like a fish and disappeared. Zhuang Heng lowered his shield and noticed a thin layer of water covering the ground. At the end of the corridor, a broken pipe was steadily leaking. "It's a class monster, a mirror ghost. Let's back out and get rid of anything reflective on us," suggested two experienced teammates, identifying the threat. Trusting their judgment, Zhuang Heng immediately retreated. Just then, an eerie giggle echoed around him. Reflexively, Zhuang Heng activated his powers, raising his shield for protection. But this time, the mirror ghost did not attack. "Where is it?" Zhuang Heng quickly checked himself for any reflective items. The unsettling laughter came again, closer this time. Zhuang Heng looked up sharply to see the mirror ghost emerging from his raised shield, its sharp blades targeting his head. In a hair's breadth moment, the metal frame of Zhuang Heng's glasses extended, barely deflecting the lethal strike. He quickly dispelled his shield, causing the mirror ghost to fall heavily to the ground without support. A gun-wielding officer seized the opportunity, firing several shots. Just as the enhanced bullets were about to finish off the mirror ghost, a pair of sinister ghostly hands reached out and pulled the creature out of the line of fire. Bullets struck the ground, shattering tiles, and ricocheting off the concrete. The vengeful ghost had appeared. The knife-wielding officer rushed forward to pursue it while another officer aimed at the vengeful ghost. After pulling the mirror ghost to safety, the vengeful ghost released it and quickly dodged, avoiding close combat and the concentrated firepower from the team. The mirror ghost seized the opportunity to slip into the water, reappearing at the feet of the gun-wielding officer to launch a surprise attack. Prepared, the officer drew a dagger to block the assault and ordered Zhuang Heng, "Ignore me. Take out the vengeful ghost first." This was a pre-agreed tactic with the knife-wielding officer. Unfortunately, the monster's physical prowess was exceptional, and the officer failed to pin down the vengeful ghost. It swiftly employed its Ghost Veil ability, vanishing from sight. Seeing this, the mirror ghost also retreated into the water, resetting the situation. In the distance, Qi Yuan saw Zhuang Heng pause and was about to approach when someone stopped him. Witnessing Zhuang Heng's repeated ambushes, he wisely found cover and checked himself for reflective items, thinking, "It's too dangerous to charge in recklessly. Better to assess the situation and provide backup if needed," as a way to repay the officers for their protection. Miao Miao too glanced at her live-streaming phone, hesitated for a moment, but decided not to discard it. She judged that the lit screen wasn't reflective enough to pose a threat, especially with the protective case. The knife-wielding officer escorted Zhuang Heng back to the gun-wielding officer, positioning themselves in a fan shape with their injured teammate in the center. "Zhang Li, watch out for my metal," Zhuang Heng warned, aware that his metal could reflect light. Zhang, the knife-wielding officer, waved his knife confidently and said, "Give me the metal, and I'll enhance its map properties for you." "Be careful not to get ambushed while doing it," Li reminded. "Got it, don't worry. I've got you guys right," Zhang replied nonchalantly. With Zhuang Heng's addition, the pressure on them eased, and their nerves were less taut than before. The two monsters clearly had no intention of giving them enough time to regroup. As soon as Brother Zhang touched the metal, a new wave of attacks surged like a tide. Brother Li reacted quickly, blocking the assaults while rapidly updating Zhuang Heng with crucial information. When the mirror ghost emerges, it must lead with its head. A lone mirror ghost is tough to handle, but when combined with the illusion ghost tricks, it becomes nearly impossible to defend against. Zhuang Heng nodded, responding simply, "Understood." He put on his enhanced glasses and caught the metal thrown back by Brother Zhang, swiftly transforming it into a metal bracelet to wear on his wrist. "Brother Zhang, Brother Li, you handle your wounds first. I'll hold them off," Zhuang Heng said, glancing at the two and noticing their knife wounds. He knew that if they continued to bleed, the situation would become dire. Brother Li smiled faintly. "These are just minor injuries." He gently covered Brother Zhang's mouth from behind. "You need to tend to your wounds." Frowning, Zhuang Heng looked at the two with their significant injuries and decided to quickly treat their wounds before preparing for defense. After several attacks, Zhuang Heng gradually sensed that his teammates had regained their mobility. Just when he thought they could finally counterattack, he realized the situation wasn't as optimistic as he had hoped. The illusion ghost appeared to have recovered, and under the influence of its illusions, they repeatedly failed to spot the mirror ghost's emergence. Only through coordinated teamwork did they narrowly evade several deadly attacks. However, the mirror ghost could slip back into mirrors at any time, making them elusive and their attacks even more sharp. The illusion ghost's effects nearly rendered their defenses precarious. Any slight mistake, and the mirror ghosts would launch a fatal strike from behind. As the situation grew increasingly unfavorable, a sense of anxiety began to surface within Zhuang Heng. Qi Yuan's feelings mirrored those of the three on the field. They had been facing off against the monsters for so long. Yet the mirror ghost had barely been harmed, and the illusion ghost had only shown itself once. In the live stream, Meow Meow 2's phone faithfully relayed everything to the audience. I just don't get it. What is this guy waiting for? Zhuang Heng has been working for him for so long. Why isn't he stepping in? Have you considered that maybe he's a novice who could only enter the fusion realm by chance? Hey, the orphanage has been empty for so many years. He's probably an esper. Brotherly assessed the situation and quickly made a decision. Xiao Zhuang, you hold the line. I'll carry him, and old Zhang, act according to the situation. Let's stick to the wall. The terrain here is against us. We couldn't move Xiao Zhao before, but with three of us now, there's no need to fight to the death here. Got it. Zhuang Heng and brother Zhang promptly responded, providing cover as Brotherly hoisted their injured teammate. The monsters sensed their actions and stopped wearing down their will, launching a series of fierce attacks instead. Since Brotherly couldn't defend effectively, he became their primary target. Realizing that the unconscious Xiao Zhao had been cut, Brotherly reluctantly put him down and resorted to dragging him to counter the mirror ghost's ambushes. The slippery ground unexpectedly became an advantage for dragging Xiao Zhao, significantly boosting their speed. However, as Xiao Zhao was exposed to the attack range, the mirror ghosts immediately adjusted their focus, launching frequent attacks. With Xiao Zhao at a lower position, the three had to bend down to defend, increasing the pressure to nearly unbearable levels. Seeing this, Brotherly had to change plans, assigning the robust brother Zhang to carry Xiao Zhao. Brother Zhang, being tall and strong, could better minimize the secondary tearing caused by Xiao Zhao's wounds during movement. Yet, the monsters had no intention of letting their target escape easily. They pursued relentlessly, their violent attacks constantly threatening their lives. Zhuang Heng keenly noticed that when the mirror ghost launched its attack, the resentful ghost no longer provided cover. Given the previous series of frenzied assaults, he sensed that the resentful ghost was planning something big. Hurry up. Brotherly seemed to have the same thought as Zhuang Heng. Without the cooperation of the resentful ghost, even with a terrain advantage, it was utterly unrealistic for a level mirror ghost to single-handedly stop three highly skilled ability users. All three were well-trained elite members of the duty team. While they might not match some civilian ability masters in unknown combat, their teamwork was unparalleled. Even during high-speed movements and defensive maneuvers, they maintained a tight formation, moving with ease. However, the three fighters were unaware of a startling fact. They had been circling around the hall the entire time. In a nearby corridor, two onlookers clearly saw this bizarre scene. The three circled the hall once and ended up in the center, farthest from the exit. In their haste to escape the hall, the trio's defense showed a flaw. Brother Zhang's arm was slashed, nearly causing him to release his supported teammate. This pain jolted him into realizing they had long strayed from the door. Meanwhile, his two teammates continued to circle, entangled with the mirror ghost, completely oblivious. The truth became clear. The resentful ghost wasn't merely watching, but had subtly used a disorienting trick, completely skewing their sense of direction. Realizing this, Brother Zhang didn't cry out but gripped his knife, stealthily scanning for the resentful ghost. Although the resentful ghost was weak, it was extremely cautious, rarely showing itself. Brother Zhang knew that once he pinpointed its location, a single strike could end this treacherous foe. Soon, he spotted the resentful ghost near the mirror ghost. Silently adjusting his stance, he suddenly released his teammate and lunged at the target like a tiger. At that moment, the resentful ghost abruptly turned its head, its mouth stretching into an unnaturally wide, eerie grin. This expression set off alarms in Brother Zhang's mind, but his momentum was unstoppable. Only then did he realize that he, the resentful ghost, and the mirror ghost were perfectly aligned. This was the resentful ghost's trap. The mirror ghost, having waited patiently, swiftly turned and delivered a deadly strike to Brother Zhang. A sharp blade tore through his armor, carving a deep wound in his abdomen. Although Brother Zhang twisted his body in time to avoid being cut in half, his injury was still severe. He collapsed in agony, clutching his abdomen to prevent his organs from spilling out. The sudden turn of events left Zhuang Heng and the others watching in shock as Brother Zhang unexpectedly charged into thin air, only to be grievously wounded by the mirror ghost. Zhuang Heng immediately manipulated metal to block the mirror ghost's pursuit, saving Brother Zhang's life. As the disorienting effect dissipated, Zhuang Heng and Brotherly barely had time to adjust to the new situation before the monsters launched a more ferocious attack. The previously stalemated situation abruptly shifted, with the two struggling to fend off the assault. Nearby, Meow Meow 2 watched anxiously. As an A-level water ability user, she felt powerless. She feared her water cannon might inadvertently cause more harm than good. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but glance at Qi Yuan. If he could assist, perhaps the situation would improve. She recalled that during their first meeting, it was his warning that helped them evade an attack from a ground spirit. Despite mixed reviews in the chat, She refused to believe he was indifferent. Yet, she wondered if he was truly helpless. But how else could he have accurately predicted the presence of a ground spirit next door? The initial fusion had just ended, leaving no time for probing before retreating to the adjacent room. Could his ability be X-ray vision? Meow Meow 2 shook her head slightly, quickly dismissing the idea. If that were the case, he wouldn't need to come to the fusion realm alone. From beginning to end, she hadn't heard him mention anything about teammates, and in the director's room, he was clearly investigating the orphanage. Meow Meow 2 parted her lips slightly, but ultimately didn't voice her request. She wasn't a member of the duty team, and whether to save someone was entirely up to personal choice. If she asked for help, it would only put him in a difficult position. Meanwhile, the situation for Zhuang Heng and Brother Li was becoming increasingly dire. Brother Li had injured his right hand during an attack, leaving only Zhuang Heng to hold the fort. Despite Brother Li's assistance, Zhuang Heng was showing signs of fatigue, his nerves stretched thin, and the high-intensity battle left him gasping for breath, his movements slowing. Qi Yuan glanced at the time on his phone, confirming that the moment he had anticipated was near, and casually set the phone aside. Just a few more minutes, and the situation would change. If his guess was right. But things didn't go as planned. To protect his injured teammate, Zhuang Heng unhesitatingly blocked an attack, only to be struck by a sudden assault from the vengeful ghost as he turned to defend. Meow Meow 2 couldn't help but turn her face away to avoid witnessing the shocking scene, her gaze inadvertently falling on Qi Yuan's pant leg, stirring a complex mix of emotions within her. Could he save them? Qi Yuan's heart was not steady, yet he knew that regardless of success or failure, he had to give it his all. He had extensive experience as a pseudo-strongman, which kept him from being overwhelmed by the current situation. In mere seconds, perhaps minutes, if he made the right gamble, everything could be reversed. After being taken care of for so long, today was the day to give back. The recent monsters were getting weaker, and Qi Yuan slowly walked into the hall, stopping at the entrance. At the same time, he activated his telepathy. The vengeful ghost was excitedly pursuing its prey. Given its small stature, ambushes were not its usual tactic unless the creature before it was much stronger, allowing it the opportunity to torment humans. Even witnessing humans being devoured before its eyes, it rarely acted directly, let alone facing its nemesis, the duty team. After being hunted by the duty team for so long, it had finally found this chance and was determined not to let it slip away. The vengeful ghost sneered coldly, licking the blood from its hands, and murmured, "Don't worry, soon I'll treat you to a royal experience." As the words left its mouth, it couldn't help but glance at the grim-faced mirror ghost. The mirror ghost was far more composed than the vengeful ghost, having survived several encounters with humans through its familiarity with the battlefield and intuition. The mirror ghost frowned slightly, sensing something amiss. That phrase from the vengeful ghost seemed familiar. Ignoring the mirror ghost's concerns, the vengeful ghost continued with its plan. It knew that without the mirror ghost's hunting strategy, it would only be lurking on the fringes, perhaps not even getting a chance. The monsters had better vision than humans. Even in the dim hallway, they could clearly see the approaching figure. As the footsteps drew closer, the humanoid silhouette became increasingly distinct in their view. The mirror ghost's body jolted violently, almost uncontrollably leaping up, limbs flailing, nearly hitting the vengeful ghost. Its feet splashed water on the floor, failing to react. It mumbled, "Elbow! Quick elbow!" In the hall, the mirror ghost frantically shouted while keeping an eye on the approaching figure. The vengeful ghost watched its teammate, momentarily confused. Had the mirror ghost forgotten even the most basic infiltration techniques? It could escape using mirrors, so why was it so flustered? The vengeful ghost was filled with doubt, its gaze fixed on the mysterious figure at the entrance. The figure clearly didn't regard them as a threat, appearing calm and ready, as if prepared to face something, with a heavy sense of pressure filling the air. "What's going on?" As the mirror ghost ran, it shouted, "Golden eyes!" The sound was as profound as a forbidden curse, seemingly capable of halting everything. The vengeful ghost's mind collapsed instantly, its thoughts blank, replaying past scenes before its eyes. The moment its former leader, a spider-like monster, was mercilessly reduced to ashes. The images of the mirror ghost and golden eyes intertwined before it, with nothing but those eyes seeming unchanged. Yet the vengeful ghost knew well that once those eyes were revealed, they would transform into dazzling golden orbs, effortlessly claiming the lives of monsters. "Wait for me, mirror ghost." The vengeful ghost reached out its right hand into the void, unable to summon back the mirror ghost. It seemed to mimic the mirror ghost's earlier actions, frantically sprinting, unwilling to stop. Both monsters remembered vividly how that woman with the golden eyes had first let them run 40 meters before their leader turned to dust and vanished without a trace. Meow Meow Rabbit stood aside, dumbfounded. The two formidable monsters had fled in disarray after just one glance, lacking even the courage for a direct confrontation. She took small steps over to Qi Yuan and quietly asked, "Aren't we going after them?" "Mirror ghost, vengeful ghost. Is this woman a demon?" Zhuang Heng and Li Go, worried about being a burden to Qi Yuan, quickly moved closer to him when the monsters retreated. Hearing Meow Meow Rabbit's question, they instinctively looked at Qi Yuan as well. Qi Yuan felt a surge of satisfaction, surprised that the two monsters still remembered that incident, yet his expression remained indifferent. He brushed his hair back and calmly said, "Let them run a bit farther. It's too easy right now." As the monsters had not entirely left, Qi Yuan's words seemed to spur them on, and they immediately picked up speed, their steps swift. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan silently thought, "Hurry up, space disruption, or I won't be able to keep up this act." As if responding to his anticipation, a strange disturbance suddenly rippled through the air, and the two monsters vanished from sight. Damn this space disruption. Those present couldn't help but feel regret, having missed a prime opportunity. Viewers in the live stream began questioning, with comments flooding the screen. "Who is this? Someone explain. Learn something new. Next time, I can pretend to be tough against monsters too." The monsters running 40 meters isn't an exaggeration. That spider went even farther. Comments continued to pour in, with many discussing the origin of the golden eyes, and some viewers even remarked, "This streamer's unexpected tactics are amazing." Yet some worried for Zhuang Heng and Li Go, as they were nearly taken by the monsters. "Hey, look over there." Zhang Gu weakly chuckled, trying to lighten the mood. His previous actions had nearly cost everyone their lives, but luckily, he hadn't suffered any internal injuries. Li Gu, panting, gave him a light smack on the head before opening the medical kit to treat his wounds. Though injured, the strong constitution of a superhuman meant the situation wasn't dire. As he was being bandaged, Zhang Gu curiously asked, "Young man, where are you from?" Qi Yuan was a bit puzzled, not understanding why Zhang Gu suddenly asked that. After all, under normal circumstances, people wouldn't easily travel between cities, especially in this monster-ridden era, where outsiders were rare. Seeing Qi Yuan's confused look, Zhang Gu couldn't help but laugh, though it made his stomach wound ache, causing him to inhale sharply. "I meant, are you a combat student or from the Ability Association?" The Ability Association, as the official management body for civilian superhumans, provides high-level superhumans with a channel to register and form teams. Superhumans who meet the criteria can register their teams through the Ability Association, and one of the conditions for forming a team is participating in actions against level and above monsters. The Class 2 Ability Certificate is specifically established for these superhumans. With that explanation, Qi Yuan understood. He shook his head in denial, saying, "None of those." The people around him looked surprised. A young guy who wasn't even a combat student? Could he have graduated early due to exceptional talent? Qi Yuan noticed the thoughtful expressions on their faces, something he was used to. He explained, "I am a student, just not in the combat department." Meow Meow too nodded in sudden realization, then quickly closed her mouth, sensing there was more to his words. Meanwhile, the livestream chat exploded with comments. "Wow, just a regular student? Makes sense to those who know. Is this part of some secret government project? Someone's about to get added to a priority list. How come we've never heard of such a powerful person before?" Zhuang Heng and Brother Li exchanged glances, both recalling the rumors about the mysterious 9 seats. Only Brother Zhang didn't overthink it, laughing heartily and giving a thumbs up. "You're impressive, being so strong without combat training." "Shut up. We're still on a live broadcast." The other three were startled by Brother Zhang's bluntness. Sensing the tension, Meow Meow too quickly changed the subject. "How did you encounter the monster?" Brother Li caught on and replied, "We were with Captain Pang when we encountered a level monster, a lizard man. Xiao Zhao was seriously injured while covering our retreat, and old Zhang and I stayed to care for him. But we got teleported near the monster due to spatial disturbances." "A level monster!" Meow Meow too exclaimed, her voice rising. This wasn't just gossip, it was a big deal. "Can the patrol team handle it? Their captain's average strength is only level." Brotherly reassured her. "The captain has already requested backup. By now, level ability users from the city should have arrived." Hearing about reinforcements, Meow Meow too felt somewhat relieved. Zhuang Heng, however, considered the danger they had been in. "You were in a really dangerous situation." Brother Zhang, recalling their escape, still felt shaken. "Yeah, we're lucky to be alive." Qi Yuan nodded in agreement. If it hadn't been for sheer luck, he wouldn't have dared to take such a risk in a dangerous place. Seeing the somber mood, Brotherly tried to lighten the atmosphere. "Don't worry, maybe the level monster has already been dealt with. We small fries just need to wait for the good news." "Don't jinx it." Meow Meow too quickly interrupted, recalling she'd said something similar before and feeling anxious. Finally, Zhuang Heng offered, "I'll stay to look after you guys." Even though Brotherly insisted one person was enough, he chose to stay. This merged realm is more dangerous than expected. After splitting up, the chance of finding each other again is questionable. It's hard to imagine Brotherly managing 2 patients on his own. "You young people shouldn't be so lackluster," Brotherly said, giving Zhuang Heng a meaningful look and nodding towards Qi Yuan. Zhuang Heng immediately understood Brotherly's sign alto, take Qi Yuan and rescue the other teammates. Compared to their teammates whose fates were unknown, Brother Li and the others' safety was indeed a lower priority. Realizing this, Zhuang Heng stopped being stubborn. Ah, okay. Zhuang Heng nodded in agreement. Qi Yuan frowned, clearly reluctant to leave. With a class monster still lurking outside, venturing out seemed like a death wish. Besides, after his earlier act of playing weak, if they encountered a monster and Zhuang Heng questioned why he wasn't fighting, he wouldn't be able to explain. Staying together and watching each other's backs was the wiser choice. No need, no need. Brother Li waved his hand repeatedly, misunderstanding Qi Yuan's hesitation as wanting Zhuang Heng to stay. There's no point wasting time here. If we don't clear the merged realm, even one monster escaping could harm civilians for life. Brother Zhang patted his chest confidently. That's right. I'm still capable. No need to worry about us. Qi Yuan was left speechless. With the conversation reaching this point, insisting further would seem petty. He could only accept reality with resignation and set off with Zhuang Heng and Meow Meow Rabbit. Golden eyes, so terrifying. The vengeful ghost and the mirror ghost, having sensed the spatial disturbance transporting them away, finally escaped the clutches of the golden-eyed human. They collapsed on the ground, leaning against the wall, simultaneously expressing the same sentiment. The vengeful ghost complained. Why didn't you take me with you when you ran? I told you to run, but you hesitated. Whose fault is that? The mirror ghost retorted, filled with grievance. If only the vengeful ghost had trusted it. They could have bolted without explanation. You mentioned this golden-eyed person. Are they strong? It's not about strength or weakness. It's that they're a rare kind of. The vengeful ghost paused, sensing something amiss. It turned around to see. Boss. Big brother. No, master. The vengeful ghost stammered, correcting itself. Too many bosses, I'm mixing up the names. The newcomer was covered in tiny brown-green scales, with a head resembling a lizard. Its flat head bore narrow pupils that closely matched its body color. Despite walking upright, it had a long tail trailing behind it. Continue talking about that golden-eyed kid, the lizard man said, fixing its brown-green eyes on the vengeful ghost. Well, the vengeful ghost vividly recounted what it had witnessed, with the mirror ghost adding details. Of course, they cleverly omitted the fact that they had once served the spider monster. Recently, they had been hiding in the orphanage, planning to find a new boss. After the merged realm appeared, the new boss came to them. Their little scheme was running smoothly. They had only acknowledged this boss for a day and couldn't afford to leave a bad impression. That golden-eyed kid is no match for you. The vengeful ghost and the mirror ghost said, their faces plastered with flattering smiles, eager to please their new superior. The new superior was even harder to read than the old one. The lizard man, with a sullen expression, waved them off impatiently. I have things to do, you may leave. The two ghosts nodded and quickly left the room. After the subordinates left, the lizard man dropped to all fours, pacing anxiously in circles. The level assessment was somewhat exaggerated, but it was clear that the opponent had the ability to instantly defeat level threats. However, this might not be his limit. Staring at its long tail, the lizard man fell into deep thought. Level and Clevel are both mid-tier, and the gap between them isn't insurmountable, unlike the exceptions of Slevel and A-level. More preparation was needed to fend off the siege of powerful espers. Relying solely on its underlings, who were nothing but useless, was not enough to weaken the strong espers. I need to join the battle too. Otherwise, when humans summon more espers to surround me, I'll be left with no choice but to await my demise. Emergency message. Captain Pang Shua of the 4th Duty Squad requests reinforcements. At the control panel, a female operator in a uniform skirt deftly navigated the buttons, her movements skilled and precise. Upon receiving the message, she immediately connected to the communication channel of the Qipon City Duty Team leader to report the situation to the Bureau Chief of the Paranormal Task Force. Haven't we already sent reinforcements? The chief's deep, resonant voice echoed in the communication room, tinged with a hint of confusion. Yes, Chief. Levelwood ability user Lin Song has been confirmed injured and can't continue clearing the creatures. Captain Pang requests additional support. The operator's tone was steady, delivering the information accurately. Contact the Paranormal Association and have them send 2 people over. Also, inform Chung Yizhou to meet them at the association. Understood, Chief. The scent of blood permeated the air. What were once pristine white walls were now smeared with glaring red blood, and the floor was littered with unrecognizable chunks of flesh and pools of blood. Qi Yuan carefully maneuvered around these obstacles, finally stopping where the heap of monster remains left him no place to step. This seems to be caused by Sister Ying's ability. It looks like this place has already been cleared. Zhuang Heng crouched down, his hand covered with a metallic sheen as he examined the mixed flesh, his tone analytical and calm. Qi Yuan responded absent-mindedly, his gaze wandering around. As a hangerin, he was unsure of what else to do besides follow Zhuang Heng, so he idly observed his surroundings. Noticing Qi Yuan's actions, Zhuang Heng also scanned the area, privately speculating on what this powerful figure might be searching for. Suddenly, Qi Yuan seemed to find his target, pointing to a photo on the wall. Look, this is a group photo from the orphanage. Ah yes. Out of courtesy, Qi Yuan glanced at it. The wall was adorned with numerous photos, mostly of children posing with donated goods and donors, nothing particularly special. Although he didn't understand the significance of looking at these photos, Qi Yuan still gave them a cursory glance and nodded to indicate he had seen them. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance, a rare sound in this perilous area. Typically, whether lurking monsters or exploring humans, both would conceal their movements. Such distinct footsteps were either a sign of great confidence or a declaration of no ill intent. Zhuang Heng immediately assumed a combat stance, while Qi Yuan and Miao Miao too quickly found a place to hide. Zhuang Heng, are you in there? The door was open, and two men in duty uniforms appeared at the entrance. As an intern team member, Zhuang Heng was usually referred to as Little Zhuang by his team, and he was accustomed to calling his teammates brother. But with these two, he was less formal. How did you know I was here? Not having informed anyone of his whereabouts, Zhuang Heng was both surprised and pleased by their sudden appearance. Do you think you can hide from my keen eye? One of them boasted. Captain Pang said the wounds on the monsters looked like your work. The other explained matter-of-factly. With completely different explanations, Zhuang Heng didn't hesitate to punch his exaggerating teammate on the shoulder. Stop bluffing me. The officer exaggeratedly clutched his shoulder, turning to his partner with a complaint. Why'd you sell me out? You didn't clue me in. The other officer shrugged, then said to Zhuang Heng, let's go. We have to get back and meet up with Captain Pang before the next spatial disturbance. Zhuang Heng was about to agree when he suddenly remembered Qi Yuan and turned to him. Captain Pang is my team leader. Would you like to come along? Qi Yuan's half-moon-shaped, sleepy eyes lit up instantly. How could he hesitate at such a good opportunity? Sure, he agreed readily. Having consulted Qi Yuan, Zhuang Heng also didn't want to overlook Miao Miao too, so he turned to her to seek her opinion. The two officers exchanged a subtle glance, trusting Zhuang Heng enough not to stop him from bringing the two people along. The three then followed the members of the 4th Patrol Team to the meeting point. Peng Shuo, the captain of the 4th Team, noticed that Zhuang Heng had brought along two additional people. The woman was holding up her phone, eyebrows slightly raised, clearly a young live streamer. Peng Shuo couldn't help but think to himself that Zhuang Heng really couldn't afford to lose face in public. He casually tidied his messy hair, walked forward, and said in a deep, caring voice, "You're back. Everyone was quite worried about you." Zhuang Heng felt a warmth in his heart and nodded. Yes, Captain. Gratitude welled up within him, as even a simple sentence carried a weight of emotion. A promising kid like this shouldn't be wasted by those old hands, Peng Shuo thought with a smile, feeling a twinge of sentiment. Then, he turned to Qi Yuan and Miao Miao too. And you are? I'm Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan responded calmly. I'm Miao Miao too from Big Fish Live. You can call me Little Rabbit, Miao Miao too, or just Miao Miao. She replied with a sweet smile, completely unabashed. Definitely a live streamer. Peng Shuo noted with an amused expression. I'm Peng Shuo, captain of the 4th Patrol Team. Everyone calls me Brother Pang or Captain Pang, whatever you prefer. Okay, Captain Pang. Miao Miao too responded sweetly with a smile. In the corner, a man wrapped in bandages, Lin Song, turned to the petite woman beside him and asked softly, is Captain Pang always this entertaining in private? The petite woman, adjusting her leg that was braced with rods and bandages, couldn't help but internally remark, entertaining? You mean amusing, right? She chuckled softly and replied in a low voice, he knows how to lighten the mood. Lin Song nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the members of the 4th Patrol Team. He objectively commented, indeed, everyone looked dejected earlier, but now it's completely different. He then offered a sympathetic smile. Being a captain isn't easy. You have to sacrifice your image to cheer up your team and boost morale. The petite woman showed no change in expression but responded warmly, her tone calm. Captain Pang is good at setting the mood, but he forgets what time it is. Peng Shuo, unaware of her hint, continued joking. As a composed captain, no matter how funny, I won't laugh unless I can't help it. His laugh instantly lightened the atmosphere, leaving the surrounding team members gasping in surprise. Lu Ying, however, suppressed her anger with a forced smile. Captain Pang, did you forget what the lizard man said? Peng Shuo finally realized, patting his forehead with a slightly bewildered expression, I almost forgot. You said those two creatures referred to Qi Yuan as golden eyes? As the topic shifted, Qi Yuan, who had been lost in thought, suddenly straightened up, a hint of confusion in his eyes. What does that have to do with me? Yes, Zhuang Heng nodded, with a hint of certainty in his voice. The lizard man said the next target is a golden-eyed human. I was wondering at the time, who could that be? The target is me. Qi Yuan frowned. It doesn't make sense to ignore a Blevel Esper and focus on a Clevel monster, even if this monster seems cautious or even cowardly. Logically, they should have started with a level opponent. Could it be that the Blevel Esper couldn't make it, So the monster targeted him? He had heard that the Blevel Esper was already on the scene. Pang Shuo chuckled nonchalantly, completely unaware of the underlying tone in Qi Yuan's words. Yes, he replied calmly. Unlike their unreliable captain, Lu Ying caught the implication in Qi Yuan's words and added, the Blevel Esper, Lin Song, was ambushed by the monster and gravely injured. He can't participate in the operation anymore. Qi Yuan squinted in confusion. How did he escape then? The monster's instinct to devour is strong. Unless one side disappears, they won't easily reconcile. Lu Ying explained more clearly. Lin Song prepared a grand feast but didn't eat it, instead designating the next target. Qi Yuan was even more puzzled. Does a chef play such games? Lin Song, drawn into the conversation, decided to explain himself to maintain some dignity. He casually brushed over the awkward part of his story. I noticed unusual behavior from an A-level monster and decided to follow it. Eventually, I found the lizard man. It was directing its subordinates to set traps, seemingly searching for a specific human. Lin Song paused briefly, recalling the situation. The lizard man said it would deal with the intruding rat first, then find the human with golden eyes. After that, it attacked immediately. I fought with it for a while, but then I slipped. And well, he said with a helpless smile, glossing over the embarrassing details. Clearly, if given a choice, he wouldn't want to share this story, especially since his teammates had witnessed his complete failure. If I don't say it, Captain Pang would probably bring it up, making it even more awkward. Lin Song sighed, then continued. The lizard man used abilities like spatial blades and spatial jumps. Whether it has more skills is unknown. Then, Captain Pang saved me, and we fled together until we escaped during a spatial disruption. Qi Yuan chuckled softly. That's quite an anticlimactic way to lose. He paused, his curiosity resurfacing. By the way, I've been meaning to ask, why are you called Golden Eyes? Lin Song unscrewed his water bottle with a hint of resignation. I don't have much to say about that. At this moment, Meow Meow Rabbit raised her hand to answer, a slight smile on her lips. You guys don't get it. Yuan's personality is definitely not one to brag. If he had to explain, he'd probably just say I don't know and move on. That's why we professionals have to step in. She pulled out a phone from her backpack, another one for live streaming, very convenient. Skillfully operating the phone, she quickly found a video of Qi Yuan instantly defeating a spider monster and played it. The onlookers gathered closer, their eyes glued to the less than 2-minute clip, which only showed the moment of the kill. As the action unfolded on screen, exclamations of wow and amazing echoed among the crowd. That's a Clevel monster, and the gap between B and Clevel is huge, some whispered. Qi Yuan frowned slightly, with a wry smile. Even with the strength shown in that video, I still need protection. Lu Ying chimed in without hesitation. Indeed, the difference between Clevel and Blevel monsters is vast. Pang Shuo couldn't help but laugh. You guys haven't been on a Clevel battlefield. That's why you say things like that. He shook his head, clearly unimpressed by Lu Ying's reaction. Lu Ying, irritated by his mocking words, furrowed her brows, feeling a surge of discontent. You're the one who lacks experience. Don't think you're superior. Both Clevel and Blevel fall under the mid-tier category, and some exceptionally powerful Clevel ability users can even take down weaker Blevel monsters. Lin Song, wrapped in bandages, sat at a temporary rest point, patiently explaining the details of the ability user rankings. Although his voice was slightly weak due to his injuries, it still carried a professional authority. We usually include Blevel monsters in the high-tier monster alert range because some Blevel monsters can break through on the spot or borrow a level power at a cost. That's why people subconsciously group Blevel and A-level monsters together. He paused, glancing at Qi Yuan. So Qi Yuan is being modest. With his ability to instantly defeat Clevel monsters, he can at least face off against Blevel ones. Everyone suddenly understood and turned their gazes to Qi Yuan, their eyes filled with undisguised admiration. Qi Yuan felt these intense stares and was inwardly annoyed. It just goes to show that when God opens a door for someone, he also opens several windows. Handsome, powerful, and humble, what a combination, he thought, suppressing the urge to curse while maintaining a calm expression. Back to the main point, Lu Ying knocked on the table, steering the conversation back on track. Her voice was clear and decisive. So, with the captain and Qi Yuan working together to fend off the lizardman's attack, our next step is clear. Hold out until the Blevel ability users arrive. Qi Yuan did not voice any objections, but a sense of guilt tugged at him. On the surface, it seemed like he was being asked to contribute, but in reality, the lizard man was targeting him personally, and the patrol team would be caught in the crossfire. This realization made him uncomfortable. All right, since we know the lizard man will attack, let's not just stand around. Get ready for battle. Lu Ying clapped her hands, her gaze sweeping over everyone present before landing on Pang Shuo. Captain, do you have anything to add? If not, get some rest. You'll be our main force later. The two had worked together for years and had developed a strong rapport. Lu Ying's words subtly urged Pang Shuo to focus on preparing for the fight, without worrying about minor issues. Pang Shuo shook his head slightly to indicate he had nothing to add, then sat down to carefully polish his long blade, its metallic surface gleaming coldly under the light. With the captain setting an example, the team members dispersed, returning to their spots to rest and gather strength for the upcoming battle. I'll go rest too. Don't let my mummy-like appearance fool you. I might still lend a hand later, Lin Song said, struggling to get up and return to his spot. Wait. Qi Yuan suddenly spoke, furrowing his brow. He wanted to ask Lin Song if there were two ghosts with the lizard man. Lacking information, he could only inquire from this angle. Lin Song paused, turning to look at Qi Yuan. At that moment, a powerful Tumterhai spatial blade narrowly missed him. Boom. The spatial blade struck the wall with a deafening crash, carving a deep crescent-shaped mark and sending debris flying. Enemy attack. Evacuate the room immediately. Lu Ying reacted swiftly, directing the scene with calm precision despite her limp. A muscular team member wasted no time, his arm muscles bulging as he smashed his fist into the wall, causing it to collapse and creating a new exit. Amid the apparent chaos, the patrol team executed their duties methodically. They're here already? Pang Shuo gripped his long blade tightly, flames igniting along its edge, illuminating his determined face. The target is indeed Qi Yuan. Seeing the spatial blade nearly hit Lin Song, Qi Yuan activated his ability immediately, searching for the monster's location. Hearing Pang Shuo's assumption, he couldn't help but correct him. No, its target is Lin Song. I felt it was coming for me. Thanks to Qi Yuan's warning, Lin Song said gravely, quickly removing some of the bandages restricting his movement, revealing wounds not yet fully healed. Seeing its attack fail, the lizard man twisted its body, using its incredible agility to climb onto the ceiling, where it looked down at them with cold, murderous eyes. Captain, we're surrounded by monsters. Zhuang Heng's voice came from the hallway, tinged with tension. In front of and behind them, more monsters were closing in, forming an invisible encirclement. Seeing that all the team members in the room had evacuated, Lu Ying also prepared to retreat. She quickly said to Pang Shuo, Captain, I'll go to the corridor to coordinate. In a mid-level battle like this, she couldn't contribute much, even though she was strong. In such situations, she fully trusted Pang Shuo's command. Pang Shuo nodded, his gaze fixed on the lizard man on the ceiling. I'll charge in. You all act according to the situation, he said with determination. Despite his injuries and being the initial target of attack, Lin Song was more of a support role due to his condition, while Qi Yuan seemed better suited for long-range support. Even though he was only a clever combatant, Pang Shuo took on the most dangerous task. As soon as he finished speaking, Pang Shuo leaped forward, his blade igniting in flames as it sliced through the air towards the lizard man on the ceiling. The lizard man, seemingly prepared, swiftly moved across the ceiling, evading the attack. The blade left a deep mark, with flames scorching the surface, spreading black char marks as dust and debris flew. Seeing his first strike fail, Pang Shuo immediately withdrew his blade and jumped back to the ground, keeping a wary eye on the lizard man. The lizard man extended its long tongue, shooting it like an arrow towards Pang Shuo. Just as Pang Shuo regained his footing, he saw the tongue coming and quickly dodged aside. The tongue grazed the floor, creating a fist-sized dent before quickly retracting. Lin Song wasted no time, tightly gripping a vine and swinging it to bind the tongue. He pulled with all his strength, attempting to drag the lizard man down from the ceiling. However, the lizard man remained firmly attached to the ceiling with its suction pads, resulting in a tug-of-war. Pang Shuo steadied himself, his blade once again enveloped in flames, and channeled all his strength into the hilt, striking at the lizardman's tongue. The lizard man let out a roar, its powerful force pushing Pang Shuo back. It quickly raised another claw, launching a spatial blade to sever the vine, swiftly retracting its tongue. But the lizardman's assault wasn't over. It suddenly activated its ability, disappearing into thin air. Pang Shuo felt a sense of urgency, his blade trembling slightly. Relying on years of battle intuition, he instinctively raised his blade to block an attack from above. The claw, with a dangerous black-purple sheen, struck with a deadly aura. With a metallic clash, Pang Shuo and the lizard man engaged in another fierce round of combat. The lizard man swung its claws like the wind, each attack deftly blocked by Pang Shuo. With a roar, Pang Shuo's blade extended fiery tendrils like serpents, slashing fiercely at the lizardman's waist. Suddenly, the lizard man vanished again. From the ceiling came rustling sounds, but Pang Shuo remained vigilant, quickly scanning the surroundings, ready for the next assault. The battle between the two and the creature was intense, resembling a battlefield. The swift exchanges left Qi Yuan, standing in the corridor, almost dizzy. He closely observed, analyzing the situation. The lizardman's beady eyes moved slightly, scanning the scene with sharp intent. It muttered softly, "The opportunity is lost. Should I fight? If that would controller has a self-destructive method." Despite the brevity of its words, they were filled with hesitation, as if weighing the consequences of a decision. Qi Yuan felt a tightening in his chest, barely having time to think. Let's try again. As long as we immobilize him, we can find the golden eyes and break through one by one. His thoughts raced, quickly deciding on the next course of action. Suddenly, the lizard man let out a long howl and launched an attack. Its immense body and quick reflexes gave it the upper hand in any environment, but the confined space limited its assault. Qi Yuan took the chance to swiftly dodge, moving rapidly while shouting, "Get off the walls!" As he spoke, the lizardman's slender tail slammed into the wall with great force, hitting the hole left by the patrolling team. The wall cracked with a loud crash, collapsing instantly as stones and bricks scattered. Thanks to the team's quick response to the warning, they avoided most of the attack. However, the limited corridor space meant the monster's encirclement intensified, forcing some team members into tense responses, using their abilities to cover each other and quickly find shelter. Despite nearly being caught in the area attack, Qi Yuan managed to escape just in time. His focus locked on the battle, eager to end the fight swiftly. I shouldn't be here, Qi Yuan thought to himself. The battle before him was far beyond his expectations. These superhumans and monsters were not rational at all, launching straight into combat, leaving him caught in the middle, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Lin Song activated his abilities immediately. The small sapling under his feet shot up, in an instant growing into a massive tree, thick enough for two people to wrap their arms around. The sturdy branches extended like arms, securely shielding the immobilized Qi Yuan, blocking the flying debris and the claws of the lizard man trying to attack amidst the chaos. Don't think you can escape, Lin Song shouted, directing the branches to strike at the lizard man, aiming to pin it to the ground. The lizard man flickered and vanished from its spot, using a spatial leap. But Lin Song was prepared. After 2 encounters, he had a good grasp of this move. Numerous branches shot out like arrows, sealing off the surrounding area within a few meters. Given the lizardman's current level, an uncharged spatial leap could only cover a limited distance. Sure enough, the lizard man appeared within his anticipated range. Lin Song smirked coldly, instantly sharpening the branches into spikes. Last time, his defeat due to a fall had caused the opponent to underestimate his strength. This time, he intended to prove them wrong. However, the situation suddenly changed. A piercing sound of space tearing arose, and ripples visible to the naked eye emanated from the lizard man as the center. All branches caught in the ripples' range twisted and deformed, and once the spatial disturbance subsided, they shattered into pieces, falling to the ground with a clatter. Pang Shua instinctively touched the long knife in his hand, feeling a chill down his spine. If he had rushed forward earlier, he might have been in serious trouble. Qi Yuan stared wide-eyed in shock, capturing the lizardman's thoughts through telepathy. That was close. This move was meant for the golden-eyed humans. Didn't expect to use it early. Now I'll have to expend another card. Lin Song's expression was grave as he loudly discussed with Pang Shua. Don't get close to it. Keep your distance. Use your abilities to shield yourself. He explained that abilities could counteract each other, and using an energy shield could mitigate the damage of other abilities, which is why telepathy was ineffective against superhumans. Pang Shua immediately understood, and flames rose around him. Seeing its trump card exposed, the lizard man no longer concealed its power, its claws imbued with spatial distortion energy, tearing through Lin Song's wooden defenses in one strike. If Lin Song hadn't quickly deployed his energy shield, he might have been disemboweled on the spot. The clash of powers sent Lin Song crashing into a wall. The impact injured his internal organs, causing him to cough up blood. Old Lin, are you okay? Cough, cough. Spatial abilities are indeed troublesome. Lin Song wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Damn it, we're fighting for our lives here. Where's the backup? Pang Shua spat angrily, hiding behind the broken wall. Qi Yuan shrank back though, he truly couldn't help. That comment sounded like it was directed at him. Pang Shua didn't waste any more time cursing the backup. The lizardman's new wave of attack was already upon him. He vanished from his spot in an instant, reappeared almost out of thin air, and swiftly closed in on the enemy. Learning from Lin Song's painful lesson, Pang Shua dared not confront it heathen. He quickly grabbed Lin Song and hurled him out the door without hesitation. At the same time, he flipped his body to evade the swift claw strike. The lizardman's claws carved a neat, smooth circular hole in the ground, as if slicing through the air with a sharp blade. Pang Shua kept dodging and weaving, giving the lizard man no chance to get close, his eyes fixed on the enemy's every move. Lu Ying, how much time is left? He shouted while evading. Lu Ying fired a bullet with a flick of her finger, then quickly checked her watch. 11 minutes, she replied, her eyes flashing before redirecting her focus to the creature. Her ability activated instantly, and the bullet hit the lizard man, the immense rotational force shredding its arm to pieces. In the room, it was as if a deadly duet was being performed, with one person and one monster constantly coordinating attacks and evasions. However, Qi Yuan knew things were heading in the worst direction. Watching Pang Shua, he made up his mind. First, I need to incapacitate this fool. then find an opportunity to finish it off quickly. The longer this drags on, the worse it gets. He muttered to himself, contemplating his plan. Better finish it from a distance to be sure. You're too cautious, he grumbled, but his eyes were already on Pang Shuo. At this moment, Pang Shuo was panting, his face covered in sweat. The lizardman's physical prowess far exceeded that of an ordinary human, and although Pang Shuo had been dodging thanks to his abilities, the toll on his stamina and energy was enormous, and he clearly couldn't keep it up much longer. Qi Yuan understood he had to take action to give his two injured teammates time to recover. If he waited any longer, even Pang Shuo would be severely injured, and the time they were trying to buy would become meaningless. Recognizing the urgency, Qi Yuan decided to act. He stood up and stepped out from his hiding place. At that moment, both the lizardman and Pang Shuo stopped and turned to look at him. The lizardman's sharp eyes swept over him, its pupils narrowing suddenly. It gazed at him with suspicion and wariness, clearly not as relaxed as before. "Who are you?" the lizardman asked in a cold voice, seemingly trying to confirm the identity of this stranger. Qi Yuan took a deep breath, cursing under his breath. This isn't how the script goes. Why isn't the director reshooting? But reality couldn't be rewound, so he had to face it head-on, responding. "The guy lying on the floor told me you're looking for a golden-eyed human?" The lizard man squinted, not rushing to answer, instead scanning Qi Yuan from head to toe. "And what does that have to do with you?" Its gaze was sharp, clearly trying to deduce something. Qi Yuan stood there unguarded, openly displaying his vulnerabilities. The lizard man observed for a while, its expression growing more cautious. After a moment of silence, it suddenly drew a long sword from its back, speaking coldly. "You are quite interesting." Qi Yuan chuckled, glancing around and shrugging. "Indeed, what does your search for a golden-eyed person have to do with me?" The atmosphere on the scene instantly turned tense, and everyone fell silent for a moment, the air thick with tension. The lizard man squinted, scrutinizing Qi Yuan with increasing suspicion. Maybe golden-eyed sounds more imposing than light brown eyes? It mused internally, its tone laced with challenge and confusion. Or is the lighting too dim, affecting my judgment? Don't joke around. The lizard man suddenly laughed, then turned its gaze back to Qi Yuan, a sinister glint in its eyes. "Golden-eyed, don't think I can't recognize you." Qi Yuan's lips curled slightly, his gaze unwavering. "I don't recall ever meeting you." The lizard man seemed to want to probe further, but it was evidently wary. What secret was hidden behind this golden-eyed human identity? Indeed, it's the golden eyes. Good thing I tested it, the cautious monster thought, its pupils darting quickly as it recalled what its underlings had said. A sly grin flickered across its scaly face as it began to conjure space blades in its palms. "I heard you like teaching monsters a lesson. How about this move?" The lizard man aimed its hands at Qi Yuan, releasing crescent-shaped space blades in rapid succession. Whoosh, 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 the space blades flew out like a relentless storm, targeting the spot where Qi Yuan stood. Boom, 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 explosions echoed one after another, engulfing Qi Yuan completely in a cloud of dust, obscuring everyone's view. "Hey, don't get yourself killed by being careless," Pang Shuo shouted anxiously. He hadn't expected Qi Yuan to take the space blades head-on without even trying to dodge. Though he believed in Qi Yuan's true strength as shown in the videos, the current scene filled him with doubt. As the dust gradually settled, a figure remained standing in place, covering his face with one hand. In the corridor, Miao Miao 2 was secretly streaming the event live, protected in the middle. Seeing this, her heart skipped a beat. Could his face be injured? Such a handsome face shouldn't be ruined. Amidst everyone's concern, laughter suddenly erupted from the scene. Puffed. Qi Yuan laughed uncontrollably for a good 10 seconds before stopping. He spoke with a cheerful tone. "You're pretty smart, but you're not using your wits in the right place." "I've been completely seen through," the cautious monster murmured softly. Nothing was more terrifying than having all its cards exposed except having its thoughts read. The lizard man felt an itch under its scales, desperately wanting to scratch and calm itself, but fleeing with its back to the enemy was not an option. "Haha." The lizard man chuckled dryly, trying to sound fierce but lacking conviction. "Seems like you could give me a more wonderful battle experience. I hope you're not just all talk like those two humans." In truth, Qi Yuan had read the lizardman's mind. Faced with the overwhelming space blades, he had stood frozen, too tense to breathe. When extremely nervous, people often smile to release pressure. After a good laugh, Qi Yuan felt his stress dissipate and his mind cleared. He realized that the more unconventional he was, the more hesitant the lizard man would be to act rashly. The lizard man was cautious and wouldn't lose its composure unless absolutely necessary. This meant Qi Yuan could continue to read its thoughts. "A wonderful battle experience," Qi Yuan said casually, as if chatting. "Indeed, you still have a few tricks up your sleeve. Why not share them with me?" The lizard man was taken aback, its scaly face showing clear astonishment. "How does he know about my space teleportation, space shackles, tail regeneration?" Qi Yuan, "Didn't know before, now I do." The lizard man tried to maintain composure, but its voice betrayed it. Trying to bluff me? You're still too young. The successful stalling greatly boosted Qi Yuan's confidence. He looked at the lizardman's hopeful eyes and nodded. Ah yes, I'm bluffing you. After a brief pause, he continued. You definitely don't have space teleportation, space shackles, tail regeneration. With each ability Qi Yuan mentioned, the lizardman's fleeting joy faded further, its hope extinguished. This human is unfathomable, seeing right through me while I know so little about him. His abilities can't possibly be just the light powers those two idiots mentioned, the lizardman thought, deeply shaken. The lizardman forced itself to calm down, realizing that the most important thing was to figure out its opponent's trump card and then find a chance to escape. As it pondered, a sudden thought struck it. The human released two vengeful ghosts earlier? Could this indicate that he was incapable of dealing with spatial abilities? After all, even it could prevent those humans who used spatial disruptions from escaping. If it weren't for the concern that a wood element user might exhaust too much energy in a mutual destruction, affecting its ability to deal with other enemies, that person would never have slipped away from its grasp. While the lizard man was calculating in secret, Qi Yuan also recalled the two ghosts he had let go. This was no small oversight. How could he cover it up now? The realization of this flaw made a malicious glint appear in the lizardman's eyes. It thought, this human isn't so formidable after all. Even if you know my abilities, you're still helpless, aren't you? Otherwise, you would have acted by now. These words awakened everyone present. Zhuang Heng and Miao Miao too immediately remembered the scene where the two ghosts had escaped so easily indeed. How could light abilities counter spatial movement? Seeing the lizard man getting restless, Qi Yuan's mind raced. He dropped his previous relaxed demeanor and adopted the authoritative and offended look of someone in a superior position. Since you've discovered it, there's nothing I can do. Everyone felt a sinking feeling. Their strongest fighter was apparently powerless against spatial abilities and had been exposed for bluffing. Pang Shuo scratched his head and muttered, so after all this, he can't actually beat the other side? The lizard man secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although it had been played for a fool, preserving its life was the most important thing. But as it re-evaluated the conversation, something felt off. It scrutinized Qi Yuan and was suddenly struck by a realization this cunning human was baiting it. His casual defensive stance was clearly meant to lure it in. Cunning human, you seem to enjoy this kind of twisted amusement, the lizard man said through gritted teeth. Qi Yuan was relieved that he had bluffed his way through and replied, you're much more interesting than those dull monsters, worth playing with a bit longer. The situation had reversed again, and just as everyone was ready to fight to the end, they realized things had taken an unexpected turn. Lu Ying cursed inwardly. Stop playing around and get serious. If her captain were here, she'd have experienced all sorts of packages by now. Unfortunately, this wasn't her captain. Even Pang Shuo seemed more endearing in comparison. Facing this unfathomable human, the lizard man felt unprecedented pressure. Escaping recklessly would mean becoming a meal for spiders, yet confronting him directly felt suffocating. It could only tentatively ask, why not give me some hints to make the game more interesting? What a waste of time. If it weren't for the fact that it would lower my status, I would have pulled out my phone right then to check how long it would be until the spatial disturbance ended. Qi Yuan felt a wave of dizziness, as if his mind had been completely emptied. Seeing the other party's probing gaze, he seized the opportunity and succinctly uttered one word, eyes. The cautious creature immediately showed a look of realization. A clear image formed in its mind. Its reflection in golden eyes, where past, present, and future intertwined and flickered. It finally understood that the light that killed the spider creature was no ordinary beam, but a special energy infused with the power of time. The creatures weren't burned to ashes. Instead, under the influence of time, they either reverted to a state before their birth or accelerated to their death, turning to dust. No doubt about it, he possesses time manipulation abilities. With this power, he saw through my future and uncovered my secrets. The lizard man confirmed to itself. As the lizard man imagined the specifics of this ability, Qi Yuan felt a familiar energy surge through him. Unlike the previous scorching power, this energy was deeper and more profound, as if it controlled the flow of time. In an instant, he grasped two abilities, the end of time and the eye of time. Qi Yuan slowly opened his eyes, his golden irises shining brightly in the dim light. Using the eye of time, he clearly saw the lizard man's timeline and glimpsed its past actions, the carefully laid traps, the deliberate lure for Lin Song to eavesdrop, and the entire battle process between them. Lin Song's fall was no accident, but a deliberate act by the lizard man. It purposely moved on the ceiling to make Lin Song look up, simultaneously using spatial movement to swap the tiles under his feet, causing him to lose balance. The search for the golden eyes was merely bait to make Lin Song let his guard down after fleeing. How cunning! Qi Yuan couldn't help but remark. Despite its formidable power, it resorted to such petty tricks in an ordinary orphanage. Truly, it was a cautious creature. The insight from the Eye of Time lasted only half a second before Qi Yuan returned to reality. He looked up and gave the lizard man a confident smile. Congratulations, you guessed right. Seeing its speculation confirmed, the lizard man's face turned a ghastly green, and it turned to flee without hesitation. However, before it could initiate a spatial jump, a gentle light pierced through it, making it vanish into thin air. Qi Yuan held a ball of light condensed by the end of time in his hand, appearing gentle and serene like fireflies on a summer night, a welcoming light for a traveler or eyes under candlelight. The glow spread outwards, enveloping the fleeing lower-level creatures. Under the power of time, they, like their leader, returned to nothingness. The people around were stunned, the dramatic turn of events leaving them in a daze. As the power slowly faded, Qi Yuan returned to his ordinary form. But this time, he was no longer lost, for he had truly mastered the use of his abilities. Immersed in sensing his abilities, Qi Yuan finally understood the essence of his power. His ability was essentially a trial card system. When faced with an intelligent being harboring a strong intent to kill, he could manifest their abilities and energy, but it was limited to a one-time use. This explained why he couldn't deal with mirror ghosts and vengeful spirits, which lacked the killing intent due to fear. Since the enemy gave me a trial card, wouldn't it be foolish not to take the opportunity to eliminate him? Qi Yuan pondered. Additionally, he discovered another way to enhance his strength. When non-hostile intelligent beings perceived his power as greater than it actually was, this collective belief could propel him to break through to the perceived level. Moreover, any ability he had previously used could be employed again, provided he had sufficient energy. This realization instantly brightened Qi Yuan's mood, but he quickly suppressed his joy. How could a true strongman be smug about stepping on an ant? He cautiously concealed his true strength. Meanwhile, the livestream chat in Meow Meow Rabbit's channel was flooded with discussions. Wow, is this something I can watch for free? What did that lizard person figure out? Isn't it a light-based ability? Can someone in the know explain this? I've already recorded it and posted it on TikTok. Did no one notice he took down B and C levels with ease? Could he be an A-level expert? The on-site patrol team was more reserved than the chat comments. Watching their opponent being suddenly vanquished, they pinched each other's arms to make sure they weren't dreaming. Luing astutely pointed out her insight. He seems to be trying to train us. Didn't you notice? He loves teaching others. Even monsters aren't exempt. Zhuangheng pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Through Meow Meow Rabbit, he knew Qi Yuan had been observing their battle, and now he finally understood why Qi Yuan didn't directly intervene. On the field, Pang Shuo looked puzzled. Didn't you say you couldn't win? As soon as he spoke, he realized how silly his question was and sheepishly rubbed his nose. If I knew you were this strong, I wouldn't have called for backup. I remember you called for backup before you met me, didn't you? Qi Yuan replied helplessly. At this moment, 3 belated level ability users arrived on the scene. 2 members from the Ability Association sat gloomily on the side, while Cheng Yizhou, also from the official patrol team, jokingly said to Lin Song, I heard you lost because you tripped? When did you switch to being a comedian? It must be because of Pang Shuo's big mouth. Lin Song had anticipated the news spreading, so he accepted it calmly. So is it true or not? Cheng Yizhou pressed. True. False. In a good mood, Qi Yuan didn't hesitate to clear Lin Song's name, explaining, the lizardmen used spatial movement, which caused the tiles beneath your feet to shift, making you misstep. Hearing this, Lin Song recalled the situation. Even though he had watched his step, he still missed it. Surprised, he asked, how did you know? Qi Yuan didn't answer, and Lin Song didn't mind, understanding that if it involved the secrets of supernatural abilities, he wouldn't press further. After a brief rest, the patrol team began sweeping the fusion zone, aiming to eliminate the remaining monsters before full integration. Having been on the edge of danger, Qi Yuan finally remembered his companions. Shi Jiangwen asked in dissatisfaction, Yuan, did you forget about us completely? His adventure had exceeded expectations, but his golden ticket had yet to show up, leaving him full of resentment. The 3 of them had stayed together when the fusion zone arrived, and soon encountered a lone Zhao Zhan. The 4 of them found a room to quietly wait out the full fusion. They had been worried about whether Qi Yuan would encounter danger alone until they saw the local trending news. What is this ability? And clicking it revealed Qi Yuan's face. The 4 silently watched. Tracing the source of the video, Shi Jiangwen claimed he had ample evidence to condemn Qi Yuan. Feeling guilty, Qi Yuan remained silent, looking around for help from the mom friend. Zhao Zhan, meanwhile, shrank his large body into a corner, completely ignoring Qi Yuan's predicament. He lost again. Leaning his head against the wall, Zhao Zhan thought about his 3-year plan, feeling frustrated once more. Since kindergarten, Zhao Zhan had always been the most attractive in his class until he reached high school and met his first real rival Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan easily took the title from him. Zhao Zhan thought transferring to the combat department would rid him of Qi Yuan, but his crush had this to say. Hey, is Zhao Zhan handsome? After seeing Qi Yuan, all other guys look pretty much the same. Since then, Zhao Jun channeled his frustration into working out, trying to surpass Qi Yuan's looks with his physique. However, the well-adjusted Zhao Jun was unaware of a universal truth. Moderate fitness attracts the opposite sex, while excessive fitness attracts the same sex. Immersed in the satisfaction of working out, Zhao Jun unknowingly built a muscular body, opening the door to a new world. Not only was he rejected by his crush again, but he also received a nice guy card and continuous confessions from men. Tracing the root of it all, it was Qi Yuan. Having realized this, Zhao Jun quietly vowed to make Qi Yuan feel pain. Yet now, Qi Yuan didn't seem to be suffering. Instead, it was Zhao Jun who bore the burden. Filled with resentment, he held his head against the wall, unwilling to face his embarrassing situation. Realizing he couldn't rely on the mom friend, Qi Yuan sighed and shook his head. What was wrong with him? Qi Yuan casually avoided Shi Jiangwen's accusatory gaze, pointing his thumb at Zhao Jun. Jiang Wenin shrugged helplessly. I don't know. He's been like that. It's better now. He was banging his head against the wall earlier. Rin Yang, playing with his phone single-handedly, said indifferently. It's nothing. He often does that. Whenever he remembers something embarrassing, he starts banging his head against the wall. Qi Yuan, Jiang Wenin, and Shi Jiangwen exchanged glances, understanding each other perfectly. In the corner, Zhao Jun's recently ceased wall banging resumed with new vigor. Has the Nanwu orphanage confirmed that the phenomenon of fusion domains is caused by the overlap of the present and past time spaces? This headline caught Qi Yuan's attention. Ever since gaining access to the login of the Superpower website, he had developed a habit of browsing it every night before bed. Although he often told himself to spend more time in the library section, it never took more than a few minutes before his fingers would uncontrollably click into the forum area. He quickly scanned through the discussion threads related to the Nanwu orphanage. One prominent comment read, "Front row seat. If a pro comments, kick me. Isn't that utopia? So myths are actually history." Soon, a user claiming to be a professional posted a detailed analysis. I studied this field. Here's the conclusion first. No, it's not confirmed. I'll post the rest once I finish typing. As Qi Yuan dried his still dripping hair with a towel, he continued scrolling. Soon, the detailed response from the professional appeared. Firstly, whether the source of fusion in fusion domains is singular or multiple is undetermined. Secondly, other hypotheses can also explain this, such as parallel time spaces overlapping with ours, or fusion being a result of time reversal forces, and even ideas manifesting into reality. So there are so many theories. Qi Yuan put down the towel and picked up the phone on his bedside table, its notification light softly blinking. His recent accidental venture into a fusion domain had made him realize the importance of strengthening his abilities. On the Superpower forum, he found a post about forming a team in the suburbs and successfully joined a small group after private messaging the poster. All right, it's settled then. We'll meet in the suburbs this weekend, he replied in the group chat. Considering his unique abilities, Qi Yuan was reluctant to showcase them in front of acquaintances, as it might affect the image he had carefully maintained. So, he opened D-Station to check out the videos uploaded by Meow Meow Tuesday. Before leaving the fusion domain that day, he had agreed to let them edit and upload the footage. The video was titled "Suspected Wild A-Class Superpower User Appears Even When Flags Are Planted Everywhere. They All Get Pulled Out." This eye-catching title proved effective, with views far exceeding previous uploads. Qi Yuan lowered the density of the comments and watched closely. The video captured the moment he saved Zhuang Heng and Meow Meow too, which explained why they later accepted him so readily. However, some sharp-eyed viewers noticed a few details. Comments flashed by. Someone slacking, but I won't say who. Which commander picked the wrong landing spot? Where's the A-class superpower user? Qi Yuan watched as the progress bar of the video was about to finish loading and casually dragged it to a later section. On the screen, a few people were sitting together, chatting idly, and he saw his own face appear. Blevel and Clevel are different, scrolled the comments, with someone jokingly adding, "Remember this, it'll be on the test later." Understanding. Qi Yuan fast-forwarded to the battle scene. Just as he expected, the comments exploded. What's the difference? Aren't they all taken down in seconds? Don't be harsh on Blevel and Clevel. Blevel lets you play a bit longer. Watching himself act pretentiously on screen gave Qi Yuan goosebumps. He threw off the blanket, wriggled under it for a while to shake off the awkwardness, and then picked up his phone again. Just then, a new message notification lit up. "Xue Shiyan, are you applying to Shanghai University?" Qi Yuan immediately composed himself and replied seriously. He had previously asked Xue Shiyan about the admission process for Shanghai University. Though taking a special route wasn't very honorable, with his record of clearing Blevel monsters, he was fully qualified to apply to any school. He understood the art of selling a dream. The more people believed in a goal, the more likely it was to come true. Considering the population base, Shanghai and Jidu naturally became his top choices. After family discussions, they decided to move to Shanghai together. It wasn't that his mother was worried about him living alone, but in this era of rampant monsters, no one could predict whether tomorrow or disaster would come first. His younger brother, however, had been quite vocal in his objections recently. Yes, Qi Yuan replied succinctly. I understand. Leave it to me, Xue Shiyan responded. Just as Qi Yuan was about to relax by scrolling through Douyin, a message from gossip enthusiast Shi Jiangwen popped up. Qi Yuan finished watching a video before opening the message. Brother Yuan, I'm switching to the combat department. How can you switch without abilities? I do have abilities. Didn't I tell you last time? I awakened a power in the fusion field direct current. Mentioning direct current, Qi Yuan recalled a funny story from Jiang Wenin. Shi Jiangwen, desperate over his phone running out of battery while watching videos, inexplicably awakened his ability. But this A-level power was quite useless, struggling even to charge a phone. Qi Yuan couldn't help but imagine Shi Jiangwen chopping monsters, eating watermelon, and charging his phone all at once. Are you in your third year of high school? Qi Yuan asked. Second year. I'm preparing for college next year. Then work hard. Shi Jiangwen, excited that Qi Yuan didn't know about his ability, became as enthusiastic as a shark sensing blood, eager for the world to know about his power. Qi Yuan found it uninteresting, but out of long-standing friendship and Shi Jiangwen's talent for sharing gossip, he casually responded with, oh, and really, while scrolling through Douyin and chat rooms. Once Shi Jiangwen's excitement died down, he remembered to share today's big news. Several level ability users appeared in Jidu at the same time. I checked the information shared by netizens, and all 9 seats of the Dragon Country are there. The 9 seats of the Dragon Nation are officially recognized as the strongest individuals in the country. The controversy arises because only those officially approved can challenge and potentially join the 9 seats, excluding those with secondary ability certificates from the Ability Association. Rumors even suggest the existence of a shadowy Dark 9 seats. However, this doesn't affect the public's admiration for them. After all, reality isn't like managing a card collection where you choose based on stats. On one side are heroes risking their lives for the nation. On the other, unknown entities. It's clear who the public roots for in a clash. The biggest online debate isn't about whether the 9 seats are truly the strongest, but rather who among them is the strongest. While the 9 seats haven't fought each other, their fans have had several offline confrontations. Qi Yuan stared at his phone, reading a message from his friend Shi Jiangwen. They meet at least a few times a year. Another message popped up. This time is different. Even members of the Ability Association are attending. I suspect the government is planning something big. Shi Jiangwen seemed excited and sent another message. Yuan, tell me quietly, does your Qi family have any inside information? I promise I won't tell anyone. Qi Yuan closed the chat window wordlessly, frowning. I never dreamed of being a rich heir, but apparently, you all did for me? Where's this illustrious Qi family from? Inside information. He rarely brought friends home, worried that once they stepped into his modest 3-bedroom apartment, they'd concoct stories of his mom being a mistress and him and his younger brother being illegitimate children of a wealthy family. Then, rumors of a grand Qi family would solidify. It was all too absurd. After catching up on gossip and videos, Qi Yuan contentedly put down his phone and quickly fell asleep. On a weekend morning, Qi Yuan was half awake when his internal clock nudged him that it was time to get up. After a struggle, he finally got up and turned off his alarm a few minutes before it went off. After washing up, Qi Yuan yawned his way to the living room. The TV was on, broadcasting morning news, but no one was watching. Only the host's steady voice filled the room. His mother was busy in the kitchen. Hearing his footsteps, she turned and greeted him with a warm smile. Up early? Got things to do today, Qi Yuan replied briefly. Then finish breakfast and head out early, she said, placing a steaming breakfast on the table. Qi Yuan picked up a meat bun, took a bite, and chewed slowly. He sipped the steaming soy milk cautiously, preferring not to eat overly hot food. While others finished their porridge, he'd still be blowing on his to cool it down. A few days ago, I saw you on Neighbor in the morning, his mother suddenly said, her eyes crinkling with a smile as she propped her face with one hand and picked at a meat bun with chopsticks. My son looked quite handsome, with lots of young girls praising you in the comments. Cough, cough. Her sudden remark nearly made Qi Yuan choke on his soy milk. He thought he'd avoided detection after a few days had passed. Mom, is that why you agreed to let me go to Shenzhen? Qi Yuan asked cautiously, setting down his soy milk. What else? She replied, looking at him with a teasing glint in her eyes. If you dreamt you had abilities and didn't wake up, and I didn't ask anything, I'd be a failure as a mother. Just say I'm daydreaming. Qi Yuan retorted with a deadpan expression, lines of frustration appearing on his forehead. And that's something my little brother would do, not me. His mother paused, considering. If you mistakenly thought it wasn't a daydream, saying so directly might hurt you, right? That's basically saying it outright, isn't it? I'll try a different approach next time. I thought it was fine because Xiaoao didn't notice before. After breakfast, Qi Yuan swiftly changed into a black combat outfit, donned matching protective goggles, and headed out with efficient movements. His choice of gear was straightforward, no long swords or great blades, just a standard issue combat knife from the patrol team for wilderness survival. The reason was simple. He hadn't formally learned combat techniques, and wielding a sword meant close combat. Using his light-based powers for ranged attacks was not only safer, but also made more sense. Testing my abilities isn't about being reckless, Qi Yuan reminded himself. Avoiding unnecessary risks is the key to going further. The meeting point was located in the hills on the outskirts of the city, not far from the city's defensive line. As a training ground for low-level ability users, it was easily accessible. Just take the subway to the last stop, where a dedicated bus would transport you. After getting off the crowded bus, Qi Yuan followed the directions from the group message to the designated entrance, quickly finding his waiting companions under a sturdy old tree. This area, once reportedly a high school before the fusion realm descended, was quite expansive but had fallen into disrepair over decades of exposure to the elements. To Qi Yuan's surprise, both of his companions were girls who seemed to know each other well. Particularly surprising was the one with the online name, Big Knife Tang, who was the complete opposite of the burly swordsman image he had imagined. A short, round-faced girl, which was quite a shock. Big Knife Tang? You Luo Fenfen. Qi Yuan called out their usernames to confirm he had found the right people. That's us. Are you too, Yuan? The round-faced girl with a single bun and a large knife on her back nodded vigorously in response. The tall girl beside her, with her hair neatly pinned up with a wooden hairpin, also gave a gentle nod. That's me. I'm a newly awakened beginner, so if I'm doing anything wrong, feel free to point it out. Qi Yuan, wearing his goggles, wasn't worried about being recognized. If someone could recognize him with most of his face covered, they were definitely a true fan. No problem. I come here every few weeks to test my training results, so I'm very familiar with the area. Big Knife Tang gave a confident thumbs up, taking charge of the situation. Throughout the exchange, Yuluo Finfin mostly listened quietly, with Big Knife Tang clearly taking the lead. After a brief chat, the three made their way to the entrance. The guard at this entrance knows me well. We can go straight in, Big Knife Tang said. Qi Yuan naturally took a position slightly ahead in the middle, with Big Knife Tang and Yuluo Finfin on either side. His intuition, honed by mind reading, had taught him about social nuances. Women often feel uneasy if unfamiliar men walk closely behind them and may become more alert. He followed Big Knife Tang's lead, moving smoothly along the path. However, as they continued, the two girls gradually closed in towards the center, leaving Qi Yuan almost no room to walk. These two are probably the type who even go to the restroom hand in hand, he joked to himself. If I turned into a piece of paper, they'd probably carry me along without letting me touch the ground. Other men, unaware of the situation, some wearing boxing gloves, others carrying swords and spears, cast envious glances at Qi Yuan. With a cute girl on one side and a gentle neighborly sister on the other, it was a scene that inspired jealousy in many. Not only is he not trying to woo them, but he's also pushing them away when they're the ones closing in. Damn this guy, muttered a passing male ability user through gritted teeth. I've decided. Brother, I don't want anything else, just teach me a few moves. Move aside, don't block the way here, Uncle said impatiently, shooing away the oddly dressed young man beside him. The young man was dressed in a modified traditional black outfit with a half mask covering his face. He was persistently tugging at the uncle, mumbling something. The uncle completely ignored him, but his eyes lit up when he saw them approaching. Xiaotang, you're here again? Just go right in. I'm busy here, the uncle greeted warmly. The Dao Tang peeked out from behind Qi Yuan, showing a bright smile and waving back. Uncle, we'll head in first then. All right, be careful. The uncle, who was quite old, smiled knowingly as the Dao Tang's appearance reminded him of his daughter. The ignored young man couldn't stand the warm reception the uncle gave to others. He suddenly jumped out, pointing at them and raising his voice. Why do they get to go in without checking their IDs, while I have one and can't go in? You're just looking down on me. 30 years east, 30 years west. Before he could finish, the uncle's large hand landed on the back of the young man's head. Don't you recognize your uncle? The young man, dazed by the unexpected smack, instinctively retorted, I'm still your grandpa. Lu Cheng. You brat. I really am your uncle, and I'm coming to your house for dinner tonight, the uncle said with a tone of exasperation. Huh, you're really my uncle. The young man looked bewildered. The uncle's square face turned round with anger, and he gave the young man a good scolding. I'm not a poor middle-aged fool. Get out of here and go home. Uncle, stop hitting me. I just moved here and haven't seen you before. I'm leaving now, the young man said, scurrying away with his head covered. The uncle's expression softened slightly, ready to let the clueless youngster off. Just then, a girl with an oval face, long black hair, and delicate features rushed out, quickly shielding the young man. Why are you hitting him? She demanded righteously, then turned to the young man, her tone instantly gentle. Cheng, are you okay? She tenderly touched the marks on Lu Cheng's face. Ouch! The uncle took a sharp breath, thinking to himself. This kid managed to attract such a pretty girl? It's rare to see someone so blind. Xiao Tang has good taste. The guy with her has quite the presence. The uncle cleared his throat, putting on a stern face again. If you can't join a team, then get out of the way. Cheng, This is as much as I can help you. Lu Cheng didn't catch on to his uncle's intentions, reaching out with his stop hand to try to halt the girl. Wait. But the girl had already pulled him behind her, announcing with impressive authority, the Xia family may not be a big deal, but we have some influence in Qipon City. I, Xia Muling, demand you apologize to Lu Cheng. Wait. He's my uncle. Lu Cheng regretted deeply, wishing he could go back in time and punch himself for coming up with this lousy idea. The girl paused, turning to confirm, your relative? Yeah, stop it. The experience life and search for inspiration plan is off. Lu Cheng waved his hands frantically, thinking about the family gathering with his uncle that night. If he continued this nonsense, who knows what special treat his father would give him. Qi Yuan noticed Yu Luofan taking a few steps forward, confirming repeatedly before speaking softly. Xian, you're quite lively in private, aren't you? The girl who called herself Xia Muling was shocked to see Yu Luofan, her face immediately turning red, even her ears blushing, stammering. Yu Fanyu? Why are you here? I'm here to train my combat skills, with Xiao Tang. Yu Luofan replied. An awkward silence fell over the scene. Eventually, thanks to Dao Tang's timely invitation, the two socially embarrassed individuals managed to escape the awkward situation. The group of 5 set off together, venturing deeper into the back mountain. The once desolate area had come to life due to the presence of monsters, with dense trees blocking out the sky and patches of sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting a dappled pattern on the leaf-covered ground. A single path, worn by combat students, marked the traces of human activity. Qi Yuan, ever vigilant, brushed a caterpillar off his shoulder and deftly flicked away a small red spider dangling from the brim of his hat. Sensing that the target was near, the energy began to gather in the light orb he held. Narrowing his eyes, he carefully aimed at a mutated rabbit leisurely munching on weeds. The golden orb shot out, tracing a brilliant line through the air before striking the target with precision. The rabbit was instantly obliterated, consumed by the dazzling golden light, without even a chance to cry out. Qi Yuan crouched down, gently prodding the charred rabbit carcass with a finger, watching as it crumbled to ash. Mutated rabbits, driven by instinct in their use of powers, had no more defensive awareness than ordinary rabbits. After 2 live broadcasts, his reputation had grown, and his abilities had advanced rapidly, now reaching a level. Scanning the area, he realized the other 4 were nowhere to be seen. Just moments ago, they had mentioned testing the skills of the newcomer, Big Knife, Tang, before deciding on a hunting target. Qi Yuan took a few steps forward and faintly heard voices. Following the sound, he discovered Big Knife Tang and the others in a standoff with some strangers. Hand over your phone. A chubby man, decked out in designer brands and gold rings, demanded of Lu Cheng, extending his pudgy hand. Why should I give you my phone for no reason? Lu Cheng replied calmly, noting the man's affluent appearance and clearly preferring a peaceful resolution. A flamboyantly dressed woman in high heels sauntered forward, her large curls bouncing with each step. You're a paparazzo, aren't you? You must have been secretly filming when my darling and I were alone. Refusing to hand over your phone is just a sign of guilt, isn't it? Lu Cheng exchanged a glance with Xia Xian, both breaking into mocking smiles. Are you kidding? We don't even know who you are. Why would we film you? Exactly. You can't even make it into the gossip columns. You're probably not even a third-rate celebrity. These words clearly hit a sore spot for the woman, whose expression twisted beneath her meticulously applied makeup. She sidled up to the chubby man, pouting. I was speaking nicely, and they still upset me like this. The chubby man immediately puffed up his bulk. You're being ungrateful, huh? You don't know when you're being given a chance. His bodyguard stepped forward, exuding a powerful aura. The expressions of Lu Cheng and the others turned serious. It was the strength of a clever ability user, a vast chasm compared to their highest-level student abilities. Wait a minute. Lu Cheng quickly raised his right hand to signal a stop, his tone softening. Ma'am, let's talk this over. There's no need to get upset just because we spoke the truth. Xia Xian looked at Lu Cheng in shock, unsure if he was genuinely clueless or deliberately provoking the other party. The woman, referred to as ma'am, had a noticeable twitch in her facial muscles, almost losing her professional demeanor. She quickly composed herself, her eyes reddening as she choked up. Brother Hui, I can handle a bit of grievance. But look at his attitude, he doesn't respect you at all. The sight of the teary-eyed beauty perfectly triggered the protective instincts of the chubby man. Brother Hui. He straightened his back and signaled to his 2 bodyguards. Teach this disrespectful kid a lesson, and we'll have a nice meal afterward. Enough talk, one of the bodyguards said coldly. Smash his phone, then give him a beating. Let's see if he dares to be arrogant again. As the 2 bodyguards advanced, Lu Cheng whispered, Xia Xian, didn't you say you're from the Xia family? Xia Xian rolled her eyes. The Xia family? That's just a setting from a role-playing story. My family is just a moderately wealthy household, and it's a stretch to afford 2 clever Esper bodyguards. She assumed a fighting stance. Let me show you the difference in clever strength. The transformation of Tang Dao Dao was the most striking. Her cat ears perked up, and her entire body began to anthropomorphize, with her bones and muscles restructuring. In no time, she was covered in light orange cat fur, her head fully transformed into a feline shape, and when she dropped to all fours, she resembled a giant cat monster dressed in human clothes. This astonishing change gave Lu Cheng a considerable psychological shock regarding catgirls. Tang Tang's right, Yu Luo said, gently touching the wooden hairpin in her bun. It's rare to spar with Clevels. This is a great opportunity. The two bodyguards sneered, completely dismissing this group of naive youngsters. The chubby man laughed brazenly, his fat jiggling. Kid, you're not as gutsy as this young lady. Miss, don't hang around with such a wimp. With his scrawny frame, can he satisfy you? This remark utterly enraged Xia Xian. Her face flushed, she glared at the two bodyguards, her fighting spirit soaring. Seeing the situation about to explode, Lu Cheng could only scratch his head helplessly in a three-unknown situation. His opinion no longer mattered. Just then, a figure approached slowly. The newcomer held goggles and exuded a formidable aura, glancing at the chubby man's group with disdain before shifting his gaze. His presence alone was enough to reveal his identity. Qi Yuan. The chubby man's expression changed instantly. He slapped the woman on the face. Big brother, I didn't know they were with you. I'm sorry for the offense, I'll leave immediately. The two bodyguards also quickly dropped their arrogance, respectfully retreating behind the chubby man. Qi Yuan remained silent. Although he knew the reputation of the prestigious Qi family was well known within the circle, he hadn't expected it to have such an effect on strangers. Qi Yuan slightly twitched the corner of his mouth, fully aware of the fat man's inner thoughts. He muttered to himself, "You don't even know who I am, and yet you're backing down so quickly?" He remained silent, but the fat man was already sweating nervously. Moments ago, he was bullying Lu Cheng and his friends, spouting villainous lines, but now his mind was racing to come up with a solution. The fat man suddenly smacked his forehead and apologized with a forced smile. Oh, my memory. If anything was out of line earlier, I'm truly sorry, young man and ladies. Lu Cheng and his three companions exchanged glances, focusing inwardly. If they crossed a line with the fat man, it wouldn't end well. Everyone knew that saving face was crucial. Qi Yuan coolly jerked his chin, signaling them to leave. With Qi Yuan's cue, the fat man quickly retreated as if fleeing for his life. Although the two bodyguards maintained their poised demeanor, their retreat was anything but graceful. The woman in high heels hurried along, limping slightly, not daring to utter a single complaint. Their conversation drifted back from a distance, the tone low and hushed. Huaj, is this young master someone important? Can't you tell? With my years of experience in Qipan City, he's at least from a prestigious family, possibly with high-level abilities backing him. You're out of luck, don't follow me anymore. Qi Yuan pondered, thinking that if his abilities were truly as others imagined, the Qi family would have already ruled the world, possibly even considering interstellar expansion. Well done, Yuanga, you really came through for us, Lu Cheng said, patting Qi Yuan on the shoulder. I'll treat you to a meal, though it won't be anything fancy, hope you don't mind. Qi Yuan glanced at him, shook his head, and replied softly, no need. I snuck out with a side account, but now that my cover's blown, there won't be a next time. The three girls approached, repeatedly expressing their thanks. With Qi Yuan's identity revealed, everyone was no longer as relaxed as before. After dealing quickly with a few mutated dogs, they hurriedly concluded their practical adventure for the day. The thought of Qi Yuan's identity made them instinctively feel a sense of responsibility to protect him, which significantly lowered their training efficiency. On the way down the mountain, Lu Cheng patted his pocket and suddenly exclaimed, I think I lost my keys, probably when the fat guy pushed me. Yu Luo and the others exchanged a glance before suggesting, let's go back and look for them. The five of them returned to the previous spot and began searching separately. Before long, Xia Xian came over with the keys and slapped them into Lu Cheng's hand. Keep them safe, unlucky guy. Go back and update, maybe it'll change your luck. Lu Cheng pocketed the keys, unable to resist complaining. What does this have to do with updating? Updating is impossible, only procrastination brings joy. As they left the back mountain area, Lu Cheng's grandfather cast a disapproving look his way. Kid, you're hopeless. But seeing the five of them walk away, he thought Lu Cheng did all right after all, constantly comparing him to the handsome young man nearby. Even if the girls were blind, they would eventually make comparisons. Better to leave sooner. He didn't realize he was starting to imagine a complex emotional entanglement between Lu Cheng, Xia Xian, and Qi Yuan. As they left the back mountain, Lu Cheng chattered on. This is the peak of my destiny, getting challenged by cannon fodder on the mountain, with three pretty girls as teammates. Qi Yuan shot him a deadly glare, and Lu Cheng immediately realized he'd forgotten to assign Qi Yuan a suitable identity. He quickly added, Qi Yuan, just be a rich kid's sidekick, alright? At least I didn't make you the first victim. Xia Xian coldly retorted, if I'm the female lead, you're definitely the cannon fodder. At the bus station, the group went their separate ways. Qi Yuan opted for the subway, while the other four took different bus routes to head back. Luchin got off the bus during a quiet moment right before rush hour. The alley was silent, and his leather shoes echoed dully on the concrete. Just then, his phone vibrated softly. He took it out, hearing the ringtone as he waited for the call to connect. "Hello, Master." Lu Chung spoke as soon as the call was answered. "You were right. There are indeed people in Chipon City raising monsters." After a few words from the other end, Lu Chung had to hold the phone away from his ear. "Such efficient work and no reward? You doubt its authenticity? Am I that unreliable?" "You little rascal, stop eyeing my supernatural items," his master replied, a hint of resignation in his voice. "And since when were you reliable? Did you leave any traces? Don't get in trouble before I even reach Sui province." Hee. Lu Chung chuckled slyly. "Of course not. I pinned it on someone else. Absolutely no problem." "Pin it on someone else?" His master's voice suddenly rose. "Master, where's the trust between us?" Lu Chung feigned a hurt tone. "I pinned it on the offspring of someone with privileges. Even if something happens to you, they won't be in trouble. Is that true? Besides the Shui family's eldest daughter, who in Chipon City has such influence. A second generation with 2 clever ability users as bodyguards. Even those people didn't dare make a sound and left quietly. There was a pause on the other end, clearly in thought. Having clever ability users as bodyguards not only required substantial financial resources, but also meant at least a level ability user in the family. Such a second-generation person wouldn't be easily intimidated, suggesting a powerful ability user behind them. "Don't let it happen again," his master's tone softened. "Have you considered what would happen if their family found out?" Lu Chung laughed awkwardly. "Master, you wouldn't abandon me, right? Eh, aren't you resourceful and fond of tricks? I can always find another disciple. Come on, you won't find another one as devoted as me." Lu Chung shamelessly pleaded. "Stop sweet-talking me. I'm hanging up." The call was abruptly ended. Lu Chung put away his phone, muttering, "Calls me disciple when needed and rascal when not. Such a difficult old man." Meanwhile, Shui Shijun, who was working overtime, received 2 photos from Chi Yuan. The first showed several mutated dogs digging a pit, with human bones faintly visible. The second photo fully revealed the open pit, filled with an astonishing number of bones, indicating at least a dozen skeletons based on repeated parts. Shui Shijun immediately realized the gravity of the situation. As an ability user with at least level strength and a member of the Pillar Clan, she couldn't afford to underestimate Chi Yuan, who hailed from the mysterious Chi family. She recalled her past attempts to recruit a high-status individual, now feeling somewhat embarrassed. She wondered why such information circulated in school without leaving any trace in official records. Could the Chi family have erased all the evidence? Staring at the photos, an obvious fact emerged: the monsters fed on humans. Even if they were level monsters, they would inevitably gravitate towards areas of human activity. In Dragon Country, it is explicitly mandated that bodies must be cremated. Shui Shiyun carefully examined the bones in the photo. They appeared unusually fresh, with almost no signs of decay and certainly no maggots. She quickly searched her mind for recent news, but hadn't heard of any reports of mass disappearances or deaths. This left only 2 possibilities. Either someone was burying murder victims, or someone was stealing bodies. And the large-scale theft of bodies usually had one purposito: feed monsters. She recalled a tragic incident in the country of Bitfo, where an entire city was destroyed because someone secretly raised monsters. A similar scandal had also erupted in a neighboring city, but fortunately, it was discovered in time to prevent disaster. Although lacking direct evidence, many monster research experts speculated that there was a mysterious link between a monster's advancement and the consumption of humans. With this thought, Shui Shiyun's expression suddenly turned serious. She didn't worry about her wording and quickly typed on her communication device. Where was this discovered? In the back of the abandoned high school on the outskirts of the city, Chi Yuan quickly replied. "I understand. If there are any new discoveries, please let us know promptly." Just as Shui Shiyun was about to get up, a new message popped up. "There's someone named Lu Chung. He seems to know something, and specifically led me to check it out. He's the nephew of the uncle guarding entrance number 2 today. Not bad for a young level ability user," Shui Shiyun thought to herself. This clever young man was trying to show off in front of her. The name seemed familiar, but she couldn't immediately recall where she had seen it. She put that question aside for now. The urgent task was to report to her superiors and quickly apprehend those raising monsters illegally. Chi Yuan put away his phone, chuckling inwardly. That young guy really considered him a confidant, calling him a brother one moment and using him as a shield the next. In this treacherous outside world, it was easy to fool a naive youngster. He looked downstairs, where his younger brother was playing affectionately with a little girl. Chi Yuan, still amused, took out his phone to snap a picture. It seemed the reason his younger brother insisted on not going to Shin City was right here. "You noticed too? Xiao Ao has been playing with that little girl until dark every day recently." The sudden voice startled Chi Yuan. It was his mother, holding a cup of floral tea, who had approached him unnoticed. "Mom, how do you walk so quietly?" "Do I? I think I walk quite naturally." Chi's mother leaned against the window, sipping her tea while commenting. Xiao Ao doesn't understand the art of pursuing girls, like a little puppy licking clumsily. Showing your strengths at the right time is far more effective than clinging to someone all day. She paused, then added, just like a disheveled girl pestering someone can't compare to a refined and poised girl with a gentle smile. She sighed. Unfortunately, he's not as good looking as us and doesn't have many strengths to show, so he has to try harder. You make it sound like he's not your own son. Qi Yuan was at a loss for words. Watching his brother still happily playing downstairs, he had to admit his mother had a point. The duty team, please open the door and cooperate. A clear female voice came from outside. Mr. Liu quietly activated the fingerprint locks monitor. The screen showed a pretty woman with a single ponytail standing at the door, wearing a crisp duty team uniform. After confirming she was human, he opened the door with a friendly smile. Hello, he greeted warmly. The woman efficiently presented her ID. Sorry to disturb you. I'm looking for Lu Cheng. I need his cooperation on some matters. All right. Mr. Liu nodded repeatedly, then turned and shouted into the house. Hey, you troublemaker, what did you do this time? Get out here. I didn't do anything, came Lu Cheng's voice, followed by his appearance. His hair was messy, and he was casually dressed in a tank top and shorts. Xue Shijun gave him a once-over, noting his stable demeanor, and then offered a professional smile. Hey there, how about coming to the Supernatural Duty Bureau for a chat? Is this chat legit? Lu Cheng teased with a wink. Xue Shijun wasn't amused by such frivolous jokes, especially while on duty. If the situation weren't serious, and if she weren't concerned about potential panic from leaked information, she wouldn't have come personally. Before she could respond, Mr. Liu interjected, Hey, don't mind his loose tongue, officer. It's fine, let's go, Xue Shijun indicated. She noticed Lu Cheng seemed to recognize her, yet she couldn't recall ever meeting him. Once in the car, Lu Cheng comfortably settled into the passenger seat, hugging a pillow and fidgeting restlessly. Why are you looking for me? Did the old man have more orders? Who's the old man? Xue Shijun asked calmly. You don't recognize me? Lu Cheng suddenly straightened up. Could it be the old man forgot to mention? Wait, so Miss Xue is here because… After a brief explanation, Xue Shijun realized. Ah, so you're the disciple Uncle Chen mentioned. She paraphrased delicately, avoiding Uncle Chen's joking remark about Lu Cheng's thick skin. Sister Shijun, you look nothing like what the old man described. Was he pulling my leg? Xue Shijun glanced at him, pondering. How much did Uncle Chen tell this kid about her? Was he worried about Lu Cheng's loose tongue or afraid she'd harm him? That seriously underestimates her taste. The boundaries between work and personal life should not be blurred, and now is not the time for reminiscing. Xue Shijun's gaze darkened slightly as she looked at Lu Cheng and asked in a deep voice, Do you remember anything about the human bones on the back mountain? Lu Cheng was taken aback, clearly not expecting the conversation to shift in this direction. His heart skipped a beat, a hint of nervousness crossing his face. How do you know I went to the back mountain and discovered the bones? Xue Shijun raised her eyebrows slightly and waved her hand dismissively, her voice carrying a lazy yet intimidating tone. Since Uncle Chen has already spilled your little secret, do you think I wouldn't know? Didn't you realize what you were up to yesterday? Lu Cheng's mind cleared up instantly, quickly linking it to Tu Yuan. His heart tightened as he thought, oh no, does he know everything? Your little schemes are all clear to him. Xue Shijun continued, slightly tilting her head with a glimmer in her eyes. He messaged me that very day, telling me what you were planning. Lu Cheng's eyes widened in shock, his mind in chaos. Who exactly is this Tu Yuan? How does he know about the back mountain? Xue Shijun smiled faintly and replied, Tu Yuan? Oh, that's just an alias. His real name is Qi Yuan, from the Qi family. Her words carried a calm, yet powerful force. Have you heard of the Qi family? Lu Cheng was momentarily stunned, frowning. The Qi family? I tried to find out, but there's nothing. It's like they're a hidden family, with all information wiped clean. Everyone says they're wealthy, yet the cars picking him up are more luxurious each time, but never the same brand. Information can be erased, but memories cannot, Xue Shijun said sharply. The Qi family has far-reaching influence, able to manipulate everything in the shadows, and those around him speak with one voice. Even our Xue family wouldn't dare touch him lightly. Lu Cheng leaned back in his chair, sighed, and felt a weight in his heart. If I've offended him, is there any way to make amends? Since he's handed you over to me, it means he's letting you go. Otherwise, you might have disappeared last night, Xue Shijun said with a half-smile. You people from these powerful families are so complicated, playing one game after another. Lu Cheng took a deep breath and muttered, I thought I was so clever, but in the end, when you were setting people up, didn't you consider this possibility? Xue Shijun chuckled lightly. How clever do you think you are? Just then, Lu Cheng's phone rang unexpectedly. He answered with a resigned look. Hello? Yes. Thank you, teacher. After hanging up, he sighed and said to Xue Shijun, I know about the situation with Qi Yuan. The Xue team has already secured the application for Shun City University. Someone from admissions is coming today, but she's too busy to come herself, so she asked me to take him to meet the person. So why me? Lu Cheng was puzzled, frowning. I can't even get into your patrol team. How could I be his choice? You've handled the monsters twice on your own, and no one invited you to join the organization because of that. Xue Shijun looked at him with a hint of teasing in her eyes. Do you really need connections for things you can manage yourself? Lu Cheng's expression shifted, and he began to understand something. He glanced at Xue Shijun, his heart filled with complicated emotions. He felt forgotten, like an abandoned pawn. Everything outside seemed like irrelevant noise, while he was caught in the middle. Qi Yuan's gaze made Lu Cheng uneasy. He instinctively lifted his arms, turning them over to inspect for any issues, but found nothing amiss. Is something wrong? Lu Cheng asked nervously. Just observing a lucky goose, Qi Yuan replied calmly. This cryptic answer left Lu Cheng completely bewildered, as if a monk in his mind was struggling to grasp the situation. He found riddles quite annoying. Shiyan asked me to take you to meet the admissions office. Lu Cheng finally got to the point, and then curiously asked, Yuan, are you also planning to attend Shin City University? Qi Yuan was a bit surprised, thinking that this guy had barely made it into the duty team. How could he be a top student at Shin City University? Also, you mean you're going too? Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow inquiringly. Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng straightened up, wiggling his eyebrows with no hint of modesty, and proudly patted his chest, producing a thumping sound. I'm your senior, you know. I can even give you some tips for military training. Oh, Qi Yuan thought to himself. This guy is a real piece of work, always causing trouble for others or himself. He had little interest in these so-called tips. Throughout the journey, Lu Cheng lived up to his reputation as a social chatterbox, talking incessantly. When they finally reached their destination, Qi Yuan was relieved to see the building. If he had to listen to Lu Cheng any longer, he might develop social anxiety, albeit in the opposite direction. Lu Cheng led Qi Yuan to the interview room door, watched him go inside, and then sat down on a nearby seat. Expecting the interview to take a while, he decided to play a round of his favorite game to pass the time. Just as the game interface finished loading, the door creaked open. Qi Yuan emerged, followed by an admissions officer whose face was beaming with a smile as warm as a blooming chrysanthemum. Lu Cheng stared in disbelief as Qi Yuan bowed slightly to the teacher and left. He even rubbed his eyes to ensure he wasn't seeing things. You're out already? Despite having an inkling of the answer, Lu Cheng couldn't help but ask. Yeah. Qi Yuan nodded matter-of-factly, as if his life as a handsome guy was supposed to be this unremarkable, without anyone to challenge or mock him. A thought flashed through Lu Cheng's mind. No wonder in cultivation novels, the handsome geniuses can't compare to the protagonist. They don't have rivals, so how can they stumble into secret realms or the Empress's chambers? Well, maybe not the last one. Lu Cheng was reluctant to accept this outcome. He had just praised Shin City University to the skies, only for the admissions office to pull this on him. What was the interview process like? Lu Cheng probed further. Why are you so curious? Qi Yuan asked, eyeing Lu Cheng suspiciously, wondering if this guy was really a Shan City University student. I want to take notes and share tips with future students, Lu Cheng explained. Qi Yuan mentally questioned this logic, wondering if Lu Cheng forgot he was also a student. Ultimately, Qi Yuan decided to satisfy Lu Cheng's curiosity, mainly because he didn't want to develop social anxiety. I went in, bowed, sat down, handed over my documents to the teacher, introduced myself, and that was it, Qi Yuan said succinctly. That's simple. Lu Cheng latched onto the key point. How did you introduce yourself? I'm Qi Yuan. That's it. Lu Cheng thought. Even elementary students wouldn't be so perfunctory. No mention of my family does this or that business, or we know so-and-so. I was going to mention my high school and department, but the teacher said it was enough, Qi Yuan added. Lu Cheng took a deep breath, contributing a bit more to global warming. This must be the Qi family pulling strings, right? It must be. The most powerful abilities, money and influence. Fortunately, Qi Yuan didn't hold his actions against him. Otherwise, his master might have tied him up and sold him off. Yuan, you have to live well, Lu Cheng said sincerely. If something were to happen to Qi Yuan, and the Qi family blamed him, he would be in serious trouble. Qi Yuan shook off Lu Cheng's attempt to cling to him, and quickened his pace, distancing himself. Another oddball added to the mix. Sometimes, Qi Yuan thought, a handsome guy's life is so uneventful, only for reality to immediately slap him in the face. Don't come any closer, he's my boyfriend. Before the words had even fully escaped her lips, a woman darted out from around the corner. She quickly grabbed the hem of Qi Yuan's shirt and hid behind him. Immediately afterward, a group of menacing men chased after her. Each wore loose tank tops, sporting tattoos on their shoulders and arms, standing with a lazy posture and leering looks. The way they all glanced at the buzzcut leader in the center suggested a clear boss aura. It was obvious these were street thugs. Upon hearing the woman's claim, the thugs burst into laughter. Lu Cheng nearly laughed out loud at the sight of these hooligans like bringing a lantern to the bathroom looking for trouble. Their judgment was abysmal, even worse than the last chubby guy. The buzzcut leader pointed at the woman, a mocking grin on his face. Look at that. A toad lusting after a swan. It's killing me. The underlings joined in, jeering. She's delusional, even more so than us. At least we know when we're forcing things, but she's just dreaming. Lu Cheng was ready for Qi Yuan to step in and show these thugs what's what. However, the scene before him left him dumbfounded. One moment, the woman seemed ready to flee, but the next, she was standing with hands on her hips, glaring at the thugs as if she could take on 10 by herself. Who was harassing me just now? Do you only go for ugly women? Why am I not good enough? After a tirade, she turned to look at Qi Yuan and Lu Cheng. Her gaze lingered on Qi Yuan, and she froze for a few seconds, her mouth slightly open in surprise. When she snapped out of it, she hesitantly said, "Sorry, you're right. I'm not worthy." With that, she quickly turned around and grabbed Lu Cheng's arm. "Ahem, I made a mistake earlier. This is my boyfriend." Lu Cheng was about to let loose a string of curses, but seeing the woman blink pleadingly, he swallowed his words. Her long black curls fluttered in the breeze, and her elegant dress highlighted her graceful figure, with a faint scent of perfume making Lu Cheng almost lose his resolve. Her mature and alluring presence softened him instantly. "Oh, right. Yes, it's me," he responded instinctively. The buzzcut man lifted his chin and rested a stick on his shoulder, signaling his henchman to come over. The henchman, tall and lanky with a provocative gaze, stared at Lu Cheng and walked over. Once there, he appraised Lu Cheng with a disdainful smile. "You think you can take my boss's woman? Look at yourself." Lu Cheng was stunned. He was utterly confused. How did this situation flip so completely? The long-haired woman suddenly linked arms with him, leaning close without touching. "Whatever he looks like, he's my boyfriend. I appreciate your boss's interest, but please leave." She turned away, ignoring the group. Lu Cheng felt his neck stiffen, his face grim, standing there in disbelief, while everyone except Qi Yuan wore expressions of regret, as if saying, "What a waste of a flower on cow dung." The commotion dragged on longer than expected, and Qi Yuan finally realized he shouldn't have relied on Lu Cheng to resolve the situation. After all, Lu Cheng was just a lucky fellow. Qi Yuan sighed and spoke up. "Can't you see she doesn't want to? Do I need to call the local security officers?" The underlings looked at their boss, whose face was ashen, creating a tense atmosphere ready to explode. In unison, they rushed over. Some covered the boss's mouth, others held onto his arms, and one even latched onto his leg. "Boss, let it go. There are plenty of fish in the sea." "Yeah, boss, no need to hang yourself on one tree." The boss was dragged several meters away by his men and finally broke free, turning around angrily. "What are you doing? I didn't even get a chance to speak." The buzzcut man shouted from a few meters away. "Little brother, you're so good-looking and haven't done anything reckless. Looking like I do? What right do I have to be a scoundrel? After today, I'm turning over a new leaf." Upon hearing this, the underlings couldn't hold back their tears. His words hit home. "Boss, we'll join you. Yes, we're brothers for life." The group of men embraced and cried, forgetting all disputes, and slowly headed towards the security office. Qi Yuan felt his head buzzing. Is there no one normal in this world anymore? He pressed his hand to his forehead, trying to calm the throbbing vein. Just then, a phone rang, breaking the brief silence. Qi Yuan glanced at the screen. It was an unknown number. He answered the call. "This is Zhuang Heng from the 4th Patrol Team. Thank you for your help earlier in the fusion area at Nanwu Orphanage." Zhuang Heng's voice was slightly distorted through the phone, but Qi Yuan immediately remembered the patrol officer with 2 kids in tow. He felt a surge of happiness. Was the government finally going to recruit him? "Nothing major. Do you have something else to say?" Zhuang Heng raised his voice slightly. "You already know that the fusion zone has appeared at Qipon City's 2nd elementary school, right? Then I won't disturb you further." With that, Zhuang Heng hung up without giving Qi Yuan a chance to respond. Qi Yuan looked at his phone, opened the AI Qipon app, and checked the city map. He saw Qipon City's 2nd elementary school marked in red. Seeing his troubled expression, Lu Cheng quickly approached. "What's wrong?" "The fusion zone has appeared at my brother's school. I need to get there." "Your brother is my brother too. I'll go with you." "Thanks, but I could do without a brother like you." Though Lu Cheng's joke made Qi Yuan smile, it didn't ease his worry. Zhuang Heng's call was timely, informing him of the fusion zone appearance immediately. He checked the AI Qipon map again. The estimated end time for the fusion was in 25 minutes. At a school, where many children gather, the patrol team could definitely arrive within a 10-minute walk. As long as the children follow the teacher's instructions and stay quietly in the classroom, the patrol team would lead them to the gymnasium for protection in 10 minutes. Even if the fusion created the most dangerous forest, as long as they didn't encounter extreme environments like swamps or miasmas, there shouldn't be major issues. Although others might not be sure if the children would listen, Qi Yuan was certain his little brother would. Qi Yuan sent a message to his mother, informing her that he'd go to the school to find his brother, with no set time for his return. Soon after sending the message, a notification appeared in the family group chat from his little brother looking for him, indicating he had snuck a phone to school again. The long voice message from the naive younger sibling, lasting several seconds, scrolled continuously on the voice-to-text interface. Brother, the teacher said there are monsters outside, and we can't go out. Xiao Xiaopeng said his brother would come to save him, and if I ask, he would take me with him. I told him my brother is the most powerful in the world, definitely stronger than his brother. You'll come to save me, right? Mom, when did you sneak the phone? Qi Yuan frowned at the phone screen, and moments later received another message. Yuan, I got the message. LV Ching noticed Qi Yuan typing intently. Interestingly, after receiving a reply, Qi Yuan's previously tense expression relaxed, as if not overly concerned about his brother in danger. This reaction made LV Ching thoughtful. If their relationship wasn't good, he wouldn't have been so anxious at first. An idea flashed in LV Cheng's mind. Could it be? The legendary secret guards protecting their master in the shadows. So that's it. Brother Yuan was inquiring about his brother's situation from the secret guards. The reply that the second young master was currently safe allowed Brother Yuan to relax. LV Chung recalled everything, confirming that this speculation made sense. Suddenly, he realized a crucial point. He had overlooked if the younger brother had secret guards for protection. Then wouldn't Qi Yuan himself also be? Thinking of his previous reckless actions, LV Ching couldn't help but silently mutter to himself, "Old man, maybe you should consider taking on a new disciple." It took about 10 minutes by taxi to reach Qipan City's second elementary school. When they arrived, the duty team had already established a fusion domain. The school gate was crowded with anxious parents who had rushed over upon hearing the news, and a local TV station host was doing a live report in front of the camera. Suddenly, a cheer erupted from the crowd. A dozen middle-aged men and women were surrounded by people, raising their hands to signal for quiet. "We are parents too, and fully understand your feelings. I, Wong, will save whoever I can. Please let us in, as every minute counts. Make way, let them through. You are heroes." With these calls, the crowd spontaneously parted to form a path. Seeing this, the arriving broadcasters and supernaturals chose to climb over the walls. Qi Yuan and his companion did the same. A security officer standing by muttered to himself, "Why not just walk through the front door? Why does everyone act like they're sneaking in?" This was Qi Yuan's first time passing through the mist of a fusion domain. Before him was a vast expanse of white fog, with faint outlines of buildings in the distance. Vastly different from the second elementary school, he remembered. This meant all familiar routes were now useless, and finding his brother would rely on luck. After passing through the mist, a gateway with unfamiliar script came into view. Under the gray sky, rows of paper lanterns hung motionless, and at the street entrance stood a large stone monument. Wooden carts were scattered along the street, flanked by buildings with green tiles and red eaves. Tea shops, butcher stalls, and other small stores lined the area, with shop banners flying high. It was like a large movie set. Streetlights, trash bins, and neatly trimmed shrubs were scattered throughout. On closer inspection, the seemingly traditional buildings were actually concrete structures, merely decorated with upturned eaves and wooden window carvings. Through the glass windows on the first floor, rows of student desks could be vaguely seen inside. At present, there seems to be neither a hazardous environment nor the threat of mutated plants and animals. The once plain school building now appears brand new, as if covered with a layer of ancient charm, likely making the elementary school principal smile from ear to ear. After all, they got a campus makeover without spending a dime. Lu Chung crouched in front of a stall, intently selecting items. He occasionally held them up to the sky, examining them carefully in the light, trying to assess their value. However, after a while, he could only stand up and brush off his hands in resignation. The writing on these items was completely unintelligible to him. The street remained bustling, with streamers actively engaging with their fans. Qi Yuan stood before a stone tablet, noticing that the inscriptions were identical to those on the plaques. He looked around, but the eager group of uncles and aunties had vanished, likely heading straight to the gymnasium for rescue efforts. "Yuan Gu, there's an entrance on the first floor ahead. Should we go in and take a look?" Lu Cheng's suggestion went unanswered. Suddenly, Qi Yuan began to jog, scanning the street back and forth. "This is too strange." Qi Yuan frowned. "What's wrong?" Lu Cheng quickly caught up. The initial fusion should be over, but where did all the monsters go? This question left Lu Cheng stunned. He suddenly realized the eerie calm around them. Indeed, not a single monster was in sight. Could they have all gone to hunt down those kids? Lu Cheng ventured. After all, monsters have intelligence. Picking on easy targets isn't unusual. Qi Yuan shook his head, dismissing the idea. "We came in just in time, and the monsters' appearances should be random. It's impossible not to see any. Besides, if the monsters were all targeting the elementary students, the patrol team would certainly be engaged in battle, and it wouldn't be this quiet." Lu Cheng immediately felt his guess was somewhat ridiculous and wisely kept silent. "Let's head to the gymnasium." Although the disappearance of the monsters was unsettling, it certainly made their movements easier. Along the way, they saw many buildings blending ancient and modern styles, as well as purely ancient structures like temples, tea houses, and inns. Despite changes in location and appearance, the short and stout outline of the gymnasium remained distinct and easy to identify. Pushing open the gymnasium doors, they found it bustling inside. Groups of elementary students were playing games, chattering noisily. Teachers and enthusiastic uncles and aunts moved among them, maintaining order. However, a glaring issue emerged: the number of students was clearly off, with at most only a third of the total present. Ah, are you Jin Tong Chi Yuan? The young patrol officer at the door perked up. Jin Tong. This title caught Lu Cheng's attention, prompting him to scrutinize Chi Yuan's eyes, only to see a pair of ordinary light brown eyes. Internally, he scoffed, thinking the nickname was overly dramatic and should just be cool guy. An older patrol officer reprimanded the young colleague, then turned to Chi Yuan. Comrade Chi, Captain Shui asked me to tell you that your brother hasn't arrived at the gymnasium yet. At this moment, Shui Shiyun was not present, and the patrol team was short-staffed, likely dispersed to search for students. Chi Yuan wasn't worried but rather asked, why are so many students missing? The young officer was about to speak up, but his master silenced him with a sharp glance. Chi Yuan noticed this and speculated that some special rule might be at play. Unfortunately, the special rules of this domain didn't match anything he knew, and the people who got separated couldn't even contact each other. In the fusion domain, signals should work normally, the older officer explained. Even if the space is chaotic, it doesn't affect communication. However, most of the time, because we're unsure of our teammates' environments, they won't initiate contact unless necessary. Do you know how they got separated? Chi Yuan asked. The older officer shook his head, frowning. The timing is uncertain, and the trigger conditions are unknown. I see. Thank you, Chi Yuan nodded. Since his brother wasn't here, he decided to head back to the teaching building. There were no new messages from his brother on his phone screen. Knowing his brother's personality, it was likely he couldn't send any. Achoo, Chi Yuan rubbed his itchy nose. Though he had no evidence, he was quite sure his brother was cursing him at that moment. The lobby of the teaching building had a peculiar mismatched feel. At the entrance was a miniature model marking the location of all the school's buildings. The floor was modern, but overhead were wooden beams and columns, with a plaque in the center inscribed with unrecognizable characters. Lu Cheng pushed open a nearby ornate wooden door and peeked inside. The room was empty except for a desk and scattered documents. Someone's been here, but Lu Cheng shrugged, looking puzzled. This information is useless, completely without clues. Not entirely useless, Chi Yuan said, looking out the window at the street. A new group was inspecting and filming outside. With so many people coming in, the whole building shouldn't be this quiet. We wasted a lot of time going back and forth to the gym. The streamers and other abilities users who came in with us should have already explored the building. Hearing this, Lu Cheng felt a chill down his spine, as if the empty room was harboring a sinister presence watching them. Hey, this is a supernatural film set, not a ghost story. Chi Yuan raised an eyebrow. I didn't say it was a ghost story. That's your imagination, isn't it? Chi Yuan had just started using his abilities to check for hidden monsters, fully aware of Lu Cheng's overactive imagination. Don't treat your own imagination as reality, Chi Yuan said, not wanting to shoulder unnecessary blame, and started heading upstairs. Lu Cheng quickly followed, realizing he couldn't rely solely on experience in this domain. It's not the monsters that scare me, it's the anomalies, he muttered. The corridor was dimly lit. Chi Yuan tried the light switch, but it was useless. It seemed he had misunderstood the school's principle. The fusion domain didn't care about utilities. He turned on his phone's flashlight to illuminate the 2 or 3 meters ahead. After confirming no special rules would affect his abilities, Chi Yuan quickly scanned the building with his powers, covering several floors in no time. As he stepped onto the next floor, the flashlight flickered before stabilizing. Sensing no intelligent life nearby, Chi Yuan initially dismissed it until he took in the scene before him. Black mist swirled around and then dissipated, revealing a gruesome sight. The air was thick with the stench of blood, dark red splatters covering the walls and floors, with dismembered limbs and flesh floating in pools of blood. Lu Cheng picked up a small shoe from the floor, gently placing it neatly, his lips pressed into a thin line, remaining silent. I'm going to tear those monsters apart, Lu Cheng said through gritted teeth. Chi Yuan set down the book he was using to stir the blood pool, unsure whether to tell Lu Cheng that the dismembered limbs were actually those of the monsters. Will Xiao Ming's brother come to save us? Are we going to be eaten by the monster? The little girl with a mushroom haircut clutched the hem of her floral dress, her voice trembling with tears, her eyes red and on the verge of crying. She looked only 6 or 7 years old, as fragile as a helpless little animal. He will definitely come. My brother can defeat lots of monsters every day. The chubby boy puffed out his chest and confidently patted it, making a serious promise, as if his brother could descend from the sky at any moment. Stop boasting. A voice suddenly interjected. Yesterday you said your brother went to another city to hunt monsters. How could he be back now? I think you're just making it up. The tallest and slimmest child scoffed, full of skepticism. Just wait for my brother to save us. Chiao, who had been cowering in the corner, suddenly jumped up. Being young and easily influenced by emotions, he forgot his fear upon hearing Qiao Ming's words and stood up, flushed with determination. He couldn't help but glance at the mushroom-haired girl, hoping she felt reassured by his courage. But she continued to tremble nervously, turning Qiao's excitement into disappointment. I'm not lying, Qiao Ming stammered, his lips moving without forming a coherent explanation. Then, with a spark of inspiration, he shouted, my brother can fly back in an instant, like Baiyu. He's super fast. Yeah, right, Qiao chimed in, his voice loud and urgent. Just wait, your brother will get knocked away by the monster. Your brother will be the one getting knocked away. Xiao Ming shot back, not willing to be outdone. No way. Your brother isn't as strong as mine. You're lying. My brother can defeat hundreds of monsters a day, can yours? Well, my brother can take down thousands. Then my brother can take down tens of thousands. My brother even dares to eat monsters. My brother dares too. Qiao's voice faltered, his eyes darting nervously as if expecting his brother to jump out and scold him any moment. But with the girl watching, he stubbornly stuck to his claim. Humph. Both boys ran out of things to say, glaring at each other, resorting to huffing to keep up the charade. Just then, the mushroom-haired girl, her eyes brimming with tears, whispered, I think I hear something outside. Outside the school building, the sky had already darkened, and the whole area was engulfed in night. Through the window, Qi Yuan coldly watched his reflection. The reflection seemed to sense his gaze and suddenly twisted into a sinister smile. A yellow talisman flew from behind and slapped onto the glass. The reflection let out a piercing wail, clutching its forehead where a red mark sizzled, though the rest of it remained unharmed. You humans. The reflection's voice rasped, its eyes flashing with fangs as it lunged towards the crowd aiming straight for Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng, who had been surveying the area with an air of aggression, now fled in panic, shouting, Isn't this a class monster wraith? Why aren't my talismans working? Qi Yuan glanced down at the ground, where a piece of paper boldly displayed the word talisman, and remarked with a detached expression, You call that a talisman? My ability is drawing talismans. As long as I write the corresponding spell, it works no matter what language. Lu Cheng shouted as he ran, feeling the need to defend his talismans. Just as the wraith's claws were about to pierce Lu Cheng's shoulder, Qi Yuan was about to raise his hand to summon a light shield for defense when suddenly, a figure darted out from behind the door and pushed Lu Cheng aside. With a moment to breathe, Lu Cheng quickly pulled out a piece of paper, scribbling the words, Ghost Suppression Talisman, and the tide of battle turned once again. He rolled to dodge the vengeful spirit's attack, and quickly slapped a ghost-suppressing talisman onto it. However, the danger was far from over as a stranger suddenly grabbed Lu Cheng and started running. From the dark corners around them, countless spirits swarmed like hyenas scenting blood, closing in on them. Fortunately, with Qi Yuan's light barrier clearing their path, the three managed to break through the encirclement just in time. They ducked into a room, and as Lu Cheng was about to lock the door, the stranger stopped him, saying, Don't. Ghosts can pass through walls. Locking the door would only trap us. He then sat on the floor, leaning against the wall, catching his breath. Once the stranger's breathing steadied, Lu Cheng asked, What exactly is going on? Qi Yuan also looked on, seeking answers. The stone tablet at the entrance was clear. The man explained, wiping sweat from his forehead. In the ghost market, spirits are forbidden from fighting. If you could have pretended to be ghosts and not humans, and managed to sell it, those spirits couldn't have touched you. Ghost market. Lu Cheng frowned. Then why did my talisman fail? Although he had only used the strength needed for a level entity, the weakening effect left him uneasy. This place is similar to the underworld, the man patiently explained. It boosts the spirit's abilities, enhancing their strength by half a level to a full level. Using level power against D or clevel entities, of course, reduces its effectiveness. Hearing this explanation, Lu Cheng sighed in relief. So it wasn't that I've gotten weaker. He then asked, By the way, what's your name? I'm Qiao Bai, a level ability user. The stranger introduced himself. I got separated from my patrol team. Have you seen them? I'm Lu Cheng, and this is Qi Yuan. Lu Cheng replied, his eyes lighting up. Do you know Sister Shiyin? Confirming the environment was temporarily safe, Qi Yuan deactivated his energy-consuming telepathy. Xiao Bai relaxed and responded. I entered the fusion domain with Captain Shui, but we got separated when the black mist appeared. What else was written on that stone tablet? Lu Cheng pressed further. Xiao Bai explained the rules of the ghost market in detail. There are mainly two rules, no fighting, and no trespassing on private property without permission. I left notes on the stone tablet and along the road to help others. Wait, Lu Cheng suddenly realized a crucial point. You can read the writing on the stone tablet? What language is it? Xiao Bai proudly gave a thumbs up. My ability is language interpretation. So what language is it? That, I don't know either. In casual conversation, Xiao Bai quietly observed Qi Yuan. With his extensive experience of being rescued, he was certain that this person was the one who could save him from dire straits. His life seemed to follow a peculiar pattern, first falling into danger, then being rescued by a strong figure. This tendency had led him to encounter several beautiful women who came to his aid like saviors on colorful clouds, but unfortunately, each encounter ended without further contact. Had it not been for the trouble he encountered today, disrupting his original plans, he wouldn't have ended up in this place. What Xiaobai didn't know was that Qi Yuan was contemplating whether they should split up. In their team, the strongest member was Lu Cheng, a clever superhuman, while both Xiaobai and Qi Yuan were level. In this ghost market, even the weakest level wandering spirits could reach level after leveling up. Qi Yuan couldn't fathom why Lu Cheng and Xiaobai should take risks for his safety. According to the rule, do not trespass on private property without permission. As long as they stayed in this unclaimed room, it constituted private property. By staying put, they wouldn't be discovered as humans. After a moment of thought, Qi Yuan made up his mind. Having chosen the path of a superhuman, he couldn't continue relying on the reliable duty squad officers to solve every problem. I'm planning to go out and find someone. Would you rather stay here and wait for rescue? Qi Yuan expected some resistance, but to his surprise, both nodded in unison, saying, sure. Qi Yuan was taken aback and stopped the persuasion that was on the tip of his tongue. Why are your reactions completely different from what I expected? He thought. Typically, shouldn't they insist on sticking together through thick and thin, or at least say something like, don't leave us behind? Though puzzled, having achieved his goal, Qi Yuan didn't dwell on it and set off alone. It wasn't until Qi Yuan's footsteps faded into the distance that Xiaobai curiously turned to Lu Cheng. Brother, why didn't you go with him if you're capable of fighting? Lu Cheng rubbed his chin, a mysterious smile on his lips, looking as if he understood everything. Have you seen what he looks like? Xiaobai played along. He's very handsome, just slightly better than me. Lu Cheng leaned back tactically. I didn't realize you were this confident. Wrong. You can't solve such a simple problem. Come on, give me a hint. Despite wanting to punch Lu Cheng and yell stop being so cryptic, Xiaobai knew he couldn't win in a fight. Teasing seemed to be Lu Cheng's instinct as an author. His expression suddenly turned serious, and his tone was heavy. What I'm about to tell you, keep it to yourself. If this spreads, it could be life-threatening. Stop exaggerating. If it were truly dangerous, would you even mention it? Xiaobai's expression was almost identical to a sweating emoji. Seeing that the setup was sufficient, Lu Cheng finally got to the point. He obviously comes from a wealthy family. What do such families have? Bodyguards, of course. That's it. Xiaobai, holding back his irritation, tried to be understanding, but the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Damn it, I can't hold back. How is this life-threatening? Are you just putting on a show? Lu Cheng slapped his thigh. Some things are understood without saying. Think again. Have you ever seen his bodyguards? This statement was like a star in the night, instantly illuminating Xiaobai's thoughts. He stroked his chin, pondering. I've never seen his bodyguards, yet he has them. Which means his bodyguards are strong enough not to be noticed by us. Having such bodyguards indeed indicates a wealthy background. Are you suggesting? Lu Cheng nodded enthusiastically, a flicker of approval in his eyes. You've got potential. What are you nodding for? I don't get it. Xiaobai was puzzled, looking at Lu Cheng in confusion. Are you completely brainless? Lu Cheng was furious, his tone filled with annoyance. Are you just playing dumb to deceive others? Xiaobai paused, suddenly having a moment of realization, his eyes brightening. Oh, that makes some sense. See? You need to keep a low profile. Lu Cheng sighed softly, his voice heavy. It's not just other families watching you. Some high-level monsters might be taking notice too. If you let any information slip and Qi Yuan's rivals find out, you might not even keep your life. Xiaobai was enlightened, looking at Lu Cheng with admiration. Big brother, you really have a keen insight. Lu Cheng smirked, then waved his hand modestly. Oh, it's nothing. Since Yuan wants to handle things privately, I won't interfere. Xiaobai nodded. Well, unlike brother Lu, I'm just trying not to waste the big guy's time. If he happens to meet my brother, maybe he can save him. You're also looking for your brother? Lu Cheng's eyes flashed as he casually inquired. Yeah, Xiaobai chuckled. Even though I'm at level, I have some ability to protect myself in a domain. Lu Cheng sighed, fatigue showing in his eyes. Who doesn't think like that? High-level monsters appear rarely, especially with the patrol team holding them off. Most domains have only small creatures. As a clever ability user, I've been through many domains and never encountered many big ones. Suddenly, there was a rapid knocking at the door. Bang, bang, bang. Qi Ao and Xiao Ming were so startled by the mushroom-haired girl's words that they held their breath. The two of them covered their mouths nervously, their eyes meeting in the cramped space. They stood against the wall, barely able to hear the faint noises outside. Qi Ao subtly gestured with his lips to the mushroom head and Xiao Ming, signaling to take a look together. But he was met with the mushroom head's frantically shaking head and Xiao Xiaopong's vigorous hand-waving. Qi Ao frowned, finding the sound somewhat familiar, yet fearing that a monster might mimic human voices like the big bad wolf. He was torn but ultimately chose to take a risk, clinging to a sliver of hope. If I save them, Xiaoqi will definitely admire me and won't pay attention to Qiao Xiaoping anymore. Chiao thought, his heart racing. Summoning his courage, he lightly stepped onto the table, trying to peek outside through the crack in the wooden door. Outside stood a figure, and Chiao recognized the person, overjoyed, almost unable to believe his eyes. He quickly jumped down from the table and moved the table blocking the door. However, the scene outside was not simple. On the door, outside the window, and even in the mirror, monsters were lurking. Qi Yuan was leisurely walking inside the school building, occasionally using his telepathy to sense the surroundings. He carefully listened to the thoughts of nearby monsters, adjusting his pace accordingly, gently opening the Eye of Time. Though his speed slightly decreased, it attracted more self-proclaimed strong monsters towards him, none daring to test him. In his presence, the pace of exploration actually quickened, but he maintained that world-weary face, invisible to outsiders, yet making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. In the room ahead, monsters formed a circle, whispering strangely, seemingly enticing someone inside to come out. However, as Qi Yuan approached, some monsters were unwilling to give up, attempting to rally others to drive him away. Yet, their companions didn't share the same sentiment. In a brief moment, only a few slow-reacting monsters remained outside. These monsters let out a scream, fainting instantly from fright. Qi Yuan lifted his foot, pretending to kick the pretending to be unconscious ghosts, but in the next second, several dead ghosts suddenly sprang up, fleeing like swift shadows. Qi Yuan looked at the now empty doorway, a slight smile on his lips, finally turning his gaze towards the room. The people inside seemed startled by the screams, and a child's cry was abruptly muffled. However, crying spread among the children like a contagious disease, and soon the room erupted with a cacophony of wails, echoing deafeningly in the confined space. Qi Yuan rubbed his temples, thinking with a headache. Even without telepathy, just by listening to the crying, he could tell there were people inside, not ghosts. He hesitated for a moment, pondering whether he should just not go in. His little brother seemed safe inside, and since there had been no response to the ghost's attempts at conversation, it was clear someone inside was aware of the ghost market rules. Just as he turned to leave, the door suddenly opened slightly from the inside. A stern-faced, middle-aged woman appeared in the narrow gap, scrutinizing Qi Yuan cautiously. "Are you an ability user?" she inquired softly. "I apologize for not inviting you in immediately." After confirming that Qi Yuan wasn't upset about the wait, she moved aside from the doorway and fully opened the door, gesturing for him to enter. Qi Yuan wasn't annoyed by the woman's caution. Although it was somewhat impolite and even ungrateful, he preferred that his little brother's teacher remained vigilant. Entering the room, Qi Yuan saw that the children had just finished venting their emotions. Many were still sobbing, wiping tears and snot with their sleeves and clothes. The middle-aged woman, with a stern expression, scolded them harshly. "Stop crying. What if you attract monsters?" Her concern was palpable, and her serious nature prevented her from speaking comforting words. She was anxious about how these children would survive if she were to die and wished they could immediately learn to fend for themselves. However, the children couldn't comprehend such deep worries. They only knew there were scary monsters outside, and now even their teacher was reprimanding them. The recently calmed cries threatened to surge again. Qi Yuan watched this scene, his forehead veins throbbing. He knew well that the monsters had intelligence, and if the children continued to wail, they could attract clever or even higher-level monsters, which would indeed be troublesome. He took a deep breath and raised his voice. "I'm a patrol team officer. Do you have any problem following my orders?" Qi Yuan understood children's psychology. The more you comforted them not to cry, the more they would cry, possibly even acting out. Their crying stemmed from inner fear and anxiety, and their underdeveloped brains couldn't control these emotions. Continuing to scold them would only make things worse. Pretending to be a patrol officer could provide them with a sense of security, eliminating the root of their fear. "First order, tell me how many of you are there?" The children's impending cries were interrupted by this question. They began looking around and quietly counting their numbers. Soon, the classroom was filled with a chorus of answers, slightly quieter than the crying, but still quite noisy. 35. "No, it's 36. It's 34. Qi Yuan looked at the middle-aged woman, signaling her to give the correct answer. 35, she confirmed succinctly. "Those who answered correctly will get a reward." Qi Yuan quickly picked out a few children who had answered early and divided them into small teams. "You are temporary team leaders. If anyone in your team misbehaves, note it down and tell me." The children appointed as leaders immediately straightened up, eager to prove themselves. They were ready to catch any misbehaving teammate to earn praise, their eyes wide and watchful of their peers. "Now, second order, no noise." Qi Yuan's voice was not loud, but carried authority. Having gained control over the children, Qi Yuan finally had the chance to speak with the middle-aged woman. "I'll be leaving soon. Do you know the ghost market rules?" The middle-aged woman frowned, puzzled. "Ghost market rules?" Qi Yuan patiently explained the important rules of the ghost market, then added, "I thought you knew since you weren't responding outside." The middle-aged woman gave an awkward smile. I'm quite superstitious. The older generation always said you must never respond if you hear a ghost calling. She initially wanted to persuade the paranormal expert to stay for the children's sake, but upon hearing the rules of the ghost market, she quickly abandoned the idea. After all, there were still many students outside, and it was more important for the expert to relay information. Before she could finish her thought, a rhythmic knocking sound came from the door. Knock, knock, knock. Each knock was perfectly timed, creating an eerie rhythm that sent chills down the spine. The woman's heart rate quickened as she instinctively glanced at Qi Yuan. Just follow the rules, Qi Yuan whispered. The knocking continued for quite a while, and when no one responded, whatever was outside seemed to grow impatient. The wooden door began to shake violently, and the children huddled in the corner, trembling. A hoarse voice, indistinguishable in gender, seeped through the door crack. I'm so scared outside. Can I come in to rest? Qi Yuan shook his head silently, thinking this clumsy disguise wouldn't fool even a child. However, he underestimated the courage of this group of kids. Huh, who'd fall for that? Silly monster, I'm not afraid of you. If you've got the guts, come in. Qi Yuan and the middle-aged woman were shocked and rushed to intervene, but it was too late. The creature, having received an invitation, acted immediately. There was a loud crash as the wooden door swung open in the chilling wind. A ghostly bride in a dark red wedding dress floated at the doorway, her black hair whipping wildly in the wind, a red veil obscuring her face. Most disturbingly, her delicate red embroidered shoes dripped with fresh blood, yet hovered above the ground. That's a class monster, the ghost bride, someone exclaimed. Who is my groom? The ghost bride sang in a haunting tone. All the men gasped, especially when they realized the bride was actually a burly man with a stubbly chin, leaving them speechless. Through the veil, the ghost bride's gaze swept across the room, sending a piercing chill wherever it landed. Finally, her malicious stare settled on Qi Yuan. I can't stand males who look better than me. Marry me at once. Just as Qi Yuan was about to respond, the bold school children couldn't hold back. They noticed the monster seemed wary of the patrol team, so one of them shouted, Patrol uncles, hurry up. I don't want such an ugly bride. Beat it up. Qi Yuan's prepared words got stuck in his throat, and he silently cursed. And calling them uncles is too much. Just let me find out who said that. The children's remarks hurt not only Qi Yuan, but also the ghost bride. She couldn't understand why it had to be a bride and not a groom. The words of these elementary students were like daggers, piercing the untouchable scar in her heart and sprinkling salt on it. The ghost bride's composure visibly crumbled. Her long, dark hair began to move uncontrollably, twisting in the air like live snakes. Her eyes flickered with a dangerous light, clearly showing signs of aggression. Why am I the ghost bride? I don't want a male partner. Her voice was sharp and piercing, echoing in the open space. The middle-aged woman looked at Qi Yuan with concern, her eyes full of worry. She wasn't sure if this young psychic could handle the entity on the verge of losing control. Qi Yuan, sensing trouble, knew that his abilities were least effective against irrational maniacs' opponents who acted on instinct rather than assessing the situation logically, making them unpredictable. Bring up a topic that interests her to buy time. Qi Yuan quickly strategized in his mind, then spoke up. If a bride can be male, why can't a groom be female? This sentence struck the ghost bride's thoughts like lightning. Her rising anger was interrupted, her spell-casting halted, and rationality slowly returned to her eyes. Yeah, why can't I have a female groom? The ghost bride murmured, as if Qi Yuan had unlocked a long-standing puzzle for her. Her expression shifted from anger to sudden realization, as if a new world had opened before her. Then, the ghost bride emitted a classic eerie laugh, though it was so coarse that it was almost not frightening. You're right, and as a thank you for enlightening me, I'll spare the others, but you must stay. That was quick to turn on someone who helped you. Qi Yuan thought sarcastically, though he maintained a calm exterior. The creature's intentions were transparent to him, yet he remained unfazed. Unaware of Qi Yuan's insight, the ghost bride seemed to target him first, but her greedy eyes were really on the group of children who had spoken out. Her plan was clear. If he agrees, I'll make more unreasonable demands to force him to change his mind. If he refuses, the humans will inevitably distrust him, and if he leaves in frustration, I can still enjoy the others. The middle-aged woman remained calm, knowing that ghosts lie, but she was more worried about the children saying something to drive Qi Yuan away. As expected, the elementary students, easily influenced, began to stir. Some were swayed by the creature's words and hoped Qi Yuan would stay so they could leave. The younger ones couldn't hide their thoughts, their desires clearly written on their faces. Officer, I want to go home. Me too. Too shy to directly ask Qi Yuan to stay, they started crying, hoping to get their way as they usually did. The children's cries filled the air, creating chaos. The middle-aged woman was both anxious and annoyed by the children's antics, and she sternly scolded them. Didn't your teacher teach you not to trust monsters? Her reprimand reduced the loud cries to soft sobs, plunging the scene into an oppressive silence. Expecting children who have been sheltered from life's harsh realities to understand gratitude is unrealistic, but logical analysis doesn't always align with emotions. Chi Yuan watched their cries with a cold expression. Haven't you seen the officer's videos? A boy suddenly broke the silence. Chi Yuan recognized him as one of the temporary leaders he had appointed. This kind of monster, the officer can take on 10 of them. He just glows. And then, the monsters are gone. A lot of them disappear at once. The boy struggled to describe the scene with his limited vocabulary, gesturing wildly to fill in the gaps with actions. Right. The light is the same color as the officer's eyes, the boy said, pointing to his eyes, looking at Chi Yuan with anticipation. Although the boy's description was brief, the interaction among the elementary school students was filled with confidence. Their language seemed to shift from imagination to reality. As the discussion intensified, everyone joined in, sharing stories that had never happened, yet sounded increasingly real, as if every detail was vividly remembered. It's true. I saw it too. One little boy hurriedly added. No, I saw the patrol officer summon a golden dragon, and the dragon bit the monster to death, another quickly countered. You're wrong. The patrol officer turned into a dragon before biting the monster. No, several patrol officers all turned into dragons, and together bit the monster to death. The debate grew heated, with no one willing to concede. A middle-aged woman nearby rubbed her forehead, her face full of bitterness. At that moment, she realized that no matter the setting, children could discuss so freely. Chi Yuan began to notice the ghost bride's reaction, trying to glean some useful information from the children's innocent words. However, as the children spoke more wildly, Chi Yuan couldn't get a word in to add details, which only made the ghost bride imagine those supernatural scenes more vividly. The ghost bride was one of the most troublesome creatures he had encountered, and even she, with her keen senses, was gradually being influenced by the children's words. Humans with golden eyes can actually summon dragons, she whispered in terror. An 11 monster was instantly killed, and with so many superpowers. With the changing words, her eyes grew more anxious, barely able to conceal her shock. She didn't doubt the children's words because she had the ability to discern truth from lies. Yet the situation was causing her logic to crumble. The children were speaking sincerely. These innocent little ones could imagine such vast superpowers and even take them as reality. As the ghost bride was overwhelmed with fear and dread, an unexpected joy rose in Chi Yuan's heart. Those pesky kids suddenly seemed somewhat endearing to him. Feeling the vibrant creativity of the elementary students once more, Chi Yuan couldn't help but smile slightly. Their unintentional actions had brought him tremendous energy. A dragon's roar echoed, and golden dragon power surged from Chi Yuan's body. His golden eyes transformed into majestic beast eyes, glowing with regal authority as he gazed down at the ghost bride. As golden scales gradually appeared on his skin, a flash of light on his forehead revealed the faint outline of dragon horns. With the rising dragon's roar, the shadow of a golden dragon slowly coiled behind him, seemingly ready to soar into the sky. The dragon's body danced and swayed in the air, as if carrying a mysterious rhythm. Suddenly, thunderclouds gathered inside and outside the room, lightning and thunder interweaving. With a snap of his fingers, the entire dark school building was instantly illuminated with blinding electric light, not only lighting up half the floor, but also instantly banishing all the surrounding monsters. In the intense light, the golden dragon's shadow soared into the sky, exuding a powerful aura that sent the ghost bride away. She didn't even have time to search for her groom before she perished. Her last fleeting thought seemed frozen in the electric light. Humans with golden eyes appear so powerful. Why was I deceived by these human children? Was I overconfident or just too lucky? However, before she could finish her sentence, the roaring electric light engulfed her entirely. Thanks to the children's wild fabrications, the powers displayed this time were stronger than ever before. Chi Yuan even had the capability to clear more monsters, yet this power was not indiscriminate. Amidst such energy fluctuations, his mind could no longer distinguish between humans and monsters, and a slight misstep could potentially eliminate anyone nearby. An uncontrollable fear arose in his heart. What if an AoE attack accidentally cleared his innocent companions? The thought of such consequences was terrifying to Chi Yuan. Fortunately, the surrounding danger had been completely eradicated, allowing him to relax a bit and retract his powers, beginning to regulate his breathing. The elementary students, who had been stunned, stood there in shock, unable to process what had just happened, until a moment later they snapped out of their daze. Once Chi Yuan had somewhat regulated his breathing, the middle-aged woman handed him a bottle of water, seemingly unwilling to let the incident conclude just like that. The children, meanwhile, gathered around him, cheering and shouting, "The patrol officer is amazing!" Even as the middle-aged woman tried to use her authority as a teacher to calm them down, it was to no avail. The children were utterly captivated by the scene they had just witnessed, clearly paying no mind to the setting. Chi Yuan reluctantly put on a stern face and said seriously, "Second order, did the captain note who broke the rules just now?" As soon as he said this, All the children immediately quieted down, and the atmosphere was instantly subdued. There must be humans inside. The vengeful ghost floated through the atmosphere of the ghost market, its power greatly amplified in this place. Nearby, the mirror ghost, with its mouth full of jagged sharp teeth, licked its bluish lips and excitedly said, "I'll trick a human into opening the door. You get ready to cooperate." These two ghosts had previously defied their master's orders to gather because they feared the golden-eyed humans, but this disobedience had inadvertently saved their lives. Using their highly stealthy abilities, they evaded the patrol team's searches and infiltrated a household. Even though they were ravenous and drooling, they restrained themselves, knowing that as long as no one died, they wouldn't attract the attention of the patrol team. Ultimately, they followed the household's little daughter's mirror and successfully sneaked into the school. "Our boss always dies too quickly, never giving us a chance to switch sides," the two famished ghosts lamented in unison. Life without their boss's protection was indeed hard. The vengeful ghost placed a mirror, taken from the dance studio, in front of the door, its reflective surface facing the entrance. As soon as someone looked into the mirror ghost could transform into the person they most wanted to see. Enhanced by the ghost market, the mirror ghost's transformation speed had greatly increased, enough to deceive ordinary human eyes. Once ready, the mirror ghost began knocking on the door. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of rustling came from behind the door, but those supposedly concealed footsteps were clear to the ghosts. "Is anyone there?" the vengeful ghost asked with suppressed excitement, using a gentle tone. It knew that as long as someone responded, it would confirm their human identity, allowing them to burst in. Even if there was no answer, the familiar voice would tempt them to peek outside. Sure enough, the person inside remained silent, but the mirror ghost sensed someone peeking from behind the door. It immediately activated its power to change appearance, and the familiar face made the person beyond the door let their guard down, moving the table blocking the door aside. The mirror ghost ground its sharp teeth, its gaze fixed on the wooden door like a predator ready to pounce. It couldn't wait to rush in and feast. But just then, the vengeful ghost suddenly stopped it. "Why should you go in first?" the mirror ghost snapped. "I'm the one who fights the hardest and comes up with plans. Now you want to take the first bite." The vengeful ghost was unusually insistent, grabbing the mirror ghost by the waist and pulling it back. The mirror ghost grew angrier. "Our boss always took care of you, and now you're turning on me over a bite of human flesh?" It vowed to sever their brotherly bond if it didn't get the first bite. In desperation, the vengeful ghost leaned close to the mirror ghost's ear, its voice tinged with reverence. "Hey, are you crazy? Look at what you've turned into." "What could I have turned into? Just the person they most want to see, right?" The mirror ghost fumed. "Trying to trick me? Unless you apologize, this is..." Before it could finish, a mirror suddenly appeared in front of it. Reflected was a face that terrified the mirror ghost, a member of the patrol team, with black hair, light brown eyes, and perfect features, the very sight that made ghosts tremble. The mirror ghost was shocked, retreating rapidly. The reflection followed its every move. The pupils of the mirror ghost suddenly contracted as it looked at its partner, the resentful ghost, in shock. The latter nodded heavily, silently confirming its suspicion. At that moment, the wooden door creaked open. A boy, about 4 feet tall, appeared behind it. Upon seeing the mirror ghost, he immediately flashed a toothy grin. "Brother!" Chi-Ao shouted excitedly as he rushed forward, unexpectedly crashing into the mirror ghost with such force that it almost bent in half. This impact was more powerful than the combined assault of Zhuang Heng and the others. Despite feeling annoyed, the mirror ghost didn't dare to react and could only helplessly glance at the resentful ghost for help. The resentful ghost shrugged, as if saying, "That's what you get for not leaving sooner." Inside the room, Chi-Ao was so excited that he was jumping around. To him, his brother had come to the rescue at the crucial moment, not only saving him, but also arriving before Xiao Xiaopeng's brother. Now, he felt like a hero, imagining that Xiao Qian would definitely become his bride. His cheers attracted the attention of the surrounding specters. Sensing danger, the resentful ghost and the mirror ghost quickly pushed Chi-Ao back into the room and slammed the door shut. "Stop it! Do you want to die?" the mirror ghost warned in a low voice. "Those creatures are not to be trifled with. Once they find your brother, you won't see the sun tomorrow." It then realized it had stirred up trouble and couldn't easily extricate itself. In the corner, Xiao Ming and Xiao Qian witnessed Chi-Ao's entrance. At first, the two children covered their eyes in fear, but couldn't resist peeking through their fingers. Although Xiao Qian hadn't seen her parents, she smiled with relief seeing someone come to their rescue. Xiao Ming's expression was complex, feeling both disappointed that his brother arrived late and relieved that adults had finally come. The two little ones timidly greeted the mirror ghost, standing obediently to the side. However, Chi-Ao was lost in his own joy, feeling proud over a small red flower, especially since his usually bullying brother was now making him look good. "Brother, let's go," Chi-Ao commanded in a leader-like manner. Xiao Qian said she doesn't want to stay here. The mirror ghost exchanged a glance with the resentful ghost, who had already concealed its form with an illusion. Despite their impulsive nature, the resentful ghost helped devise a plan. It used its illusion to control the three children and said, "Our kind outside already know about this place. We can't let them stay here." "I know, but we can't defeat those high-level creatures," the mirror ghost replied softly. "Let's hand them over to the humans. If anything happens, it's not our problem." Eventually, the two ghosts decided that the resentful ghost would distract their kind outside, while the mirror ghost took the children to hide elsewhere, waiting for the resentful ghost to find humans to take them to. A moment later, the mirror ghost received a signal and led the three children outside. "Brother, are we really leaving?" Chiao couldn't believe how agreeable his brother was being today. Remembering the usual teachings of the Gold-Eyed Ghost, the mirror ghost gently explained, "It's not safe here anymore. We need to find a new place." Such a gentle tone was unfamiliar to Chiao, but his experience with years of oppression taught him to seize the moment. Xiao Qian and Xiao Ming nodded earnestly, following closely behind the mirror ghost like diligent students. Chiao took the chance to sidle up to Xiao Qian, proudly boasting, "This is my brother. Isn't he amazing?" Xiao Qian blushed, fiddling with her fingers, sneaking a glance at the mirror ghost, and softly replied, "Amazing." Seeing Xiao Qian's shy demeanor, Chiao grinned foolishly, feeling secretly delighted. The group stopped in front of a room. Jingui stepped forward to open the door, allowing the three to enter. "You stay here for now. Someone will come to get you later," Jingui said before leaving the room. The three children exchanged puzzled looks, wondering why Chiao's brother had said that, just as the door closed. "Brother, are you leaving?" Chiao hurriedly opened the door, only to find the hallway empty. He scratched his head, unable to understand why his brother had suddenly disappeared. After looking around several times, he finally closed the door as instructed and stayed obediently inside. Jingui silently concealed himself on the glass opposite Chiao's room. After confirming the human kids inside were safe, he quietly awaited the arrival of the resentful ghost. Sure enough, the resentful ghost soon brought two people to the room's entrance. "Good job, brother." Jingui finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Don't praise me yet," the resentful ghost whispered. "Let's see if these two humans will take them along. If not, and they choose to leave on their own, we'll eat them and find someone else." The two monsters stood guard outside, while inside, the five people were caught in an awkward silence, staring at each other. "Brother, why are you so slow?" Xiao Ming complained, his tone full of blame, as if Chiao's brother had already found them. Xiao Bai, whom he called brother, warily scanned the room, eyeing the three children. He couldn't understand why he had ended up in this room, and the coincidence of finding his brother there made him extra cautious. Too much of a coincidence, right? Xiao Ming pouted when his brother didn't respond and kept looking at him like a stranger. Seeing her two companions silent, Xiao Qian decided to speak up. "Did Chiao's brother send you to get us?" She looked around, trying to break the awkward atmosphere. "Chi." Lu Cheng immediately caught the key word. "Who's Chiao?" Chiao perked up at being mentioned, proudly puffing out his chest. "That's me." "Is Chi Yuan your brother?" Lu Cheng asked further. Chiao nodded vigorously. "Yes." Lu Cheng crouched down to meet the children's eyes. "Are you humans?" "Of course, that's a strange question," Xiao Qian responded, tilting her head. Seeing all three children nod in confirmation, Lu Cheng ruffled Xiao Qian's mushroom-shaped hair. Xiao Bai, having snapped out of his thoughts, reached for Xiao Ming's head, but his usually cooperative brother dodged. "Hey, still mad?" Xiao Bai chuckled. "When dealing with monsters, you have to be cautious, or you won't even know how you died. You need to learn that." Xiao Ming looked up, questioning his brother's words with his eyes. "Fighting monsters isn't easy," Xiao Bai explained. "Some monsters disguise themselves as people close to you to deceive you." "I know. Our teacher told us in class," the child retorted, though he had already allowed his brother to pat his head. While Xiao Bai comforted his brother, Lu Cheng had already learned what happened from the other two children. He frowned. "This is very strange. Brother Yuan came to find his brother, so why would he ask us to pick up three kids? And if it were really him, wouldn't it be more reasonable to show himself and tell us directly? This sneaky way of guiding us here feels off." A thought suddenly struck Lu Cheng. What if that wasn't Brother Yuan? The idea hit him, and he immediately understood the whole situation. It's a Qi family shadow guard. He's protecting Chiao but can't reveal himself, so he disguised as Qi Yuan and entrusted the kids to us. Lu Cheng analyzed. The fact that Xiao Bai and I were unknowingly led here indicates the person is an illusionist, and a high-level one at that. He pondered. But why entrust them to us? There must be a reason, something we can do that a shadow guard disguised as Brother Yuan can't. While Lu Cheng was lost in thought, the two children exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. Big Brother Chiao's brother is indeed reliable. Having found his younger brother, Xiao Bai suggested they return to the safety zone established by the patrol team. This idea immediately sparked a realization in Lu Cheng's mind. Although the dark guards disguised as Yuan Gu might not pass the patrol's inspection, their group certainly could. "Let's head to the safety zone," Lu Cheng shouted excitedly, causing a few children to shrink back in surprise. Chi Ao pointed to his head with a helpless expression, signaling to Xiaoxi. Is this guy okay in the head? Xiaoxi shrugged, indicating she didn't know either. Just then, the wooden door shattered under the attack of the ghost bride, the loud noise drawing onlookers. A blinding flash of electricity streaked through the air, and the monster behind them vanished instantly. People who rushed to the scene were surprised to see a group of elementary students sitting obediently around a 17 or 18-year-old boy. The onlookers immediately realized this boy was no ordinary person, and some live streamers even started recording, hoping to gather material. The sound of synchronized footsteps echoed through the corridor as a team dressed in patrol uniforms quickly arrived, and the crowd parted to form a path. Xue Shijun entered the room, a knowing expression on her face, and turned to the person next to her, saying, Captain Chung, this is Qi Yuan, a powerful psychic from our district. He's helped us a lot. Although they were both captains, their duties and statuses were different. Cheng Yizhou led the special patrol team, which gathered various talents to eliminate dangers around the city. If I had known he was coming, I wouldn't have worked so hard, Cheng Yizhou said with a smile. It turned out that after Xue Shijun left, he received a distress signal from the 6th Patrol Squad and arrived in time to save the team members being pursued. You know him too? I was also in Nanwood District last time, but unfortunately, I arrived too late to be of use. Cheng Yizhou tactfully avoided the topic, knowing it was related to the troublesome issues with the Psychic Association, and Xue Shijun wisely didn't press further. Cheng Yizhou approached Qi Yuan, saying, Long time no see, Lin Song hasn't stopped praising you. Qi Yuan immediately recalled the unlucky person who was mocked after being tripped by a lizard man and laughed. I probably know why. If I hadn't helped clear things up, he might not have dared to go out for a while. Haha, that's not the only reason. I thought he was exaggerating, but now I see I underestimated you. Cheng Yizhou recalled the earlier awe-inspiring scene, lightning illuminating half the sky, the terrifying pressure making one instinctively want to submit. Having seen Qi Yuan dispatch lizardmen swiftly many times, Xue Shijun interrupted their mutual compliments, saying, Enough. Let's focus on getting the students to the safety zone. Right? Almost forgot the main task. With Cheng Yizhou's support and Qi Yuan's area effect clearing, there were no monsters in sight along the way, either hiding or fleeing. The temporary safety zone was set at the Ghost Market Gymnasium, offering ample space to establish personal territories to ward off ghosts. They handed the students over to the logistics director. As Qi Yuan prepared to inquire about his brother's whereabouts, he noticed Lu Cheng waving at him, with his brother right by his side. As soon as he walked in, Qi Yuan heard his younger brother complaining. Bro, why didn't you tell me you suddenly left? Qi Ao's tone was clearly reproachful. Qi Yuan was taken aback, his brows furrowing slightly. He had been using telepathy to search, so his eyes landed on his brother's head, puzzled. How could such a big head be completely empty, with nothing on his mind? When did this happen? Qi Yuan asked cautiously. Stop pretending, Qi Ao pouted. You took us to a room and said someone would come to get us later. His voice grew smaller as he noticed Qi Yuan's gaze becoming unusually sharp. From his brother's expression, Qi Yuan could tell that Qi Ao wasn't lying. Things were taking a strange turn, but the only thing he could be certain of was that the person impersonating him seemed to have no ill intentions. Qi Yuan didn't dwell too much on this issue, as there are many who do good deeds anonymously. He was more concerned about his brother seemingly forgetting his own family standing. Before we got to this gymnasium, I hadn't seen you, Qi Yuan stated calmly but firmly. Those kids can prove I've been with them all along. Qi Ao visibly shivered, the forced smile on his face gradually fading. Bro, are you trying to trick me again? Didn't you notice anything unusual? Qi Yuan countered. Qi Ao mumbled, unable to find words. Upon reflection, the brother at that time indeed had many peculiarities. His mouth pulled down, teeth beginning to chatter. Who is it? This is a ghost market. What do you think you might encounter? Qi Yuan stared directly into his brother's eyes. Haha, you're just trying to scare kids again. Qi Ao had been tricked many times and was no longer a gullible child. He had learned from Master Lu that unless something was beneficial to him, he would stubbornly deny it even if he believed it in his heart. Yet, he couldn't help recalling the wary look in the eyes of Qiao Xiaopeng's brother when they first arrived. Are there really ghosts that can transform into other people? Qi Yuan shook his head, delivering a blow to Qi Ao's heartstrings with a look of pity. Next time, be more careful not to mistake someone else. Qi Ao's face immediately froze, his neck chilling as he recalled being in a room with an unknown entity. Goosebumps rose all over him. He stiffly moved his limbs, sidling up to Qiao Bai, and whispered, Qiao Xiaopeng's brother, are there monsters that can turn into other people? He dared not ask Lu Cheng, fearing his brother's friend might collude to deceive him. Qiao Bai nodded without hesitation. There are plenty. Qi Ao could no longer maintain his composure and ran towards the other kids, shouting. Lu Cheng watched him leave, his eyes full of sympathy, which only confirmed the secret guard's suspicion. Otherwise, Qi Yuan wouldn't be so calm making such a joke. Are you guys still here? Xue Shijun returned after arranging things and found them still at the entrance. She pointed to where Cheng Yizhou was. Let's go over there and chat. Lu Cheng and Xiaobai, you come too. They gathered together, including a few people Qi Yuan didn't recognize. Xue Shijun sat down and got straight to the point. The problem now is, we don't know if we'll return to school after the complete fusion ends. Moreover, this independent space is an excellent refuge. If we can develop it, it might save many citizens' lives. Does anyone have any ideas about the entrance and exit? Cheng Yizhou was the first to agree. I don't have any ideas at the moment. Neither do I. Pray at the city god temple? Try the stone tablet at the entrance. Everyone spoke up in turn, some offering ideas lacking evidence, while others like Cheng Yizhou admitted they had no solution. Soon it was Xiao Bai and Lu Cheng's turn. They were puzzled as to why students like Xiao Bai and Lu Cheng were participating in such a meeting, but out of respect for Miss Xue, no one dared to voice their concerns. As for the distinguished Qi Yuan, everyone refrained from commenting, assuming he must be someone of equal standing to Miss Xue. When Xiao Bai recited the words from the Ghost Market's stone tablet, everyone fell into deep thought. Moments later, they all turned their gaze to Lu Cheng, hoping this young man, who received special attention from Team Xue, could offer some insights. Faced with their expectant stares, Lu Cheng could only spread his hands helplessly. The tablet mentions the Ghost Market rules, and there's a Chenghuang temple in the school. There must be some connection between the two. The group immediately lost interest at his words. This was a deduction any Dragon Nation person could make. They had suggested visiting the Chenghuang temple for worship based on the same thought. Their attention then shifted to Qi Yuan. Struggling with insufficient information, Qi Yuan casually suggested, why don't we just visit the Chenghuang temple and see for ourselves? This seemingly ordinary suggestion triggered a chain reaction after a few seconds of silence. That's right. The young fellow has a point. Why don't we go and check it out? They echoed, as if they had been enlightened. Qi Yuan observed this scene with a tinge of melancholy, while Lu Cheng was even more bewildered. Hadn't the patrol team already searched the Chenghuang temple? The information was right in their hands, so why wasn't anyone looking at it? What he and Yuan had said seemed pointless, yet the reactions were vastly different. With a mind full of questions, Lu Cheng followed the group to the Chenghuang temple. In front of the ancient temple, a pair of stone lions stood imposingly. The vermilion gates were wide open, and the beams of flashlights illuminated the unfamiliar characters above the lintel. Stepping over the threshold, they entered the grand forecourt of the Chenghuang temple. The brick-and-wood structure exuded an antique charm, and the central large cauldron was filled with burnt incense sticks. Inside the resplendent main hall, a solemn deity statue sat majestically. Xue Shiyun pointed to the murals and explained, these murals depict the Chenghuang god protecting the region, eradicating evil, and managing spirits. This is why we believe this is the Chenghuang temple. She turned and asked, Bai, is our understanding correct? Don't call me Bai, Captain Xue, Xiao Bai muttered, ruffling his hair. But you're right, the characters at the entrance do say Chenghuang temple. If I can't call you Bai or Xiao Bai, what should I call you? Xue Shiyun shrugged. Any new findings to share? Seeing no one respond, Xiao Bai volunteered. Take me to see that inscribed wall. Maybe I can find something. Xue Shiyun pointed towards the corridor leading to the side hall. Meanwhile, others circled the main hall. As Dragon Nation people, they adhered to the belief that it's better to believe in something than not, so they paid their respects. When praying to the gods proved ineffective, they began searching for clues. Noticing everyone was occupied, Qi Yuan saw the incense burner on the offering table and lit 5 sticks of incense. He did so instead of the traditional 3 because the phrase 3 long and 2 short suddenly came to mind. As the incense was placed, Qi Yuan was about to join the group, when suddenly, cries of astonishment echoed through the hall. The mural that Xue Shijun had just introduced was fading visibly, replaced by lines of ancient script glowing with a golden light. These golden characters, though different from the other indecipherable texts on the mural, vaguely resembled the script of a certain dynasty from the Dragon Kingdom. Though the people present were not well-versed in ancient texts, they could roughly understand the meaning from the similarity in the characters. The golden script was clearly a guide for those who had mistakenly entered the ghost market. Skipping over the initial flowery praises, the core message was that to leave, one must devoutly worship the city god, summon the deities with incense representing the 5 elements, and undergo the city god's judgment. If one passed the judgment, the city god would grant a pass, and the bearer must pass under the arch at the ghost market entrance 7 times to return to the human world. A special warning, do not look back under any circumstances, no matter what sounds you hear. After reading the golden text, everyone turned their gaze to the offering table. There, 5 sticks of incense were burning in the censer, and a youth of otherworldly beauty stood beside the table. Someone suddenly recalled that it was he who first suggested visiting the city god temple. Such a person was best kept at a distance. Cheng Yizhou quickly reacted, laughing. Qi Yuan, you rascal, you knew all along and kept it from us, trying to surprise us? Everyone else had offered 3 sticks of incense. but he had offered 5, which was no coincidence. Qi Yuan was momentarily bewildered. Is that even possible? Seeing the expectant looks from everyone, waiting for his guidance, Xue Shijun stepped forward and asked, "What should we do next?" After the previous lesson, Qi Yuan chose honesty this time. "I don't know. Maybe if we follow what it says, we can get out." If it were a matter of boasting about his abilities, he wouldn't mind pretending to be profound, as lies could eventually become truths. But he wouldn't gamble with everyone's lives on such a grave matter. Follow what it says. Xue Shijun pondered, and the others began to think as well. Believing Qi Yuan truly knew nothing at this point would be naive. But the problem was, with the city god not appearing, weren't they stuck at the judgment stage? Suddenly, Xue Shijun's eyes widened. "I understand." Cheng Yizhou also smiled knowingly, and others gradually caught on, some exchanging smiles with companions, others slapping their foreheads in realization. "Let's go give it a try," an elder remarked. "Young minds think quickly. I must admit, I'm getting old." "You're only 40. Don't act like an old man." Lu Cheng, utterly confused, followed the group to the arch, feeling more like an idiot as everyone seemed to understand. While he was still pondering, Cheng Yizhou had already reached for the arch. "Let me try." "Shouldn't I give it a go, Captain Cheng?" Xue Shiyin furrowed her brows, worry evident on her face. If a level ability user has an accident, it would be a significant loss for any city, especially since Cheng Yizhou is part of the duty team, unlike those ability users from the Ability Association who are always making excuses. It's more reassuring to rely on our own people. She looked around with determination. "I'm stronger than you all, so if something happens, I'll be better able to handle it." After she spoke, her gaze fell on Qi Yuan, and she quickly added, "Of course, Qi Yuan is no less capable than I am, just a bit less experienced. I'll take the lead and scout ahead for everyone." Under the archway, Lu Cheng stood with eyes slightly open, suddenly realizing. Nowadays, there are neither gods nor ghosts. Judgments and passes are all rules imposed on humans by gods and ghosts. Ordinary people fear ghosts and need a pass to ensure their safety, but they do not. Cheng Yizhou went in and out of the entrance 7 times, and on his last exit from the archway, his figure suddenly vanished from everyone's sight. Not long after, he returned with a relaxed smile on his face. "Just as I thought, if it's an exit, it could also be an entrance," Cheng Yizhou explained to everyone. The crowd erupted in cheers, with someone shouting, "Great, now we can get out." Lu Cheng quickly walked over to Qi Yuan and gave him a thumbs up. "Brother Yuan, I have to hand it to you." He realized he had been too hasty before, failing to grasp the meaning behind it, and mistakenly thought Brother Yuan was speaking nonsense like he was. This reminded him of the day Qi Yuan effortlessly had him at his mercy. The two returned to the sports hall within the ghost market, only to remember they had left Xiao Bai behind at the city god temple. Xiao Bai shot them a reproachful look, trying to awaken their conscience. But unfortunately, they pretended not to see it and headed straight for the 3 kids, ready to leave the ghost market. Xue Shiyun efficiently led the duty team in organizing the evacuation of students and teachers trapped in the ghost market. Amidst the bustling crowd, a group of 6th grade girls, already experiencing the stirrings of adolescence, gathered together, occasionally glancing at Qi Yuan and whispering among themselves, erupting into laughter and playfully hitting each other's shoulders. Qi Yuan merely glanced at them and lost interest. After awakening his telepathic abilities, the first lesson he learned was, don't be curious about what others are thinking. Sometimes, girls can be just as mischievous as boys. As for how he knows this, it's better not to ask. Back at school, they waited for a while until the domain fully integrated. As they were about to part ways, Xiaoxi suddenly stopped them. Just when Qiao thought his performance in the ghost market had won Xiaoxi's heart, he foolishly imagined a future with several children, even having names picked out. However, Xiaoxi sweetly said, "Brother Yuan, can you wait for me to grow up? I want to be your bride." Cracked 2 little boys' hearts shattered into pieces. In a shopping plaza, Lu Cheng spotted Qi Yuan in the crowd immediately. He waved to him. Qi Yuan seemed to have an aura that made people keep their distance, yet a circle of people always surrounded him from afar. As Qi Yuan approached, Lu Cheng was quick to speak. "I never thought you'd agree to help out." It turned out the long-haired lady they had helped earlier had been added to Lu Cheng's contacts under his motto, "If she's pretty, add her on WeChat." One day after leaving the ghost market, the lady asked if he could pass a message to Qi Yuan, asking if he had time to help her, and she'd pay the standard fee for hiring an ability user. Lu Cheng, of course, refused. "Just kidding, he's an ability user too, why couldn't he help?" But the lady declined, stating only Qi Yuan could assist her and mentioned she had already contacted Qi Yuan through the Ability Association, and he had agreed. Upon seeing the message, Lu Cheng couldn't sit still and immediately insisted on tagging along to see what had convinced Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan glanced at Lu Cheng curiously, unable to suppress the question in his mind. If you can save a life, why not help? Is Lu Cheng really that cold-hearted? With Qi Yuan's strength, the dangers in the city were mere trifles. He had nothing to worry about. As for extorting people with abilities, that was an absurd notion. Who would dare provoke them? As for his younger brother, he was causing quite a stir, and Chi Yuan had to lay low to avoid trouble. The second elementary school in Chipon City had been closed, and all students were forced to transfer, leaving Chi Ao with no reason to stay home. He threw tantrums, even challenging Chi Yuan's authority, all because of a lost first love. Recently, Chi Yuan had been encountering small troubles, water suddenly appearing on his chair, bugs inexplicably showing up in his drawer. Even their mother couldn't stand it, occasionally reprimanding the younger son. Seeing his mother's anger, Chi Yuan quickly pulled her aside, explaining that he had accidentally set Chi Ao up. However, his younger brother wouldn't accept it, suspecting that Chi Yuan and their mother were in cahoots, which only escalated the situation until it ended in tears. Speaking of their mother, Chi Yuan knew she was never one to lie easily. Her straightforward nature always cut through to the truth. After hearing Chi Yuan's explanation, she gently patted her younger son's head and softly consoled him. It's okay. Even without your brother, you wouldn't have caught up to him. You know, I can't catch up to your brother either. You're really the same. Moved by her words, the younger brother ran off in tears. Besides his younger brother, there was another woman who had given so much. When he decided to pursue the combat path, his mother unhesitatingly provided him with funds to buy equipment, despite the family's modest means. Chi Yuan knew he wouldn't miss any opportunity when it arose. Sorry to keep you waiting. A woman they had only met once before walked into the cafe. Her long black hair was casually pinned up, her freshly cut French bangs slightly curled at her chin. Carrying a handbag, she wore the same elegant yet professional dress. She adjusted her slightly askew collar and smoothed her bangs, walking over with a hint of nervousness in her eyes. She had put effort into her appearance, her makeup more refined, wondering if she was perfectly prepared. She smiled lightly and looked up, locking eyes with Chi Yuan, and her smile froze. Far from it, she thought, questioning if it was really Liang Jingru's courage that made her so confident. Remembering everything before, she wished she could disappear into a hole. Stammering slightly, she nervously began, I'm Su Wanwan. Sorry for making you come all this way. There's a cafe up ahead. Shall we go in and talk? She paused, noticing Chi Yuan still standing quietly, and added softly, Is that okay? As the client spoke, Chi Yuan naturally had no objections. Sure. The three of them found a corner to sit in. Su Wanwan picked up the menu, asked for their preferences, and eventually ordered coffee and desserts. Shortly after, the waiter brought their order. Su Wanwan gently stirred her coffee with a small spoon and began to explain the situation. I have a close friend whose boyfriend recently broke up with her. Although he lived off her, he claimed she was holding him back. While he didn't cheat or cling on, it was a peaceful breakup, but it left a bad taste. Lu Cheng, intrigued, couldn't help but interject. Is your friend looking for a new boyfriend? I promise, I'll just live off her without any complaints. His comment broke the slightly tense atmosphere, and Su Wanwan laughed lightly, teasing, How many girls have you sweet-talked with that mouth of yours? No, my heart and soul belong only to a wealthy woman. Chi Yuan joked. Su Wanwan picked up her coffee cup, glanced at him with a hint of a smile, and said, Who would believe that? Then she composed herself and continued seriously. Here's the thing, the guy got a bit of fame from a reality show, and then his past relationship with my best friend got exposed. His fans went crazy, swarming her social media to mock her for riding on his fame, even escalating to personal attacks. Chi Yuan nodded thoughtfully, recognizing this as a classic case of a wealthy patron being betrayed. As someone in the industry, he knew all too well that such large-scale fan actions were often orchestrated by fan leaders with ties to the artist's agency. In the past, saying fans' actions are the artist's responsibility seemed a bit unfair, Chi Yuan remarked. But in today's star-making industry, it's spot on. If the agency hadn't given the nod, the fan leaders would have already stepped in to say, Don't ruin his public image. Su Wanwan's grip tightened unconsciously, causing a crisp clink as the cup met the saucer. Struggling to control her emotions, she said, At first, my friend said she wanted to become a better version of herself, to prove those fans wrong, and I thought she had a good attitude. But when I visited her a few days ago, she was so thin she was practically skin and bones. She looked Chi Yuan in the eye, her voice pleading, I want you to talk to her, to stop her from this excessive dieting. Will that really work? Chi Yuan frowned. Good looks can solve many problems, but they can't heal a troubled heart. It will work. Su Wanwan insisted firmly. If nothing else, take a photo with her to show those fans what kind of person they're idolizing. Chi Yuan thought this was a desperate measure, better suited to a psychologist, but since he was already there, he decided to help. Don't worry about the payment. I'll compensate you regardless of the outcome, Su Wanwan added. Come on, do I look like someone who's just after money? Chi Yuan laughed. But I really am. Lu Cheng, observing from the side, shook his head, thinking that this young lady didn't know how to speak tactfully. Yuan clearly wasn't in it for the money, and talking about payment only made it seem tacky. After finishing their desserts, the three of them, led by Su Wanwan, went to her friend's place. When they rang the doorbell, the person who opened the door left Chi Yuan and Lu Cheng stunned. They had expected to see someone skeletal, But the woman before them, despite her slender arms and legs, had a healthy glow and looked far from malnourished. Unin, this is my new boyfriend. Su Wanwan beamed brightly, affectionately holding onto Lu Cheng's arm. Before arriving, they had rehearsed their lines, with Lu Cheng pretending to be her boyfriend so that her best friend, Feng Anin, could evaluate him. Wanwan had even hinted mysteriously beforehand about bringing a handsome guy, urging Anin to dress up nicely. However, Feng Anin had lost count of how many of these test plans Su Wanwan had carried out. The only thought lingering in her mind was, what a handsome man. Wanwan truly is my considerate sister. She couldn't help but wonder, how much of a filter does she see me through to think I deserve someone like him? At that moment, Feng Anin made a firm decision. She and Su Wanwan would be best friends forever. As soon as the thought crossed her mind, her gaze turned into a sharp knife, silently scrutinizing Lu Cheng. This guy who's stealing my best friend, go eat dirt. If she didn't unearth all his flaws today, she wouldn't be worthy of being Wanwan's bestie. Anin, what's wrong? Su Wanwan noticed her distraction and asked with concern. A horrifying chain of thoughts immediately formed in her mind. Zoning out for no reason, early sign of depression, suicide risk. No. According to a quick internet search, it's cancer at the very least. She hurriedly pushed these terrifying images out of her head, carefully observing Anin's reaction. Feng Anin quickly snapped back to reality, gently holding her hand and soothingly saying, I'm fine. Come in and have a seat. She led them into the living room, handing out the drinks she had prepared, but her peripheral vision was locked onto Lu Cheng's every move. Too careless. She secretly clicked her tongue. She had intentionally handed the drink to Lu Cheng first to see if he would offer it to his girlfriend, but he just took a gulp without considering Su Wanwan next to him. Not thoughtful enough. Points deducted. Anin, could I have a cup of hot tea? Su Wanwan asked softly. While mentally scoring Lu Cheng's looks and character, Feng Anin absent-mindedly nodded. Sure. Her distraction once again caught Su Wanwan's attention, and those thoughts she had just dismissed resurfaced. Seeing Feng Anin successfully distracted, Su Wanwan immediately lowered her voice, urgently speaking to those beside her. Did you see that? She weighs only a little over 60 pounds and is still dieting. But she looks quite healthy, Lu Cheng responded quietly. That's the makeup effect, Su Wanwan explained with a mix of amusement and worry, continuing to express her new concern. She's been zoning out all day. Could it be depression? Lu Cheng, feeling the sharp gaze from Feng Anin, replied with a subtle tone, more likely to be bipolar than depression. Let's find a chance to test it, Qi Yuan interjected. If it doesn't help, it might be best to take her to see a psychologist. Stop overthinking. At this rate, Feng Anin would soon be imagined into a coffin. The idea of curing with good looks was fundamentally flawed, and Qi Yuan was genuinely concerned. What if it didn't work? Would Su Wanwan assume Anin was at a terminal stage? Unaware of her friends' and best friends' wild imaginations, Feng Anin brought the hot tea to Wanwan and began her next round of probing. She sat at the edge of the sofa, casually asking, how did you two meet? At that time, I was being chased by a few street thugs, and just when things were about to go wrong, he appeared and saved me. Su Wanwan recounted, omitting the less dramatic details and crafting a seemingly romantic damsel-in-distress story. Feng Anin listened thoughtfully, willing to step in and help, showing responsibility, bonus points. Even if it was just a few thugs, stepping up was commendable. She reluctantly added a few points back to Lu Cheng's score in her mind. That's quite dramatic. Yes, it is a bit. Su Wanwan recalled the events of that time, and her cheeks flushed slightly with embarrassment. The scene where those thugs chased her, mocking her with a toad lusting after a swan, was one of the most humiliating moments of her life. Beside her, Feng Anin was anxiously stomping her foot in her mind. Seeing her friend's flushed cheeks and flickering eyes, she was certain that Wanwan had truly fallen for Lu Cheng. Speaking of which, he recently said I've gained weight. Su Wanwan pouted, her tone full of mock complaint, though her eyes unconsciously glanced at Lu Cheng, clearly showing affection. She cleverly steered the conversation towards dieting, deliberately including Lu Cheng in the discussion. Lu Cheng responded smoothly. I wouldn't lie to you. I like you whether you've gained weight or not. You see, he can't even say something nice, Su Wanwan grumbled, pouting, but her eyes sparkled with satisfaction. Feng Anin felt her stomach churn, as if she had been fed a bowl of greasy affection despite having eaten nothing. The spark of camaraderie she had felt was quickly extinguished, leaving her feeling calm and indifferent. But Su Wanwan's display of affection was just beginning. She turned to Lu Cheng with a suggestive look in her eyes. Do you think I look better with a bit more weight or slimmer? Lu Cheng caught on immediately. Whatever suits you best. What about you, Yuan? Qi Yuan, who had been mentioned, was ready. His gaze casually swept over to Feng Anin. As long as it's healthy. He paused and added, like her, she's too thin. Nice. Su Wanwan thought triumphantly, suppressing a smile. Their teamwork was flawless. Caught off guard by being mentioned, Feng Anin's heart suddenly raced. Although she had never seriously considered a romantic possibility with Qi Yuan, it was like a lottery one might not win, but it doesn't hurt to play. Denying her even the chance to daydream would be too cruel. I've decided I'm going to gain weight tonight. Feng Inan silently vowed, forcing a strained smile. I also think I'm too thin. I've been working on gaining weight lately. Oh ho ho ho. Does that really work? Lu Cheng looked shocked, clearly unaccustomed to such a scene as a newcomer. Su Wanwan laughed with satisfaction, understanding her friend's little thoughts perfectly. How could she not see through them? That scoundrel had captivated Inan with nothing more than a handsome face. But the matter was far from over. She couldn't rely solely on Qi Yuan's sympathy to bind him for life. She had to uncover Inan's real issues, whether it was heartbreak from the scoundrel or the shadow of online bullying, to find the right remedy. Inan, do you think I should lose weight? I noticed your previous weight loss went well. Share your tips, Su Wanwan asked casually. The mention of this topic immediately revived Feng Inan, banishing her sleepiness. I strongly recommend you get a pot of Furong Mian. Furong Mian. Su Wanwan mulled over this unfamiliar term. She knew Furong Mian was often used to describe a beauty's face, but could it be referred to as a pot? Was it some new diet product shaped like noodles? She had previously advised Feng Inan to eat more, which had met with resistance from her friend, and now she was unsure what this Furong Mian truly was. Wait here for a moment, Feng Inan said, seeing Wanwan's puzzled expression, and got up to head to her room. Shortly, she returned, struggling to push a flower pot. The flower wasn't large, but the pot was the size typically used for big plants. The blossom was about the size of half a palm, its tender white petals gently swaying in the breeze, with a faint blush under the indoor lighting, resembling a beauty's shy face, white with a hint of red. Qi Yuan, with limited knowledge of plants, couldn't identify the species. Being close to Feng Inan, Su Wanwan wasn't so polite and asked directly, what kind of flower is this? I've never seen it before. Furong Mian. It's a new plant developed specifically for beauty, Feng Inan introduced with pride. Can a single plant be so miraculous? Su Wanwan, curious, circled the Furong Mian several times. It seems to be a new variant discovered in the birthplace of Mei Rinxiang. They cultivated Furong Mian from that mutated plant. Mei Rinxiang, Su Wanwan exclaimed, eyes wide with surprise. The three of them looked slightly alarmed, but relaxed a bit when they heard it was a mutated plant. A level monster beauty allure attracts male prey with its fragrance, Su Wanwan explained with a furrowed brow. But that's not all. It can also enchant women, amplifying their obsession with beauty, tempting them to pick petals to beautify themselves, only to end up being devoured. What's more frightening is that a single A-level monster can affect most of a city. Why do you all look like that? Feng Inan waved dismissively. I'm not an idiot. That beauty salon has been in this city for years. If there were any issues, it would have been shut down long ago. As soon as she finished speaking, she noticed the pitying looks from the others and instinctively touched her face. What's wrong? Inan, Su Wanwan said with a pained expression. Do you want to get your IQ tested? You're over 60 kilograms and still want to lose weight. Do you think that's normal? Huh. Feng Inan looked puzzled. I'm just eating healthily, following a routine, and losing weight through fitness. There's nothing wrong with that, right? You're still hung up on losing weight. Feng Inan's tone was tinged with irritation. Though she appreciated her friend's concern, she was more annoyed. I'm really fine. Su Wanwan rubbed her temples. The beauty allure can amplify the obsession with beauty, and this mutated plant was found where it originated. Haven't you considered it might be addictive? At the mention of addictive, Feng Inan was visibly startled. As a native of Longhua, her innate aversion to drugs began to awaken her rationality. Really, she tried to remain calm. I feel great. Though thin, it's all muscle. Lu Cheng dropped his amused expression. You say you're healthy, but you can't even lift a flower pot. That hit the mark. Feng Inan frowned, cold sweat forming on her forehead as she anxiously looked at Su Wanwan. Could I have encountered some new drug? Su Wanwan pondered for a moment and decided to use the Qi Yuan detection method. She pointed at Qi Yuan. Didn't you just say you wanted to gain weight? How do you feel looking at him now? Feng Inan looked at Qi Yuan, then turned in horror to her friend. I don't want to gain weight anymore. This is too abnormal. Oh no, what should we do? Should we take you to the hospital? Su Wanwan was also panicking. Lu Cheng looked helplessly at the two women. You heard all that and didn't think it was strange, but now that you look at Yuan and don't want to gain weight, you think it's abnormal. I think you're the ones who are not normal. Report it. Qi Yuan suggested based on his experience as a city resident. Anything involving supernatural abilities will be handled by the patrol team. The two panicked women calmed down slightly at his words and looked at him expectantly. Qi Yuan was about to message Xue Shiyun, but remembered she wasn't responsible for this area. This was Namwa District, and he recalled Zhuang Heng's call last time. So he opened his contact list instead. So what now? After Qi Yuan was taken to Captain Pang's office, Lu Ying quickly made her way to the interrogation room. She arrived just as the team members were wrapping up their questioning and immediately asked about the situation. The woman seems to have some mental issues, the recorder said, shaking his head with a hint of amusement on his face. The monsters she talked about sound more like figments of her imagination. Lu Ying frowned slightly. Since Qi Yuan had reported the case, it was unlikely to be a false alarm. However, she didn't immediately contradict the recorder and instead gestured for him to continue. The recorder recounted, almost as if telling a joke. This lady said a particularly handsome man told her she was thin, but she didn't want to gain weight. What's more bizarre, she thinks this is abnormal and suspects a certain plant is affecting her judgment. A plant? Lu Ying mused. This was indeed suspicious. A woman being told she's thin and not wanting to gain weight? The recorder, feeling rather pleased with himself, added, I even teased her, saying, I think you're thin too. Want to gain weight? She shot back that I'm not handsome enough. Huh. His laughter abruptly stopped when he met Lu Ying's sharp gaze. He awkwardly explained, just joking. It's just that what she said was so outrageous. Did you get any details about the plant? Yes. The recorder quickly opened the folder in his hands. According to Feng Yinan, this plant originates from a mutated species in the birthplace of Mei Rinxiang. She claims that this Furong Mian has addictive beautifying effects. We've checked her recent beauty salon expenses, and they have indeed spiked. Mei Rinxiang? Lu Ying's expression turned serious. If this indeed involved an level creature, the situation was severe. This also explained why even someone with Qi Yuan's capabilities sought assistance. Seal the information immediately and keep the complainant here for now. The recorder looked puzzled. But shouldn't we gather more evidence first? Go now, Lu Ying interrupted him. And remember to send the plant to Captain Pang. Watching the recorder leave in haste, Lu Ying quickly made her way to Captain Pang's office. As she reached the door, she heard Captain Pang's booming voice. What? If it involves Mei Rinxiang, why didn't you say so earlier? I wasn't holding back, Qi Yuan replied, confused. I came to make a report, and you insisted on having tea with me. The mutated plant from the birthplace of Mei Rinxiang and Mei Rinxiang itself are two different matters, Qi Yuan explained. Captain Pang nodded absent-mindedly, his thoughts clearly focused on Mei Rinxiang. Got it. At that moment, Lu Ying entered and reported, Captain Pang, the information has been sealed. What are the next steps? Seal off the beauty salon and conduct an on-site inspection. Captain Pang commanded with a wave of his hand. Understood, Lu Ying replied with determination. As a patrol team, they were usually restrained in exercising their authority, but they could not afford to hesitate in the face of a potential monster threat. In the duty station of the 4th Squad of the Qipon City Special Ability Task Force, the speakerphone of the desk phone in front of Pang Shuo was on. The deep and angry voice of the director of the Qipon City Special Ability Task Force echoed through the room. You didn't even inform me before acting, and we're walking a tightrope between life and death. Hesitating like that is unacceptable. At least come up with a plausible reason. The director's voice reverberated in the office, filled with evident dissatisfaction. Pang Shuo sat up straight, his face full of stubbornness. It's very plausible. I inferred based on the facts. A laugh of exasperation came from the other end of the line, followed by the rustling sound of papers. The director of the Special Ability Task Force read out slowly. The complainant, Feng Yinan, said a very handsome man told her she was thin, but she didn't want to gain weight, which was very unreasonable. She suspected that a certain potted plant was affecting her mind. You accepted a case like this? Have you lost your mind? The director's voice rose by several octaves. Pang Shuo did not back down. Isn't it obviously unreasonable? Clearly, there's something wrong with that plant. There was a long silence on the other end, as if the air had solidified. Finally, the director's voice softened. Old Pang, how about I give you some time off? Maybe you need a break. What do you mean, Director Gua? Pang Shuo's brow furrowed. I'm serious. Oh, right, you've been working hard lately. Starting today, take a break, get some rest. The director's tone was deliberately light. Pang Shuo was slow but not stupid. The overt brush-off only fueled his irritation. He quickly interrupted. Hey Director Gua, this involves a Class A creature. We can't afford delays. Playing the Class A creature card, Director Gua had to take a more serious tone. Do you have any evidence? No. I'm applying to investigate the Menghu Society, Pang Shuo stated bluntly. Director Gua's tone turned cold. No, the Menghu Society is the largest private special ability group in Qipon City. I need to handle this cautiously. They don't have high-level ability users. This is an illegal gathering, Pang Shuo argued. And then, last time they sent someone to support, and before that, they've supported several times. 3 Class B ability users. Calculate how many lives they save. Director Gua countered. Pang Shuo was getting anxious. He stood up abruptly, shouting, but if they're really harboring a Class A creature, more people will die. That's why I'm asking for evidence. Director Gua's voice also rose, the volume causing distortion over the phone. Old Pang, get it straight. Without evidence, you can't act recklessly. Do you want all the ability users in Qipon City to flee? Pang Shuo fell silent, his fingers tapping the desk unconsciously. He knew that no matter how fast the task force was, they couldn't match the speed of ability users spread throughout the city. Nothing more to say? Director Feng, having vented his frustration, softened his tone and gave a final warning. I don't care how you investigate privately, but don't mess up publicly. I'll cover for you this time. Remember to take that break. Goodbye." With a soft click, the other side hung up, leaving the dial tone to echo sharply in the quiet office. Frustrated, Pang Shuo kicked his shoes aside, leaned back in his chair, and propped his feet on the desk. He took a deep breath, trying to clear his mind and dissipate the frustration. Once the anger subsided, the matter still needed addressing. Pang Shuo crossed his arms, furrowing his brow, contemplating how to handle the Menghu Society issue. Sunlight filtered through the blinds, casting dappled shadows on the floor as time ticked by. After a while, he reached for the internal line, his voice calm once more. "Send Zhuang Heng to my office." At the gate of Qipon City High School, sunlight bathed the grayish-blue tiles as students trickled out in small groups. Although the teachers no longer supervised them closely, at home, Qi Yuan would face his younger brother's sullen face, so he chose school without hesitation. Most students who don't want to attend school just want to have fun. With the senior teachers no longer strict, students were free to do as they pleased, yet they flocked to school every day. At school, they had peers and no nagging parents, truly a paradise. Qi Yuan had just finished his day of classes, his backpack casually slung over one shoulder. He had just been specially admitted to Xinqing University, and soon after, his homeroom teacher had spread the word, proudly announcing that their class had produced a student for Xinqing University's combat department. With his classmates casting envious glances, Qi Yuan made a swift exit after school. However, at the gate, he was stopped once more. This time, it wasn't Xue Shijun, but Lu Cheng. He squatted at the entrance, blending seamlessly with the security team at the school gate, his posture both discreet and alert. It wasn't until Qi Yuan passed by that Lu Cheng suddenly reached out to stop him, making Qi Yuan notice the familiar figure. "Any news? Did you find anything over there?" As soon as they reached a quieter corner, Lu Cheng eagerly inquired, his eyes shining with urgency. Xue Shijun had only managed to gather some vague information about the incident with the 4th Squad yesterday, so Lu Cheng had specifically come looking for Qi Yuan to get the full story. Qi Yuan shook his head, lowering his voice. "Nothing at all. The beauty salon only handles sales. The source of the Furong face is from the Menghu Society. But the Menghu Society is an underground group with 3 level ability users, so even Captain Pang can't conduct a forced search." After handing the matter over to the authorities, Qi Yuan hadn't followed up. These updates came from Zhuang Heng's phone call. "So, what do you think, Brother Yuan?" Lu Cheng stepped closer, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Sir, there must be," Qi Yuan started to say, then abruptly stopped. "Wrong channel." He cleared his throat and continued seriously. "Perhaps Furong face is just a mutated plant with a special ability, and the Ability Enforcement Bureau hasn't detected its anomaly. If there's any oppression of civilians from above, it might involve protecting ability users, but when it comes to an A-level monster, there's no way the authorities would be biased." Qi Yuan believed that either they lacked the clearance to understand the next steps, or the situation wasn't as serious. As a freelance ability user not affiliated with any organization, he didn't need to worry too much. The world is vast, and there are many talented people. What mattered most to him now was to make his name known. After experiencing the ghost market, Qi Yuan had learned an important lesson. Self-promotion is less effective than others promoting you. He hadn't yet figured out the best way to go about it. Live streaming himself was risky as many of his activities couldn't withstand scrutiny. If he could seize a significant opportunity, he wouldn't have to worry as much. Seeing Qi Yuan fall silent after speaking, Lu Cheng noticed him frowning in thought, seemingly contemplating something significant. He too remained quiet, and a silence settled between them. Finally, Lu Cheng made up his mind and broke the silence. "Brother Yuan, are you planning to handle this on your own?" Qi Yuan watched as Lu Cheng began to imagine scenarios, remaining composed and curious about what Lu Cheng would come up with. Interpreting Qi Yuan's silence as agreement, Lu Cheng quickly added, "Actually, my master sent me to investigate the monster breeding, so you don't need to worry about implicating me. Just tell me what you need, and I'll do it without hesitation." He patted his chest with determination. Last time, Qi Yuan had heard that Lu Cheng was on a mission from his master, but he didn't know the details. Qi Yuan, without revealing his thoughts, decided to probe for information. "How did your master predict there would be monster breeding in Qipon City?" Eager to prove himself, Lu Cheng responded honestly to Qi Yuan's question. "The neighboring city, what's it called again? The city next to ours where they breed monsters. Gobai City." Qi Yuan immediately understood and filled in. "Right. Anyway, the city next door that I can't remember the name of." Lu Cheng nodded. Realizing the confusion, Qi Yuan explained to Lu Cheng, "It's called Gobai City, Gu as in stop, and Bai as in green." Lu Cheng rolled his eyes at the peculiar name. No wonder he only remembered it as the neighboring city. "This pun deserves a big deduction," he muttered under his breath, then continued seriously. "The person involved in that case claimed his monster was well-behaved and hadn't eaten any living humans. He was using his job to feed the monster with corpses. Is there a problem with that?" Qi Yuan frowned. looking at Lu Cheng with some confusion. Lu Cheng seemed to understand Qi Yuan's question. He cleared his throat and continued to explain. Master said that with the government's extensive propaganda, all people in Longhua are aware that even monsters newly born in the fusion realm will prey on humans. Some people choose to collaborate with monsters for power, and some try to tame them for their own use. But they all understand one thing: monsters are deceitful. He paused for a moment. But the breeder in Jebi City insists that his monster has never hunted a human. My master has encountered similar situations before. He has seen underground organizations selling monsters on the black market, claiming to have completely wiped out the monsters' minds, leaving only instincts, like ordinary mutated animals, and safe to purchase. At this point, Lu Cheng stopped to give Qi Yuan a chance to ask questions. Qi Yuan, intrigued, immediately asked, "Where is the black market?" Lu Cheng awkwardly opened his mouth. "Well, I never asked my master." Seeing Lu Cheng's reaction, Qi Yuan clicked his tongue in disappointment. He remembered that in novels, the protagonist could easily find the black market and gain something, which made him yearn for it and want to try his luck. Seeing Lu Cheng's expectant expression, Qi Yuan changed the question. "So how do you wipe out a monster's mind?" "Well, I don't know that either," Lu Cheng replied, even more embarrassed. "How do you not know anything?" Qi Yuan's expression said it all. Lu Cheng felt disheartened. "Let me continue," he added weakly. "Capturing monsters is very difficult, and the journey from Xincheng to Qipon City is long. The forces behind this underground organization must be significant. To avoid alarming them, my master sent Clever Me to investigate in Qipon City." Qi Yuan ignored Lu Cheng's self-praise and quickly connected the wiping of a monster's mind with the Farong noodles. "So you think Farong noodles is related to them?" Lu Cheng nodded in agreement. "Exactly. If they caught a Merinxiang and wiped its mind, selling it to unaware buyers, and the buyer developed Farong noodles based on that. Of course, this is just speculation. Is it really possible to wipe out a mind?" Qi Yuan doubted. "Impossible." Lu Cheng shook his head. Master checked the case files in Jebi City. The monster was actually hunting humans behind the breeder's back, without him knowing. This shows that even if the mind is wiped, the monster will eventually recover. "I see." Qi Yuan sighed. "What do you plan to do next?" Lu Cheng rubbed his hands together, showing a hopeful expression. Qi Yuan knew there was a ticking time bomb beneath them. Although he had reported it to the authorities, reporting again wouldn't help. There was little he could do, and he needed to think carefully about how to assist. After pondering for a moment, he said, "I haven't figured out the exact plan yet, but I have a general direction." Hearing this, Lu Cheng's eyes lit up. Knew Qi Yuan wouldn't be without a plan. It was fortunate that he came early enough. On a night when the moon was dark and stars were sparse, the bustling, vibrant streets were lit up by colorful neon lights, capturing the attention of passersby. The aroma from various street food stalls filled the air, tantalizing people's taste buds. This area had clearly become the commercial center of the city, bustling with people and constant noise. Lu Cheng walked on the street paved with colorful bricks, his eyes still holding a trace of bewilderment and disbelief. Just 2 or 3 hours ago, Qi Yuan had told him, "Time is of the essence. I plan to take direct action." And Lu Cheng had followed him here without any mental preparation. As the sky darkened, Lu Cheng had originally guessed that Qi Yuan intended to use the cover of night to infiltrate the Menghu society and investigate the situation thoroughly. He was trying to find cover, moving stealthily, but was surprised when Qi Yuan walked boldly through the crowd, directly towards the brightly lit reception of the entertainment club. At the reception, Qi Yuan stood with a composed demeanor and asked in a steady voice, "Hello, could I schedule a meeting with Wu Xiong?" Lu Cheng was wide-eyed, frozen in place. Was this so-called plan really such a straightforward confrontation? He hadn't expected it at all. Qi Yuan ignored Lu Cheng's shock. He had previously found out on Wandu that the Menghu society often frequented this place at night, and it was one of their properties. His plan was clear. Infiltrating the Menghu society with Lu Cheng was not only extremely risky, but also illegal. However, if he directly requested a meeting, with his mind-reading ability, the other party's thoughts would be exposed. Most importantly, he was coming openly, so if anything went wrong, the enforcement team could intervene in time. Other than the possibility of being refused a meeting, this plan was simple, efficient, and low risk. The receptionist was momentarily stunned by Qi Yuan's handsome appearance, and upon understanding his request, her cheeks flushed slightly. She asked in a gentle voice, "May I ask what business you have with Mr. Wu?" Qi Yuan thought, "The more you say, the more mistakes you make. It's better to listen to the other party's inner thoughts and adjust accordingly." He replied calmly, "You'll have to ask him." The receptionist pondered for a moment, suddenly realizing, this person has an extraordinary presence, and Mr. Wu arranged to meet at the club. He must be a new client Mr. Wu is looking to develop. She then asked, "Are you a friend of Mr. Wu?" The adult world is really hard to understand. Has friend become synonymous with client? Qi Yuan quickly calculated in his mind, unsure if this was some sort of code, and decided to deny it first. After all, mind reading couldn't sense reflexive instincts. And if it interfered with Wu Xiong's business, retreating wouldn't be easy. No, he replied succinctly. Not a friend. The receptionist was surprised by her misjudgment and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, may I ask your identity? Qi Yuan reached into his pocket to retrieve his special ability ID, but just as he was about to hand it over, a man approached the reception desk. The man tapped on the desk with his knuckles, making a crisp knock-knock sound. His gaze fixed on the interior of the club, his tone carrying an undeniable command. When the guest arrives, take him to our private room. Understood, Mr. Song. The receptionist replied respectfully, then tentatively asked, Is the guest you mean Mr. Qi Yuan here? Song Jing's mind raced. So soon? No, Qi Yuan. What's he doing here? Only then did he turn his attention to Qi Yuan standing nearby. If there was anyone in Qi Pan City's Menghu society who was untouchable, Qi Yuan was certainly one of them. Not to mention the mysterious background of the Qi family. Qi Yuan's own abilities were enough to make the Menghu society hesitant. That lizard man, even if three of them worked together, they couldn't guarantee a quick subdue. While Song Jing's mind was rapidly processing, he maintained a professional smile that was both honored and surprised. I've long heard of the talented and handsome Jin Tong, and meeting you today, your reputation is well-deserved. Qi Yuan nodded slightly, his tone modest. You flatter me. Would it be convenient to take a few minutes of your time? There's no need for such formality with me. Song Jing waved a hand dismissively. Don't mention a few minutes. As long as you're here, I, Song, will accompany you throughout. Then I'll accept your offer. Qi Yuan responded calmly. Lu Cheng stood by, dumbfounded as these two strangers exchanged pleasantries as if they were old acquaintances, internally marveling. What exactly does the Qi family do? How do they know people everywhere? Song Jing, seeing Qi Yuan's calm demeanor, temporarily suppressed his doubts and knocked on the desk again. Xiaozhong, take care of this young brother, make sure he feels at home. He nodded towards Lu Cheng. After speaking, he led the way for Qi Yuan with a welcoming smile. Qi Yuan initially thought of saying a few words for Lu Cheng, but then decided it wasn't necessary. The most important thing now was to uncover the truth behind the Furong noodles. Getting caught up in minor details seemed counterproductive. Lu Cheng watched their backs disappear down the corridor, feeling a pang of bitterness only he understood. How did I become the little brother? I'm at least a student of Shin City University and part of the Pillar Plan. Though I can't compare to Brother Yuan, I shouldn't be reduced to a little brother, right? Don't they have friends? Here you go. Mr. Song led Qi Yuan down the corridor and opened the door to the last private room at the far end. Inside, Wu Xiong and Kong Anji were holding their wine glasses. Upon hearing the door, they rose to greet the newcomers. However, their smiles froze when they recognized who had arrived. Jin Tong. They were startled internally but maintained professional smiles. We've heard so much about you. It's an honor to finally meet in person. Their eyes discreetly darted towards Mr. Song, silently questioning the unexpected visit. Song Jing was equally puzzled but invited them to sit down. Let's have a seat and chat. Thank you. Qi Yuan nodded without expression. He knew these three were well-informed and intended to get straight to the point. As soon as he sat down, a glass of wine was offered to him, but he quickly waved it away. No need. I'll just take a few minutes and then leave. Although slightly better than his family, Qi Yuan's social skills were still awkward, often resorting to his homeroom teacher's manner of speaking. He firmly believed that moderate socializing is beneficial, while excessive socializing is detrimental. It was better to handle the situation adequately without exhausting himself. The three local figures were perceptive and immediately adjusted their demeanor when they saw Jin Tong wasn't interested in small talk. Wu Xiong, acting as the spokesperson, said seriously, Please, go ahead. Qi Yuan got straight to the point. Is the Furong noodles something you developed, or did someone sell it to you? The question made all three of them visibly tense. The beauty salon had just been shut down by the inspection team, and now Jin Tong was here. The connection was obvious. Wu Xiong put down his glass heavily, his tone turning cold. That's a trade secret. I'm afraid we can't disclose it. If you insist on discussing this, then please leave. Unfazed by the threat, Qi Yuan remained composed. He could discern the balancing act in their words, trying to appear tough without truly offending him. With his hands folded on his lap, he calmly stated, A large number of human remains have been found around Qipon City. I think you all understand what this implies. The three were visibly shocked, genuinely caught off guard this time. But they quickly regained their composure, with Wu Xiong promptly denying it. You're joking. Furong noodles is just a mutated plant. It has nothing to do with human bones. Yes, we've sold a lot and never had any issues, Mr. Song hurriedly added. And we've never fed it with corpses, Kong Anji chimed in. After their statements, the three were convinced that Furong noodles couldn't possibly be involved. Given the gravity of the situation, the caution shown by the inspection team and Jin Tong was understandable. Since it wasn't a deliberate targeting of them, Qi Yuan and his two companions temporarily set aside their earlier grievances. Qi Yuan remained silent, quietly listening to their thoughts, carefully extracting useful information from the scattered fragments. The atmosphere dropped to freezing point once more, causing Wu Xiong and his companions to feel uneasy. Previously, they had been the instigators, but now they found themselves in a passive position. They exchanged silent glances, and the oppressive tension in the air grew thicker. In this silence, they began to wonder if they had overlooked any clues, questioning if there was something off about the Fu Rong noodles. Ultimately, they were alarmed to find that there were indeed numerous suspicious points. Fanggu, the supplier, had mentioned that the flowers were delicate and required professional care. Additionally, they needed to provide a client list so Fanggu could send people to maintain the plants. Furthermore, Fanggu had once said that to protect trade secrets, they needed to provide transportation routes. Upon careful consideration, the routes passed by hospitals, funeral homes, and connected to the city's entry and exit points. Although they had always coveted Fanggu's trade secrets, they had never succeeded due to Fanggu's formidable strength. Now, looking back, they wondered why Fanggu, with such power, chose not to engage with the authorities but instead approached them. Moreover, why couldn't the plants be mass-produced, and what was the underlying reason? As these thoughts surfaced, the three of them felt a chill down their spines. In Qipon City, they had always been like local emperors, with no real benefits from harboring monsters, only continuous trouble. If they got entangled in this situation, coupled with their status as people with special abilities, even their lives could be at risk. Long Kingdom had zero tolerance for harboring monsters, and if this were exposed, there would be no escape. Although they could investigate these suspicions later, they absolutely could not admit to anything now. However, Qi Yuan's next words made their hearts tighten. The intelligence I received indicates that the transportation route you provided includes hospitals, funeral homes, and city exit channels? Is this what you call no problem? He spoke casually, but his words carried a chilling coldness. Earlier, he was merely gathering information, but now, he was increasingly sure that there was indeed an issue. Qi Yuan bluntly pointed out, "You intended to conceal the information and shirk responsibility, but you didn't expect that the information I have is enough to hit the nail on the head." His calm tone carried an undeniable threat. "You'd better report this now. If there is indeed a problem, at least you can clear your names. But if you delay and cause significant losses, don't blame me for reporting you to the patrol team." With that, Qi Yuan got up and left. He had acquired the information he needed and wouldn't waste any more time. Since he intended for them to take action voluntarily, he would now wait for their response. After Qi Yuan left, Song Jing and Kong Anji looked at Wu Xiong, waiting for him to decide. Wu Xiong remained silent for a long time, eventually grabbing the bottle on the table and gulping down a large swig of alcohol before slamming the bottle back onto the table. "Let's go find Director Gua." "Brother Xiong, do we really have to do this?" Song Jing and Kong Anji exchanged hesitant glances. "Yes," Wu Xiong nodded. "The patrol team must be more anxious than we are. If we delay, we can negotiate with them. This way, we can at least keep some leverage." He paused, then continued calmly. "The eldest son of the Qi family even uncovered our transportation routes. Can you still hold on to any lucky illusions? Are you willing to cut off all your options?" Song Jing and Kong Anji hesitated, but Wu Xiong cut them off. Pointing at the table, his gaze was sharp. "The young master of the Qi family came today to remind us to cooperate, giving us a way out. Losing face is nothing, but if something really happens, we might escape ourselves, but we can't escape the law or the Qi family's scrutiny." The two were stunned, clearly realizing the seriousness of the situation. Can they guard against the Qi family's retaliation? Song and Kong Anji remained silent, and the answer was obvious: they could not. Despite working with Fanggu, they knew nothing about him, while the Qi family had already uncovered their partnership, even knowing the details as if it were in the palm of their hand. In contrast, the Menghu Society's knowledge of the Qi family was negligible. The Qi family was merely a code name, and they could only deduce the surname from the name Qi Yuan. Whether Qi Yuan was his real name, no one could be sure. Such an unfathomable background was chilling. The Qi family seemed non-existent, yet omnipresent. Wu Xiong's face was clouded with worry, his eyes carrying a hint of helplessness. This move was a last resort. Only those who have experienced it understand the difference between taking the initiative and being forced into a choice. The sense of helpless shame, the embarrassment of being seen through, as if all one's tricks were child's play to others. He sighed, patted the shoulders of the two men, and smiled. "Don't be discouraged. We've been through tougher times than this. The three of us brothers made it through together. Are we really afraid of this? Since there's no choice, let's show some attitude and do things with flair." In a car near the entertainment city, Zhuang Heng kept a close watch as Qi Yuan walked out the door and quickly reported to his superior, "Mr. Qi Yuan is out." His expression hasn't changed much, but Lu Cheng next to him seems in a particularly good mood. He paused for a moment and then asked in a low voice, "What's our next move?" On the other end, Lu Ying calmly directed, "Don't worry about Lu Cheng for now. Our focus is on keeping an eye on the Menghu Society and investigating the source of the Furong noodles. If Jintong has any new information, they'll contact us. Remember, be cautious and don't leave any traces." Zhuang Heng acknowledged, and his phone screen flashed. showing a call from Qi Yuan. Answer the call, and the rest of the team continue the surveillance. Lu Ying's voice remained steady. Zhuang Heng immediately picked up the phone. On the other end, Qi Yuan had pushed Lu Cheng aside and dialed Zhuang Heng's number. Once connected, Qi Yuan spoke in a calm tone. Good evening, Zhuang Heng. Zhuang Heng couldn't hide his excitement, as if he had anticipated Qi Yuan's call. Good evening, Mr. Qi Yuan. It seems you've discovered us. He wasn't surprised. Instead, he seemed somewhat eager. Qi Yuan glanced sideways at Lu Cheng standing nearby, feeling a bit resigned. He had long known that the official forces were in motion. He simply didn't have the authority to know in advance. That's right. I knew you'd be watching the Menghu Society. After all, your intelligence network is no joke, he replied lightly. Zhuang Heng was a bit taken aback, but soon realized. I see. You figured it out. What should we do now? Qi Yuan turned around, his tone calm. I got some information from Wu Xiong. The supplier of the Furong noodles is Feng Gu, a man in his 40s, about 1.75 meters tall, with an ordinary appearance. Another contact address is. He quickly relayed all the information he had gathered to Zhuang Heng, providing detailed descriptions of the supplier and related information. After sharing everything, Qi Yuan suddenly felt a sense of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Leave this matter to the authorities. Don't worry, I believe in the power of the state. Qi Yuan thought about the years his mother had raised him, feeling an indescribable comfort. His mother's resilience and the stability of society had always made him believe that no matter the difficulties, there was always a place to rely on. After hanging up, Qi Yuan lowered his gaze, glancing at Lu Cheng, feeling somewhat heavy-hearted. Indeed, one shouldn't be too indecisive. Lu Cheng, who had been standing by silently, finally couldn't hold back. Are you sure it's okay to tell them all this? Qi Yuan looked up, his eyes showing a bit of fatigue but more determination. The issue now isn't with me. It's with the authorities. We've done what we needed to do. The conversation between the two came to a slow close, with the atmosphere remaining heavy and the future steps still unpredictable. Master once said that the forces selling the monsters are vast, and it's possible that they have people within the patrol team. Qi Yuan gazed at him for a long time, frowning slightly, and eventually shook his head in resignation. Do you think they offer after-sales services for monsters whose minds haven't been completely erased? Qi Yuan's tone carried a clear hint of sarcasm. Lu Cheng was stunned, and the intricate schemes he had woven in his mind came to an abrupt halt. He blinked, as if just waking from a hallucination. Have I been outsmarting myself this whole time? Lu Cheng muttered to himself, then furrowed his brow in thought. But why would they do this? With their resources, it would be faster to rob than to sell monsters. Qi Yuan shrugged and spread his hands. I don't know. Maybe you can ask Feng Gu if he's caught. His tone was indifferent, as this organization was something Lu Cheng had informed him about, and now Lu Cheng was asking him for answers he didn't have. Qi Yuan turned and started walking away. The streetlight cast a long shadow behind him. Yuan Ge, where are you going? Lu Cheng called after Qi Yuan as he watched him walk further away, his voice echoing down the empty street. Home. Qi Yuan replied without looking back. You're going home just like that? Lu Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Qi Yuan stopped, turned around, and asked, do you have any other plans? The information had been obtained more smoothly than he anticipated, and he couldn't think of anything else to do. Lu Cheng touched his forehead, looking bewildered. It felt like he had done something today, yet at the same time, nothing at all. He had imagined gathering intelligence would involve sneaking into the Tiger Club under the cover of night, defeating underlings to extract clues, and deducing the next lead, like in the movies. In reality, the intelligence gathering was. Qi Yuan arranged a meeting, Lu Cheng was led away by the receptionist for a massage, and then the information was in hand. Is this the world of the rich? Lu Cheng felt like he had turned into a lemon, sour to the core. He muttered to himself. With this way of gathering intelligence, even I could do it. Qi Yuan ignored Lu Cheng's antics. Their routes home were different anyway. He continued walking, his shadow stretching longer under the dim streetlights. The windows of the apartment buildings began lighting up one by one with warm lights as people returned home after a busy day, the air filled with the aroma of dinner. Those working overtime were just returning to enjoy a late-night meal. You're back, Qi's mother called out from the sofa, absorbed in her soap opera, not bothering to look up as she heard the door open. Qi Yuan stood at the entrance, gazing thoughtfully at the familiar scene in the living room. Mom, something might happen tonight, he said. No matter what happens, at least we can die together. Qi's mother replied, as direct as always, her words both comforting and piercing. Mom, you're really the atmosphere destroyer, aren't you? Qi Yuan shook his head in exasperation. Seeing the lively neighborhood life upon returning, he was touched by the thought that the peace might be disrupted. After his mother's remark, all he wanted to do was wash up and go to bed. Zhuang Heng hung up the phone and immediately contacted Team Leader Pang, reporting everything in detail. I knew that kid would come through. Even through the communicator, Zhuang Heng could hear the sound of a table breaking on the other side, as Team Leader Pang shouted with his signature booming voice. Pack up and get ready to arrest Fong Gu. No, Lu Ying interrupted firmly. She rarely opposed the captain after he issued an order, so Pang Shuo wasn't angry when interrupted. He simply waited quietly for her to explain. Lu Ying took a deep breath and analyzed the situation clearly. Based on Qi Yuan's intelligence, the other side is strong. Acting rashly could alert them and cause chaos. This isn't a fusion domain. If they target civilians, we'll be at a disadvantage. It's better to split into two teams, one to monitor the Tiger Club and the other to watch Fong Gu. Once we have evidence, we can request support from Director Gua. Pang Shuo rubbed his unshaven chin, frowning deeply. Though it wasn't in his nature to be cautious, he understood the gravity of the situation. Finally, he nodded. Let's do it your way. Just as Pang Shuo was about to issue the orders, the meeting room door suddenly opened. A familiar figure appeared at the entrance. Not bad. If you thought things through like this more often, old Pang, I wouldn't have such headaches. Pang Shuo, what do you mean by that? Without turning around, Pang Shuo recognized the familiar voice. Outside the meeting room, a staff member peeked in, trying to gauge the situation inside. Behind Director Gua stood three men, and Pang Shuo's eyes slightly narrowed as he quickly identified them as Wu Xiong and his two brothers, who were in charge of the Menghu Society. What were all three of them doing at the meeting room door? What were his team members keeping an eye on? Sensing Pang Shuo's doubt, Director Gua quickly shifted the topic to ease the tension, pretending not to know them well as he introduced them to Pang Shuo. This is Wu Xiong, Song Jing, and Kong Anji, three heroes who have contributed greatly to Qipon City. Lu Ying subtly nudged Pang Shuo from behind, bringing him back to the moment. He smiled and said warmly, "Pleasure to meet you." Wu Xiong stepped forward, clasped his hands, and said with a grin, "Oh, not at all. Captain Pang, you serve the nation and the people. We are the ones who feel ashamed. We came today because we heard you're looking for Furong Mian, and we happen to have some clues to offer." This topic caught everyone in the meeting room off guard. Pang Shuo and Lu Ying exchanged a glance. They tacitly decided to first see what Wu Xiong and his men were planning. "Don't just stand there, have a seat," Director Gua gestured, his tone still gentle but with a hint of criticism. "Lu Ying, you're usually a clever girl. How come you don't even know to let people sit?" Once seated, Wu Xiong and his two companions were even more eager than the others, quickly getting to the point. Let's make this brief. Under Wu Xiong's lead, the three of them worked in harmony to clearly present the key information. First, we initially thought the reasons given by the duty team were too far-fetched, so we didn't cooperate. Second, after discussing with someone, we realized that the duty team might not be wrong, so we decided to come forward and help. Third, we have information on the transportation route and hope to work with the duty team to quickly find relevant evidence. As for Furong Mian, we really have no idea, but we are all from Qipon. If there is trouble in Qipon City, we will not shirk our responsibilities. Finally, Wu Xiong added, we hope to assist in making this operation a success. Though Pang Shuo and Lu Ying still harbored doubts about their motives, the information they provided roughly matched what Qi Yuan had mentioned, slightly alleviating their concerns. Pang Shuo quickly assembled the fourth squad, deciding to set out under the cover of night with the cooperation of the Menghu Society. The patrol cars, without flashing lights or sirens, moved silently through the empty streets, followed closely by several luxury cars from the Menghu Society. Soon, Director Guo was confronted with testimonies obtained from funeral homes and hospitals, along with numerous photos of human bones from the outskirts. Director Guo's face turned grim. He realized the number of bones far exceeded those in the Gobi City case. Although he had anticipated this, the evidence still exceeded his expectations. While the specific use of Furong Mian was still unknown, it was clear it could provide ample raw materials for Van Gu's monster cultivation. After a brief silence, he made a decision. Immediately request support from Level A Supernaturals and have Ching Ezhou lead a team to monitor Van Gu. Also, mobilize the duty team to recover Furong Mian. All city duty teams are to be on standby, ready to evacuate the public if necessary. If anyone asks, inform them that a large-scale exercise is taking place and request their cooperation. Once the orders were given, everyone in the meeting room quickly got up and headed to their respective posts. However, Wu Xiong and his two companions did not leave immediately. Clearly, just providing leads wasn't a significant contribution. If they wanted to make a substantial impact in this operation, they had more planned. Director Gua, since this is a serious matter, just let us know if you need anything, Wu Xiong added as he stood. If the issue isn't resolved, we'll wait right here. Director Gua's face showed a genuine hint of surprise. Waiting on-site and waiting elsewhere are two entirely different concepts. The former means he must confront the issue head-on, with no room for excuses. The latter allows him plenty of leeway to come up with countless excuses. The extent of the Tiger Society's commitment this time was impressive. They were truly sparing no expense. Director Gua took a deep breath, internally acknowledging that the Tiger Society was indeed a standout among the underground teams in Qipon City. He said solemnly, I admire your integrity, gentlemen. Captain Chung, a late-night emergency task, huh? The young man with striking yellow hair yawned as he lazily put on his duty uniform. Chung Yijo got straight to the point, commanding concisely, "Hurry up, it's an 11 mission." The yellow-haired young man immediately perked up, swiftly opened the car door, got inside, and closed it in one smooth motion. Inside the car, the teammate responsible for intelligence was glued to the screen, fingers flying over the keyboard, continuously relaying key information to them. "Our mission is to monitor Fangu. He is suspected of harboring an 11 creature known as the Beauty Aspect. Fangu, male, 46 years old, height 1.76 meters. His photo has been sent to your communicators. Please check immediately." The intelligence officer continued. For the first 30 years, his life was completely normal. But at 34, he was suppressed by a supernatural group in Jebi City, causing his business to go bankrupt and his family to fall apart. Since then, he joined an anti-supernatural cult. Strangely, that cult later disappeared collectively, with initial suspicions pointing to Fangu. He then moved to our city and collaborated with the Tiger Society to sell a flower known as Furong Mian. The intelligence officer paused, frowning deeply. Recently, the 4th Duty Squad received a report from a woman. He doubted his eyes, widening them, and even rubbing them to ensure he wasn't mistaken. "Old Wong, are you up to it?" The yellow-haired young man taunted, placing his hands behind his head with obvious sarcasm. Old Wong snorted, pushing the screen to the yellow-haired young man. "If you're so capable, you do it." The yellow-haired young man accepted the challenge with a grin. "I might not be good at much, but I'm quick-witted. Bring it on." He focused on the screen, locating the interrupted part, ready to continue reading, but suddenly faltered. This woman claimed. Chung Yijo adjusted the screen angle, skimmed through it quickly, and read fluently. This woman claimed a very handsome man told her she was too skinny, yet she had no intention to gain weight, which seemed unreasonable. She suspected a particular plant was affecting her mind. After receiving the report, the 4th Squad conducted a series of investigations, but found nothing. Subsequently, Director Guo received a report from the Tiger Society, who suspected that the Furong Mian they were selling might have issues and requested an official investigation. Based on the Tiger Society's leads, the 4th Squad interrogated individuals from hospitals and funeral homes involved and successfully discovered a large number of human bones. Silence filled the car. Every word from Captain Chung was clear, but together they seemed absurd and incomprehensible. Finally, someone broke the silence. "Captain Chung, did you make a mistake or miss out on something?" The other team members nodded in agreement, evidently sharing the same doubt. "No." Chung Yijo frowned deeply. The description of the very handsome man, reminding him of Chi Yuan. "Haha, does the duty squad even accept such ridiculous cases now?" Someone chuckled awkwardly, voicing their confusion. "But they actually uncovered a major case. You have to give them credit. Since when did the Tiger Society become so cooperative? This efficiency the case was solved the day after it was reported." Chung Yijo pushed the screen back to its original position, decisively ending the increasingly off-topic discussion. "All right, now's not the time for this sort of debate." The modified van wobbled as it drove into the street, finally stopping beneath a secluded building. The door slid open silently, and several plainclothes special duty officers emerged one by one, moving swiftly and orderly. They made their way up the dimly lit stairwell and eventually stopped in front of a door on one of the floors. The lead officer raised his hand and knocked gently. Thud, thud, thud. There was silence from inside, no response. After a moment, the lock turned, and the door was slowly opened from within. Team Leader Chung. The officer who opened the door recognized the visitor and greeted him quietly. Chung Yijo nodded slightly. "We're here to keep an eye on Fangu. Is he home?" "Yes, we came as soon as we got the order." "Good, thank you. Show me." Chung Yijo followed the officer to a window where a simple table held several binoculars and surveillance equipment. He picked up a pair of binoculars and looked through the window at the opposite building. In his view, Fangu lay on the bed, tossing and turning, seemingly not sleeping well. Chung Yijo frowned, sensing something amiss. After a moment of thought, he realized the source of his unease. "Does he sleep with the window open?" Chung Yijo asked the officer beside him in a low voice. "His window is open a crack for ventilation, but the curtains are drawn. We adjust the wind direction using our abilities, causing the curtains to move slightly for observation." "Have you confirmed it's him?" "When we arrived, he was still awake." Fangu checked the window before sleeping, closing it to a crack. "It's definitely him." The officers had been staking out and monitoring the area for some time to prevent unexpected situations. Although there was no concrete evidence, Chung Yijo's intuition told him something was off. Old Wong, who had been listening to the conversation, suddenly spoke up. "It might not be Fangu in there." "What makes you think that?" Chung Yijo agreed with Old Wong internally but needed more evidence. Someone with secrets wouldn't leave their window wide open. For ordinary people, these actions aren't unusual, but for someone with secrets, they seem out of place. "You're right." Chung Yijo no longer hesitated. Using special tools and his abilities, he leapt swiftly into Fangu's balcony. He forcefully pulled open the window and curtains, revealing a stranger sleeping soundly on the bed. Chung Ijo quickly checked the entire room before opening the door. His team was already gathered at the entrance. Captain, he's gone. He must have left earlier. Quickly, find out where he went. Chung Ijo ordered succinctly, and the officers sprang into action. Someone woke the stranger for questioning. Others used their abilities to trace Fangu's path, and some pulled up nearby surveillance to look for clues. In just a few minutes, they gathered the crucial information. Chung Ijo didn't immediately ask for the results, but returned to the modified van downstairs first. The special duty team maintained a silent understanding on the way back, only beginning to report their findings once everyone was in the vehicle. The stranger had no memory of how he ended up in Fangu's room, but a team member with memory restoration abilities helped him recall missing Fragmentchi had followed a peculiar floral scent unwittingly into Fangu's room. Meanwhile, a team member nicknamed Yellow Hair had already detected the direction Fangu had taken based on residual traces. Follow where Xiao Huang indicated. After understanding all the information, Chung Ijo immediately reported the situation to Director Guo via the communicator. With the situation showing signs of spiraling out of control, Chung Ijo furrowed his brow, ready to fight for his life. This time, they held nothing back, driving full speed toward the direction where Fangu was. On the rooftop of a residential building, two indistinct figures stood in the night. Do you have enough energy? If not, there's more. Fangu gently caressed the petals of the enchanting flower, his fingertips gliding over the translucent textures as if touching a finely crafted piece of glass art. Bathed in moonlight, the petals shimmered softly, with a delicate pink hue spreading from their base. At the deepest core, the flower's heart was wrapped in layers, resembling a natural temple, within which lay a semi-human creature. Through the semi-transparent petals, the upper body of the humanoid figure could be faintly seen. Its skin glowed with a lustrous sheen, its features delicate and its appearance ethereal. Pink hair cascaded like a waterfall, making it resemble the legendary peach blossom fairy. Its brows were slightly furrowed, its expression fragile and gentle, akin to a sleeping beauty within the flower, evoking a tender affection in anyone who beheld it. Standing before the several meter tall flower, Fangu's gaze was filled with nostalgia. Once only half his height, it had now grown into a full blossom. He felt immensely grateful, knowing that without joining the Anti-Abnormal Association, he would never have met Xiaowei, nor developed such a bond. He had long awaited this day. Xiaowei had once promised that when it returned to an grade and bloomed, they could be wed and never part. It seems that day has finally come, just as warmth and anticipation filled his heart. Fangu felt a sudden, sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw a crimson root piercing through his chest, its surface moving rhythmically like exposed muscle, as if transferring something into his body. In an instant, all color drained from Fangu, his life vanishing swiftly, leaving behind a desiccated shell. His body was then lifted by another root and fed into the open maw of the flower's base, where it was chewed and consumed, leaving only bones. These bones were discarded into a corner, lying silently among the offerings he had once brought to the flower, witnessing his final resting place. In return for his gifts, the flower thrived, its petals unfurling slowly in the moonlight. Layer upon layer of vibrant petals created a mesmerizing spectacle, contrasting starkly with the menacing, tangled roots below. The humanoid figure at the flower's heart stretched its graceful arms, exuding a languid allure with every subtle movement. Each smile and gesture was filled with enchanting charm, as if the fairy had truly awakened. From now on, you are within me, and we shall never be apart, it whispered softly, as the petals continued to bloom. Xiaowei had fulfilled Fangu's wish, albeit in her own way. As the petals reached full bloom, a potent and enigmatic fragrance spread through the air, carrying with it strange signals that dominated the surroundings. Within the residential building, the previously unconscious inhabitants began to stir, their bodies moving with a stiff yet synchronized rhythm. Their eyes were vacant, expressions blank, yet they moved unhesitatingly towards the flower, as if drawn by an unseen force, soon kneeling around it, as if in reverence. The flower accepted this devotion with ease, gazing down at their worship with a gentle smile. It had absorbed these people, binding them to itself forever. It never understood why it had been demoted to great. But with its innate allure, it quickly gained control over the fringes of human society, inciting them to violence, and using Fangu as a puppet to deliver a steady stream of humans. Since its birth, it rarely had the chance to indulge so freely. Logic dictated that now, having returned to a grade, it should retreat. But the ecstasy of feeding was intoxicating, and it willingly surrendered to the pleasure, the floral fragrance inducing a dreamlike stupor. Until that day, when a group of strangers invaded the building where it resided. Lowering its gaze, it saw the patrol team, the hunters who had long pursued it, finally arriving. Its face, like that of a peach blossom, broke into a smile, not of fear, but of reckless delight. After hiding for so long, Perhaps it's time to give them a little reward. Meanwhile, a van was tracking Fangu, driving into the densely populated residential area. Inside, Chung Ijo's brow was furrowed with growing apprehension. Looking up, he spotted the towering flower ahead. His heart sank. The patrol team originally stationed there was now completely out of contact. No matter how he switched channels, there was no response. Just as he was about to contact his superiors, Guoju's communication came through. Immediately seal off the area where Fangu is located and arrange for the evacuation of residents. The recovery team we dispatched to collect Furong Mian found that all residents raising it were dead. The creature has struck. Seal the building, prioritize the safe evacuation of residents, and do not engage the creature prematurely. The goal is evacuation, not extermination. This mission was different from their previous hunts in the wild. Chung Ijo quickly issued warnings to his team, then rushed towards the building himself. He needed to break the floral sense control swiftly, or no one would escape the building. Chung Ijo skillfully climbed the exterior wall of the residential building, approaching the mysterious flower. He raised his right hand, fingers slightly bent, and made a grasping motion in the air. His ability, Solidify, activated instantly. The floral scent in the air quickly condensed into droplets under his power, falling like rain. The special duty team was already on high alert, and the members immediately began evacuating the crowd according to their plan. Old Wang seamlessly connected to the community broadcast system, and clear evacuation instructions echoed continuously. The team members spread out at various positions below the building, efficiently directing the residents. The tranquility of the night was suddenly shattered. Awakened by the strange floral scent, the residents fled in panic like startled birds. Fortunately, the special duty team was experienced and maintained order even amidst the chaos, guiding the crowd to evacuate in an orderly fashion. Director Guo's remotely coordinated team then took over, moving the evacuees to a safer distance. The commotion spread like ripples, with more and more awakened residents joining the evacuation. Xue Shiyun, while directing her team to control the scene, anxiously glanced toward the special duty team. A level ability user they had requested for support had yet to arrive, and the timing was premature. According to the Duty Bureau's investigation, they had traced Fangu's movements. This person, made extremely sensitive by past persecution by ability users, had prepared an escape route immediately after the beauty salon was suddenly sealed off. Although Director Gua had issued an urgent support call to all level ability users in the city, the arrival time of other reinforcements besides Wu Xiong's team and the duty team's level ability users was unpredictable. At this moment, Wu Xiong and his two companions stood with the duty team members below the building. Despite their anxious hearts and pale faces, they had no other choice. As Wu Xiong realized, this was a battle they couldn't avoid. They had to either accept the mission or leave Qipon City. Moreover, with Qi Yuan having blocked any retreat, maneuvering against the monster until the level ability user arrived was actually the best option. The duty team's level ability user briefly outlined the plan. We'll first distract the opponent, drawing its attention to this area. Once the blockade team is in place, we can reduce the range of the flower's damage. As the crowd evacuates, our operational space will gradually expand. Lin Song volunteered. My wood-based ability includes a parasitic capacity that can counter plant-type monsters. I hope everyone can cover me. With that, he quietly retreated into the crowd, saying no more. The situation for the special duty team grew increasingly dire. Chung Ijo slammed into the building again, the dull sound of breaking bones indicating a few ribs had fractured and internal injuries sustained. His movements became increasingly sluggish, resulting in more frequent attacks. He couldn't suppress the rush of blood in his throat, and a mouthful of fresh blood burst forth as he gasped for air, his vision turning pitch black. At that moment, Chung Ijo truly grasped the vast difference between high-level and mid-level monsters. Their team could handle multiple level monsters in the wild, yet they were completely wiped out in less than half a minute when facing Mei Rongxiang, even though it hadn't taken them seriously. After several escapes and resistance from humans, Mei Rongxiang finally lost patience. It gently shook its petals, which shimmered with dazzling colors as they moved. Chung Ijo felt the world spinning, his stomach churning, and he involuntarily dropped to one knee. Mei Rongxiang seized the moment, its roots striking towards Chung Ijo like lightning. This human who disrupted its feeding must die here. Captain, watch out! The members of the special task force shouted in terror. They had long lost their ability to move, only spared because Mei Rongxiang had locked its target on their captain. In the nick of time, a giant bear suddenly appeared, forcefully pushing the deadly roots aside. The roots slammed into a building, piercing through the floor as cracks spread like a spider web. I'm Wu Xiong, here to lend a paw. The bear roared thunderously, swinging its massive claws at the roots. However, in the next moment, ouch! Its impressive entrance was ruined as Wu Xiong cried out in pain. The roots were as hard as steel, causing a rebound that hurt his claws. Brother Bear, Song Zong and Kong Anji hurried to protect Wu Xiong. Are you alright? It's nothing, just my attack on it is like a gentle scratch, Wu Xiong said, rubbing his aching paws. Song and Kong exchanged glances. You call that nothing? I think you're out of your mind. Meanwhile, Chi Yuan was restless and couldn't sleep. Half awake, he heard hurried footsteps upstairs and checked his phone. Opening the door, he found the living room brightly lit, the TV broadcasting a calm news report by a female journalist. The task force has arrived at the scene and evacuated the public. Citizens, please remain calm and follow the orderly evacuation instructions. Reporting live, Chipan News. Looking around, Chi Yuan noticed that Chiao's room was lit. Entering the room, he found his mother trying to wake his brother, who slept like a log. Xiao Yuan, help me get him up. This child sleeps too deeply, his mother said, relieved to see him. Chi Yuan pulled his brother's upper body up, but Chiao just slumped to the side. Thinking quickly, Chi Yuan whispered in his brother's ear. Xiao, she said she wants to be my bride. Then he stepped back with his mother. Sure enough, Chiao sprang up, still groggy but angry. I'll put bugs in brother's drawer. Xiao Shi, how can I live without you? Seeing the two at the door, he awkwardly scratched his neck. Mom, I had a nightmare. Get up quickly. We need to evacuate, their mother said, pulling him to the wardrobe to add more layers in case he caught a cold. At that moment, Chi Yuan's phone vibrated. It was a call from Zhuang Hong. I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour. Director Gua has issued a support order to all level ability users in the city. Since you haven't updated your ability certificate, technically you're not included, but would you be willing to come and assist? Chi Yuan glanced at his mother and brother dressing and replied without hesitation. I'll come to support. Chi Mu quietly walked up behind Chi Yuan, who was busy putting on his shoes. She placed a small emergency backpack in the corner of the hallway and suddenly asked, why haven't you left yet? Chi Yuan was so startled by her silent footsteps that he nearly jumped and almost stepped on her foot. Hearing her question, he was full of confusion. Aren't you being a bit too harsh? I just got the call not long ago. Chi Mu calmly countered. You managed to take a call while with your brother? I don't think I'm going through menopause yet, right? Chi Yuan finished putting on his shoes, stood up, and muttered as he headed out. Stop studying those ways to communicate with people. It really starts to sound sarcastic after a while. Chi Mu remained calm, seemingly unfazed. Her response was straightforward and familiar. There are many people in this city who have taken care of us. It wouldn't hurt to say a proper goodbye before leaving. Chi Yuan turned around, nodded sincerely, and replied, don't worry, Mom. I'll take care of everything. With that, he turned and quickened his pace. Meanwhile, Cheng Yizhou was being urgently rescued by Wu Xiong and 3 team members, as other level ability users rushed to the scene. The battle was about to erupt. Move! With the command, dense fog spread instantly, forming a massive encircling ring that quickly enveloped the Meirengxiang. Droplets of water seeped from the mist as cold air spread, pressing rapidly towards the target. An officer quickly stepped forward, waved both palms, aiming at the fog shrouding the creature, and softly chanted his ability, heat absorption. In an instant, he extracted most of the heat from the fog. Water droplets instantly froze into ice shards and slid off Meirengxiang's surface, while the creature's massive tendrils noticeably slowed, their movements seemingly reduced. It works. Several officers breathed a sigh of relief, seeing the effects gradually manifest, a hint of excitement flashing in their eyes. An A-level monster isn't so tough after all. Next, another officer sprayed a water cannon at Meirengxiang's roots. Although the forceful water jet didn't cause significant damage, it successfully laid a thick layer of water at its base. Are you ready? A water ability user nodded to his partner, who closed his eyes and began to concentrate. Venom, he murmured, then transformed the water into a highly corrosive liquid. As the liquid touched Meirengxiang's roots, it emitted a chilling, sizzling sound, but the effect was not as expected, merely cleaning off some surface grime. Meirengxiang seemed in no hurry to retaliate, its roots swaying gently as if teasing its prey. During its time in Chipan City, it had become intimately familiar with everything here. It even deliberately moved its roots to clear away the remnants of humans it had devoured. This provocation only made the officer's present smile smugly. Meirengxiang realized something was wrong, but it was too late. Its body suddenly lifted into the air, then plummeted down. The building's floor, corroded by the liquid, formed a massive hole, causing Meirengxiang's roots to lose support, and the creature's lower half plunged into the floor below. Boom! 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 The pre-plant bombs and reinforced ability users were already in place. Caught off guard, Meirengxiang was falling into a trap they had long prepared. The ensuing explosions were much more powerful than any ordinary explosives, their impact magnified by the intense heat injected into them. Quick, get out. A secondary explosion is imminent. An officer urgently commanded the team to evacuate. Following his order, several level ability users and the special duty team swiftly retreated, as the successful trap was about to face an even more violent explosion. The beautiful entity that had withstood attacks from several superhumans without a scratch now let out a wail amidst the smoke. This monstrous cry, infused with its unique hallucinogenic effect, momentarily halted the superhumans, nearly knocking them over with the blast's aftermath. Wu Xiong and his companions hurriedly pushed Cheng Yizhou toward the blockade team before rushing back to the battlefield. As the smoke cleared, the scene before them was alarming. Although several roots of the creature had been severed and green sap dripped to the ground, the brakes quickly regenerated. Its ethereal and stunning face wore a pitiful expression, silently accusing them of their violence. Did we go too far? Wu Xiong wondered, but immediately dismissed the thought by biting his arm hard. We only managed to break a few roots. How is that excessive? His companions seemed to be wrestling with similar thoughts, remaining vigilant against the creature's seductive power. Frustrated by the ineffectiveness of its allure, the beautiful entity angrily exclaimed, "You men have no appreciation for beauty." Its layers of petals began to close, its upper body retracting into the flower, while its roots quickly burrowed into the ground. In moments, its trunk shot up to tens of meters high. Soon after, the tightly shut petals burst open, releasing a cloud of pollen into the night sky. The powder shimmered under the moonlight, like falling stars. Although the blockade team leader didn't know the pollen's effects, the alluring scent in the air made him extremely cautious. Stop the pollen. Don't let it cross the barricade. But it was already too late. The crowd, initially tense and focused on the battlefield, became captivated by the shimmering lights above. Their consciousness froze at the sight of the entity's unparalleled beauty, and they turned back to the battlefield in a trance. The blockade team was scattered by the returning crowd, trapped in a difficult situation. Reinforcements arrived just in time, and the superhumans swiftly subdued the entranced civilians, moving them to makeshift carts. Just as the situation seemed under control, crimson roots suddenly burst from the ground, dragging several citizens below. Chaos erupted, leaving the Blevel superhumans helpless. If not for Lin Song's use of his parasitic ability to drain the entity's power, they might have faced total defeat. Where's the rescue team? Wu Xiong was anxious. The giant flower in the sky continued to release hallucinogenic pollen, its eerie light and fragrance enveloping an ever-growing area, drawing more and more people under its spell. Qi Yuan rode a shared bike, speeding down the street. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with few pedestrians around, and a faint floral scent lingered in the air. As he ventured deeper into the street, a few people hurried past him, all moving in the same direction, seemingly heading towards a common destination. Digital screens and broadcasts on the street intermittently issued urgent notices, warning citizens to stay indoors, lock their doors and windows, and draw the curtains. Residents were advised to wear masks if possible. The situation seemed more serious than he had imagined. Qi Yuan thought to himself that there was no time to delay. He pedaled faster, feeling his heart race as if the whole city had fallen into a stifling rhythm. He glanced into the distance at the gigantic flower towering above the skyscrapers, a wave of indescribable fear washing over him. Could such a creature really communicate with him? Compared to this 1,000-meter-high monster, he was just a tiny ant. The distance was indeed daunting. He continued to accelerate, silently complaining that the task force, being an official organization, should have known that luxury cars like the ones they mentioned no longer existed. Though they had asked for his help, why didn't they send someone to pick him up? From leaving with a sense of flair to his current state of disarray, he felt helpless. The shared bike beneath him creaked as he struggled to keep up with the ever-diminishing target. Finally, he arrived at his destination. The scene was chaotic, with the battle between the superhumans and the monstrous flower escalating beyond its previous boundaries. The environment grew increasingly perilous, and the superhumans were fully engaged in the fight, unable to assist ordinary citizens in evacuating. The Blevel superhumans of Chipon City arrived late, their actions sluggish compared to the battle-hardened task force members. Even so, they quickly joined the fight, supporting each other despite their injuries, providing distant support to their fellow warriors. The task force was urgently coordinating efforts to rescue innocent citizens from the attack of underground roots. Suddenly, the once rampant roots halted and slowly retracted underground. All eyes turned to the 1,000-meter-tall flower as it began to wilt and disappear, filling the air with a faint dust. Amidst the swirling dust, weary faces broke into smiles, as if the dawn of hope was rising. The commander urgently directed everyone to enter the nearby second elementary school. A young task force member, watching the flower's transformation with excitement, exclaimed, "Master, look! Did the A-level superhuman take it down?" An older task force member couldn't help but knock him on the head. "Watch your words, so many people are listening." Turning his gaze forward with a serious expression, he continued, "Open your eyes and see clearly. This is just the beginning of their battle preparation. Why would it shrink? Are you dumb? If this monster is that big, and we can't defeat it, at least we can retreat. A-level superhumans aren't that easy to handle." Qi Yuan listened silently, feeling a mix of anticipation and doubt. After parking the shared bike and confirming that the app had stopped charging, he looked at the gathered crowd. Feeling a bit nervous under their gazes, he awkwardly replied, "Why are you looking at me? The A-level superhumans are over there." He glanced at his disheveled companion. The man, appearing to be in his late 20s or 30s, had pale skin and exuded a sense of desolation in his posture and demeanor, as if nothing in the world could invigorate him. At this moment, all of Chipon City's attention was focused on the gradually disappearing flower. The battle continued, and as the massive flower shrank, people's hopes quietly began to rise. Every move made by Qi Yuan, who was at the center of attention, seemed to trigger a reaction from everyone around him. When his gaze shifted in a particular direction, everyone present instinctively followed it. However, there appeared to be nothing there, leaving them puzzled. What exactly was this golden-eyed youth looking at? At that moment, Xue Shizong unexpectedly locked eyes with Qi Yuan. As someone accustomed to staying hidden, he hadn't anticipated being discovered. Observing the 17 or 18-year-old in front of him, with his striking golden eyes and extraordinary appearance, Xue Shizong quickly realized this was the descendant of the reclusive family his sister had mentioned, Qi Yuan. The beauty elegantly turned her head towards Xue Shizong's position and softly spoke with a voice that could melt hearts. So there's another person? You must think highly of me, sending 2 A-level superhumans directly. She thought to herself, to be this close and not notice them, their abilities are indeed impressive. It seems a fierce battle is inevitable. The crowd was stunned by the scene unfolding before them. Although they hadn't seen anything initially, the beauty and the golden-eyed youth wouldn't act out a scene for no reason. Holding their breath, they finally spotted Xue Shizong's figure in the previously empty space. The presence of 2 A-level superhumans facing a formidable monster made the B-level superhumans present hesitate to make any rash moves, focusing intently on the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, Cheng Yizhou received a communication from Director Guo through his earpiece. When he informed him about the presence of 2 A-level superhumans on site, Director Guo was taken aback, had only requested support from 1 A-level superhuman. Learning that the other was Qi Yuan from their city, Director Guo was even more surprised, mentally noting to dock his assistant's pay. Following Director Guo's instructions, Cheng Yizhou agreed to allow the television station to broadcast the event live. The reasoning was simple. The presence of 2 A-level superhumans would be enough to quell public fear. The 3 individuals in the scene maintained their standoff. Seeing that the others were not making a move, Qi Yuan decided to initiate a verbal attack. He spoke slowly. Do you want to start fighting first? If I join in. He deliberately dragged out his words. Things might get quite boring. The beauty laughed softly, her allure even more striking on camera. I know your strength, she said while elegantly twirling her long hair. But you seem to be mistaken. I'm not some lowly lizard person. Then, she made an unexpected proposal. If you're willing, we can turn our swords into plows and I could become your wife. A bond that lasts for eternity. Xue Shizong, on the other hand, maintained his characteristic deadpan expression, as if the conversation had nothing to do with him. It's not impossible. Qi Yuan's response made everyone tense, but he quickly added, however, humans and monsters can't get a marriage certificate, and I'm not of marriageable age yet. So you only have one option, become my paper wife. How about it? These words were the result of Qi Yuan's late-night study of numerous novels and comics, combined with insights from his mother's book, 100 Ways to Communicate with People. His strategy was to use seemingly casual conversation to lead his opponent into overthinking, thereby achieving his desired outcome. Upon hearing the word, keyword, Mei Rengxiang immediately began searching its mind for related powers. It furrowed its brow slightly, going over all the possibilities. A paper-thin wife? Does that mean turning me into a fictional character existing only in imagination? Or flattening me into an actual piece of paper? Its eyes sparkled with curiosity. The eyes that see through abilities, a paper-thin person, light. There must be some connection between these elements. Though it couldn't immediately grasp the connection, Mei Rengxiang noticed the human in front of it radiated an almost arrogant confidence. It decided to extract more information, so it dropped its previous bloodthirsty demeanor and donned a more innocent expression. In a soft, sweet voice, it asked, how can I become a paper-thin wife? Qi Yuan was somewhat taken aback by this unusual scene. The monsters he had encountered in the past were always wildly imaginative, able to conjure countless possibilities just by looking into his eyes. Yet, this monster, despite being given obvious clues, was still in the dark. This batch of monsters is really lacking, he thought to himself. Of course it's. Qi Yuan deliberately prolonged his words. This pretentiousness wasn't his intention. He simply couldn't think of a specific explanation at the moment. Moreover, he didn't want to limit his infinitely potential abilities to a specific domain. So he offered a vague explanation. Only those without self-awareness, existing in a two-dimensional space, can be considered paper-thin. Foolish and arrogant male human. He just exposed the information to me. Mei Rengxiang thought, greedily licking its lips, its eyes glinting with a desire for Qi Yuan's body. Such a powerful body must be delicious, right? It was convinced it had seen through Qi Yuan's true power reconstruction. Those eyes that see through everything. That light that reconstructs everything. That was the truth behind his so-called paper-thin wife. However, Mei Rengxiang's brow furrowed again soon after. It had analyzed the situation, but how could it deal with such an opponent? This ability was practically unbeatable at the same level, and it was merely an illusion-type monster without strong attack methods. The most crucial issue was that its opponent completely countered it, called those eyes that saw through everything, even fall under an illusion. At that moment, it was as if Qi Yuan heard its thoughts. His eyes quietly turned into a pale gold color, and a cluster of star-like light, sharp as a blade, gathered at his fingertips. Did you misunderstand something? I never said I was an A-level ability user. S-level. Mei Rengxiang realized in horror. Why is an S-level ability user in such a small city? It had no doubt about the truth of Qi Yuan's words, as he indeed had the strength to suppress it completely. No wonder he said that if he got involved, things would become boring. Even though Mei Rengxiang was taller and looked down on Qi Yuan, it now felt as if he were an insurmountable mountain. It couldn't muster any fighting spirit, and the only thought left in its mind was to escape. Carefully watching the light at Qi Yuan's fingertips, it forced a smile and said, I think it's better not to let you get too bored. Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow. So? I'm ready to start. Isn't interrupting the spell a bit rude? Qi Yuan was somewhat reluctant. Who could stop everything at such a grand moment? But he forced himself to ignore the request before him. Energy surged through his body as he prepared to deliver a thunderous blow to the beauty aspect. Just as he was about to act, Xue Shizong reacted, and it was the most intense reaction he had shown so far. Xue Shizong slowly lifted his eyelids, his once lifeless eyes slightly widening. Fine, let's fight. But who are you to say someone lacks presence? I'm just being polite and not wanting to disturb others. It's not that I lack presence. The audience outside suddenly heard his almost indifferent voice and couldn't help but smile mockingly. Meanwhile, Xue Shiyun, standing in front of the street TV, couldn't help but laugh. She knew that the word lack of presence was her brother's biggest trigger. Whenever someone said that, he would get fired up and make sure the other person understood. Even when they argued, she never dared to bring up that topic in front of her brother, fearing she would step on a landmine. As expected, Xue Shizong, just as she predicted, spoke in a tone so flat that even AI seemed to have more emotion. I don't want to fight. He refused the beauty aspect's proposal with an almost expressionless demeanor. However, Qi Yuan couldn't wait any longer. He raised the shimmering little light ball again, preparing to cast his spell. He couldn't hold back anymore, thinking to himself that this battle should have started long ago. Wait, I can fight someone else. The beauty aspect urgently extended his left hand, showing a pleading expression. Some level ability users, obsessed with indulgence, stood up, their eyes filled with pity, as if they were about to rush to the rescue. But Qi Yuan ignored the reactions of those around him. The little light ball in his hand continued to swirl, and his long suspended arm began to feel weary. He knew that if he stopped again, the interruption in casting would seem impolite. Suddenly, the inorganic metallic light burst forth. Although the scene wasn't grand, it destroyed everything in an instant. The beauty aspect's unyielding figure, which had rendered dozens of level ability users powerless moments ago, vanished without a trace in the face of this light. It didn't even realize which part of its body disappeared first. It looked down blankly, trying to find the wound, only to discover it couldn't see anything. The light gradually spread, eventually covering its head, and even at that moment, it didn't realize the changes happening to itself. Moments later, the light began to contract, shrinking, until it floated down from the air and landed at Qi Yuan's feet. He casually stepped on it, and the paper instantly vanished beneath his toe. There are so many good-looking paper wives. Forget it, Qi Yuan muttered impatiently to himself, turning to search for his target in the crowd. He glanced around but didn't see his old acquaintances Xue Shiyun and Zhuang Hong, sighed inwardly, and decided to find Cheng Yizhou first. As Qi Yuan made his way toward Cheng Yizhou, the silent scene suddenly erupted into a raucous cheer. The explosion of sound was like gunpowder igniting all the emotions that had been long suppressed. The audience raised their arms and shouted loudly. That moment of release swept away all their fears and worries, leaving only the joy and excitement of being saved. The TV station's cameras followed closely, capturing everything and transmitting it to every corner of Qipon City. The citizens, too, were swept up in this wave of exhilaration, flooding the streets, either shouting or embracing each other in tears, their faces filled with gratitude and reluctance. This disaster had made them remember all the brave protectors who had sacrificed themselves, and that young level ability user with golden eyes Qi Yuan. Meanwhile, at the Qi family home, Qi Ao had overslept and was in a half-dreaming state, missing the time to go out. The television at home replayed the emergency notice to stay indoors, so Qi's mother and Qi Ao had no choice but to lock the doors and windows and continue watching TV. Qi Ao and Qi Yuan had been in a cold war, and when he saw the battle achievements displayed on the screen, he pointed at the TV, feeling indignant. Mom, you and brother lied to me again. You said brother was out fighting monsters, but it's fake. Qi's mother looked at him innocently. I didn't lie to you. He wasn't fighting monsters before, but he is now. Then why don't I know anything about it? Chiao couldn't help but retort, but he couldn't find a suitable explanation. He had never truly realized the vast gap between ability users and ordinary people. Chi's mother was even more puzzled, not understanding what her son was thinking. Otherwise, why would we go to Shunqing? Your brother is in the combat department at Shunqing University. For someone your age, the combat department is practically like being a superhero. Hearing this, Chiao was suddenly at a loss for words. He finally understood the true meaning of the combat department, and a sense of realization dawned on him. However, pride was always an issue, and he was unwilling to admit his ignorance. So he sulkily squatted in the corner, silently retreating into a state of self-isolation. While Qi Yuan and Cheng Yizhou were engaged in conversation, three figures were observing them from a distance. Brother Xiong stood in the middle, flanked by the restless Song Jing and Kong Anji. Should we go over there? Song Jing asked in a low voice, glancing around. We should at least claim some credit. We did quite a bit tonight. Wu Xiong looked around and noticed that no one dared to approach Qi Yuan. After pondering for a moment, he resolutely said, "No, we shouldn't go." "Why not?" Song Jing and Kong Anji almost jumped up simultaneously, dramatically pretending to reach for Brother Xiong's head. "Are you bewitched by a beauty? The Qi family will inform him of our contributions. Young Master Qi must be exhausted tonight, and going over now would just be asking for trouble." Tired? The two looked puzzled. Can moving a finger be tiring? Although they didn't fully understand, seeing their leader's determination, they had no choice but to relent. They silently thanked their luck that Brother Xiong had strategized so well. Otherwise, missing this last chance to make amends would have meant paying with their lives, given young Master Qi's level abilities. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan, who was the focus of their attention, was worrying about where to stay. He had planned to use the excuse of coordinating with the patrol team to rest at their headquarters. However, Captain Chung had indicated that they would handle the report themselves. Seeing that the buses had stopped running, Qi Yuan's gaze fell again on the shared bikes. The thought of cycling back seemed too pitiful. Suddenly, a thought struck him as he noticed Xue Shizong not far away. He quickly approached, greeting him warmly. "You must be Captain Xue's brother? Your sister has been very kind to me." Xue Shizong squinted slightly and replied in a calm tone. "Not at all. You've been a great help to Xiaojun. I should be the one thanking you. How about I give you a ride, and we can chat on the way?" This proposal was a win-win for the weary Xue Shizong. It avoided standing around for a chat and confined the conversation to the duration of the car ride. For Qi Yuan, it was a timely solution, and he gladly accepted, following young Master Xue into the luxury car. After the driver learned of their destination, a brief silence fell over the car. To break the awkwardness, Qi Yuan asked, "Have you ever been to Shunqing? I'll be attending Shunqing University soon. I haven't thanked you yet for helping me get a spot." "It was nothing," Xue Shizong replied. "Shunqing has a large population and quite a few high-level ability users. It's relatively safer than Qipon City, but there are also many family influences." "I get it. You mean people can be scarier than monsters," Qi Yuan mused. High-level ability users could harm others without leaving evidence, making it difficult for authorities to intervene without solid proof. As a result, many victimized ordinary people turn to anti-ability user groups, even collaborating with monsters. Although most ordinary people agreed that heroes deserved more privileges, this acceptance only went so far as it didn't infringe on their dignity. Some individuals with special abilities insist on crossing the line. The authorities can still control those with low to mid-level abilities, but high-level ability users are more adept at skirting the edges of the law. Xue Shizong leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice as he subtly reminded Qi Yuan of the presence and influence of powerful families. "I'm sure you're already aware of this, so I apologize for being redundant," Xue Shizong politely added. Qi Yuan shook his head. "No, I'm not," he admitted. "I'm just a self-taught outsider, and aside from what the general public knows, I'm only half-informed." Without Xue Shizong's reminder, his impression of Xin City was limited to a big city with many ability users, safer than other cities. Suddenly, Xue Shizong's phone screen lit up briefly. He glanced at it quickly and then casually returned it to his pocket. "Xiaojun asked me to check if you plan on updating your ability certificate." "Updating my ability certificate?" Qi Yuan frowned slightly. "Is this really worth discussing separately?" he asked, wondering if there was some underlying rule he was unaware of. "Yes," Xue Shizong nodded, explaining, "your Clevel certificate doesn't reflect your actual strength, and the Ability Association has raised this issue, making it hard for the task force to keep refusing on your behalf." He paused. "Moreover, if your certificate was updated, you wouldn't have made today's trip in vain. When high-level threats appear in the city, both the Ability Association and the task force must respond immediately. It's a duty." Xue Shizong's tone became formal. "While I don't know why you're keeping a low profile, and I understand you might not care for the subsidies and housing provided by the Ability Association, these are the policies of the Dragon Country, and I ask for your cooperation." Since his identity had been exposed, Qi Yuan realized that those he was avoiding, whether enemies or creatures, would inevitably become aware of his presence. Therefore, He saw no reason to remain low-key. As an official member, Xue Shizong clearly didn't want to see such valuable combat power wasted. All right, let's update it. Hearing the words subsidy and housing, Qi Yuan agreed almost without hesitation. He thought to himself, why make such a big deal about getting paid? Housing prices in Xin City are exorbitant, and he and his mother were worried about affording rent. Now, those worries were resolved. The streets were sparsely populated, making their walks smooth and unimpeded. By the time they finished their conversation, they had arrived at the Qi family home. Qi Yuan waved goodbye, grateful for the Xue family's kindness. His sister's college issues were resolved by one sibling, and his financial concerns by the other. A month later, in the Qipon City Airport terminal, Qi Ao was running around with his backpack, curiously taking in his surroundings. Bursting with youthful energy, the spacious terminal offered him ample room to explore. Qi Yuan had successfully upgraded to an A-level ability certificate and received a $1 million subsidy for the year. He specifically inquired at the Qipon City branch of the Ability Association about applying for accommodation in Xin City. The lady in charge patiently explained the policy differences. Each place has different policies, she explained. In Xin City, once approved, you can move in immediately and make any modifications you wish. However, if your contributions upon leaving aren't sufficient to purchase the property, it will be reclaimed and reassigned. She continued, there's no limit to the number of times you can apply for accommodation, and contributions can be accumulated, but property purchases are restricted. Essentially, this means you always have a place to stay, but buying a home requires your own effort. Upon learning of Qi Yuan's impending departure from Qipon City, the lady recommended converting his contributions there into cash. Your property will be retained, and Qipon City welcomes you back anytime, she added with a smile. It turned out that the Ability Association had purchased their home. After receiving the $1 million subsidy, Qi Yuan had suggested to his mother not to sell the house, but she insisted. Her reasoning was that their house was close to the Qipon City Second Elementary School shelter, and selling it could not only yield a profit, but potentially save a family's life. No need. Once we move, let's give it to someone in need, Qi Yuan said. The purpose of this trip is to first settle the accommodation and then handle the school transfer procedures for Chiao. Although there are patrol teams clearing monsters in the wild between cities, dangers still exist. Monsters frequently change tracks, and incidents of train and high-speed rail derailments are common, making airplanes the safest choice for long-distance travel between cities. Thanks to the assistance of enhanced ability users, materials have become not only stronger and lighter, but also significantly cheaper. Each plane is equipped with a cannon and has ability users capable of flying to deal with sudden monster attacks. Due to the considerable risks of leaving the city, the movement of city populations is quite low, and foreigners are extremely rare. Not all countries can maintain even a semblance of social stability like the Dragon Country. With strong covert power, some countries and regions have begun to collapse even before monsters take action. In some areas, faith has completely shifted towards monsters, with people praying for their protection through sacrifices. Monsters that cannot break through in the Dragon Country choose to leave and seek opportunities elsewhere. So, there's no need to think of Qi Ao as a naive child. Qi Yuan is quite the same. However, Qi's mother appeared very calm, guiding them smoothly through the boarding process. With few people around, they quickly passed through security and entered the waiting area. The security check process was surprisingly lax, with the content of the checks seeming unimportant. Whether carrying dangerous items or confirming identity was not the focus. The only key aspect was the mental state. After a few simple questions from the staff, they were allowed to pass. Qi Yuan soon realized that with abilities being so complex, what good is it to guard against bombs and knives? The real danger is unpredictable. Rather than checking items, it's better to assess mental states. As long as there's no malicious intent, the airline naturally tries to meet passengers' needs. As for the rest, the ticket disclaimer makes things quite clear. About half an hour later, the boarding announcement for the flight was made. His younger brother was already restless, and even their mother couldn't help but let him entertain himself nearby. Hearing the flight was about to depart, Qi Ao was full of excitement, hurriedly pulling his parents towards the boarding gate. The plane glided smoothly into place, coming to a halt at the gate. Once the boarding bridge was in place, they handed over their tickets, and after the stubs were torn off, they were returned. As they entered the boarding passage, Qi Yuan unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. Lu Cheng, with a shoulder bag, was intently focused on his phone screen, his fingers tapping rapidly. He seemed to send a message and then tucked his phone back into his pocket. At that moment, Qi Yuan's phone buzzed with a message from Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng, Yuan, I'm heading back to Xinjiang for my final exams. When you arrive, give me a call, and he'll show you around. Qi Yuan then remembered that Lu Cheng was a university student, and the exams should have been on his mind. He replied with a message. Qi Yuan, I'm on the same flight as you, but ahead. Upon receiving the message, Lu Cheng glanced down, quickly looked up, and scanned the area. It wasn't long before he spotted Qi Yuan waving at him. He quickly walked over and greeted Qi Yuan and his mother with a smile. Hello, Auntie, I'm Lu Cheng, Chi Yuan's friend. I was just thinking that to have such a handsome son, the mother must be quite beautiful. Upon meeting her today, she indeed turned out to be a graceful and elegant lady. Hearing his words, Mrs. Chi covered her mouth and laughed softly, her eyes gleaming with a hint of pride. This young man certainly knows how to talk, she said. Lu Cheng had a knack for pleasing the elders, easily making Mrs. Chi so happy that she almost forgot about her two sons. Mrs. Chi walked alongside Lu Cheng, completely absorbed, as if she had forgotten her own sons. Chi Ao and Chi Yuan stood in place, looking at each other with a hint of helplessness. Being younger, Chi Ao had a poor memory. Although he had made Chi Yuan suffer quite a bit with his antics, over time, those battles had faded from his mind like dust gently brushed away. The plane finally began boarding, slowly moving to the designated track, gradually picking up speed, and smoothly taking off. With the phone screen off, Chi Yuan leaned back in his seat, closed his eyes in exhaustion, and prepared to take a nap. His younger brother quietly leaned against the window, watching the clouds outside. Just as Chi Yuan was about to drift into sleep, a sudden commotion erupted inside the cabin. Someone shouted, "This is a robbery. Cooperate and hand over your valuables, and we'll leave." A group of masked men stood up, quickly blocking the cabin door and grabbing a child who was running in panic, using him as a hostage. The supernatural beings blocked outside didn't dare to act rashly, standing at the door with expressionless faces, seemingly accustomed to such scenes. One of the robbers brandished a knife, coldly threatening everyone. Supernatural beings and their family or friends don't need to hand over anything. Everyone else, hand over your belongings or transfer 5,000 to the account. Lu Cheng raised an eyebrow, looking at these rule-abiding robbers with a slight smile. He glanced back, clicked the pin's tip, and then calmly retracted it, showing no intense reaction. Although these robbers were indeed despicable, Lu Cheng felt dealing with them wasn't worth much effort. Catching them wouldn't necessarily lead to significant results, as many would return to crime once released. Additionally, some robbers might even choose to collaborate when encountering more vicious criminals. However, Lu Cheng was still somewhat concerned, glancing towards Chi Yuan. After all, as a nobleman's son, Chi Yuan might not understand compromise and restraint, potentially acting rashly to rid the world of evil, which worried Lu Cheng. In reality, Lu Cheng was overthinking it. Although it was Chi Yuan's first time flying, and he wasn't familiar with many unspoken rules, he was more perceptive than Lu Cheng imagined. The sharp look in his eyes indicated he had already grasped the situation in the cabin. He noticed a woman at the back, pretending to be scared while secretly observing the scene. He also identified a flight attendant who was clearly an inside man for the robbers. The supernatural beings outside showed no intention of acting, and another group of robbers seemed ready to make a move. As Chi Yuan's gaze swept over the robbers, he suddenly felt that today's flight was extraordinarily unlucky. Two groups of robbers were battling wits and courage on the same flight. Fortunately, these two groups weren't part of the same gang. Otherwise, the situation might have been even more complicated. At this moment, the burly robber who had just threatened everyone was holding a sack, its mouth open, indicating for passengers to throw their money and valuables inside. A QR code hung around his neck, seemingly ready for anyone to transfer money at any moment. The burly man approached a rugged, bearded man, casually gesturing with the sack and lightly reminding him, "If you're a supernatural being, just show your ID or use your powers." The rugged man slowly raised his hand, calmly wiping his nose before suddenly delivering a powerful backhand punch to the burly robber. The punch landed with precision on the robber's face, knocking off his mask and instantly disfiguring his nose. The robber was momentarily stunned by the unexpected blow, rolling a few times before struggling to get up and spitting out a few fallen teeth, furiously shouting, "Damn it! I'm going to kill you today." The atmosphere in the cabin instantly became tense, as if a storm was about to break out. The burly, bearded man shot him a disdainful glance and let out a deafening laugh. Before the echo of his laughter faded, he pushed off with his right foot and moved like lightning, appearing instantly before the hefty robber. With one arm, he effortlessly lifted the burly robber over his head, holding him aloft no matter how much he struggled. "Go home and drink your milk, you're too weak to be a robber." Another muscular man standing nearby taunted the subdued robber with a cold sneer. Seeing their comrade restrained, the other masked robbers closed in. A leader-like figure among them shouted angrily, "Which gang are you from? Don't you know the rules?" The bearded man bared his yellow teeth and pointed to himself with his thumb. "Your grandpa here is going to teach you that the one with the biggest fists makes the rules." As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed the robber in his grasp heavily onto the ground. The force of the impact dented the cabin floor, causing the entire plane to shake violently. The pilot quickly adjusted the controls to prevent a change in course. Terrified screams erupted as passengers scrambled to retreat and hide. "You!" Several robbers clenched their fists, veins bulging in anger at the humiliation. The superpowered security officer finally spoke up. "If you continue causing trouble, don't blame me for what happens next. What are you going to do about it?" A stout woman who had been sitting quietly stood, brandishing a spiked club and pointing it at the officer. The three groups were now at a standoff, with the bearded man casually stepping on the robber who had tried to get up, pinning him back down. This action ignited the powder keg. Ignoring the warning, the robbers unleashed their powers, targeting the stout woman first. With a roar, she swung her spiked club, creating a blur of silver light. Not only did she easily deflect all attacks, but she also counterattacked, sending the robbers flying into other passengers who couldn't get out of the way in time. Chi Yuan looked down at the unconscious robber at his feet, hesitating. As a law-abiding citizen, he was unsure if he should use his deadly abilities. He hoped the plane's security officer would act, but when he read the officer's thoughts of waiting to see what happens, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. Meanwhile, Lu Cheng mouthed, "Yuan, are you going to step in? If not, I will." Chi Yuan replied, "Go ahead." The stout woman was gaining the upper hand in the Ani against many fight. After knocking down a robber with her club, she climbed onto a seat, surveying the scene with a menacing grin. "Listen up, everyone. Hand over your valuables, or you'll end up like these losers. To hell with your so-called rules. I'm sick of it," she shouted, turning to a pretty woman with a malicious glint in her eye. "I've wanted to tear that face apart for a long time." The burly man with a rugged beard and the muscular guy approached their target. They took pleasure in causing harm, and on the planes they had hijacked, several passengers always ended up dead. The air inside the cabin felt frozen as the passengers sat in terrified silence. Suddenly, a calm and resolute voice cut through the tense atmosphere. "I give you two choices. Stop now and surrender to the Bureau of Supernatural Affairs after landing, or die here." Lu Cheng slowly stood up from his seat, his face expressionless and his eyes terrifyingly calm, exuding the demeanor of an expert. Under the dim cabin lights, his sharply defined features appeared quite handsome. In that moment, his image became extraordinarily heroic in the eyes of the frightened passengers. The burly woman smirked, her eyes glinting with mockery. "There are three of us. Do you think you can take us out all at once? If you miss even one of us, this plane is as good as gone." Her voice dripped with disdain. The bearded man let out a grating laugh, pointing his thick fingers at the shivering passengers in the corner. "Look at those cowards over there. You know why they won't make a move? You have to choose between a few deaths or the whole plane going down. No. Please." The pretty girl who had caught the burly woman's eye realized she might be abandoned. Tears streamed down her cheeks as her voice trembled. The muscular man sauntered forward, speaking in a mocking tone. "I get that young people are hot-headed, but you don't want the whole plane to die because of you, do you?" His words slithered among the passengers, sowing discord. Soon, some passengers' gazes grew dark and uncertain, as sinister thoughts took root in their minds. If those few died, they would be safe. Heh. Lu Cheng smirked, a flash of inscrutable light in his eyes. "A high-level esper can't take down three clever espers? Don't kid yourself." The burly woman sneered, her jowls shaking with emotion. "I don't believe a word you're saying. I never said it was me." Lu Cheng, seeing the trio's attention focused on him, snapped his fingers stylishly and pointed in Chi Yuan's direction. "See, it's him." The trio turned to look, their expressions instantly freezing, eyes filled with fear. Finding talisman. The three fell to their knees simultaneously as three sticky notes floated over their heads. Lu Cheng's eyes widened, his mouth agape in surprise. "You three look so fierce, yet you do something so cowardly? How am I supposed to handle this? I was supposed to take the lead." Lu Cheng muttered under his breath, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. The trio didn't notice Lu Cheng's subtle actions, as they were too busy sobbing and begging for mercy. "We were just mouthing off. We didn't intend to act. Please spare us." Their voices were full of terror. Chi Yuan looked at them coldly. "When you attacked the burly hijacker earlier, it didn't seem like you had no intention of acting." Having read their thoughts, knowing espers could directly execute wanted esper criminals, his tone grew firmer. "Tie your hands and confess all your crimes to the authorities after landing." Any other questions? With the entire city believing him to be in S-level esper, Chi Yuan's actual strength had rapidly advanced to a level. After defeating Marin Xiangyeo, his abilities had significantly improved. The gap between S-level and A-level was vast and formidable. Chi Yuan mused that even doubling the population of Qipon City might not be enough to elevate him to S-level. He would have to rely on resources from Shin City. No problem. The trio was overjoyed, hastily agreeing, fearing Chi Yuan might change his mind. They quickly tied each other's hands, hoping to settle the matter swiftly. After tying themselves up, they realized they had forgotten to call the authorities. Just as they considered making a call on the plane, a uniformed flight attendant promptly reminded them, "Please do not turn on your phones, gentlemen and lady." "Ah, right, we'll call after we land." The trio replied sheepishly, obediently sitting at the back of the cabin, their demeanor completely transformed from before. After a while, the other passengers gradually came to their senses. Led by one of the passengers, a thunderous applause erupted. Since they didn't dare approach Chi Yuan, many thanks fell to Lu Cheng, who maintained a forced smile as he shook hands with the passengers, his grin becoming increasingly strained. Thank you, young man. You really helped us out. We owe you for this one. The chorus of gratitude from the passengers was unending, and Lu Cheng had no choice but to keep up his feigned smile. The tumultuous airplane journey finally came to an end upon landing. As soon as the plane's wheels touched the ground, 3 hijackers rushed to surrender, their faces filled with fear, as if delaying a second would mean their demise. They knew well that facing someone who could effortlessly defeat the strongest a month ago meant that a dire end was not just an exaggeration. Aren't we going to wait for that Taoist friend? Chi Mu, holding onto the restless Chiao, asked softly, still amazed by Lu Cheng's use of the immobilizing talisman. No need. Chi Yuan replied coolly, glancing briefly at Lu Cheng, who was surrounded by curious passengers, and turned away without hesitation. We'll stick to the plan. They headed straight to the booked hotel, where the manager, obsequious and nervous, led them to 2 adjacent rooms. Chi Yuan and Chiao shared one room. After settling their luggage, Chi Yuan sent his younger brother to their mother and lay down on the bed, stretching out as he took out his phone to browse the supernatural forum of Shin City. His phone vibrated with a new message notification. Seeing Lu Cheng's avatar, Chi Yuan immediately withdrew his tapping finger. No doubt, it was a complaint about being heartlessly abandoned. Ignoring it, he continued browsing the forum. A headline quickly caught his attention. Unexpected outcome of 2 gangs of hijackers colliding on today's flight. Are you the legendary editor of the shock department? Chi Yuan smirked, but still clicked on the post. What a retro editor's opening. He muttered, quickly skimming through the comments below. The hijackers turned on each other? Both sides lost. I know this one. Both gangs got hammered by some big shot and ended up in jail. The original poster replied under the last comment. Close, but the process was different. This vague reply immediately drew a chorus of boos. Disperse, nothing unexpected here. Experience 3 goodbye. Standard ending. Startled by the backlash, the original poster hurriedly added more details within a minute. Don't leave yet. These hijackers weren't beaten. They tied themselves up and surrendered to the authorities. According to fellow passengers, the hijackers saw the big shot and immediately fell to their knees without any resistance. Aren't you curious which big shot returned to Shin City? Chi Yuan noticed this reply came just a couple of minutes after the original post, clearly prompted by the netizens fishing for more information. Big shot. Bai Li from the 9 seats. My goddess Bai Li hasn't appeared for a long time. Don't guess randomly. If it were Bai Li, the forum would be flooded with her posts by now. The original poster quickly responded. It's a man, not Bai Li. Bai Li hasn't appeared for a long time. Chi Yuan frowned. Last time, Shi Jiangwen gossiped about a possible major move by Longhua, and it seems his intuition was sharp. Unfortunately, Shi Jiangwen is now busy with his own gossip. Otherwise, Chi Yuan might have asked him for some insights. Although Chi Yuan was thick-skinned enough, he refrained from reaching out, knowing that any casual message could be misinterpreted and widely spread by Shi Jiangwen. Continuing to browse the forum, Chi Yuan noticed a significant difference in atmosphere between Shun City and Qipon City's forums. Here, even those with lower supernatural levels would unhesitatingly type comments like, just a level. This environment influenced local supernatural beings, who, unlike those in Qipon City who enjoyed life, constantly pursued the peak of power in Shin City. Unknowingly, it was already bedtime, and his younger brother was sent back to the room by their mother. Chi Yuan turned off the lights and drifted into sleep. The next morning, after having breakfast at the hotel, Chi Yuan prepared to head to the Supernatural Association. He and his mother split up was responsible for house hunting, while his mother handled the transfer procedures for his younger brother. Even though he had browsed the forum last night and thought he understood Shin City, the bustling scenes outside the hotel still left Chi Yuan in awe. An advertisement for high-end protective clothing was playing on the big screen, highlighting the new edition of silk threads produced by insect-like monsters, making the armor lighter and more durable. Prominent signs on street posters warned against adding parts of the human-faced aphid to food. Meanwhile, the Monster Museum was heavily promoted, and the number of patrol units seemed significantly higher than in Qipon City. While riding the bus, Chi Yuan noticed several patrol pods zipping by. After getting off the bus, Chi Yuan walked along the sidewalk. Suddenly, a sharp female voice rang out. Ah, someone's robbing. He looked up to see a young man wearing a hat and carrying a woman's handbag, running quickly. A cheerful young man followed closely behind, swiftly tackling the thief to the ground. The cheerful guy turned around, beaming for the camera. Someone dared to rob in Shin City? Must be someone from out of town. Chi Yuan frowned. Feeling a bit Anayed was clearly a local, so why the assumption he was from out of town? The livestream script was well executed, but why attach the out-of-town label? Just then, the woman who had been robbed hurried over, repeatedly thanking the cheerful guy. As they felt everything was going according to the script, a hand suddenly patted the cheerful guy on the shoulder. Since it's on my way, I'll help you take the robber to the patrol station. The cheerful guy looked up, maintaining his practiced smile, and waved his hand. I can handle it myself. But when he saw Chi Yuan's face, his smile froze, and a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. Although he didn't know who Qi Yuan was, his instincts told him this was someone he couldn't afford to offend. Moreover, if he continued to be impolite, his carefully cultivated fan base might soon witness a dramatic reversal. Actually, I just arrived in Shin City and want to contribute to this city, Qi Yuan said in a calm, authoritative voice that left no room for refusal. The cheerful guy hurriedly waved his hand, trying to decline. It's really no trouble, I don't want to waste your time. Qi Yuan didn't give him a chance to refuse. I have no plans today, don't worry. His gaze was sharp as a knife, as he looked at the three of them, and softly asked, Are you worried I might let him go halfway? The cheerful guy was speechless and could only force a smile. The cut-off live stream signal meant he had no way out. He muttered complaints about how competitive the live streaming world was and how hard it was for him, finally glossing over the scripted nature of the event. The three exchanged glances, aware that they were in a bind, especially the cheerful guy, whose face was etched with bitterness. I won't make things difficult for you. Just explain the scripted part in the live stream, Qi Yuan said simply. The cheerful guy's face turned even grimmer, and he muttered angrily. Can't we skip that? He doesn't even know my stream number. That's your problem, sort it out yourself. A female companion replied coldly. Exactly, another male companion chimed in. The cheerful guy's anger flared, and he turned sharply towards them. You botched the job and still dare to ask for payment? The female companion scoffed. You picked the location. When things go wrong, you can't blame us. The thief's tone turned eerily calm. Do you really think you can take me on? Intimidated by his threatening gaze, the cheerful guy quickly gave in and completed the transfer. After receiving the money, the thief let him off lightly, reminding him with a smile. Post it soon, or I might help you out in a few days, and my wording might not be to your liking. The cheerful guy retorted defiantly. Is that your professional integrity? The thief chuckled derisively. A friendly reminder, and you turn on me. Finally, the sole female in the group couldn't help but explain as she looked at the cheerful guy's unlucky expression. Do you even know what kind of abilities he has? Have you ever seen contract and curse type abilities? A shiver ran down the cheerful guy's spine, and his earlier confidence vanished without a trace. Lowering his head, he realized this trouble was unavoidable. Ultimately, he returned home with a bitter expression to start drafting an apology. As you expected, Qi Yuan has already arrived in Shin City. In a brightly lit office, a document lay quietly on a large desk. The top right corner of the first page prominently displayed Qi Yuan's photo, but the densely packed text revealed unusual information. Suspected to be adopted, real name unknown, potential level or above, member of the Diju Project, suspected member of the Dark Nine Seats, closely associated with the patrol team. Have we not yet uncovered his background? The person behind the desk clasped their hands together, looking serious. Unfortunately, no. Set it aside for now. One more person investigating us doesn't make a difference, but don't act rashly until we understand the enemy's background. Understood. Meanwhile, in the archives room, an elderly man with graying hair was searching for materials near the archive shelves. Hearing footsteps behind him, he asked without turning around, Why can't I find Qi Yuan's records? Have they been sealed? The newcomer adjusted their glasses and explained. Because certain creatures can still access the network, important personnel records are kept in paper form in a heavily guarded archive. He paused. Who is this Qi Yuan? When did he become part of our Diju project? The old man looked puzzled, while the newcomer quickly analyzed. It's probably inconvenient to disclose information, so they used our name. The old man suddenly understood, recalling the legendary Dark Nine Seats, who secretly guard the peace of the Dragon Nation. Ah, our old buddy kept this under wraps, even pretending to sigh and moan a few days ago. He tested several times, but never said a word. If the Oscars don't give him an award, it's a waste of his excellent acting skills. No wonder he dared to boldly implement the plan. He was already prepared with a backup. At the Ability Association, a female staff member in uniform smiled at Qi Yuan and said, The procedures have mostly been completed today. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to contact me. Although her appearance was only considered plain, her smile was particularly friendly. Thank you for your help today, Qi Yuan replied politely. You're welcome. The staff member gave a slight bow and took an invitation from her folder. In a few days, there will be a high-level ability user exchange meeting in Shin City. If you're interested, you can check it out. Qi Yuan pocketed the invitation and left the Ability Association. Things were progressing even more smoothly than he anticipated. Considering the unique nature of a level ability users forming teams, the houses prepared for them were quite spacious. However, for a family of just 3, the choice was limited. Choosing a house that was too large would be difficult to clean and could easily become a target for unknown creatures to infiltrate. After starting university, he couldn't always be at home, and the safety of his mother and younger brother was of utmost importance. Morning sunlight bathed the streets as Qi Yuan checked his phone's navigation and made his way to Shun City University. Unlike the tightly secured middle and high schools, the university felt more relaxed in terms of security due to the presence of many combat-oriented faculty and students. Located on the outskirts of the city, Shun City University sprawled across tens of thousands of acres, including the campus and battlegrounds. If not for the logistical challenges of supporting personnel and the number of students, the campus could have been even larger. After all, land outside the patrol team's jurisdiction was practically worthless. Soon, Chi Yuan arrived at the entrance of the East Campus. A massive stone engraved with Shun City University in gilded letters stood impressively at the gate. Nearby, a sign clearly warned, "Campus ahead is dangerous, no entry for non-ability users." The security guards at the entrance were focused, ready to report any monster invasions to the patrol team, and paid little attention to Chi Yuan's arrival. Entering the campus, the wide tree-lined paths had few pedestrians, with only a few people hurrying by. As he ventured deeper, vast training facilities came into view: outdoor training grounds and indoor gyms lined up alongside a few high-rise buildings. With final exams approaching, freshmen to juniors were intensely training, while seniors on internships were nowhere to be seen. Inside one of the training gyms, Chi Yuan witnessed the end of a duel. On stage, a man surrounded by lightning delivered a powerful punch, sending his opponent flying off the platform. Looking down at his opponent, he said gravely, "You've gotten weaker." His opponent, leaning against the wall, replied with a wry smile, "No, you've gotten stronger. You're not young anymore. Stop being so dramatic. You don't understand my conviction. It's what drives me forward," the man on stage said solemnly, gazing at his fist. "Oh, then go fight someone in the top 10 of our year. I support your ambition to reach new heights." The man's expression softened instantly. "I'm not bald yet. Not strong enough. Get lost, stop showing off." "Even the top 10 aren't bald," his opponent retorted, flipping him off. "With finals coming up, challenging them would just crush my confidence." "So you're using me to boost your confidence? How sneaky." The stage man chuckled, then turned to Chi Yuan. "Are you a senior?" "I'm a prospective freshman, just visiting the school early," Chi Yuan answered honestly. "Oh, are you from the Liu family? Or the Liao and Gao families?" The man's eyes gleamed with gossip. "Can't be from the Gao family, their skills don't match up," the opponent on the ground interjected. "Oh right, there's also that speed ability user who's great with guns, holding the top spot in Shin City High's combat department." "I'm from out of town," Chi Yuan said. "Out of town? This early?" The man on stage raised an eyebrow in surprise, exchanging a meaningful glance with his companion. "The college entrance exam results just came out. Staying in a hotel for over 2 months until school starts isn't cheap." "Damn, I knew he was a filthy rich kid." The senior took a moment to rest against the wall, then stood up, turned to Chi Yuan, and said with a smile, "I'm Zhu Xueming, and this is Li Yang. Our school has a pretty nice environment, except for the occasional monster popping up." Li Yang couldn't help but laugh at this. "What nonsense are you talking about? Isn't living in a big villa enough? Besides, those monsters are nothing to be afraid of." Zhu Xueming rolled his eyes helplessly and added, "Our school's combat department thrives on beating those monsters to a pulp. Latecomers have to wait for their turn to get some action." Li Yang laughed as he recalled, "Last time, I had a few extra bites before heading out, and by the time I got there, the monster corpses were already divided up." "The monsters at Shanghai University are really something," Zhu Xueming remarked with a sigh. "And you can make money from their corpses?" Chi Yuan asked, intrigued. Zhu Xueming shrugged and explained, "It depends. Some cosmetic companies buy pollen and fragrances from plant-type monsters, beauty clinics buy heads that resemble beautiful women, and fashion studios purchase silk from insect-type monsters." He paused and then changed the subject. "By the way, aren't you interested in learning about the military training program?" Li Yang chimed in. "Yeah, the word curious is written all over your face." Chi Yuan glanced at Li Yang, and although he wasn't particularly interested, he nodded. "Go ahead." Li Yang, who had been full of confidence, lost interest seeing Chi Yuan's indifferent response. He lowered his head and said, "It's nothing special, pretty much the same as other schools." He shook his head. "Zhu Xueming is right. You're really a piece of work." Chi Yuan was speechless for a moment and muttered, "Weren't we all just being polite?" He spoke expressionlessly. "Senior, how about a duel? I promise to leave you with no confidence for the final exams." Li Yang, having just fought Zhu Xueming and feeling confident, thought that if Chi Yuan were a freshman or sophomore, he'd find it beneath him to fight. But since Chi Yuan was just a new student about to start college, Li Yang felt he could easily win. He raised his head proudly. "Bring it on. If you want to fight, then let's fight." Moments later, Li Yang's fist collided hard with a light wall, producing crackling sounds from the clash of electricity and high-temperature light. Then, Li Yang was sent flying back by a tremendous force. Chi Yuan remained standing, surrounded by light walls and several light orbs orbiting him. He casually remarked, "Senior, are you warmed up yet?" Li Yang stared wide-eyed at the cluster of light orbs, shocked. "You're serious? Even if I'm stubborn, at least give me some face." Chi Yuan ignored his expression, maintaining a serious demeanor. With a wave of his hand, the light orbs transformed into countless small swords, shooting toward Li Yang. Li Yang quickly surrendered. "I give up. Don't attack." Seeing Li Yong concede, Qi Yuan retracted the light orbs. Li Yong finally breathed a sigh of relief, secretly admiring him. I really underestimated him. Zhu Xueming patted Li Yong on the shoulder, feigning a solemn expression but clearly enjoying the moment. Li Yong, you've gotten weaker. Li Yong weakly brushed off his friend's hand, collapsed onto the ground, and stared blankly. I'm such a fool, he laughed at himself. I knew geniuses were extraordinary, but I didn't expect this level of skill. Noticing that Li Yong was genuinely disheartened, Zhu Xueming, while still amused, offered some comfort. All right. So what if I lost too? Li Yong suddenly thought of something and jumped up, his face filled with anxiety. What department and class are you in? He asked urgently. I absolutely don't want to be assigned as a teaching assistant in your class. The thought of other upperclassmen impressively beating up freshmen while he got beaten up by one sent shivers down Li Yang's spine. If this got out, not only would he be mocked as a disgrace among upperclassmen, but as this prodigy gained fame, the incident might be repeatedly mentioned. The combat department, specific class not yet determined, Qi Yuan replied briefly. Li Yang's expression turned even more unpleasant. As a senior in the same department, he knew that the combat department in college was not just a simple division like in high school, but a specialized program gathering elites from everywhere. He calculated that the chance of being assigned as a teaching assistant in Qi Yuan's class was quite high. Zhu Xueming noticed Li Yang's concern and teased. What are you thinking? If someone at this level isn't in the combat department, we'd be even more embarrassed. Not wanting to linger in this gloomy atmosphere, Li Yang changed the subject. Let's go. I'll show you around the campus. This huge campus wasn't built for nothing. Many ability users come here for training, and we can learn from them. They focused on visiting 3 areas: the training zone, the cafeteria, and the dormitories. Before parting, Qi Yuan exchanged contact information with them and then left. The high-level ability users exchange conference in Shuncheng was near the hotel. As Qi Yuan rode a shared bike, he suddenly realized he had forgotten to prepare a suit. This realization jolted him. Had his sudden surge in power and wealth made him complacent? When heaven intends to destroy a person, it first drives them mad. He could pretend to be arrogant, but he must not truly lose himself. Checking his phone, he saw there was still time before the conference. With a mall nearby, he had enough time to buy a suit. The mall buzzed with activity at night, and Qi Yuan headed straight for the clothing section. Soon, he was in a black suit, awkwardly adjusting his tie in front of the mirror, feeling more like a salesman than a successful person. Just as he left the mall, he suddenly felt a weight on his pant leg. Looking down, he saw a little girl clinging to his leg, her eyes filled with tears. Get down, Qi Yuan said, holding onto his waistband, his tone firm. The little girl didn't budge. Instead, she clung tighter. No, there's a scary man chasing me. Xin is very scared. Get down first, and I'll take you to the patrol team, Qi Yuan said, his tone softening. If not for her young age, he would have shaken her off by now. The scary man is here, the little girl screamed, burying her face in his pant leg in fear. Qi Yuan turned his head to see a man in an ill-fitting suit charging towards them with a knife. As the man in the suit charged forward, the black and purple sheen of his dagger glinted menacingly, the sharp blade seemingly emitting a low hum in the light. Qi Yuan didn't rush to act. Instead, he swiftly bent down, grabbing the collar of Xion's shirt from behind and yanking her out from beneath the man's legs. The man's target was clearly Xion, and Qi Yuan's move forced him to change his focus, his dagger now turning towards her without hesitation. Swish, a fierce slash of blade energy tore through the air, striking directly at the man's arm. With a dull thud, his right arm was severed, the remnants spinning away as blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering the ground around. Before the man could react, his arm had already hit the ground, leaving a pool of blood in its wake. Murder! The crowd erupted in chaos, screams echoing everywhere. People recoiled in fear, scrambling for safety as the scene spiraled out of control. The surge of the crowd, mingled with the sounds of footsteps, screams, and falls, created a cacophony of panic. Frightened by the sudden violence, people fled in all directions, the order of the place collapsing instantly as they pushed and trampled over one another. Qi Yuan quickly identified the figure responsible for the slash, skillfully navigating through the chaotic crowd and disappearing into the shadows. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan's attention was drawn back to the man with the dagger. The man's right arm was severed, and he howled in agony, his body bent over, barely able to stand. He clutched his back with his left hand, an action that caught Qi Yuan's eye. Noticed something moving under the man's skin, an unsettling sight. Suddenly, the man opened his mouth as if to scream, but could only produce a low growl. Then, like a kite with a broken string, he collapsed forward, hitting the ground with a thud. In that instant, the sound of tearing fabric was heard, followed by the violent emergence of a pair of grotesque antennae from the man's back. Out crawled a repulsive corpse-eating drone bee, complete with filthy insect wings, a hard head, and a twisted thorax and abdomen. The appearance of the drone bee brought a horrifying scene as its enormous mandibles latched onto the man's body, ravenously draining his blood. The man, now a bloodied mess, lay motionless on the ground. Witnessing this, the on-duty team hurried over, promptly dispatching the drone bee. Strangely, despite having consumed a significant amount of blood, the bee left no trace after its death. As the chaos subsided, Qi Yuan approached the team, overhearing their conversation. Anti-power user association? Not sure, but not everyone parasitized by these creatures opposes power users, one voice said. Another team member added, once parasitized, they're just puppets of the corpse-eating queen bee, their identity's irrelevant. They seem to have no interest in pursuing the man's identity further, focusing instead on clearing the scene. A female officer knelt down to Xian's level, gently asking, Sweetie, were you scared? Xian shook her head, clinging tightly to Qi Yuan's pant leg, whispering, No, my brother chased the bad man away. The female officer exclaimed, You're so brave. Not scared at all. That's amazing. Her exaggerated tone drew smiles from those around. Qi Yuan explained, It wasn't me. Someone else released a blade energy and then left. He didn't want to claim the credit, concerned that the person might be part of an illegal organization, so he promptly reported it to the team. Before the team leader could respond, a childish voice piped up, My brother chased the monster away in one go. He's even more amazing than Xian. Looking down, Qi Yuan saw the little girl smiling innocently, but he couldn't shake a sense of unease. This little girl seemed to have a hint of mischief about her. It's normal for kids to be confused about situations. It really wasn't me, and I have no reason to lie about it. Qi Yuan stood still, his expression calm. From his perspective, any rational person would trust an adult over a child, so he didn't bother to explain himself further. The female officer and the team leader exchanged a glance, both frowning slightly, as if trying to recall any suspicious individuals that matched Qi Yuan's description. Seeing that no one believed her, Xian pouted her pink cheeks like two little buns, her eyes shining with stubbornness. Xian didn't lie. It was brother who chased them away. She stomped her foot, landing it squarely on Qi Yuan's shoe. Liar brother, it was obviously you. Why are you lying? This little brat. Qi Yuan quickly moved his foot, a trace of helplessness in his eyes. Mischievous kids are trouble regardless of gender. If there's nothing else, can I leave now? With all this commotion, he was definitely going to be late, and his plan to observe this class abilities was likely ruined. The team leader nodded briefly. We'll contact you if we have any questions. Brother, are you going to leave Xian? The little girl's lips quivered, her eyes quickly filling with tears, her voice trembling with a sob. XN will behave and keep secrets. Don't leave me, boo-hoo. The female officer, seeing the little girl crying so hard, immediately turned to Qi Yuan with a reproachful look. To her, this handsome man had a terrible character, not even sparing a child. Qi Yuan was about to walk away when Xian's words caught his attention. He turned back and bent down to look directly into the little girl's clear eyes. He was quite sure that this seemingly innocent child was deliberately putting on an act. To preserve his idealized image of a sweet little girl, Qi Yuan decided to be direct. Are you sure you want to keep making a scene for the prestigious Qi family? His voice was not loud, but carried an unmistakable warning. An ordinary child might not understand the implication, but this little girl clearly wasn't ordinary. Her eyes darted around before she feigned innocence again. Brother, what are you talking about? Her expression remained natural, but she didn't realize that the stark contrast between her previous wailing and her current feigned ignorance was too obvious. Even the soft-hearted female officer noticed something was amiss. Qi Yuan said no more and straightened up, turning to leave. This time, his departure was surprisingly smooth, with no annoying cries following him. After being delayed, when Qi Yuan finally entered the venue, the only people at the door were the security guards. Inside, the hall was brightly lit, with men in suits and women in elegant dresses mingling in groups, clinking glasses and chatting amiably. Yet some stood out dressed in tactical gear, covered in metal armor, or wearing eccentric costumes. Qi Yuan even spotted someone in the timeless underwear of Erpent's look, causing him to shake his head inwardly. I thought you weren't coming. As soon as Qi Yuan stepped into the hall, he heard an unfamiliar voice. He turned to see a young man leaning against the wall. Like Qi Yuan, this young man was in a suit, but he opted for a vibrant red, reflecting a bold personality. His hair was clearly styled by a professional, looking both trendy and composed. Seeing Qi Yuan's puzzled look, the young man approached him. Xue Shiyan told me to keep an eye on you. Oh, by the way, I'm Liao Shirquan. He looked Qi Yuan up and down, a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. I couldn't find you, and I wondered if Xue Shiyan had a skewed sense of beauty. She said someone much more handsome than me was Qi Yuan. I asked for your information, but she refused, saying she couldn't decide on her own, so I only knew your name. Liao Shirquan cleared his throat. Although you're not much more handsome than me, I can admit you're a bit better looking, ahem. Team Xue. Hearing a familiar name in this unfamiliar city stirred a sense of nostalgia in Qi Yuan. Team Shue's helpful nature seemed to remain unchanged. Just call me Qi Yuan, he said, glancing around and lowering his voice to ask the question on his mind. Are all these people high-level ability users? Even in a big city like Shuncheng, it wasn't like a class ability users were everywhere, let alone class ones. Of course not. It's the ones in combat armor, Liao Shirquan patiently explained to Qi Yuan, noticing his confused expression. We're just family members and team members of high-level ability users. As for the high-level users themselves, they can wear whatever they want. Qi Yuan suddenly understood. No wonder the staff handing out invitations didn't mention any dress code. He quickly considered changing back into casual clothes, but soon dismissed the idea blending in with the family members would be more suitable for observing and gathering information. After all, his sole purpose for attending was to learn from and mimic S-level ability users. Who here is an S-level ability user? Qi Yuan asked, glancing around. There are no S-level ability users here. They wouldn't have time for a gathering like this. Liao Shirchuan's response hit Qi Yuan like a bolt of lightning. The moment he entered the venue, he felt like leaving without S-level ability users. How could this be called a high-level ability user exchange? But since he was already here, he decided to stay and gain some insights. Seeing Qi Yuan's bewilderment, Liao Shirquan took on the role of a guide, leading him through the venue. This is the ability item trading area. He pointed to glass display cases. Usually, these items are kept under tight security, but with so many strong individuals around, there's no need to worry about safety. The display cases showcased various ability items, rings with spatial storage capabilities, fireproof clothing, and even a flying stool. Qi Yuan assessed quietly, finding that aside from the spatial rings, the other items seemed impractical. Noticing his thoughts, Liao Shirquan shrugged. The really good stuff is traded or rented privately. Qi Yuan remained silent. As a high-level ability user whose strength had risen too quickly, it was understandable that resources in other areas hadn't kept pace. He pondered his options. Either attend university and join an official organization or start his own team. But creating a team required substantial funds, and with his abilities, he didn't need numbers to win. Under Liao Shirchuan's guidance, Qi Yuan toured the entire venue. Unfortunately, aside from the trading area, intelligence exchange, and family alliance activities, there was nothing of significant value. The only noteworthy thing was discovering that Liao Shirquan was in the same year as him and might even be a classmate. As Qi Yuan prepared to leave, a few young men leaning by the window noticed him and began whispering to each other. Which family is he from? Having Liao Shirquan accompany him. No idea, but he must be powerful or influential. Do you think he drives a Bugatti or a Bentley? Are you kidding? How many people can afford that kind of luxury? Look quickly, someone exclaimed excitedly. Foreigners are already rare, let alone a long-distance transport vehicle. Neo? Hongqi? He's about to reach the intersection. Let me see which car he gets into. A few people crowded by the window, and the excited chatter suddenly fell into an eerie silence. This young master's taste is quite unique, someone remarked dryly. Could it be that he's actually from a regular family? Someone ventured a different perspective. Not all of Liao Shirchuan's friends have to be rich second-generation kids, right? It's normal for the children of high-level ability users to befriend promising young people. As soon as this was said, everyone around shot him a look as if he were crazy. Are you kidding? Someone sneered. Look at his aura. Noble Scion is practically written all over his face. Are you really that oblivious, or just pretending? Although the person who raised the question found their own idea somewhat laughable, being rebuffed only fueled their stubbornness. Why couldn't it be possible? Families do fall on hard times, he argued. The others exchanged glances, reluctantly admitting there was some truth to his words. Seeing this, he grew even more assertive. Think about it. Would you be willing to make do with a taxi? However, his companion's unexpected reaction caught him off guard. Why not? Taxis are so convenient. Exactly, and you don't have to worry about parking. Seeing he was about to argue further, someone immediately interrupted. Why don't you try provoking him and see? That remark was like a bucket of cold water, instantly quenching his argumentative fire. Right. Taxis are great, convenient, no need to find parking, he conceded sheepishly. Boo, the others jeered in unison. Meanwhile, under the streetlight, a little girl who called herself Shinshin was batting her innocent big eyes at the person in front of her, pointing ahead with her small finger. I just want to go to the exchange meeting with you. The person sighed, holding their forehead as if talking to themselves. Maybe. We should let her go this time? No. A cool female voice interjected. Suddenly, green patterns like flowing water crawled up the person's hand, quickly forming a female figure. If we keep indulging her, it will lead to trouble. The woman looked at the little girl. Yin, from today on, your homework copying will double until you behave. I didn't do anything wrong. Yin protested with puffed cheeks. Nothing happened. You're the ones interfering. Then it will be doubled again. I'm not writing. Snacks will be confiscated. I don't want them either. Yin stomped her foot. Others bully me, and now you're bullying me too. Who? The woman's voice turned icy. Who else? That guy in black. Yin crossed her arms angrily. The woman turned to her companion. Is it the person Liao Shirquan is hosting? It's him, the companion replied, scratching the back of his head in frustration. I had a brief eye contact with him, but more importantly, he looked at Yun Yun. I think we should first figure out exactly how he bullied you. Yun Yun immediately clung to his pant leg. Hey, what do you mean by that? The woman nodded in agreement, looking down at Yun Yun. What exactly happened? You'd better explain it from start to finish, or it won't just be about the snacks. In early September, the gates of Shun City University swung open, welcoming waves of new students arriving to register. Members of the student council, dressed in uniforms and wearing armbands, stood vigilantly on either side of the entrance, equipped with weapons at their waists or on their backs. This display left many parents of the new students startled, instinctively taking a few steps back. Is this a university or a prison? Why is it so intimidating? One parent whispered. Maybe they're worried we'll start fighting, a new student explained, scratching his head. When young people get together, there's always a bit of jostling for dorm hierarchy. I heard it's like this every year, and the school is prepared for it. Suddenly, a gasp erupted at the gate, followed by an eerie silence. Everyone's attention was drawn to the entrance, where a young man with black hair was calmly walking in. He was tall and handsome, exuding an aura of quiet strength that commanded respect. It wasn't until he disappeared from view that the whispers resumed. Son, it looks like being top of the class is out of the question, a parent said, patting his child's shoulder. Aim for second place, and I'll give you more pocket money. You're dreaming. If I could get second place, I wouldn't be your son. You cheeky kid, looking for a beating? Meanwhile, a few other new students watched the departing figure intently, already seeing him as a rival. The young man who had caused such a stir was named Chi Yuan. He quickly completed his registration and headed to his assigned dormitory building. This was no ordinary dorm. It resembled a luxury villa complex. Each building housed 10 people, with individual rooms for each student, and shared facilities like a kitchen, gym, and media room. Those who made the school team could even apply for a single residence. Naturally, the school team's membership was not something just anyone could attain. Barely had Chi Yuan set his backpack down in his room when there was a knock at the door. Without checking the peephole, he opened it to find an unexpected visitor, a woman with a striking figure leaning against the wall. Excuse me, miss, are you married? A student named Liao Shirquan suddenly interjected, leaning against the wall in a flirtatious pose. The woman crossed her arms, her long legs elegantly crossed, and parted her red lips to utter a single word. Scram. Sensing the threat in her eyes, Liao Shirquan wisely withdrew his hand, yet he persisted. Miss, my name is Liao Shirquan. I've been single for a long time, but don't worry, I've kept myself decent. Liao Shirquan stood in the hallway, wearing a gentle smile as he looked at the woman in front of him. Oh, by the way, have you ever been married? If not, I won't pursue you. The woman said, slightly raising her chin with a scrutinizing gaze. What? Are you some kind of bullheaded warrior? Always hanging around like the neighbor's guy? She scoffed. Liao Shirquan maintained his polite smile, dressed in a suit that made him look like a gentleman as long as he didn't speak. Of course not, but I can be for you. It would be even better if you were divorced. This shameless remark instantly shattered the composure on the woman's face. Crazy. If you haven't been married, don't bother me. Liao Shirquan's expression instantly turned cold, like flipping a switch back to the playboy look he had when Chi Yuan first met him. He brushed his sleeve and said indifferently, You should have said you weren't married earlier, wasting my time. With that, he suddenly remembered something important and turned to look at Chi Yuan, who was sitting nearby, leisurely cracking sunflower seeds like a spectator. Liao Shirquan became alert, carefully examining the surroundings until he noticed an unusual shadow in the corner. Found you. Eavesdropper, he shouted sharply. Sorry, I didn't mean to. A voice came from the shadows, accompanied by the sound of a suitcase's wheels clattering against the stairs. Wait a minute. Let me bring my luggage up. A man with a suitcase emerged from the stairwell, looking embarrassed. I just happened to catch your, flirting scene, so I thought I'd better not interrupt. Gao Changza, long time no see. Liao Shirquan recognized his high school classmate. Long time no see. My room is upstairs, so I'll leave you to it, Gao Changza said, quickly excusing himself. Liao Shirquan turned to Chi Yuan, who had already put away his spectator gear. You're quite capable. It seems getting first place in the grade won't be easy for me. Faced with this sudden challenge, Chi Yuan responded calmly. Not bad. If it's you guys, I have no problem. Such arrogance? Don't crash and burn later. Liao Shirquan raised an eyebrow. You're right. Chi Yuan admitted that he couldn't be sure if there were other hidden talents in the grade. At this moment, the woman spoke lazily. Handsome young man, I believe in you. My useless brother is next door, please be patient with him. Just as she finished speaking, a greasy-haired, bespectacled man poked his head out. Why haven't you left yet? What does it matter to you if I leave or not? It doesn't matter that you're harassing my classmate. Oh, when your classmate was harassing me, why didn't you say anything? If someone blind enough to want you, I'm more than happy. The woman sneered. Huh. Go home and wait. I'll train you well. This made the bespectacled man immediately fall silent, looking like a submissive little brother. In the president's office at Shanghai University, a student undergoing military training guarantee you going a bit overboard by suddenly requesting the assistance of an A-level ability user? In the president's office, an elderly president dressed in a dark traditional Chinese robe sat solemnly behind an antique mahogany desk. His head of silver hair and flowing beard, combined with his gentle demeanor, made him look like a sage from another world. Besides, it's too late to apply now, the elderly president said, gently stroking his beard, his tone leisurely. The dean of students quickly stepped forward and spread a folder open in front of the president. President, if it wasn't impossible to get an S-level ability user, I would have applied for an even higher level. The president slowly put on his reading glasses and began to review the new student's file. His gaze wandered over the paper. This young man has a dignified appearance and considerable potential, though his family background seems a bit. He frowned slightly. Could he be the son of some prominent figure? The dean of students, suppressing discomfort, pointed to a specific part of the file. President, take a look at his ability level. The president looked closely, nearly causing his glasses to slip from his nose. Absurd. There must be a mistake with this file. How could a student be classified as an A-level? President, the file is absolutely accurate. The dean explained while carefully retrieving the document from the president's grasp before it could be crumpled. He was a clever when admitted, but the file he submitted today shows he's now A-level. We even confirmed it with the Ability Association. Hearing this, the president was momentarily stunned. He dramatically waved his sleeve. Then just exempt him from military training. He imagined the scene of the instructor being overwhelmed by the freshmen and felt the training had lost its purpose. But the school rules clearly state that all students must participate in military training, the dean reminded him. It's one of the school's fundamental principles. If we make an exception, in the future, children of the affluent. The president fell into deep thought, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands with laughter. Brilliant. The rule is that they must participate in military training, but it doesn't say he can't be an instructor. The dean was initially taken aback, then realized. You mean, make him an instructor? Precisely. The president regained his sage-like demeanor. An assistant only partially participates, but an instructor is present throughout. This way, we don't break the rules and perfectly solve the problem. In the class, multiple instructors were assigned to ensure the student's safety, making it easy for Qi Yuan to blend in. The director of studies repeatedly praised. Principal, this was a stroke of genius. The old principal merely waved his hand modestly, a mysterious smile playing on his lips, which only made the director admire him more. Once the director left the office, the old principal burst into laughter, slapping the table heavily. In the hallway, after a tall girl gracefully walked away, a bespectacled boy adjusted his slipping glasses and introduced himself to Qi Yuan and his companion in a slightly timid voice. I'm Zhou Zi. Qi Yuan and Liao Shirquan also briefly introduced themselves. Zhou Zi, avoiding eye contact, whispered, I still need to tidy up my room, so I'll take my leave. After receiving their approval, he quickly closed the door. It's hard to believe he's the top student in the combat department of Shenzhen High School, Liao Shirquan mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. You're not from the same school? Qi Yuan asked. I attended a private high school, Qi Yuan replied coolly. Liao Shirquan thought to himself. As expected of a rich kid, not only did he attend a private high school, he had to start an independent school too. Since it was the last day for enrollment, Liao Shirquan had to attend the afternoon class meeting, so he also left. As the time approached, Qi Yuan finished organizing his room and headed to the teaching building. The classroom for the first class of the combat department stood in stark contrast to other freshman classrooms. Inside, Zhou Zi was alone in a corner polishing a firearm. Liao Shirquan was staring blankly while leaning against his seat. Gao Changze gazed out of the window, lost in thought. Jiang Wenin gave a slight wave to Qi Yuan as he entered, then continued whispering with the girl next to her, who was fiddling with her nails, a large hammer in her arms. Other students were discreetly sizing up each other's strengths. A strange silence pervaded the classroom. Qi Yuan didn't break the silence, merely sitting down quietly and playing with his phone, while sending a message about being in the same class as Jiang Wenin to Shi Jiangwen. When the counselor entered the classroom, he was taken aback. The words quiet down stuck in his throat. It was his first time seeing such a quiet classroom. Clearing his throat, he said, since everyone is seated, let me go over the arrangements. He explained the school's guidelines and graduation requirements in detail, distributing information booklets. The oppressive atmosphere grew heavier with his explanations. The key points I mentioned are in the booklet. You can refer to it if you have questions. Now, let me talk about tomorrow's military training. At the mention of military training, the previously sleepy students instantly sat up straight. The counselor continued, you can purchase school uniforms on campus, and make sure to wear them properly for assembly at the main field tomorrow. As a university that frequently required students to go on field training, Shenzhen University designed combat uniforms resembling those of a duty team, requiring students to wear them uniformly when going out. Most well-prepared freshmen had already taken care of this, and the counselor's words were just a precautionary reminder. If you have questions, you can ask your classmates in the group. Announcing the end of the meeting, the counselor took a few steps with his thermos, then suddenly turned back. Who is Chi Yuan? Come with me. The classmates immediately looked around, whispering with curiosity about who would be called by the counselor on the first day of school. In the crowd, Chi Yuan stood up calmly and raised his hand slightly to indicate it was him. Let's go, I need to talk to you. Under the gaze of everyone, Chi Yuan followed the counselor out of the classroom to a quiet corner in the hallway. The counselor spoke in a low voice. During tomorrow's military training, you'll be acting as an instructor. Make sure to meet with the chief instructor and the instructor leading our class. With that, he handed Chi Yuan a red armband. This marks your role as an assistant instructor. Ideally, you'd wear an instructor's uniform, but since that's military attire, this will have to suffice. Just make do, huh? Chi Yuan murmured to himself. If it weren't right after the class meeting, he might have suspected the counselor was a prankster from the transformation department. Why me as the instructor? The counselor gave him a wistful look. Are you here to intimidate us, or to show off? The military training content is too simple for you. To ensure you have a role, this is the best arrangement. Chi Yuan paused, then nodded. Indeed, as an A-level ability user, it wouldn't be fair to bully a group of lower-level ability users. While it might be momentarily satisfying, such behavior is akin to a high-level player rampaging through a beginner's area, risking a ban. After finishing the briefing, the level ability counselor hurried off. Chi Yuan returned to his dorm, tossing and turning in bed. The new environment made it hard for him to sleep, and his mind was preoccupied with recent challenges, slow progress in his abilities, no official missions, and merely honing skills by battling low-level creatures in the fusion domain. Should he hire a PR firm for Hype, or partner with a management company? He dismissed the idea as soon as it arose. Hype without strength would only annoy others, and losing his mysterious appeal would allow rivals to gauge his capabilities accurately. Maintaining an air of mystery was the best strategy. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Boss, Shanghai University says they're assigning an instructor to assist me with the class, said a member of the National Defense Force. Just returned from the mountains, as he wiped his brow and removed his hat. Just treat him like a figurehead. If he bothers you, let me know, and I'll talk to the dean. The National Defense Force member considered complaining to have the person reassigned, but swallowed the thought. The next day, Chi Yuan donned his school uniform, put on his armband, and arrived early at the entrance of the main field. He planned to blend in naturally with the other instructors when they arrived. On the field, freshmen were animatedly chatting about everything from their hometowns and families to personal interests. Chi Yuan sat alone on a stone block by the entrance, wearing a hat, idly scrolling through his phone. The newly formed class group chat was buzzing with activity, showing over 99 messages from last night. It seemed Chi Yuan hadn't shown up. The instructor had called him out alone yesterday, so what exactly happened? Zhou, you live next door, do you know anything? Zhou quickly replied in the chat. Zhou, I don't know, but I remember he left wearing his school uniform. Chi Yuan felt a void within him as the conversation about him continued, gradually losing interest. Just as he was about to end the discussion, an idea struck him. It might be amusing to see his classmates' surprised expressions later. As he was mulling this over, a military officer appeared before him. The officer exuded an imposing presence, standing there like a towering mountain. Behind him, more than 100 officers were arranged in a neat formation, their posture upright and their gaze sharp, emanating an indomitable aura. However, for Chi Yuan, an A-level ability user, such an aura was insignificant. While he couldn't knock down a mountain with a punch, destroying a skyscraper was out of the question. Therefore, Chi Yuan felt no intimidation. He stood up, saluted, and locked eyes with the officer who had spoken earlier, following him to the back of the formation. Come back and stand by my side. The officer's voice was deep and commanding. Chi Yuan swiftly returned to the officer's side, thinking this person might be the head instructor. Together, they walked into the large field, where the freshmen sluggishly returned to their positions. From the stage, Chi Yuan could clearly see that the freshmen's formation was nowhere near as disciplined as the officers. It was scattered, with each person standing in their own way. The head instructor picked up the microphone, took a deep breath, and suddenly shouted, "At ease. Attention." The piercing sound from the speakers startled the freshmen, making their heads tingle. They instinctively stood straight, heels together. Though some were a half-second slow, most eventually stood reasonably straight. The head instructor let out a slight sigh of relief. All of you sit. With that order, the previously meticulous freshmen immediately showed signs of looseness. Some sat down quickly, while others took an extra second or two. What is this? Are you deaf? The head instructor bellowed. Again. His voice thundered as he issued the command once more. Up. Sit. This time, their movements were synchronized, and the head instructor seemed somewhat satisfied. Moving on to the main topic. I'm not pleased with your performance. From now on, you must stay combat ready at all times, prepared to accept any mission. The freshmen loudly responded in unison. Understood. The head instructor, still unsatisfied, raised his volume. Louder, didn't you eat? Understood. Only then did the head instructor put away the microphone, his expression stern as he paced in front of the group. His gaze was like an eagle's, scrutinizing each freshman, his words growing sharper. You think you'll become mighty high-level ability users, or join the 9 seats, or become heroes saving the people? Wrong. Most of you will become team members, support staff, duty teams, or even part of the National Guard. Orders are the ironclad rule you must obey. Finishing his speech, he stopped, hands clasped behind his back. Turning to face Chi Yuan with a piercing look, his tone suddenly severe. You, why weren't you waiting on the field earlier, but outside instead? Didn't you receive the school's notification? Chi Yuan snapped out of his thoughts, momentarily bewildered. He pointed to himself, looking at the head instructor in confusion. Who else would I be talking to? Because I'm an instructor, the head instructor replied coldly. Chi Yuan paused slightly, already knowing that the upcoming conversation would be awkward for the head instructor. He pondered for a moment, trying a different approach. Reporting, sir, my task wasn't to stay on the field. The atmosphere instantly grew tense, as if a flicker of surprise crossed the instructor's face. He hesitated, his eyes shifting slightly, then glanced at Chi Yuan's armband. The head instructor frowned. There was no need for an assistant instructor today, so why was Chi Yuan here? Suddenly, the situation became a bit awkward. The freshman below sensed the change in atmosphere and began to chuckle softly. The head instructor, keenly aware, immediately reacted, coughing and shouting, Laugh. What's so funny? Did I say you could laugh? As soon as this iconic line was uttered, the freshmen fell silent, as if struck by a chill. They were all aware that if anyone dared to speak, they would inevitably be asked to come up and share the joke with everyone, or laugh to your heart's content. And don't stop until you've laughed for 10 minutes. Seeing the effectiveness of this tactic, the head instructor decided not to make things difficult for the sensible freshmen and instead proceeded to assign instructors to their respective classes. Based on class sizes, the instructors were allocated to different groups. Over the next month, these instructors would not only fulfill their duties for military training, but also lead the students into the wilderness and fusion fields to hunt monsters as squad leaders. Chi Yuan cheerfully joined the team of instructors for the first class of the combat department. The lead instructor frowned and waved him off. Why are you following us? We don't need a teaching assistant today. The director said I'm an instructor, so I'm supposed to follow you. Chi Yuan replied calmly. The lead instructor remembered hearing yesterday that Shanghai University intended to place an instructor here. He twitched his lips, thinking that even if this young man had potential, serving as a teaching assistant should suffice. Why insist on being an instructor? What year are you? He asked, intending to assign him an appropriate position. Juniors or seniors could lead a small team for practice, while sophomores might as well be mascots. Freshman, this year's new student. This response left the lead instructor stunned. What? What year? Freshman, this year's new student, Chi Yuan repeated. The lead instructor immediately became furious. To him, it was clear that this was some wealthy family's son trying to escape military training. The other instructor's expressions shifted from admiration to disdain. They initially thought he was a promising talent for remaining composed under the head instructor's pressure, only to find out he was just a spoiled rich kid. Why aren't you doing military training with the other students? The lead instructor demanded angrily. He considered that even with safety measures during training, there was still a risk of death for students. If someone needed rescue, relying on this rich kid would be like playing with lives. Chi Yuan noticed the misunderstanding and explained. The school said my ability level was too high, not suitable for, bullying newbies? The instructors were left speechless. Even geniuses among freshmen were only at the E or D level, at best reaching C. With their skills, they could easily suppress him. What level? The lead instructor asked with a sarcastic smile. A level. Here's my ability certificate. Chi Yuan handed over his credentials, feeling a curious novelty. Being doubted was an unusual experience for him. The instructors took turns examining the certificate, and after confirming its authenticity, they were all rendered speechless with shock. The lead instructor opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. A member of the Pillar program, truly unfathomable. No wonder the officials of the Dragon Kingdom invest so much effort in scouting for talent across the region. The difference between individuals is indeed significant. The leading officer handed back the documents to Chi Yuan and said in a gentle tone, You can just observe from the side. Let us handle the military training for the freshmen. No problem, I'll follow your lead. Chi Yuan replied, relieved to have a more passive role. The officers quickly sprang into action and headed towards the area where the first class of the combat department was gathered. As soon as Chi Yuan appeared in the combat department's first class, the scene erupted into a buzz. Even with the stern officer standing right in front, the freshmen couldn't suppress their whispers. Why doesn't he have to train with us? Isn't that the rich guy? The leading officer was prepared for this reaction. Instead of reprimanding the entire class, he calmly approached a particularly loud student, with his hands clasped behind his back, and said, Since you're so good at telling stories, why not share one with us? The student immediately fell silent and stood at attention. Seeing this, the others quickly quieted down, fearing they might be the next to be called out. My surname is Wong. Just call me Instructor Wong, he said, turning to point behind him. These are your instructors standing behind me. At this announcement, the classroom was filled with astonishment. The freshmen looked at Chi Yuan in unison, and someone immediately shouted, "He's a freshman like us. Why is he an instructor? If he can be an instructor, why can't we try?" I don't agree. Although most acknowledged Chi Yuan's exceptional skills, his sudden promotion to instructor sparked strong discontent, especially among those from prominent families, who wondered what kind of influence the Chi family wielded to sway even Shanghai University. Listen up. Instructor Wong sternly interrupted the discussions. I don't care if you agree or not. You'll have to deal with it. In critical situations, there's no time for contests to determine who's in charge. Following orders is what you should focus on. Surveying the room, Instructor Wong continued. At times, a team leader might appoint a member as a temporary leader. If everyone disagrees with every decision, how can you carry out the mission? The freshmen, embarrassed by the reprimand, were left with no choice. Seeing that his point had been made, Instructor Wong suddenly asked, "Who was the top student at Shanghai High School? Step forward." Zhou Ziyi stepped forward with his head lowered. "Do you have any objections?" Instructor Wong asked, exerting his authoritative presence. "No, I fully comply with the organization's arrangements," Zhou Ziyi replied sincerely. Instructor Wong was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled awkwardly. Well, this young comrade has quite the awareness. That's good. He sighed inwardly, thinking that this batch of freshmen was unusually challenging to manage. Subsequently, Instructor Wong led the entire class to the indoor training facility. Chi Yuan and the other instructors sat on the ground, watching as Instructor Wong coached the freshmen on their standing and sitting postures. Fortunately, these combat students had a solid foundation and quickly grasped the essentials. Sit. Instructor Wong commanded, and the freshmen sat down in unison. Rest here for 10 minutes, and listen to my briefing on the afternoon's agenda. Instructor Wong continued. This afternoon, you'll engage in unknown matches. We'll assign teams based on your abilities. The subsequent military training will proceed in small teams. He paused, adding, friendly reminder, prepare your outdoor survival gear, as every training project will last several days. With that, he announced the dismissal, allowing the freshmen to have lunch and prepare for the afternoon matches. Want to grab a meal together? I can tell you more about being an instructor. Instructor Wong invited. Chi Yuan nodded in agreement. The moment they stepped into the exclusive mess hall for instructors, Chi Yuan instantly became the center of attention. Here, even the usually stern military training instructors would relax, crack jokes, and try to build camaraderie with their colleagues. Captain, this is Chi Yuan, the instructor mentioned by Shanghai University yesterday. Instructor Wong quickly introduced when the head instructor noticed Chi Yuan. He's a new student this year with an A-level ability. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire mess hall fell silent, and everyone gasped. The head instructor almost dropped his chopsticks, clearly taken aback by the news. Other instructors stifled their laughter, exchanging knowing glances toward the head instructor, recalling the time he had scolded Chi Yuan. Quite impressive for someone so young, the head instructor managed to say, masking his surprise with a forced compliment. You're too kind. Chi Yuan replied respectfully, though a hint of triumph flickered in his eyes. Seeing the head instructor's discomfort gave him a sense of satisfaction. After Instructor Wong endured some enthusiastic hospitality from his colleagues, he finally joined Chi Yuan and the others, who had already gotten their meals. He grumbled about being left to fend for himself, only to be met with knowing smiles. During the meal, Instructor Wong explained the upcoming military training schedule in detail. The 3-day team bonding period would take place at an outdoor training ground, where third-year students would play the role of monsters. Freshman teams would earn 1 point for successfully escaping, 5 points for eliminating the senior teams, and lose 1 point if they were eliminated. Besides team points, instructors would also give individual scores to each participant. Those who failed would need to retake the test, and failing again could result in expulsion. Even though it was technically his own team, Chi Yuan felt reassured with Instructor Wang's assistance. After lunch, they returned to the training gym where the freshmen were engaged in intense combat practice. Chi Yuan watched with mild interest. Although his combat skills weren't exceptional, his superior physical abilities allowed him to easily anticipate and counter various attacks. On the field, Jiang Wenin was battling Gao Changza. As a strength ability user, Jiang Wenin wielded a 100-pound hammer with ease, as if it were a toy. When the massive hammer crashed to the ground with a deafening roar, the audience finally grasped the weight of the weapon. Gao Changza, Jiang Wenin's opponent, narrowly dodged her attack, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Did this woman eat spinach or something? How is she so strong? He marveled internally. Missing with her probing strike, Jiang Wenin's expression remained unchanged, as if she had anticipated this. She gripped the giant hammer with both hands and swung it sideways at Gao Changza's legs. The hammer carved a fierce arc through the air, but Gao Changza sidestepped swiftly, evading the blow and retreating several steps to create distance. He drew a pistol from his coat, enhanced by a special power, and with focused eyes, muttered, "Ability multiplier." Bang, bang, bang. Gao Changza fired rapidly, his power doubling the bullet's speed, sending them hurtling with exceptional swiftness. The bullets whizzed through the air, Jiang Wennin's eyes tracking them, but they moved too quickly for her to see clearly. She bit her lip, swiftly devising a countermeasure. Though she couldn't directly see the bullets, she could sense Gao Changza's every move, predicting the direction of his gun. The bullets clashed against the hammer, sparking but unable to penetrate its defense, their paths altered and scattered. At that moment, Gao Changza gripped a knife in his left hand and pushed off the ground with his right foot, launching himself at Jiang Wennin with doubled speed. Jiang Wennin's eyes widened, understanding that while she had blocked the bullets, the hammer's defense couldn't react swiftly enough. As the blade neared, the outcome seemed inevitable. Yet, Jiang Wennin remained calm, her demeanor unchanged. She released the hammer, swiftly arching her back to dodge Gao Changza's attack, her movements as fluid as a serpent's. Using the momentum from her waist, she kicked Gao Changza in the abdomen, sending him flying several meters away. Gao Changza lost his balance, airborne. Jiang Wennin retrieved her hammer, quickly adopting a defensive stance, her gaze locked on her opponent. Gao Changza struggled to his feet, clutching his side. The kick nearly dislocated his hip. Even at double speed, it's hard to keep up, he panted, glancing at the hammer in Jiang Wennin's grasp, his eyes flickering with a plan. Jiang Wennin gripped the hammer, her brow furrowed. She sensed that her weapon had suddenly become half as heavy again, making it difficult to handle. Was it then? She recalled the moment Gao Changza had made contact with the hammer. Could he have done something to my weapon? She realized. Her ability affected only herself, unable to manipulate objects directly, leaving her momentarily at a loss. With the battle intensifying and time running out, she swung the hammer a few times, trying to adjust to the new weight. In the ensuing rounds, the fight was fierce, with both exchanging blows. Jiang Wennin, unable to wield her weapon effectively, couldn't fully unleash her strength. Meanwhile, Gao Changza remained cautious, avoiding close contact. Whenever he approached, the hammer's intimidating presence kept him at bay. As they neared each other, their stamina and energy dwindled, the match reaching a stalemate. Suddenly, Jiang Wennin slammed her hammer into the ground, creating a deep fissure in the once solid floor. Gao Changza hesitated, slipping on the cracked surface, nearly falling. He quickly regained his balance. Jiang Wennin seized the opportunity, advancing swiftly. Her shadow loomed over him as the battle reached its climax. But just as she prepared to strike, Gao Changza vanished from her sight. Jiang Wennin instantly became alert, scanning for him. Then, a chill crept over her as she turned to find a sharp blade at her neck. I lost, she admitted softly, surprised by how he had closed the distance. Gao Changza's final strike, faster than she anticipated, was a textbook example of hiding one's strength until the right moment. Qi Yuan, watching from the sidelines, sat up, startled by the unexpected outcome. Gao Changza's last move was at least several times faster, he analyzed quietly, eyeing the arena. Their battle skills placed them in the middle tier of the combat class, but Gao Changza's explosive finish could propel him to the forefront. Jiang Wennin's failure served as a lesson for everyone. In the subsequent matches, the participants either proceeded cautiously or opted for long-range attacks, wary of repeating the same mistakes. The prolonged contest eventually concluded with a victor. The instructors observed each match closely and, after deliberation, announced the group assignments. Instructor Wang then explained the specifics of the next day's military training to the newcomers, urging them to prepare thoroughly before dismissing them. Qi Yuan glanced down at the list of team members in his hand: Liao Shiquan, Jiang Wennin, Zhou Zi, and Ji Jia. The familiarity of the names made him chuckle to himself. It hardly seemed like a random selection. He had a particularly vivid impression of Ji Jia, whose ghostly transformation ability, coupled with her blood-streaked face and pallid complexion, could easily frighten a child. Captain, shall we go? Liao Shiquan approached with the others, grinning. I could bribe you, you know. Qi Yuan joked. You shouldn't say things like that out loud, or Instructor Wang might hear you. Instructor Wang had indeed been keeping an eye on them. Hearing Qi Yuan's banter, he flashed a smile, revealing a set of perfect white teeth. Caught red-handed, and still so brazen. However, he wasn't concerned about any supposed bribe, as he had selected capable team members for Qi Yuan. If Qi Yuan wasn't exceptionally skilled, he wouldn't have entrusted a newcomer with scoring duties. I'm just reporting in, Qi Yuan said as he led the group toward the cafeteria. Surprisingly, the team didn't press him about the instructors. Jiang Wennin and Ji Jia walked together, chatting, with Ji Jia looking downcast and reserved, quite different from her ghostly transformed self. As they passed the bustling convenience store, Zhou Zi suddenly remembered, shouldn't we prepare some field rations? No need to worry, Liao Shiquan assured confidently. I've already arranged for my family to prepare enough for the whole team. You're so reliable, Vice Captain. Jiang Wenin praised sincerely, and Ji Jian nodded in agreement. After having their meal in the cafeteria, they got to know each other better and agreed to meet in Liao Shichuan's room to discuss tactics. The next morning, everyone from Combat Class 1, except Qi Yuan, was present. Instructor Wang approached Liao Shichuan's team, holding a scorecard and wearing an earpiece. Instructor Wang, where's our captain? Jiang Wenin asked, looking around and raising her hand. He had something to attend to and took a leave. Instructor Wang replied, recalling Qi Yuan's leave request the previous night. He sighed, unsure whether to be relieved that the top talent wasn't present or disappointed at missing the chance to witness an rank ability in action. Meanwhile, the conference room at the Shanghai branch of the Ability Association was packed. The attendees, though varied in demeanor, all exuded a formidable presence. A woman stood at the front, pointing at a projection as she elaborated on the latest data analysis. The frequency of monster-related incidents was rising, and reports of unconfirmed monster sightings were increasing. She switched to the next slide, displaying detailed data tables. This is a summary of all the previously mentioned data. If anyone has questions, feel free to ask at any time. In the meeting room, everyone stared at the projected data charts on the wall, whispering among themselves. The charts clearly showed the increasingly frequent activities of the Anti-Psychic Association. Qi Yuan lazily leaned back in his leather chair, listening to the report from the female representative of the duty team. Last night's sudden emergency notification required all Class A psychics in Shanghai to be present. When he called his instructor to request leave, the voice on the other end of the line inexplicably carried a hint of resentment. According to the data, the female officer began, but was immediately interrupted by a disdainful scoff. It seems they don't take us seriously, a psychic said coldly. With the S-class psychics gone for so long, it's no surprise those monsters are getting restless. When will the authorities bring them back? Bang! A crisp sound echoed as the male officer sitting to the right of the deputy president slammed his phone onto the table, the badge on his uniform glinting under the light. Can't you survive without S-class psychics? Instead of pinning your hopes on their uncertain return, why not think about solving the current issues? He frowned, his tone sharp. Class A psychics are so highly sought after everywhere, they've become uncontrollable. Then why don't you suggest a solution? Someone retorted immediately. Would you even follow it if I did? The male officer replied, not even bothering to look the person in the eye. Sensing the rising tension, the deputy president quickly intervened. Everyone, there are still monsters lurking around the city. Let's not turn on each other. Humph. A burly man over 2 meters tall suddenly stood up, his chair scraping loudly against the floor. He pointed at Qi Yuan, his voice booming like thunder. Put the infighting aside. I won't cooperate until Qi Yuan apologizes to me. Qi Yuan looked baffled. What does this have to do with me? And who are you? Heh, the esteemed eldest son of the Qi family sure has a short memory. The burly man said, his eyes wide with anger. A month and a half ago, your subordinate injured my second son, and now you don't even remember the victim's name? Qi Yuan laughed coldly to himself. He didn't even have subordinates, yet here he was being framed. But he couldn't say that if someone suspects you have a weapon, it's better if you actually have one. Otherwise, they might think he's covering up or involved with a non-existent subordinate. He wouldn't gamble his family's safety on the other party's moral limits. Who cares what subordinates do? Qi Yuan sank deeper into his chair, resting one hand on the armrest, his expression arrogant. I only care if they complete their tasks. However, I suggest you clarify whether they were really my subordinates. You're still trying to shirk responsibility? The burly man accused angrily. My son was having a party with friends at a hotel when your people barged in, injured him, and declared, I don't change my name or my surname. I'm a subordinate of the Qi family. If you have the guts, come find me. Who else could they be if not yours? Don't change my name or my surname? Qi Yuan laughed in disbelief, wondering who would dare frame him so blatantly. However, through telepathy, he had already glimpsed the truth. The man omitted the group had been trying to force women to play their so-called games with them. Qi Yuan silently applauded the unknown subordinate in his mind. Well done. If you don't deal with scum like that, are you just going to wait until next year to pay respects at their graves? The appearance of this non-existent subordinate coincided perfectly with Qi Yuan's arrival in Shin City. At that time, Qi Yuan was an unknown newcomer, and this coincidence made him lower his eyelids, his gaze flickering uncertainly. Could it be someone who had known him from the start? Faced with the current situation, Qi Yuan knew he had to accept this silent loss. Explaining would not only be futile, but would also undermine his authority. He slowly opened his eyes, his golden irises coldly fixed on the burly man. What? You think just injuring him isn't enough? And you want me to do it myself? The burly man immediately broke into a cold sweat, nervously glancing at the branch president. He had secretly investigated Qi Yuan after getting clues from the second son of the Qi family and knew well what a formidable character Qi Yuan was. If Qi Yuan really wanted to act, why wait until today? They merely intended to use public opinion and the branch president's pressure to force Qi Yuan to give an explanation. Who knew Qi Yuan would dare to be so assertive even in front of the enforcement team and the branch president? This only confirmed that the Qi family's strength far exceeded their imagination. The onlookers wore varied expressions, silently observing the confrontation, with no one daring to intervene rashly. After all, the Qi family's background was unpredictable, and it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Qi Yuan found the group's assumptions both amusing and exasperating. However, the more they overthought, the more advantageous it was for him, so he was happy to maintain the mystery. Just as the branch president was about to mediate, the situation shifted again. Anxiously, he asked, "What exactly is going on?" With the branch president's support, the burly man finally regained the courage to speak, indignantly questioning, "Does the Qi family really have to be so domineering?" Faced with the accusation, Qi Yuan did not back down. At this moment, he truly understood the confidence that came with power, the ability to say no to unreasonable people. Looking for a way out, Qi Yuan sneered, flicking his fingers as a starlight shot towards the table in front of the burly man. The table instantly turned to ashes, crumbling down. "Why not talk about what your son did? When it comes to being domineering, I'm nothing compared to him." The burly man, terrified by this display, felt his legs trembling, but upon regaining his composure, he still believed he was in the right. His son had only made a small mistake after saving so many people. Shouldn't he be granted some leniency? Qi Yuan seemed to read his thoughts and mocked. "I've saved so many people. Is it really excessive for my subordinate to hit your son once?" With the situation as it was, the burly man had no choice but to brace himself for the confrontation. In front of so many people, if he backed down today, how could he continue in Shin City? With a bitter expression, he said, "Can't we discuss this calmly?" "Sure. After the meeting ends, I'll handle it myself," Qi Yuan replied coolly. Qi Yuan almost lost his composure, his mouth twitching slightly as he nearly burst into laughter. The burly man looked utterly confused, his eyes filled with bewilderment. "Why do you want to hit my son again?" Suddenly, he recalled Qi Yuan's earlier remark. "Do you think it's not enough and want me to handle it personally?" A chill ran from his feet to the top of his head. Terrifying images of his son being beaten to a pulp flashed through his mind, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. "No, no, no need for you to step in." The burly man hurriedly waved his hands. "I'll personally deal with this ungrateful son." As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to find a target for his anger, a flash of fury in his eyes. "Yes, it's all this ungrateful son's fault. Spending so much money and not finding a partner, but instead getting into these risky situations." The burly man pounded his chest, assuring Qi Yuan, "Rest assured, I'll break this ungrateful son's legs." Qi Yuan was taken aback by the man's sudden change in attitude, realizing he was genuinely planning to give his son a severe beating. The branch president was also stunned. "If you want to beat your child, do it at home, not announce it at the meeting. I thought 2 level superhumans were going to fight. I'm not here to listen to family squabbles." At this moment, a man from the patrol team interrupted the commotion with a stern voice. "We've received insider information that anti-superhuman groups are planning large-scale actions soon, which is one of the reasons for urgently gathering everyone here." As soon as he said this, the venue erupted with angry curses. Someone shouted, "I say we should just eliminate them all and not worry about societal impacts. Are you brainless? Do you want to create more opposition? You should see what's happening abroad. It's never enough, is it?" The patrol team man clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. When misfortune befalls them, all probabilities and ratios become meaningless. Looking at this group of A-level superhumans who only pretended to be oblivious and spoke nonsense, his anger flared. A woman at the front quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "The patrol team's intention is to curb the growing monster incidents. We hope everyone can work together to overcome this challenge." Her words seemed to have a magical effect, as the previously noisy crowd fell silent. In the quiet, Qi Yuan's voice emerged. "What should we do?" The patrol team man looked at the newcomer with golden eyes, admiring his earlier defense of ordinary people. Other A-level superhumans also turned their attention to Qi Yuan, wondering why someone so dedicated to the country and people was not in the patrol team, but in the Superhuman Association instead. The woman at the front quickly responded, "Assist in clearing monsters and follow up on suspected high-level monster cases. The patrol team will share case clues and allocate them through a lottery system to ensure fairness." Upon hearing this, the faces of the A-level superhumans changed dramatically. Dealing with regular high-level monsters was one thing, but cases involving suspected high-level monsters implied the potential encounter with an S-level monster. Although the probability was low, as the patrol team man had said once encountered, any probability became 100. The terror of S-level monsters lies in their ability to utilize the unstable spatial state of a fusion field to assimilate and construct a monster domain, creating a new dimension. Although these domains cannot move, they control the rules of space. Once ordinary people establish a connection with them, they might mysteriously disappear from any corner of the city. Numerous missing person cases every year are linked to this. This is also why the Anti-Superhuman Association garners so much attention. Many of them worship high-level monsters and are key channels for spreading these deadly connections. A-level monsters, no matter how powerful, leave traces, but cases involving suspected high-level monsters often mean the patrol team lacks sufficient clues, indicating the possibility of encountering those truly terrifying entities at any time. Suddenly, someone couldn't hold back any longer and slammed the table as they stood up. The meeting room erupted into chaos, with several A-level superhumans voicing their objections. Are you kidding? Who's going to deal with the mess if we stir up a hornet's nest? There's no need to rush. Even if we find it, we can't handle it. Let's deal with what we can manage first. The person who was usually the most hot-tempered surprisingly took on the role of peacemaker, trying to calm the task force. The meeting room was a cacophony of noise, akin to a bustling marketplace. The woman at the front looked flustered, while the man from the task force watched with a cold detachment, having long seen through their antics. The vice chairman, who had been silent, cleared his throat twice and gestured with his hands for silence. The noise abruptly ceased, and all eyes turned to him. He glanced around, his gaze lingering momentarily on Qi Yuan before he spoke. This is an order from the top. If there are no objections, we'll proceed with the draw now. His words carried an implicit warning: those who wish to remain in Longhua must comply. The A-level superhumans fell silent, stepping forward one by one to draw numbers and receive sealed envelopes. With the main objective achieved, the vice chairman declared the meeting adjourned. Qi Yuan, clutching his envelope, walked out the door, watching as other A-level superhumans tossed their envelopes to their subordinates before storming off. He couldn't help but worry the demand for A-level superhumans to form a team to assist with investigations in Longhua was a boomerang that had finally come back to hit him. Not having a team was not an option, but the problem was, where could he find team members who wouldn't cost money and could support themselves? If such talent existed, he would pick them up immediately. Qi Yuan was filled with a sense of melancholic frustration, a look that could even make a capitalist shed a tear. Just then, someone lightly tapped him on the shoulder. A burly man, rubbing his hands with an apologetic smile, asked, "I'm going home to teach my rebellious son a lesson. Want to come watch?" "Forget it. I've got things to do later." Although watching those arrogant superhuman second generations get a beating was satisfying, the thought of having to chat with the big guy dampened Qi Yuan's interest. He thought it might be better to head back to school. Later, in a luxurious mansion, a young man who had just recovered was being beaten by his father. His anguished cries echoed throughout the estate. "Dad, why are you hitting me?" "For your reckless behavior outside. That's why I'm hitting you." "Ow. If you keep hitting, something bad will happen." "Perfect. I'm just short of breaking your leg." Meanwhile, at the outdoor training ground of Shun City University, Liao Shirquan and 3 others were huddled in a concealed spot. Zhou Zi checked the time and said, "We've rested enough. Let's get ready to move." Liao Shirquan stood up and tossed something into the shadow. The shadow swallowed the item and quickly transformed into an A-level monster, a 3-headed dog. He directed the 3-headed dog to scout ahead, wary of any traps potentially set by the senior students. The other 3 followed cautiously, fully alert for any unexpected situations. Suddenly, Liao Shirquan halted and raised his left index finger, a signal they had agreed upon for retreat. The 3 others silently backed away. Just then, the bushes ahead rustled violently, making a rustling sound. Several raggedly dressed individuals, armed with sharp weapons, burst out from the underbrush. "Run!" Liao Shirquan shouted to warn his companions. Fellow students wouldn't go to such lengths for a prank, and more importantly, the 3-headed dog had already caught the scent of blood in the air. In situations where the combatability of an unknown person cannot be determined, the best course of action is to send out a message rather than recklessly engaging in a fight. The 4 of them immediately started running, ignoring the noise they might cause, their footsteps echoing urgently on the ground. As Zhou Zi ran, he quickly pulled out his communicator from his jacket pocket, his fingers trembling slightly as he pressed the call button to contact Instructor Wang. Soon, Instructor Wang's calm voice came through the device. "Hello. Reporting. Instructor, there's an unknown individual wielding a sharp weapon at the outdoor training ground." Zhou Zi reported rapidly. "Training is suspended. Get away as quickly as possible." Instructor Wang's voice was tense. "Describe the characteristics of this unknown person." Upon hearing this, Zhou Zi instinctively glanced back at their pursuers, and the sight almost made him vomit on the spot. The pursuers had antennae growing from their eye sockets, their eyeballs protruding and extending upwards like a snail's eyes. Their limbs hung weakly at their sides, their bodies unusually swollen with semi-transparent skin, constantly oozing red mucus, covered densely with spots. They crawled after them with a movement resembling slugs, leaving trails of slime with each step. Liao Shirquan noticed Zhou Zi's sudden change in expression, and against his better judgment, he glanced back as well, immediately regretting it. Curiosity killed the cat, and he shouldn't have looked. The sight of those creatures made his stomach churn. "Describe the characteristics of the unknown individuals. Can you hear me?" Instructor Wang's voice came through the communicator, filled with urgency. Seeing Zhou Zi not responding for a while, Jiang Wenin grabbed the communicator and said clearly, "Instructor, they've all turned into some kind of mollusks." Instructor Wang's voice quickly followed. "Got it. I've sent people over. Protect yourselves." Just as Jiang Wenin was about to reply, a sharp scream pierced the air from their left front. Ah! A girl in a school uniform was kneeling on the ground, her legs weak, her face as pale as paper, pointing a trembling finger at the group chasing them. Several pursuers immediately broke away from the group, slithering towards the girl, leaving slimy trails on the ground. The girl's eyes were full of terror as she looked to the four of them for help. "Help me. I can't move." The four of them only glanced briefly before looking away, not only refraining from helping, but also running even faster. Are you kidding? Falling behind during military training is one thing, but a combat department girl, even if studying battlefield medicine, shouldn't be this weak. Their instincts told them there was a trap here. "Help! Please help me." The girl's voice was desperate, but it didn't move the four of them at all. Seeing them so heartless, the girl's demeanor slowly shifted, her expression disappearing without a trace, and she began muttering nervously, "Damn the superhumans! Damn the superhumans!" As her muttering increased, her face began to contort and twist, revealing a crazed expression, a piercing shriek emerging from deep in her throat. Her hair suddenly came alive, transforming into wriggling tendrils like tentacles, lashing out toward Liao Shirquan and the others. "Keep going. Leave it to me," Liao Shirquan said quietly, his tone decisive. He retrieved a new monster limb from his spatial ring, smoothly tossing it into his shadow. The shadow, seemingly alive, devoured the limb, returning it as a Cerberus medium, enveloping the new limb and rapidly changing shape. A black wall rose from the ground, firmly blocking the girl's attack, with writhing patterns faintly visible on its surface. As they ran, Jiang Wenin asked, "What are these things? If they're shape-shifting superhumans, why are there so many of the same kind?" "Monster parasites," Liao Shirquan explained. "Some people let monsters parasitize them in pursuit of power, borrowing the monster's strength." This new term made Jiang Wenin pause, instinctively repeating, "Monster parasites?" "Yes, but not every monster can parasitize." Liao Shichuan's expression grew complex, a barely noticeable shadow flickering in his eyes. Xinjiang is a populous city, second only to Jidu in prosperity, and where there are people, there's a world. These ragged people are likely those deliberately forgotten by the city, Avengers lurking in the depths. At that moment, the outdoor training grounds broadcast system suddenly announced, "Attention all students, combat is occurring at entrance 4. Please leave the outdoor training ground through other entrances." The broadcast repeated, urging the students to evacuate. "Entrance 4. The four exchanged glances, their expressions growing more serious. "Isn't that where we are?" At Gate 4, a group of seasoned instructors, longtime teammates, skillfully and seamlessly dealt with a swarm of monster parasites. Their movements were practiced, their techniques precise, and they swiftly neutralized the threat. One instructor stood steadily atop a tree, holding a gun in both hands as he vigilantly scanned the surroundings. Taking a deep breath, he relaxed his shoulders slightly, saying, "They really underestimate our National Defense Army. Stay alert, there's more coming." Instructor Wang's voice was calm and authoritative as he slowly drew a long sword, its tip pointing toward the unknown threat ahead. The other instructors immediately tensed, their eyes sharp and searching like hawks. A gentle breeze rustled through the forest, causing the leaves to whisper. Minutes passed without any signs of danger, and all eyes turned toward Instructor Wang, filled with uncertainty. Instructor Wang frowned, shaking his head in confusion. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a shadow flicker behind him. He spun around, hand on his sword hilt, but saw only the students going about their activities, nothing amiss. Trusting his battlefield-honed instincts, Instructor Wang pursued the shadow without hesitation. "Hey, what's happening?" The other instructors called out, their voices tinged with tension as they followed closely. Instructor Wang's eyes scanned every corner quickly, his brow furrowed. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a spot. "Over here." With a flash of his sword, he struck at what appeared to be an empty wall. The sword tip hovered centimeters from the wall, yet blood began to seep down an invisible outline. "Someone's here." The instructors were momentarily stunned but quickly regained their composure, launching precise attacks at the bleeding space. As they continued their assault, a humanoid form gradually emerged. Instructor Wang used his sword to lift a peculiar cloak off the figure. "Looks like some kind of enchanted item." The unknown intruder seemed to have given up, leaning against the wall as the instructors attacked. Sensing something was wrong, they immediately withdrew, but it was already too late. A ghostly bride in a blood-red wedding dress slowly emerged from the intruder's body, completely separating from him. Her face was deathly pale, lips blood-red. If she were human, she would be a stunning beauty. The moment the ghost bride left the intruder, his life force vanished. The ghost bride cradled a delicate doll in her hands, entwined with multiple crimson threads connecting to each instructor. The marriage contract is sealed. Husband and wife live and die together, sharing life and death. Her voice was as cold as the wind, piercing each person's heart. Instructor Wang's expression changed drastically as he turned to the students and shouted, "All students, evacuate the area immediately." This ghost bride had consumed countless humans, reaching a formidable level strength. More lethal was the fact that their attack had fulfilled her conditions for revenge, allowing her to bind them with a marriage contract. The contract's rules were cruel, and simple attacking the ghost bride would inflict the same damage upon themselves. If that were all, the instructors could sacrifice themselves to protect the students. But the true danger lay in the doll, the surrogate doll, which could transfer the contract's damage. This meant any harm they inflicted on the ghost bride would not only rebound on them, but the ghost bride would remain unscathed. When she attacked them, the doll would absorb the backlash. The only solution now was for someone to deliver a fatal blow to the ghost bride, but the instructors lacked the strength to do so. The students were not ignorant. Their classroom knowledge quickly helped them recognize the ghost bride's threat. Several third-year students stepped up to direct the scene, organizing the freshmen for orderly evacuation. However, the situation deteriorated faster than expected. The ghost bride, fingers clawed, floated off the ground, speeding toward the student group. Despite the instructor's best efforts to block her, they couldn't completely stop her advance. Ultimately, it's impossible for Clevel and Level ability users to stop a level monster without being able to attack. Entrance 4 is requesting backup. The enemy is a level monster, the ghost bride. Instructor Wang, left with no other option, prioritizes requesting support before rushing to protect the students. The ghost bride's attack completely disrupts the students' barely maintained order, causing them to scatter in all directions. The power gap between the two sides is vast. In an instant, the ghost bride's claws pierce through the chests of two students, dragging their bodies away. Team Wang, this is bad, one instructor exclaims, seeing the ghost bride's intent to feast before disappearing back into the crowd. I know, follow it. Instructor Wang replies calmly, also aware of its plan. Fortunately, no more students have fallen victim. They have no choice but to chase the ghost bride to prevent it from blending back into the crowd. Despite saying this, he feels uncertain. The ghost bride can float, moving much faster than they can. Before long, they can barely see the ghost bride, only a distant speck. The ghost bride glances back at Instructor Wang and his team, smirking. How ridiculous these anti-ability humans are. It only parasitized them, yet they expect it to slaughter indiscriminately at the school. Who eats all their food at once? That would be wasteful. Besides, it's not brainless. Why stay and wait for higher-level ability users to kill it? Satisfied, it devours the bodies it carries, murmuring contentedly. It plans to find more humans to parasitize later, having tasted the benefits. Suddenly, it notices a figure ahead, cloaked in black, hooded, and wearing a wooden mask. This person draws a long sword from their pocket. The scabbard is entirely black, intricately carved, and inlaid with gold. With a sharp sound, the blade is unsheathed, radiating a chilling aura. The figure raises the sword with both hands and swings it simply. The ghost bride sneers. Just a human pretending to know swords. It thinks it can withstand the attack until a blade light slices through the air toward it. Nothing's wrong. The ghost bride thinks as its last thought echoes in its mind before being cut in half by the blade light, falling heavily to the ground. The mysterious figure sheaths the sword and turns with flair. Real men never look back at explosions. Well, there wasn't an explosion, but the monster's end was close enough. As the mysterious figure muses, their gaze meets a pair of light brown eyes. Qi Yuan, holding a file folder, stands in the middle of the road, looking at the strangely dressed figure, blocking their path. Qi Yuan, amused by the figure's show, considers learning from them, but suddenly remembers the school's dress code. No strange attire is allowed in school. Qi Yuan kindly reminds the mysterious figure. The figure, caught off guard by Qi Yuan's words, stands speechless. An autumn breeze blows, the ghost bride's body lies still on the ground, and the two stand facing each other, their clothing fluttering. When the instructors arrive, they witness this scene. Seeing Qi Yuan and the mysterious figure in a standoff, Instructor Wang sternly questions, "Who are you? What is your purpose for infiltrating the school?" The mysterious figure, momentarily stunned by the question, steps back, bows to Qi Yuan, and says, "Young master, I have slain this monster. I shall take my leave." As soon as the mysterious figure finished speaking, they vanished at the end of the corridor. Surprisingly, the instructors didn't stop them this time, each wearing an expression of sudden realization. Instructor Wang approached Qi Yuan apologetically, saying, "Sorry, I thought it was an intruder." Qi Yuan didn't rush to distance himself from the unknown individual as he usually would. Instead, he wore a knowing smile. It was as if a pillow had appeared just when he needed it was looking for free subordinates. And here was a ready candidate. As he contemplated seeking interest from this person, his smile deepened after being tricked 3 times. Some compensation was due. The incident on campus was quickly brought under control by the arriving instructors. During a meeting, it was revealed that the attack had affected not only Shin City University, but also the combat department of Shin City High School. Fortunately, Shin City High School was within the patrol team's jurisdiction, and the situation was swiftly contained. Given the current circumstances, the school decided to postpone large-scale military training. A few days later, Chi Yuan stood in front of a residential building. The free subordinate had taken leave citing injury after the incident and had not returned since. It seemed that the attack had indeed taken a toll on him, so Chi Yuan decided to let him recover for the time being. At that moment, a helpful property manager was chattering on about Su Yingxia's family situation. The Su family's daughter is beautiful, and before she disappeared, she had many admirers, some even got handsy. After she went missing, the patrol team couldn't find anything, so the Su family concluded it was the work of someone powerful and that the patrol team was covering it up. So, they are very wary of official personnel. Don't take it to heart. After ringing the doorbell, a hysterical female voice from inside shouted, "Another lackey from the patrol team? Not interested." The property manager smiled wryly and offered, "Shall I try?" "No need," Chi Yuan stopped him. The property manager shook his head inwardly. This young man clearly looked like a rich kid, the type the Su family disliked the most. How could they possibly open the door? Su's daughter had almost gotten into trouble with some wealthy young men before. Unexpectedly, the door opened. A middle-aged man with graying hair stood wearily at the entrance, gesturing for them to enter. "Please, come in." The property manager stood frozen in surprise, while Chi Yuan had already put on slippers and stepped into the living room. Mr. and Mrs. Su immediately served fruit and, with sorrowful faces, pleaded, "Please save Hui." Although they didn't know who this young man was, his presence alone suggested he had the ability to rescue their daughter. He was like a ray of sunlight cast into an abyss, illuminating their despairing hearts. Mr. and Mrs. Su were so overwhelmed with emotion that they almost knelt down. Chi Yuan quickly stepped forward, gesturing for them to sit, and discuss matters in a manner befitting a host. The property staff were also warmly invited by Mr. and Mrs. Su to join them. In the living room, Mr. and Mrs. Su took turns recounting Su Yingxia's ordeal. It was an ordinary night when Su Yingxia returned home, her face pale and her eyes vacant, shaking her head silently in response to her parents' inquiries. It wasn't until she was led inside and had a few sips of hot supper that she broke down, clinging to her mother and crying uncontrollably. She had been forcibly taken away by a wealthy young man, but was fortunately rescued in time by someone claiming to be from the Qi family. Hearing this, Chi Yuan's lips twitched slightly. The patrol team had assigned this case to him. It seemed less like a random draw and more like a premeditated arrangement. Noticing his unusual expression, Mr. Su anxiously asked if there was a problem. Chi Yuan calmly replied, "No, that was my subordinate." After a pause, he added, "By the way, my name is Chi Yuan." This statement was like a calming reassurance, and joy immediately spread across Mr. and Mrs. Su's faces. Mr. Su tightly held his wife's trembling hand and continued the story. After the incident, Su Yingxia developed a strong obsession with awakening abilities. She joined various chat groups about awakening abilities, while her worried parents secretly monitored the group's activities with alternate accounts. Fortunately, their daughter remained rational, rarely participating in suspicious offline activities. However, their peaceful days abruptly ended when Su Yingxia suddenly vanished without a trace from her room one night. The patrol team investigated but found no clues. The records were sealed in the archives, and Chi Yuan had a copy. It must have been an ability user who took Hui in the middle of the night. Mrs. Su sobbed uncontrollably. Chi Yuan calmly asked, "Monsters could do that too. Why are you so sure it was an ability user?" This question left Mr. and Mrs. Su stunned. They recalled their group members' discussions, claiming the fusion domain was too dangerous and that ability users deliberately left monsters unchecked to control ordinary people. Mr. Su hesitantly asked, "But isn't the patrol team on duty? If it was a monster, why weren't there any traces?" Sensing their doubts, Chi Yuan said no more but borrowed Su Yingxia's account. After quickly browsing through the chat logs, he stood up to leave. Originally intending to let his subordinates rest a few more days, he realized it was time to get back to work. Chi Yuan rang the doorbell, standing at the entrance of the villa with a stern expression, his eyes fixed on the camera. Inside, the villa's owner was resting on the sofa, recuperating from an injury. Hearing the doorbell, he struggled to sit up and glanced at the display screen, his face instantly turning pale with fear as he jumped up, panic evident in his eyes. "What do we do? Has the Chi family found us?" The villa owner was visibly anxious, unable to hide his tension. A woman beside him quickly approached, gently pressing his shoulder to calm him. "Don't panic. He's your classmate. Maybe a teacher sent him to check on you." An elderly man on the sofa slowly lifted his head, stroking his beard with a hint of helplessness in his voice. "As long as our origins aren't discovered, what else matters?" "Easier said than done," the villa owner muttered, his anxiety growing as he ruffled his hair. "I've pinned the blame on him twice. What if he's here to settle the score?" "3 times," the old man corrected. Yin Yin did it once too. You're just adding insult to injury. The villa owner sighed, resigned. Can we pretend we're not home? The woman covered her face, clearly frustrated. You can't run from your problems. If he's not here to confront you and you act suspiciously, you'll only make him more suspicious. You guys are so unreliable. The woman complained quietly. Still, she stood up, taking a little girl upstairs. You two hide upstairs and see what happens. At that moment, the woman's figure began to blur, surrounded by a green aura, finally dissolving into thin lines that enveloped the villa owner, seemingly offering him some kind of protective camouflage. Qi Yuan stood outside for a while, realizing the door wasn't opening. If not for the moral and legal implications of trespassing, he would have barged in. Standing at the door, he couldn't help but shout, "Open up! Don't think I don't know you're home." After a long pause, the door opened just a crack, revealing Gao Chang's face. His expression was slightly unnatural as he forced a smile. "Qi Yuan, what brings you here?" He tried to act nonchalant, but Qi Yuan knew Gao Chang's performance couldn't conceal his inner anxiety. Did he know something? Qi Yuan wondered, sensing something was amiss. "Aren't you going to invite me in?" Qi Yuan asked with a smile, his words laced with challenge. Gao Changza blocked the door, seemingly more wary of Qi Yuan's presence. "Come in. Did the teacher send you to check on me?" Gao Changza said, making space for Qi Yuan to sit. He casually moved a laptop from the sofa, sitting down himself. "The injury's healing. I'll be back in class in a few days," he mentioned lightly, not revealing the real reason, pretending he was injured during outdoor training by a creature and needed rest. Qi Yuan didn't respond immediately. Instead, he took a file out of his bag and handed it to Gao Changza, his expression calm. Gao Changza opened the file curiously, and his heart skipped a beat when he saw the photos inside, his face turning pale. The girl in the photos was his middle school classmate, Su Yingxia. Her image, frozen in time, stirred all of Gao Changza's unease. A sudden fear flashed through his mind. Is Qi Yuan here because of this? He's here to cause trouble. The thought raced through Gao Changza's mind, and he couldn't help but feel tense, sensing that confrontation was inevitable. Even without the disguise, he couldn't intimidate these spoiled rich kids. Ever since his stepmother married his father, his status as the eldest son of the Gao family had become meaningless. He thought this might protect her. Gao Changza clenched his fists, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. "It must be those second-generation superhumans," he asked coldly. "Who did it?" Although he had nothing to do with Su Yingxia, as a normal person, he couldn't help but feel angry about such dark actions. Qi Yuan stood beside him, expressionless. "I don't know, that's your job." "My job." Gao Changza was full of questions, his anger dissipating instantly. What did this have to do with him? A sense of foreboding rose in his heart, his intuition telling him that Qi Yuan was about to say something he wouldn't like. Sure enough, Qi Yuan's lips curled into a strange smile, his tone rising. "You claim to be a subordinate of the Qi family, and I agreed. Now I'm assigning you some work." He knows. Gao Changza looked at Qi Yuan in shock, as if he wanted to check if there was something wrong with his head. "Brother, I was just trying to pass the buck. How could the eldest son of the Gao family agree to be your subordinate? Are you dreaming?" Just as Gao Changza was about to firmly refuse, Qi Yuan made two simple gestures. She pointed upstairs, and then at Gao Changza. Gao Changza instantly caved. "Of course I will." Faced with Qi Yuan's threatening gaze, he quickly yielded, realizing that he was the one who was being foolish. "All right, please leave it to me." Seeing that Gao Changza wisely accepted the task, Qi Yuan nodded in satisfaction and took out his phone to browse the Superhuman Awakening discussion group. The content in the group was varied, some even contradictory, but each message was detailed and vivid. "Guys, here's a formation I've improved based on the Awakening Array. I'll let you know if it works once I bypass the blockade and enter the fusion realm. Forget the formation, any other ideas? I heard there's a supernatural item abroad called the Hanging Gardens. It moves space and randomly appears in different corners of the world. If you get a chance to enter, you might not only awaken your powers, but even gain control over this item. I've failed at awakening so many times. The Hanging Gardens are just a dream. It seems we have something similar in our country, a temple." The specific entry method. To Qi Yuan, most of the content seemed like some kind of mystical ritual, appearing ceremonial, but ultimately useless. Just as he was marveling at the discussions, the sound of running footsteps came from the stairs. A little girl ran towards him, holding a stuffed bear in one arm, accusing him in a sweet voice. "You're the bad guy." Qi Yuan glanced at her, straightening up and beckoning her over. The little girl approached with quick steps, but before she could show a triumphant smile, she cried out, "Ouch!" She covered her forehead with both hands, tears welling up as she looked at Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan withdrew his hand from flicking her forehead, speaking calmly. "Your little plans are too easy to guess. Try any tricks, and you'll miss out on snacks today." "Sister Qingran, he's bullying me again." The little girl's eyes darted, a plan forming in her mind. "If you don't act cute, someone else will." Yin Qingran descended the stairs, her gaze wary as she looked at Qi Yuan, speaking coldly. "She's just a child. A child who actively sets traps? Chi Yuan raised an eyebrow. The victim comes knocking, and instead of apologizing, she's crying thief first. Despite being eyed by Yin Qingran and the little girl, he remained in good spirits. Anyone would be happy to have someone do their work for free. Yin Qingran wasn't about to back down, her tone still icy. You're no better. This task isn't easy. Chi Yuan raised an eyebrow, fully aware of the task's difficulty. Otherwise, he would have asked Lu Cheng for help. Well, you showed up at the right time. He finished, looking down at the little girl. You're the one who told them about the Qi family's influence, right? Revenge is a dish best served cold. Yin Qingran was momentarily taken aback, looking at the little girl as her thoughts quickly connected the dots. With just one meeting, he figured out we would use his name to hide our identities. No wonder we lost to him. The little girl, wide-eyed and innocent, was about to feign innocence, but Yin Qingran's intimidating aura startled her. She finally realized that Chi Yuan wasn't planning to hold her accountable, but was shifting the blame onto her. Oomph. Bad brother. The little girl exclaimed angrily. Chi Yuan chuckled to himself. Oh, don't be scared. Who didn't hear you calling him uncle in your heart? He watched with interest as the little girl got reprimanded. The case of Su Yingxia has been thoroughly investigated by the task force. Gao Changza closed the file, lost in thought. Despite the complicated situation caused by his father's remarriage, as a second-generation individual with special abilities, his information channels were naturally more extensive. After reviewing the materials, he found that this case had no connections to any supernatural abilities. There are many ways to disguise such abilities, but if that were the case, the incident would become a cold case, more likely to be scrutinized by higher authorities. Based on the scene investigation and reconstruction, the case seemed to have little relation to monsters. Even if a class monster made contact with a human, there were only a few ways it could happen. If the aim was to keep someone completely unaware, the options were even fewer. Generally, there are two forms of contact between monsters and humans. One is through the worshipped humans spreading contact via holy water or sacred objects, claiming to bring good luck. The other is entering the monster's domain or being parasitized by its avatar. In short, either you make contact with it, or you're influenced by its domain. Where did the problem lie? Gao Changza rubbed his fingers over the documents on the table, staring down, unable to discern the real reason for Su Yingxia's disappearance. Was it human deception at play, or did a monster take her away? There were no clues. Yin Qingran leaned against the table and asked softly. No leads at all. Gao Changza shook his head and replied gravely. There's too much information to determine what's useful. It's no longer important. There's a new case. Chi Yuan's voice came from the doorway. As he entered, one arm held Yunyun while the other tapped the doorframe. Yunyun was engrossed with a teddy bear, a bit bewildered at being brought to the second floor, but quickly settled comfortably on Chi Yuan's arm without a hint of resistance in her eyes. The task force just sent a message. The new case is very similar to Su Yingxia's disappearance, Chi Yuan reminded, waving his phone. Gao Changza and Yin Qingran immediately stood up, ready to leave. Aren't you planning to take a different door? Chi Yuan suddenly asked. Gao Changza and Yunyun exchanged a puzzled glance. What's wrong with using the main entrance? Yin Qingran thought for a moment, then realized, adding, you're supposed to be his subordinate when you leave, not yourself. Gao Changza instantly understood that if he left through the main door with Chi Yuan, it would be akin to revealing his identity, which would raise suspicions. He nodded reluctantly and prepared to exit through another door. I want to go too. Yunyun exclaimed eagerly, raising her hand. I haven't been out in a long time. Yin Qingran immediately refused. No. Yunyun looked at Chi Yuan with hopeful eyes. Gao Changza sighed internally. She had already been tricked into this situation. Could she really count on Chi Yuan? To her delight, Chi Yuan nodded. It's not impossible. Before Yin Qingran could speak, Yunyun was already cheering. Our identities aren't suitable for exposure outside, especially since Yunyun is young and distinctive, Yin Qingran added. What I mean is, there can be more than one subordinate. If she possesses Gao Changza, you can follow along, can't you? Chi Yuan chuckled, indicating his agreement. The more subordinates, the better. Although Yin Qingran was reluctant, Yunyun's pleading eyes made her nod in agreement. Shortly after, in the villa, two similarly dressed mysterious figures stood silently together. Seeing their flamboyant behavior, Chi Yuan decisively chose to take the bus alone to avoid social embarrassment. Meanwhile, Gao Changza, drawing on his extensive disguise experience, quickly identified the problem. Let's change clothes now and switch back when we're nearby. But what about Yunyun? Yin Qingran pointed at the incongruous little doll atop Gao Changza's head. Indeed, it was quite conspicuous for a grown man to have a doll on his head when going out. Just wear a hat. With the problem finally solved, they immediately headed to the scene of the incident. Meanwhile, Chi Yuan had already arrived at the home of the latest missing person, Yi Yuan. The duty team was taking statements from the family, and there, he encountered an unexpected figure. Ji Jia. Ji Jia was holding a bottle of mineral water, speaking in a voice as soft as a whisper while describing the situation to the officer taking notes. Even though the officer leaned in closely, it was still difficult to hear her clearly. Whenever she sensed the officer getting too close, Ji Jia would slightly increase her volume and shrink back, only to unconsciously return to her original quiet tone. Even Qi Yuan, with his heightened abilities, could barely make out her words after getting close. A few days ago, we agreed to meet today. When she didn't show up on time and didn't respond to my messages, I came to find her. Was there anything unusual before she disappeared? Ji Jia anxiously twisted her fingers, recalling. I was at military training before, and she said someone in her class was bullying her. Bullying? Yes. Ji Jia hid her eyes with her bangs, took out her phone from her pocket, and showed the relevant chat records to the officer, then waited quietly. Standing behind the officer, Qi Yuan clearly saw the messages. Yuan, Go Balan said I was trying to seduce her boyfriend and told the whole class to ignore me. I swear I just glanced at him. I didn't mean anything else. Yuan, they cornered me in the bathroom, and no matter how much I explained, it didn't help. Yuan, my classmates treat me like I'm invisible. I'm on the verge of breaking down. Yuan, my parents don't care about me either. I'm so tired. Yuan, if I had powers like you, would they not dare to bully me? Following these were Ji Jia's comforting words, along with their plan to meet after military training ended. When the training ended earlier than expected, Ji Jia immediately arranged to meet her. After the officer finished noting down the details and returned the phone, a few more routine questions were asked. Ji Jia answered them all but did not leave, standing quietly to observe. At this moment, an officer was using the ability Residual Thought to examine the room. A phantom image of Yi Yuan appeared. She was resting on the bed and then suddenly vanished. No matter how the officer used their ability, the scene kept replaying. A man approached. This is why we believe her case is similar to Su Yingxia's. They both disappeared from their beds without a trace. Qi Yuan recognized him as the duty officer he had seen at the meeting. Two individuals in distinctive attire followed the man. Noticing Qi Yuan's gaze, he spoke up. I saw your subordinates downstairs, so I brought them up. Sorry for the trouble. Don't be so formal with me. I'm just a straightforward guy. The man waved it off. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself last time. My name is Yi Shi. As Yi Shi had mentioned, he was quite indifferent to formalities. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he got straight to the point. If it's confirmed that this case involves an glass monster, you must inform us immediately. That's a directive from above. Qi Yuan frowned, puzzled. Isn't this something that should be kept confidential? You're discussing it openly here. Yi Shi waved dismissively, unconcerned. How much can those A-class abilities users keep a secret? They walk around with such long faces, as if afraid others won't notice. True. Qi Yuan nodded in agreement. The two turned their attention back to Yi Yuan's case. Although Qi Yuan wasn't a professional investigator, he knew to start with commonalities. Both missing people wanted to awaken their abilities. This is a direction worth investigating further. As night fell and the three left the residential building, Qi Yuan said, let's call it a day. Keep an eye on the chat groups. Su Yingxia and Yi Yuan joined. Aren't we going to find Go Bailing for more information? Gao Changza asked, confused. Yin Qingran calmly explained. Go Bailing was merely the person who introduced Yi Yuan to the idea of awakening abilities. He isn't the reason for her disappearance. Can I come with you? A weak voice suddenly spoke. At least it's a lead, better than searching aimlessly in the chat groups. Gao Changza looked around. Who just spoke? It was me, Gao. Ji Jia's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, yet it seemed to take all her strength. Gao Changza was about to greet her out of habit when he realized something was amiss. Wait, how do you know who I am? He felt a chill down his spine. His identity had been revealed several times today. Yin Qingran was also surprised. It was expected that Qi Yuan knew their identities, but it was surprising that this girl did too. Gao Changza tried to maintain some dignity, but Qi Yuan directly asked, how did you know he's Gao Changza? Ji Jia clutched her clothes, her voice even softer. Intuition. And Gao can't be possessed by ghosts. This brief statement shattered Gao Changza's disguise. Ever since meeting Yin Qingran and the others, he had been carrying a charm every day. Yin Qingran suggested they talk elsewhere, and the four found a secluded corner. No one spoke for a while, and eventually, all eyes turned to Qi Yuan. Aren't you the ones who wanted to talk? Qi Yuan asked, a bit puzzled, and after a moment of thought, asked, you want to investigate Yi Yuan's case? Seeing Ji Jia nod, he added, you heard what Yi Shi said. It's dangerous. Ji Jia nodded more firmly than before, clearly indicating her determination. Let's do it together. Qi Yuan agreed without hesitation. After all, he couldn't stop her from investigating on her own, so it was better to have an ally. As soon as he spoke, an awkward silence fell over the group. Yin Qingran and Gao Changza were caught off guard by Ji Jia's unexpected address as classmate Gao. They opened their mouths, but couldn't find the words. Ji Jia sensed the awkwardness, but wasn't good with words, leaving her unsure of how to break the silence. Just as Qi Yuan was about to forcibly end the standoff, a rough voice shouted from the alley entrance. Hey, this is our turf. A group of small-time thugs, armed with steel pipes and cigarettes dangling from their lips, swaggered in. But when they saw the scene inside the alley, their cigarettes dropped to the ground. Before them stood a distinguished-looking young man protecting a girl, facing off against two ominous figures. When the two turned to look at them, the thugs were overwhelmed by a palpable sense of danger. Words like secret organization, assassination, and gang fight flashed through their minds. We're doomed. Sorry to disturb you, folks. We're leaving now. But it was too late. They were soon used as a punching bag and ended up scurrying to the police station, yelling, "I surrender. There's a ghost." This unexpected collaboration broke the previous awkwardness. Gao Changza bluntly asked Ji Jia to keep things confidential, and she nodded vigorously in agreement before hesitantly sharing her idea. My intuition tells me we should find her. My instincts are usually right. With Ji Jia's insistence, the four decided to look for Go Mailing, as they had no other leads, and it was worth a try. By nightfall, they arrived at Go Mailing's house. A weary-looking woman opened the door, with the sound of mahjong tiles clattering inside. She's not home, probably out playing, the woman said impatiently, but her tone softened slightly upon seeing Qi Yuan's face. She hasn't been back for days. How should I know where she is? Not concerned about her being gone for days? Qi Yuan questioned, suspecting this woman, claiming to be Go Mailing's mother, was indifferent to her daughter's well-being. I'm her mom. If there's nothing else, I'm going back to my mahjong game. With that, the woman turned and left. The four exchanged glances, and Gao Changza tentatively suggested, "Should we try her school tomorrow? Seems like we have no other choice," Yin Qingran said, folding her arms, clearly disinterested. Qi Yuan silently deleted a half-written message for help. Being experienced in reporting, he had already added Yishur on social media that afternoon, but it seemed inappropriate to ask someone to work overtime to gather information. At that moment, Ji Jia raised her hand and hesitantly said, "Maybe. I can use my intuition to find Go Mailing." Though they had never seen such a method of locating someone, the three accompanied Ji Jia as she led them through the streets until they stopped in front of a KTV room. As they pushed open the door, they found Go Mailing singing a duet with a boy. Even Qi Yuan, who usually maintained a cool demeanor, couldn't help but gasp. You call this intuition? It's practically a cheat code. The sudden entrance of strangers startled the students in the room, a reflex from being caught by teachers or parents too many times. But realizing the newcomers were neither, they quickly turned defiant. Who are you? How dare you just barge in? Seeing these naive and reckless kids, Qi Yuan chuckled. They probably never considered the consequences, acting purely on impulse. We need to talk to Go Bailing about something. Gao Changza naturally took on the task of communicating, as the two ladies with him weren't very keen on speaking up. Inside the booth, a group of students was making a ruckus, their mocking eyes fixed on Gao Changza's outfit, pointing and laughing without restraint. That's so childish. I wouldn't even dress like that in elementary school. That outfit is so ugly. If you can't afford something nice, just don't make it. Does he really think dressing like that is cool? No way, right? Some people might not have agreed with those comments, but they didn't dare to speak up. The students' unrestrained laughter made Gao Changza's veins bulge on his forehead, and he instinctively clenched his fists. He couldn't understand what was wrong with his sense of style. Meanwhile, Yin Qingran showed her usual double standard. She was never patient with other people's bratty kids. She gave the students in the booth a cold glance and said softly, "Let's make them quiet for a while." As soon as she finished speaking, the doll on Gao Changza's head let out an eerie laugh, and a few threads shot out swiftly from his fingertips, attaching themselves to each student in the booth in the blink of an eye. The students pulled at the threads in terror, only to find that they didn't feel like foreign objects but seemed to grow from their own skin. Their panic escalated into fear. Gao Changza's fingers moved lightly, and the threads leapt and danced as if alive, controlling their bodies. At that moment, the students realized something was wrong. They tried to call for help, but their tongues wouldn't obey, and their bodies seemed utterly controlled by an invisible force. As they gradually lost their ability to resist, Qi Yuan, who was behind Gao Changza, slowly opened his eyes of pale gold, glinting with a metallic sheen in the light. With a broadened perspective, Qi Yuan saw the seamless energy flow between the doll-like Yun Yun and Gao Changza, resembling a symbiotic relationship. The combination of Yun Yun's control abilities and Gao Changza's amplification powers produced effects far beyond the sum of their parts. Better than expected. Qi Yuan's lips curled into a smile. Indeed, nothing was more satisfying than a jack of all trades, someone who could serve multiple purposes. No wonder bosses preferred versatile talents. Meanwhile, Go Bailing, the only one not ensnared by the threads, was sitting on the ground, trembling, clutching the microphone tightly. "What do you want from me?" Her voice was shaky, and her gaze was unfocused. Watching Gao Changza maneuver the students out of the booth one by one, Yin Qingran crouched down to meet Go Bailing's eyes, her tone calm, yet commanding. "You should know something about Yi Yuan's disappearance." Their trust in Ji Jia's intuition increased after she led them to this booth. Even if Ji Jia had investigated beforehand, It meant their visit wasn't entirely in vain. She disappeared? Go Bailing's face changed instantly, and she leaned forward, trying to grab Yin Qingran's hand, but Yin Qingran subtly sidestepped, avoiding her grasp. Yes, do you know anything? Yin Qingran fixed her gaze on her. I'm, I'm not sure. Go Bailing swallowed, then softened her voice. You will save me, right? Her eyes darted nervously, a hint of unease flashing briefly across her face before she forced a flattering smile. She was attractive, with a meticulously made-up face and a youthful, lively appearance, seemingly harmless. However, the four people present looked at her impassively, as if seeing through her completely. Go Bailing was attempting to trade information for her safety, the clearest part of her subtext. Her looks, social skills, and persona were all decent, which meant she wasn't easily perceived as a villain in reality. Bullies often aren't ugly. Sometimes, they're quite popular. And because of this, some people don't even realize they're bullying Thierry, just in a bad mood, and take it out on others, seeing it as perfectly normal. Go Bailing was adept at reading people, scanning the four around her before fixing her pleading gaze on Ji Jia and Gao Changza. But Yin Qingran had no interest in continuing the charade. She cut to the chase, her tone turning cold. If you don't speak now, I have other ways to make you talk. Go Bailing cast a pitiful glance at Ji Jia and Gao Changza. Noticing their lack of reaction, she felt a twinge of grievance. She murmured, I had a pretty good relationship with her. The day before yesterday, she invited me to watch the Awakening Abilities live stream, but I was busy and only caught the latter half. Gao Changza frowned slightly, unsure whether to praise her courage or scold her foolishness. Bargaining in front of an ability user, she clearly underestimated the value of her own life. Yin Qingran's patience had reached its limit. She suddenly stood up, looking down at Go Bailing with a cold gaze. Her lips curled slightly. Then you might as well wait for death. Go Bailing was shocked and immediately clung to Yin Qingran's leg, tearfully confessing. I had a little dispute with her. That day, I caught her watching the stream, so my friends and I watched it too. Her voice was filled with regret, as if hoping for Yin Qingran's forgiveness. Yin Qingran's eyes grew colder. She lifted Go Bailing with one hand, staring into her eyes. Do you think I'm an idiot? That I would be easily deceived by you? Her tone was chilling. Typically, professionally trained ability users won't act against ordinary people, unless they can't hold back. Qi Yuan and Gao Changza pretended to be indifferent, waiting quietly for Yin Qingran to extract more information from Go Bailing. Go Bailing felt immense pressure and hurriedly began to recall. Her eyes flickered as she explained uncertainly. After school the day before yesterday, my friends and I gave Yi Yuan a hard time, locked her in the bathroom, and mocked her. We kept watching her attempts to awaken her abilities. She's different from us. She's not afraid, which made us uneasy. If she really awakened, we'd be in trouble. So we forced her to hand over her phone and found her awakening plan. Yin Qingran's gaze sharpened, and she lowered her voice. What was the method for awakening abilities? Go Bailing swallowed nervously, her mind racing, and finally answered honestly. Nothing special, just a mental awakening method. Too dangerous for us to try, the streamer said. She mentioned a door in one's imagination, locked, symbolizing untapped potential. Then she said we need to find the key within our hearts to open that door. Her voice trailed off, as if afraid of saying something wrong. After hearing this, Yin Qingran, Qi Yuan, and Gao Changza exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting mutual doubt and confusion. Initially, they thought Go Bailing was hiding something crucial, but this so-called awakening method didn't seem impactful at all. It sounded almost insubstantial. Seeing their silence, Go Bailing quickly feigned innocence, her voice tinged with panic. Did Yi Yuan meet any unsavory characters in private? Am I in trouble? Yin Qingran let out a cold laugh, her tone dangerous. If you weren't an ordinary person, do you think I wouldn't hit you? Her cold gaze seemed to have already determined the outcome. At this moment, the three in the room showed indifferent expressions, seemingly having decided to give Go Bailing some attention. Qi Yuan added calmly. Yi Yuan hasn't met anyone unfamiliar recently. Who knows the real reason for her disappearance? His words, though calm, carried a hint of implication. Though the statement seemed unremarkable, Go Bailing instantly fell into deep anxiety, realizing she might have become a more complex target for Yin Qingran and the others. A few days later, Qi Yuan learned from Yishur that Go Bailing and her friends had all mysteriously disappeared. Yishur's tone was somewhat helpless. Besides them, others have also gone missing, but the circumstances vary, making it hard to determine. There are quite a few issues with the investigation. Looks like I'm going to be busy. Before hanging up, Yishur continued to nag. I still say, if you confirm it's an S-level monster, don't rush in, report to us first. Qi Yuan nodded, knowing that the upcoming investigation was bound to be anything but simple. After hanging up the phone, Qi Yuan sat at the desk in his dorm room and opened the live stream. The screen showed that the streamer was offline, which made him frown slightly. Go Bailing's disappearance once again proved Ji Jia's intuition correct. Investigating the case seemed less important now. Who wouldn't use a cheat if they had it? Qi Yuan muttered to himself, tapping his fingers on the table. The next day, when Qi Yuan asked Ji Jia about her intuition, Ji Jia lowered her head, nervously twisting her fingers. After I become a ghost, I can choose to transform into a spirit rider, she explained haltingly, her voice barely audible. It's the ability of the spirit rider that helps me predict things, but it's not very effective on those with supernatural powers and monsters. Ji Jia didn't dare to look up, worried about seeing disappointment in Qi Yuan's eyes. I said it was intuition just to explain less. Talking to people I'm not familiar with is more uncomfortable than anything. Qi Yuan shrugged, his expression calm. I figured as much. Who gets away with cheating without getting banned? He wasn't exactly disappointed, just unsurprised by the outcome. Gao Changza, holding a laptop, stared intently at the livestream channel that Go Ba Ling used to watch, which still showed offline. Hearing their conversation, he quickly looked up to support Ji Jia. At least we know it's the livestream causing trouble. If we follow the trail, we'll find something, he said with a hint of optimism. Yin Qingran propped her chin with one hand, gazing distractedly out the window. Not necessarily. If it were me, I'd lie low for a while with all the official scrutiny. You might be right. Gao Changza scratched his head, feeling his mind expand with possibilities. It's also possible they'll go all out to make a quick gain before disappearing. The patrol team told me cases have been increasing lately. Qi Yuan's voice was steady, his speculation not baseless. He sure wouldn't bring up unrelated matters without reason. This patrol officer seemed outwardly gruff and indiscreet, but he wouldn't divulge a word he didn't want to. Warning Qi Yuan twice not to act rashly must have some deeper meaning. Moreover, the higher-ups transferring away its level power user and tasking them with investigating suspected high-level monster cases was suspicious in itself. Looks like you were right. Gao Changza suddenly widened his eyes, his fingers trembling as he pointed at the computer screen. What's going on? Is this crazy? Qi Yuan began to say, only to find his phone screen had lit up on its own, displaying a live stream interface. On screen, a man stood in front of the camera, unmasked and with a candid expression. I'm here today to reveal something to everyone. Maybe in a few days, the uproar I cause will fade away, but I still choose to stand up. Because I believe there are beliefs and ideals in life that should be above our own lives. The comment section quickly filled with messages, some from those forced to watch, others who joined willingly. What's happening? Why can't I open anything else on my phone? Great, another urgent list one. So what's the point? I haven't finished my work yet. The man's voice grew more passionate. Do you think awakening powers is hard? I'm telling you today, it's only hard for us, ordinary people. Everyone has the chance to become a power user, but this opportunity has been snatched away by the patrol team and high-level power users. He raised his fist, eyes glinting with fervor, his words laced with incitement and allure, stirring each viewer's nerves. Don't be quick to deny it. Think about it. Why do they risk their lives to protect us? One or two might be heroes, people we admire, but are all power users heroes? If they were all heroes, why form gangs and dominate in the city? An A-level power user can live comfortably anywhere, so why would they risk their lives for us ordinary folks? Qi Yuan noticed the number of comments in the live stream gradually decreasing. The usual spammers and trolls had stopped flooding the chat. He realized it wasn't due to a drop in viewers, but because they were stirred by the content of the stream. Bound by the laws and regulations of Longhua, they refrained from making inappropriate comments. This all stemmed from the fact that if everyone awakened, those in power could no longer stand above the rest, enjoying their privileges and superiority. They were afraid, so they sought to suppress us. I could easily have been like them, trampling over you, feeding off your misery, occasionally letting monsters disturb your peaceful lives so you'd have to beg for my protection. But I've suffered such pain myself. How could I inflict it on others without a second thought? He murmured. Before he could finish, the people in the live stream were jolted by a sudden loud noise. They turned to see where it came from. Yin Qingran had kicked over a table, her expression dark as if the person on the screen owed her a fortune. However, the man on the screen continued speaking. Believe it or not, according to tests by several of our companions, the probability of awakening abilities increases the longer you stay in a fusion field. But here's the issue. The fusion fields are controlled by the patrol teams. How do we get in? He paused, then continued. This question troubled me for a long time until a few years ago when I discovered a fusion field with special rules. By meditating and clearly visualizing the door on this map, then using a strong will to unlock it, you can enter this special fusion field. The image on the screen zoomed in to reveal a dark door adorned with intricate patterns, a complex design with a lock in the center. The method was different from what Go Balan described, yet the operation was strikingly similar. As Qi Yuan's eyes fell on the door, it seemed to imprint itself in his mind, its appearance vividly clear whenever he thought of it. The man on the screen closed his eyes, meditated for a moment, and then disappeared from view. The number of viewers in the live stream remained steady. Can you really awaken abilities? Qi Yuan pondered as he read the comments on the screen. There's no harm in trying. He did it himself, at least proving it's not dangerous. Have you considered he might have transparency powers? What if he's deceiving us? He's already an ability user. What would he gain from tricking us? Qi Yuan noticed most comments shared a similar sentiment, which made him slightly uneasy. The logic resembled the flawed reasoning of why would a rich person steal from me? But who truly knows how those wealthy individuals acquired their riches? Some viewers had already begun trying. I tried once, but I couldn't budge the door at all. Really? I'll give it a shot too. Damn, I only managed to open a crack after thinking about it for ages. After the live stream ended, their electronic devices returned to normal. Just as Qi Yuan was about to make a call, Gao Changza shouted, "Look at the news." He held up his phone, a look of urgency on his face, pointing at the screen. A mass suicide incident has occurred at the Central Shopping Plaza in Shin City. Patrol teams have already rushed to investigate. As the screen scrolled, several short videos shot by bystanders came into view. In one video, a few people held banners, crying out desperately about their woes. I had a happy family, but everything ended when a deranged ability user took a liking to my wife. My husband the day my brother left. After the patrol team arrived, the group of people started to throw themselves against the shopping mall walls one by one, leaving shocking splashes of blood on the pristine surfaces. Qi Yuan quickly scrolled through his phone, browsing the comments section under the official news. As expected, the area was buzzing with controversy. Mass hysteria? The patrol team needs a thorough investigation. Something's fishy, the live stream just started and then this happened. Facts are facts, no matter the tricks. In the end, strength is the real truth. Qi Yuan switched to his browser, and chaos from all over Shin City filled the screen. The city seemed like a boiling pot, with law and order gradually unraveling. As he pondered whether the Anti-Ability Users Association was behind this, his phone suddenly buzzed a notification from the president of the Shun City Ability Users Association urgently summoning all A-level ability users. I need to head out for a bit, Qi Yuan said to Gao Changza and the others. This is too dangerous. We can't get involved. Yin Qingren quickly warned, worried that Gao Changza might get caught up in it. Even if Qi Yuan threatened her with secrets, she wouldn't relent. Besides, given Qi Yuan's status as a member of a prominent family, his family wouldn't allow him to act recklessly. This is an obligation for A-level ability users. I don't have a choice. But it's also an opportunity, Qi Yuan replied calmly. Obligation? Wait, the three turned their heads abruptly, speaking in unison. You're an A-level ability user? Yeah. Qi Yuan was a bit puzzled by their exaggerated expressions. Upon reflection, he realized he'd never mentioned it before. But both his teacher and Liao Shirquan knew, and according to high school tradition, this kind of news should have spread across the campus long ago. What surprised him more was that these people followed him into investigating such a dangerous case, without even asking why. Gao Changza immediately changed his tone. Brother Yuan. Yin Qingran stammered. How powerful is the Qi family? A young A-level ability user who doesn't need to inherit the family business or join the patrol team. How deep is the Qi family's foundation? It's not what you think, Qi Yuan replied nonchalantly. Once you're in my team, there's no backing out. A synchronized gasp filled the room. At the Shun City branch of the Ability Users Association, the meeting room was filled with usually unruly A-level ability users, all sitting quietly in wait. Yishur and the president arrived fashionably late, accompanied by a familiar face Xue Shizong. He still wore his usual half-asleep, deadpan expression, with a low presence. Noticing Qi Yuan's gaze, he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. As the three were about to take their seats, Xue Shizong glanced at the ability user next to Yishur. Could you give me that seat? The psychic jumped in surprise, quickly stood up, and offered his seat, keeping a wary eye on Xue Shizong. The president of the Shanghai branch looked around to ensure everyone was present, then nodded to the female officer to begin. The female officer succinctly reported on recent developments, particularly the sudden incident that occurred today. As soon as she finished, a woman in a fitted combat suit cut straight to the chase. Just tell us what the higher-ups have planned. We're aware of the situation. The psychics present subtly observed Qi Yuan and Xue Shizong, two special figures in the room, one a sensitive official, the other a mysterious individual sent at this critical time. The president of the Shanghai branch clasped his wrinkled, bark-like hands slowly together and sighed heavily. This reaction caused the A-level psychics present to feel uneasy, sensing that what they were about to hear was not good news. To be frank, the president began, none of the 9 seats members or the dispatched level psychics can return to support us. A similar incident has erupted in Jidu, and they can't spare any manpower. The meeting room erupted in chaos. Although they had anticipated this, hearing it confirmed was still hard to accept. Someone slammed the table and stood up. Why can't they come back? The cleanup plan failed, and they're trapped in the monster's domain. Ishur quickly interjected. That's why the higher-ups want you to investigate the suspected high-level monster cases. We need to confirm whether the monster has advanced, and if there's a chance to open an exit to rescue this level psychics. Without giving others a chance to question further, Ishur continued. The good news is that, according to your investigation, the monster hasn't advanced yet. If you can help open the exit and free this level psychics, the situation can be controlled. Everyone exchanged glances, secretly grumbling to themselves. If not for maintaining their tough image, they would have spat at Yi Shi. What a joke. With their level abilities, this task was nothing short of a fantasy. Is there a level above S? Someone suddenly asked. Yi Shi turned to Xue Shizong. The latter locked his phone screen and calmly explained, currently, the globally used standard originates from the Bitphone nation, ranging from E to S level. However, we later discovered even more powerful entities, initially referred to as S. A year ago, a monster far surpassing S appeared in Sanju, prompting us to officially designate two new levels, SS and SSS. The main characteristic of S-level monsters is that their domains can move. While the full extent of SS-level capabilities remains unknown, if left unchecked, they could infect the entire planet with their domains. The meeting room fell silent, the overwhelming information difficult for the level psychics to digest. Qi Yuan was utterly bewildered just as he thought he was nearing the top. It turned out that the game designer had added an entirely new level system. Bad news kept coming, and everyone present was struggling to cope. In the meeting room, the A-level superhumans took deep breaths, trying to calm their anxious hearts. If this creature could trap all our top fighters in the Dragon Nation, could it be an S-level threat? One superhuman asked, hands clenched, voice trembling slightly. Yes, it's just a step away from SS level, Yi Shi replied gravely. We have no choice but to initiate the cleanup plan ahead of schedule. He looked around the room and explained, according to intelligence, its ability is assimilation. Initially, we didn't pay much attention to it because it lacked powerful offensive capabilities, so it was low on the cleanup list. Until we discovered it had assimilated several S-level monster domains. Those that should have been fixed in instances are now part of its domain, able to move with it. This thing is a walking arsenal. Qi Yuan burst out, unable to hold back. Originally, bosses had to stay in their instances, but now it's found a loophole to bring a bunch of big monsters out. This explanation forced the A-level superhumans to re-evaluate the dire situation. As the world's safest country, the Dragon Nation now faced an unprecedented threat. With SS-level monsters continuously encroaching on human living spaces, where could they possibly flee? Thinking of the friends and family they needed to protect, their expressions grew determined. Just tell us, what do we do? Another superhuman asked bluntly. Since you're here, you must have a plan. As everyone was gearing up for action, a discordant voice suddenly spoke up. What's the point of rescuing S-level superhumans? They can't even beat S-level monsters. You're just asking us to trade our lives for theirs. If you want to go, go yourself. I'm not playing the fool. Yi Shi sprang to his feet, grabbing the collar of the naysayer, seething with anger. If everyone else is a fool, are you the only smart one? If you're scared, get lost early. The Dragon Nation doesn't need useless people like you. Am I not speaking the truth? The naysayer retorted, shaking off Yi Shi's grip with even more smugness. Why else are you so worked up? Yi Shi gave him a cold glance, unwilling to waste more words on him. But the naysayer persisted, continuing his tirade. Out of arguments? If you want us to risk our lives, give us something concrete. Don't take us for fools. At this moment, the president of the Shanghai branch struggled to stand, exuding a fierce aura. Anyone here who shares his mindset, leave now. This temple is too small for a big Buddha like you. The naysayer's face turned ashen. From the president's attitude, he realized the Dragon Nation might indeed have a plan. In that moment, he felt his previous actions were tantamount to digging his own grave. In the blink of an eye, the person who had been shouting in the crowd vanished, leaving only the naysayer standing alone. The president of the Shanghai branch, with eyes that were cloudy yet sharp, fixed his gaze directly on the naysayer, tapping his cane firmly on the ground and pointing towards the door. Then please leave. The naysayer gritted his teeth, his muscles tensing under the pressure of the president's stare. Finally, with a flick of his hand, he pushed the door open and left, the doorframe vibrating with the force. The president watched him leave, his expression calm. The authorities in Longwei usually allowed these people some leeway to show off and play tricks. But in times of crisis, he would not tolerate anyone. If the naysayer didn't realize this and left Longwei, he should be prepared for the consequences later. I'm old, my face is wrinkled, so let me shamelessly say something. The president said, scanning the room with a low yet clear voice. Yes, we're asking you to risk your lives to bring back this class superhumans. But it's no lie that solving this crisis hinges on their return. Among those trapped is an S-class superhuman. If they can leave the monster realm, even if they can't destroy the monsters, they can at least make them retreat. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the conference room shifted dramatically. The gloom on everyone's faces was replaced by excitement. After hearing a slew of bad news, they finally got a piece of good news. Those who had been shouting alongside the naysayer exchanged glances, relief washing over their faces. They were glad they had made the right choice. Xue, you take it from here, the president said, passing the floor to Xue Shizong as the others nodded in agreement. Xue Shizong, who had been idly looking at his phone, hurriedly stood up when called upon. He pulled an item from his pocket and placed it on the tablio worn bronze key, its surface mottled but emanating a peculiar energy. This key can duplicate an opening once, no matter the method, Shui Shizong explained. We need you to enter the monster realm one by one to find this glass superhumans. Then, use the key to open a way out. I will enter again to assist in bringing them out. Be sure not to stay in the monster realm for too long. You must exit within an hour. Everyone looked around, finding their own confusion mirrored in the faces of others. With the monster realms no longer existing in the real dimension, how were they supposed to enter? How do we get in? One superhuman finally voiced the question on everyone's mind. A chair scraped against the floor as Ishur stood up, gesturing outside. Follow me. The group followed Ishur down the hallway to a concealed room. Inside were several elegant glass display cases, but the most striking feature was the ancient and mysterious door in the center, its frame etched with complex runes. Qi Yuan, like the others, looked around. He saw various strange items in the glass cases. A translucent skin shed by an unknown creature, a few scales glinting with metallic luster, and a dark red liquid in an ornate vessel, shimmering ominously under the light. Noticing Qi Yuan's curious gaze, Shui Shizong explained, "These are related evidence collected from the cases you've investigated." Ishur clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention back to him. "Our technicians have combined different superhuman items to create this door. It can track the monster's connections and open a passage into their realm based on those connections." His expression turned serious. "However, the destination beyond the door is unpredictable. You might face a monster immediately, so be prepared to run." And most importantly, his voice grew stern. "Make sure to bring back the key and any intelligence, even if it costs you your life." At the dormitory area of Shanghai University, chaos replaced the usual calm. Not long after Qi Yuan left, the university was attacked again. Students fled in panic, the air thick with fear. Gao Changza kicked an attacker with such force that they crashed into a wall, leaving web-like cracks. Wiping sweat from his forehead, he complained, "Why is it us again? Go bother the Superhuman Association." A ghastly white hand suddenly emerged from the ground, its claw-like fingers dragging the kicked attacker into the earth, leaving only his terrified head above ground. "Student Gao." A voice drifted up from the ground, eerily, "because the Superhuman Association hasn't a class meeting there." Ji Jia slowly rose from the ground, her skin a ghostly gray-blue, blood tears streaking her cheeks. Her bloodshot eyes and sharp fangs made her look like a vengeful spirit. Gao Changza discreetly turned his head away, thinking, a shy ghost is really something else. Clearing his throat, he said, do you really have to point out that we're the easy targets?" Sorry." The socially anxious Ji Jia realized Gao Changza wasn't genuinely confused and shyly wanted to disappear. And she did, slipping into a crack in the ground. Her figure melted into the surface like water, vanishing before Gao Changza as she rejoined the battle. In various parts of the city, an absurd drama of civilian riots was unfolding. Screams and roars mingled with chaotic footsteps, as if the entire city had plunged into madness. The patrol team quickly arrived on the scene, forcibly subduing one group of emotionally out-of-control citizens after another. The fallen citizens lay limp on the ground, as if their souls had been extracted, their eyes vacant. The woman leading the team stood among them, frowning, her gaze sharp as a knife, scrutinizing each of the subdued individuals. All of them were. "What's wrong, boss?" a member of the patrol team asked quietly, looking puzzled. "Shut up, call me captain." The woman's tone was cold and stern, her gaze still fixed on the fallen citizens, her expression serious. "It's strange. They're neither parasites nor superhumans. Logically, they shouldn't be capable of causing such a riot. Even a low-level superhuman could easily overpower a group of ordinary citizens." Her eyes gradually turned sharp. If it was due to a deep-seated grudge causing them to lose control, there should be signs of parasitism on them. Having said that, she wrapped the chain back around her waist, squatted down, and carefully examined the condition of the fallen citizens. She didn't miss a detail of their skin, pulse, or pupils, as if she were trying to uncover some anomaly from their bodies. Now that you mention it, it really seems like they haven't used any powers." The same patrol member spoke again, a hint of unease in their voice. "Could someone be controlling them from behind the scenes?" "Not sure." The woman shook her head, not outright denying it. "Let's go handle the other riot zones." She stood up, pulling out a communicator from her waist, massaging her temples that throbbed with a dull ache. The screen was filled with flashing red dots, each one representing an unresolved riot incident. Her gaze moved past the communicator to the direction of the Superhuman Association, a trace of exhaustion and irony in her eyes. "What's wrong with these citizens? Have they all gone mad? And when will someone step up to calm the crowd?" "Captain, something's happened." Suddenly, a shout from the team interrupted her thoughts. The woman's expression changed dramatically, her pupils contracting to needle points. She didn't need to ask. Her instincts already told her what she was about to see. The sky was suddenly shrouded by a massive illusion, the sunlight completely swallowed, plunging the world into darkness. A vast, Eerie black forests seemed to descend from the sky, its dense branches spreading like deep tendrils in all directions, each extending into a nightmare-like vision. A castle entwined by branches towered high in the air, plants growing wildly between the stones, with faint silhouettes appearing in the ancient window frames, as if a woman were gazing out. A scorching sea of fire consumed the cracked earth, with faint cries echoing in the flames. The silent ruins of a city stood still, collapsed steel and concrete like remnants of an epic, silently recounting the past. The vastness of the illusion seemed endless. What is that? Citizens on the streets, initially hesitant due to the riots, were now captivated by the bizarre spectacle, looking up at the sky and murmuring softly. Is that a super-large fusion domain? Someone speculated, trying to understand the cause of the phenomenon amidst their awe. Phones were quickly raised, shutters clicking rapidly, as social media platforms were instantly flooded. Shanghai mysterious phenomenon. The national trending list was instantly overwhelmed, with netizens from other cities flocking to watch and discuss. Which cultivator is undergoing tribulation here? Is this really a fusion domain? Why does it look so strange? Envious of a day in Shanghai, I want to see it too. While the outside world buzzed with speculation, every member of the patrol team stood staring at the strange scene before them. On the bodies of the citizens who had long since fallen, semi-transparent door shadows appeared locked doors. The locks slowly loosened. With a click, a door opened, followed by a second, a third. Then, one by one, the citizens vanished from reality, as if evaporating, leaving behind only phantom-like shadows that seemed ready to dissipate with the slightest breeze. Behind the doors was darkness, like a boundless void swallowing all light. Look up there, someone suddenly shouted, and everyone instinctively looked up. The vanished citizens were now appearing in the void of the illusion. They lay sprawled across the illusory ground, like puppets with their souls removed. Minutes later, they began struggling to get up, their movements stiff, like zombies, wandering in the endless illusion. The woman's hand gripped the communicator tightly, her lips pressed into a straight line, her eyes cold enough to freeze. This is bad. I need to report this immediately. Knock, knock, knock. The urgent knocking on the door was like a thunderclap, instantly jolting the group of superhumans in the room awake. They swallowed hard in unison and turned their heads towards the source of the sound, a hint of relief in their eyes. Moments ago, they had spoken with bravado, but the thought of confronting an Sclass monster filled each of them with dread. After all, it was an Sclass monster. Wandering into its territory was akin to courting death. Come in. Isher's voice was low, his brow furrowed. The chaos in Shin City should have been handled by the patrol team, and he had explicitly instructed not to disturb their meeting for any reason. Captain E, look out the window. Something's happened. The person who entered was panting, sweat dripping from their forehead, unable to provide further explanation. Trusting his subordinate, Isher strode towards the window without a word. The others surged to the window like a tide, crowding to take in the scene outside. The view was chilling. Mysterious doors floated in midair throughout the city, the streets eerily quiet. Almost all the residents' curtains were tightly drawn, casting the entire city in an ominous silence. What on earth is going on? Someone couldn't help but ask, their voice tinged with undisguised fear. Just as they began to grasp the gravity of the situation, it took a turn for the worse. Can it get any worse? Wait, are those the Sclass superhumans? One of them pointed, voice trembling. Following the direction of the finger, they saw a clearing in the black forest, as if a section of a pencil drawing had been erased. It looked extremely unnatural. In this clearing, a dozen Sclass superhumans were either sitting or standing, with a few injured lying on the ground, their condition appearing dire. Should we still go in? Yeah, didn't we just say our goal was to find the Sclass superhumans? When it came to matters of life and death, this group was quick to grasp the situation. However, Isher dashed their hopes, firmly stating, we go in. If we don't, we'll just be waiting for death. He took a deep breath and forced out a difficult sentence. It might be advancing. As if responding to his words, the phantom hovering above began to slowly descend, drawing closer to them. Advancing. The crowd stirred, their minds in chaos. The implications of this word sent chills down their spines. There's no time left. Xue Shizong's usual apathetic expression was replaced with unprecedented seriousness. The president of Shin City, leaning on his cane, also wore a grave expression. The SS Sclass monster from Sanju appeared in a densely populated city as well. That's why we've been focusing our investigation on Shin City, and gee, do we thought with that one around, we'd have time to prepare, but things have already gotten this bad. These A-class superhumans needed to quickly understand the seriousness of the situation. We can't guarantee your safety anymore. You need to enter these doors and find out where they lead. Get the Sclass superhumans out immediately, or all of Shin City will suffer. Only Sclass superhumans, capable of attacking the domain nodes, can resolve this. Qi Yuan gazed at the dozen Sclass superhumans, his eyes finally resting on the injured ones on the ground. S-Class is troublesome enough, and now it's advancing. He reached for the key, and, under Xue Shizong's slightly widened eyes, said, "I'll scout the way for you." Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Qi Yuan leapt out of the window. The room immediately descended into an eerie silence as the others exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting complex emotions. They should have felt relieved that someone was willing to scout ahead, yet a vague sense of unease lingered among them. Just as Qi Yuan's figure was about to vanish into the illusionary portal, a terrifying realization struck him was holding the only key that could exit the illusion. The subleader had clearly instructed everyone to enter directly without worrying about safety. Now, it seemed he had unwittingly executed a perfect betrayal of his teammates. Qi Yuan looked down at the key in his hand and chuckled bitterly. This kind of unintentional mistake was hard to believe, even with a lantern. Suddenly, the scene before him shifted dramatically, snapping him out of his self-mockery. A sense of crisis overwhelmed him, leaving no room for distraction. A desolate land consumed by flames unfolded before his eyes. The fire surged like wild grass from cracks in the charred ground, waves of scorching heat crashing against him. Qi Yuan's golden eyes of time scanned his surroundings warily. Monsters were lurking on all sides, watching him intently. Got caught, after all. Why be so cautious with an inferior human? Golden eyes. What is his ability? Insufficient data. Let those two fools go first. Just one inferior human. The mocking voices from all directions plunged Qi Yuan's mood into the abyss. The notion of loneliness among the strong was a farce. This was a blatant ambush. The S-class monsters had stooped to sneak attacks, an undeniable act of shamelessness. The A-class ability users watching from afar had no time to worry about the key. When they spotted Qi Yuan through the massive illusion in the sky, they gasped, for S-class monsters had set a trap, and this intruder seemed doomed. They secretly felt relieved that someone else was testing the waters. Otherwise, they would be the ones in peril. Isher slammed his fist on the windowsill, anxiously sweating for Qi Yuan. He wanted to shout for Qi Yuan to use the key and return, but the distance and illusion prevented any clear view or sound from reaching him. Among the ambushers, a voluptuous female monster with pale purple skin raised an eyebrow. Apart from her unusual skin color and double pupils, she resembled a human. A male monster, wrapped entirely in white bandages, approached Qi Yuan leisurely, saying, "Even I didn't expect an inferior human to be so cautious at this moment. It seems I still don't understand them well enough." Haha, an inferior human dares to face death. Are you out of people? A humanoid figure formed from flames laughed wildly. "Shall we fight?" asked a 3-meter giant with skin covered in rocky patterns, scratching the back of his head. Originally, they aimed for a group of ability users, but only found a single human. Although the teleport point was disguised to seem random, it apparently didn't fool the opposition. The two monsters, who prided themselves as strategists, were quite displeased. However, Qi Yuan had leapt in first, relying not only on his mediocre verbal skills or his deceptively unassuming appearance. The Eye of Time, which had been nearly unusable due to insufficient power, finally became partially functional when Qi Yuan advanced to Class A. Ability activated Eye of Time. Qi Yuan's vision instantly became clear and expansive, with 4 shimmering timelines appearing on the bodies of the S-class monsters. Although his ability had minimal effect on these formidable creatures, it suited his plan perfectly. His true goal was to glimpse his own future. His eyes were fixed on his own timeline. Although peering into his own future consumed as much energy as looking into that of an A-class ability user, at least it wouldn't be repelled, allowing him to accurately foresee everything that would happen in the next 10 seconds. Combined with his telepathic sensing abilities, this was enough for him to face any attack with composure. In the arena, 4 distinct S-class monsters were eyeing him menacingly. A voluptuous female monster with light purple skin lazily crossed her arms, her voice sultry. "A lowly human. I don't want to dirty my hands. You guys go ahead." She thought to herself. This lowly human dares to come alone. He must have something up his sleeve. Let the fools test him first. The mummy wrapped in white bandages remained motionless. "I'll leave the chance to shine to you guys. I'm a cultured being." It silently observed. "This aura is not ordinary. Perhaps he has some hidden strength." Hey, are you guys scared already?" The flame creature grumbled in dissatisfaction. Though it was hot-tempered and loved to scorch its enemies, it didn't want to be used as a pawn. As the flame creature pondered, the rock giant already crashed into the ground. For the master, its form expanded several times over, causing the hot, dry ground to crack under its mighty blow. Countless fissures spread like a web, shaking the entire area. "You fool! How could you involve us too?" The female monster was forced to reveal her true form, her lower body transforming into a centipede-like structure stretching tens of meters, skillfully maneuvering across the rugged terrain. The flame creature and the mummy floated in the air, closely watching Qi Yuan's every move. Qi Yuan moved with precision, as if he had foreseen everything, stepping forward twice to avoid flying debris, shifting left to dodge a crack, and retreating to evade a collapsing area. Each of his movements was perfectly timed, like a dancer performing on the edge of a blade. This scene alerted the monsters present. The centipede woman narrowed her eyes. A lowly human hiding its class ability user. What a surprise. She pondered whether it was a psychic ability or a foresight power. The mummy clutched its papyrus tightly, its gaze serious. A psychic ability? No, psychic abilities enhance the brain, not the eyes. We lack information. I need to record his ability and analyze it. Hey, let's attack together. This human is not to be underestimated, the flame creature suggested sternly. Of course. I know, replied the centipede woman and the mummy, as the three cautiously surrounded Qi Yuan, ready to strike. Seeing himself surrounded by four monsters, Qi Yuan remained calm and composed. He kept his gaze steady and his expression serene, deliberately projecting an air of indifference towards them. After successfully dodging their initial probing attack, the monsters began to assess his strength as at least level. Qi Yuan knew well that these creatures wouldn't act rashly without a reason. Throughout history, be it humans or monsters, respect is only given to the strong. Qi Yuan said with a slight smirk. All four of you attacking at once suits me just fine. Facing you one by one would be too easy and hardly worth my time. He paused, as if recalling something amusing, and chuckled. Of course, multiplying worthless opponents by four probably still won't bring me any excitement. Apart from the stone-faced rock giant, the other three monsters' expressions changed drastically, their eyes filled with murderous intent, slicing at Qi Yuan like daggers. Being called worthless by someone they considered inferior, regardless of his actual strength, plunged their mood to rock bottom. The centipede woman's long body swayed as she spoke with sharp malice. I'll cut out your tongue, so you'll never speak again. Ah, S-level monsters really are something else, Qi Yuan mused to himself. They get all riled up by tough talk, completely ignoring the possibility that I might be powerful. The best part is, they just won't die. S-level monsters could continuously resurrect using the power of their domain information that was new to Qi Yuan. Meanwhile, S-level abilities could destroy domain nodes, causing the domain to collapse and the S-level monster to finally die. This was why the branch president said only an S-level ability user could save Shin City. As the four monsters attacked simultaneously, Qi Yuan's heart raced with excitement. The thrill of dancing on a knife's edge sent adrenaline coursing through his veins. No worries, there's still hope, Qi Yuan reassured himself. Thanks to the centipede lady for the mental ability boost and the S-level experience card. His ability psychic manipulation. Enhanced by S-level power, the Eye of Time could predict events 15 seconds into the future. Combined with the hypercalculative effect of focused psychic energy, he could track the movements of the four monsters and the chain reactions of their abilities. Qi Yuan regretted that his increased power only extended the Eye of Time by 5 seconds. Otherwise, he wouldn't even need to use hypercalculation. Moving with the grace of a leisurely stroll, Qi Yuan deftly avoided the jets of magma and flames erupting from the ground. The fire creature and rock giant's attack failed, but they weren't surprised. Successfully limiting Qi Yuan's movements towards the centipede woman was enough. The centipede woman burst from the ground, her upper body sprouting an additional pair of arms, all four poisonous claws reaching for Qi Yuan. He elegantly tilted his head, easily evading her attack. Undeterred by her failed strike, she inhaled deeply and exhaled a thick toxic mist, while her long body moved swiftly, attempting to trap Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan immediately formed a protective energy layer on his skin to prevent the poison from seeping through. He knew that if his body had to withstand such toxins, it might turn him to ash. With a light step, he leaped onto a conjured wall of light, and with a few agile jumps, he escaped the centipede woman's encirclement. As he looked at the centipede woman's head up close, Qi Yuan restrained his impulsive urge. Not yet, he thought. I need more power. First impressions are crucial, and the initial attack will serve as a benchmark for them to gauge my combat strength. A weak move is better left unmade. Just as he leaped out of the encirclement, he ran straight into the mummy's attack. The mummy held a papyrus scroll, from which a massive energy ball materialized, swirling with black light as it aimed directly at Qi Yuan. Boom. The energy ball instantly transformed into a violent black storm, carrying devastating power as it surged forward. Qi Yuan had anticipated this strike, yet to maintain the advantage of a seer, he had to act according to the script. Not only did he need to evade the attack, but he also had to make every move appear calm and unflustered, showcasing a poised demeanor. The black storm swept across the burning land, reducing rocks to fine sand wherever it passed. The red glow of magma added a blood-red hue to the dark whirlwind. The ground couldn't withstand such a violent force and shattered anew. Meanwhile, the rock giant used its powers to trigger an earthquake, attempting to cut off all of Qi Yuan's escape routes. As the sand and dust roared in the fierce wind, Qi Yuan simply closed his eyes lightly, summoning the power within. His ability to reconstruct was instantly activated, causing the swirling sand to coalesce in midair, rapidly forming a solid fortress that securely shielded him. The front of the fortress slowly opened, and a throne made of sand rose from the ground. Qi Yuan elegantly seated himself, resting his chin on one hand while the other lay casually on the armrest. His icy golden eyes gazed down at the four monsters below, filled with an oppressive aura. Useless, multiplied by 4. I've suppressed my power to this level, yet you can't even touch the hem of my clothes. Truly disappointing. This time, none of the monsters dared to retort. They stared intently at Qi Yuan, as if facing a formidable foe. The failure of their first joint attack left them questioning whether they could truly defeat him here. Have you figured out his ability? The flame creature asked in a low voice. The mummy retrieved a new papyrus scroll, holding it in its left hand while placing its right hand on the surface to sense it. Terrifying destructive aura, shattering and reassembling. It infused its ability into the papyrus, which began to glow faintly. The mummy experimentally directed its power at a stone at its feet, instantly turning it to sand, only for it to revert back in the blink of an eye. What a strong ability! The four monsters exclaimed in unison, their hearts sinking. This was a power born for destruction. If his ability surpassed their defenses, they would be obliterated in an instant. Noticing the fear in each other's eyes, the four monsters exchanged awkward but polite smiles. You go first. I've recorded his ability and can use it against him. The mummy hastily deflected, unwilling to be sent back to the respawn point. I believe, the centipede woman argued. You can use the recorded ability to fight him to a draw, and once the master advances, you can lend a hand. The flame creature and rock giant nodded in agreement, relieved not to be the first to step forward. The mummy, sweating profusely, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Didn't you hear him? He said he suppressed his power to this level, meaning his true strength is far beyond that. I can't beat him with the same skill. Qi Yuan sat on the slightly uncomfortable high throne, enduring the chilly breeze. The cost of maintaining his composure was indeed significant. Seeing the four monsters below still engrossed in their endless discussions without addressing the key issue, he decided to steer the conversation back on track. Seeing how troubled you are, let me share some good news to cheer you up. A person can possess more than one ability. This is a conclusion I've personally verified. What kind of good news is this? The initial reaction of the four monsters was shock, followed by disbelief and outright denial. The centipede woman's pupils suddenly contracted as her mind raced. This must be a smokescreen to confuse them. However, even after racking her brain, she couldn't figure out the actual purpose of such a smokescreen. After all, once the fight starts, all tricks would be exposed, and using such a clumsy method to hide abilities seemed far-fetched. If this were true, the centipede woman struggled internally as this idea clashed violently with her understanding. She couldn't believe it. If he has multiple abilities, does that mean his ability domain is also multiple? Impossible. Qi Yuan wanted to argue, opened his mouth, but was stunned into silence by the intense emotional fluctuations of the four monsters. He knew well that the principles of repulsion and assimilation between domains were familiar to Shrank ability users. It was key to defeating Shrank monsters. Qi Yuan realized deeply that the world's rules were far more complex than he had imagined. He felt a bit frustrated, thinking he had spoken too recklessly again and put on the wrong act. This time he learned his lesson. The more he spoke, the more mistakes he made, so he decisively chose to remain silent, tossing the topic back to the four monsters. Since we're not sure if it's true or false, isn't the mummy the most qualified to speak? Qi Yuan pointed to the mummy in the distance. Copy it again, and we'll know. The four monsters paused, as if this suggestion broke their mental stalemate. Recording it again was indeed a method, and since the suggestion came from their opponent, it indicated that in most cases, it was true. However, beyond the shock, they shared one thought. How could it be possible? The mummy feigned disbelief, trying hard to conceal its inner turmoil, pretending to be equally stunned by it all. Its not so skillful acting barely fooled the other three monsters. Even though I don't understand the principle, I should find a chance to escape, since this isn't my domain anyway, it muttered under its breath. The flame person seemed inspired, following the mummy's lead. Unless your ability is to create abilities or to strip them away, how could you have multiple abilities? Ah, right. Qi Yuan suddenly perked up. Please, this good teammate, say a few more words. The centipede woman's eyes shifted as she outwardly agreed. Yes, unless your ability is to create abilities. But internally, she was thinking of making a quiet exit, as she felt no signs of any ability feedback. She had no mind to bother with these words, and was preparing to slip away and find help. The mummy and centipede woman were absent-minded, their words full of perfunctory responses. The flame person continued muttering to himself, create abilities, strip abilities, what kind of ability domain is this? Such an ability couldn't exist, could it? Wouldn't that rival a god? His words revealed his deep skepticism about the matter. However, the centipede woman's agreement did not bring the flame person any joy. Instead, it made him start questioning his own judgment. A god? At this moment, the rock giant stood silently, beginning to envision an ability domain in his mind clouds, a temple, holy light, mist. He seemed to see the god ruling the divine realm in the distant sky. The centipede woman and mummy didn't notice the change in the rock giant's thoughts. They were just whispering plans to betray their teammate and escape. Just then, the four monsters suddenly realized the scene before them had changed. The clouds were thick, white as snow, rolling like waves. Mist swirled, and light refracted into a dreamlike effect, making everything seem incredibly unreal. The centipede woman and the mummy were stunned, their minds blank, jolted awake from their perfunctory state. The scene before them was so overwhelming. Their hearts surged with intense emotions, as if they had entered another world. The white clouds rolled like ocean waves, mist spread through the air, and the surrounding light refracted into dreamlike colors. Everything seemed no longer real, as if they had fallen into an indescribable dream. The golden rays of the rising sun spread over the sea of clouds, casting golden lines upon it, creating a scene both sacred and solemn. The majestic Nine Heavens Palace stood towering, its splendid golden palaces suspended in the air, with colorful divine light flowing between them, shrouded in layers of mist that added a touch of mystery. For monsters stood frozen in place, too shocked to speak. They watched as the grand doors of the layered palaces slowly opened, finding themselves inexplicably standing on the open ground before the grand hall. The stone steps, adorned with cloud dragon patterns, wound upwards, each step intricately and luxuriously carved. Although Qi Yuan did not appear, his divine-like figure vividly emerged in the minds of the monster she sat high above in the grand hall, his golden eyes looking down upon all beings with supreme authority. Exterminate the evil. With these thunderous words, an endless divine light burst forth, beginning to erode the monster's domain. Under the impact of the light, the domain trembled violently and soon shattered. The burning land shook intensely, and the entire monster domain collapsed with a loud crash, dissolving into countless points of light. The flame creature vanished without even a scream. Qi Yuan closed his eyes, tears falling as he softly said, "Farewell, my good teammates." The mummy and centipede woman finally snapped back to reality, desperately trying to flee. But in the next moment, they were horrified to discover that their monster domain had been stripped of its assimilated state. "Without my connection ability, how will the master advance?" The centipede woman shrieked in despair. "Get me out of here." But it was too late. The divine light consumed their domain, and the two monsters soon followed the fate of the flame creature. Qi Yuan silently mourned for them. "Farewell, rock giant, centipede woman." He paused. "As for the mummy, just die. It did nothing, not worth mourning." With the death of the centipede woman, countless door shadows in Shin City vanished. Qi Yuan watched as the nodes connecting the space of Shin City were undone one by one. From the centipede woman's dying thoughts, he finally understood the condition for advancing to an SS-level monster it required infecting the real world, with intelligent humans being the best targets. Without the centipede woman's connection ability, the S-level monster's plan to take a shortcut failed completely. It gazed at Qi Yuan through the mist, and after ejecting the S-level ability users and humans from its domain, it retreated from Shin City with its fragmented domain. Although there were still many S-level monsters on the domain's edge, Qi Yuan did not pursue them. Fighting over Shin City would risk the lives of its citizens. The A-level ability users watching from the windows were stunned. Even the usually expressionless Xue Shizong widened his eyes. They clutched their pounding hearts, as the day had been overwhelmingly intense. Initially told the situation was dire and they needed to fight for their lives, they had barely prepared for a last stand when Qi Yuan resolved the crisis with a single move. Remembering Qi Yuan's earlier claim of paving the way for them, they couldn't help but internally remark, "Is this how young people pave the way?" It's good to be humble, but there's no need to be humble to this extent. In the Qi family villa, Qi Yuan was sprawled out on the leather sofa in the first-floor living room, savoring the rare comfort of being at home. Not far away, his little brother was clumsily mimicking martial arts movie moves with a broom as his weapon, repeatedly shouting "Ho-ha," like a clueless martial arts novice. Qi Yuan lazily lifted his eyelids and watched the comical scene, chuckling to himself. After resolving the monster incident yesterday, he had used his power to escort the affected citizens safely back to the surface, then handed the key back to Xue Shizong before rushing home. On the way, he worried about whether his mother and little brother were safe. But the scene that greeted him upon opening the door left him both amused and exasperated. All the curtains were tightly drawn, the kitchen was filled with the sweet aroma of baking, and his mother was humming a tune while making desserts. His little brother was fidgeting restlessly at the desk, battling with his homework. As soon as she saw him return, his mother poked her head out from the kitchen. "Xia Yuan, you're back. Aren't there monsters outside? I just made some desserts to relieve the boredom. Come and taste them." Seeing this, Qi Yuan once again felt a pang of concern for his family's obliviousness. A sharp thwack pulled him back to reality as his little brother tapped the sofa armrest with the broom, sweating profusely yet still enthusiastic. "Bro, come check out my stick skills, spar with me." Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. He wasn't one to bully kids, but now had to teach this little guy a lesson. A few swift moves later, his little brother was defeated and sulking in the corner. Just then, his phone began vibrating incessantly. Messages flooded in, but none were the one Qi Yuan was hoping for. Sure, Jiang Wen's messages were the most relentless. Jiang Wenin told me, Yuan, are you in class ability user? Are you a member of the Dark Nine? I promise to keep it a secret. I won't expose your identity. Qi Yuan rolled his eyes and sent a dismissive emoji back. He knew too well how this worked. Denying it was suspicious, admitting it was a trap. Tomorrow's headlines would likely read, shocking. He's a member of the Dark Nine, or spotting the big shots around Yuthui could be part of the Dark Nine. Messages from others poured in as well. Lucheng Yuan, I just stepped out to Shin City. Gao Changza. Yuan, what's the plan next? Shui Shijun. Sorry to bother, my brother asked me to check if you want to upgrade your ability certificate to class. Seeing the odd communication style of the Shui siblings, Qi Yuan couldn't help but mentally critique it, though he politely replied, no problem. The Shun City branch president sent an invitation. We're planning a celebration banquet. Would you honor us with your presence? Recalling the awkwardness of being the center of attention yesterday, Qi Yuan swiftly declined, feeling more mortified than celebrating a birthday at a hot pot restaurant. Staring at his phone screen, Qi Yuan fell into thought. The principal hadn't let him graduate early, no wealthy patrons were throwing money for protection, and there was no official response. Was the world going crazy, or had all of Shin City's citizens become homebodies, leaving the news uncirculated? This seemed plausible, considering his ability level was still stuck at the peak of a class, not budging an inch. The effect of a mime performance was far less impactful than the live broadcast from Qipon City. Qi Yuan stared at his phone screen, his brow furrowed. How could ordinary people understand the difference between S-level and S-level superhumans? Just as he was about to join Qi Ao's corner of solitude, his phone suddenly vibrated, and a message from Yishur popped up. They plan to send someone to communicate with you. Would you be willing to meet? Qi Yuan's pupils dilated suddenly, and his body jolted upright as if electrified. Finally, the moment had arrived. His fingers flew across the screen, fearing that a second's delay might cause the other party to withdraw the message. I'm available anytime. Yishur seemed to be waiting by the phone for a reply and responded almost immediately. Okay, I'll report this to the higher-ups. A few minutes later, a new message appeared. Is tomorrow afternoon at 2 convenient for you? That's fine. Qi Yuan replied, and, after a moment's hesitation, added, how are the S-level superhumans doing? They're okay, at least not in any life-threatening danger. Yishur answered briefly. The following afternoon, Qi Yuan sat in Yishur's car, driving through the city streets to the duty bureau. Following Yishur's lead, he entered a brightly lit meeting room. Inside, there was only a short-haired woman seated. Her distinguished presence and upright posture unmistakably hinted at a military background. Upon hearing the door open, she immediately stood to greet him. Hello, Mr. Qi Yuan. My name is Su Ku, she said in a clear and strong voice. After bringing Qi Yuan to the meeting room, Yishur nodded and left. Guided by Su Ku's gesture, Qi Yuan sat in a chair beside the conference table. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Su Ku went straight to the point. Mr. Qi Yuan, are you aware that the person considered Longwa's strongest superhuman, Qi Yunjing, is actually your uncle? I know. Qi Yuan replied calmly, looking steadily at Su Ku. He had awakened his telepathic abilities years ago, and unless even his mother was unaware, there was no way he could be ignorant of his own background. But there wasn't much to say about if his father had abandoned his wife and child to marry the Lu family's eldest daughter and even cruelly attempted to silence them. The situation had affected his uncle's family, and his aunt was quite displeased. To avoid further implicating her family, his mother had acted as a decoy to draw the pursuer's attention, giving others a chance to escape from Jidu. Even today, despite his uncle's successful revenge and expulsion of the Lu family from Jidu, his mother still felt too ashamed to face her family. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Ku's eyes. She recalled that the records showed Ms. Qi Yunlan had filed for divorce before Qi Yuan was even a month old. After the divorce, she changed her name and wandered from city to city with her child, finally settling in Qipon City. It wasn't until the Lu family was driven out of Jidu that Ms. Qi reverted to her original name. The fact that Ms. Qi was willing to share such a painful past with her child was indeed unexpected for Su Ku. However, it saved her from having to explain a lot. Mr. Qi Yunjung has been in a coma since the day before yesterday, Su Ku said, her hands clasped on the table, her tone becoming serious. After examination, we suspect it's due to self-repair hibernation caused by forced separation after assimilation in the superhuman domain, and the awakening time is uncertain. Meanwhile, the cleanup plan we're formulating in collaboration with other countries is in the negotiation stage, and we need an S-level superhuman to hold the fort. Therefore, we would like to ask for your help. Su Ku's expression was slightly apprehensive as she spoke, uncertain if Qi Yuan would be willing to associate himself with an official label. Su Ku stood in front of the office door, her heart a swirl of anxiety. This unease came not only from the prospect of facing Qi Yuan, but also from the instructions given by the Director General before her departure. The position suits you perfectly, the Director General had said. As the assistant to the Director of the Bureau of Supernatural Affairs, you can represent my stance without drawing attention from various forces. Most importantly, your position allows Qi Yuan to refuse our request without pressure. The Director General had emphasized repeatedly that while seeking help, they must avoid burdening the other party. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. It's okay if we're refused. The key is to understand Qi Yuan's attitude and needs. While Suku was lost in thought, she missed the flash of delight on Qi Yuan's face. Finally, you're here. Qi Yuan rejoiced inwardly, as if a meticulously laid plan was about to come to fruition. He had been lying low at school, waiting for this moment the opportunity to join an official organization. It's an honor to contribute to Longhua, Qi Yuan said with a semblance of solemnity, his tone carrying a hint of noble intent. The unexpected surprise left Suku momentarily stunned. She steadied herself, suppressing her excitement, and her smile became more genuine. With Qi Yuan's capabilities, he had no need to cater to anyone, so his words clearly reflected his sincere identification with being a citizen of Longhua. On behalf of the people of Longhua, I thank you for your assistance, Suku said, showcasing her professional negotiation skills, her warm smile infectious. Next, I'd like to introduce our specific plan. If there's anything inconvenient, please let me know. Seeing Qi Yuan nod, Suku continued, we plan to form a covert group, and we would like to include you as a member. She closely watched Qi Yuan's reaction and, seeing no signs of dissatisfaction, breathed a sigh of relief. This was a plan they had devised overnight, designed to shield Qi Yuan's background while reasonably deflecting external inquiries about him. Form a group. Qi Yuan expressed surprise. Doesn't Longhua already have one? Online rumors seem so detailed, even listing candidates. Suku sighed. I wish it were true, but that's just a smokescreen we released to protect the group. You don't keep your aces hidden when you're under attack. Qi Yuan understood, knowing how unreliable online information could be. He'd been fooled before. But if we managed to fool you, then our work isn't too shabby. Suku joked, trying to lighten the mood. Does tricking the public make you that happy? Qi Yuan responded with a puzzled expression. Although he felt a bit offended, Qi Yuan forced a compliment in the face of the official representative. It's pretty good. Suku smiled, accepting Qi Yuan's half-hearted praise, and then got straight to the point. We will gradually reveal some information about your capabilities to deter and warn off monsters and foreign forces. Do you have any suggestions on this? Of course, to avoid impacting your daily life, we'll block any information from leaking online. Just like the recent incident in Shin City, we managed to keep that under wraps. We're quite adept at this, so you can rest assured. Qi Yuan was startled, a sudden realization hitting him. No wonder the incident in Shin City, despite its large population, didn't escalate to its-level threat officials were pulling strings behind the scenes. If it weren't for the werewolf's self-destruction, he would still be in the dark. Well done, but don't do it again next time. Qi Yuan thought to himself. Seeing Qi Yuan hesitate to speak, Suku immediately inquired, do you have any suggestions? Qi Yuan indeed had many things to say, including some less than-polite words, but he held back. He intertwined his fingers, leaned back in his chair, and slowly said, no need to block the news. Publicize my deeds as much as possible. The more impressive, the better. One can't be too self-conscious. Qi Yuan knew this well. To fit the mysterious expert persona, he had to tacitly accept the image of a master indifferent to fame and fortune that others had imagined for him. However, this small detail almost blocked his path to success. Okay, thank you so much. Suku was momentarily stunned before finding her voice again. She was touched, willing to give up hiding his identity for the sake of the nation and even volunteering for publicity. Remembering Qi Yunjing's demeanor, she silently revised her thoughts. Though they don't look alike, their patriotism is remarkably similar. Suku's attitude towards Qi Yuan noticeably shifted, no longer reserved, but treating him as one of their own. In that case, to quickly spread your story, we need a catchy name. Light power, golden eyes. Seeing her deep in thought, and then suddenly lighting up, Qi Yuan felt an alarm go off in his mind. What kind of name could she come up with in such a short time? I've got it. How about Golden Flash? Qi Yuan nearly spat out his drink, but luckily he was prepared. He decided to maintain some dignity, forcing a polite smile. Thanks, but Golden Eyes will do, and I'm not light-powered. Next to Golden Flash, the name, Golden Eyes, suddenly seemed quite normal. Seeing Suku deep in thought again, Qi Yuan quickly added, no need to elaborate on my powers and level. The unknown enemy is the most terrifying. Just heavily promote my achievements. If you don't know how, I can recommend someone. Suku nodded seriously, understood. Who is this public opinion maestro you mentioned? He's not a maestro, just someone particularly good at spreading rumors and gossip. Qi Yuan took out his phone and sent Shi Jiangwen's contact to her. After sending it, he felt something was off, thought for a moment, and added, by the way, 9 out of 10 things he says are false, so don't take him too seriously. A few days later, In the office of the president of Shunqing University, the elderly president, with a head full of silver hair, handed the graduation certificate to Qi Yuan with trembling hands. He gently patted Qi Yuan's shoulder, his eyes slightly reddened, and spoke with a solemn and sincere tone. Student Qi, Shunqing University is truly honored to have a graduate like you. Come back and visit your fellow students whenever you can. Okay, President. Qi Yuan nodded in agreement, his expression calm. Beside them, the director of education wiped the sweat from his forehead and stood with the counselor, applauding warmly. The counselor's face was all smiles, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes smoothing out as he was about to speak. Congratulations on your gradu. Before he could finish, his foot was suddenly stepped on heavily, making him pause. He was momentarily stunned, but wisely chose to keep quiet. The director of education chuckled awkwardly, stopped clapping, and loudly praised. Great, great. Our school has another high-ability graduate. We are truly honored. The counselor then realized the meaning behind the foot stomp and quickly changed his tune to salvage the situation. Shunqing University is proud of you. The director immediately shot him a cold glance, his face expressionless, his eyes sharp as a blade, and said icily, "If you can't speak well, don't speak at all." The counselor, feeling awkward under the director's gaze, could only close his mouth sheepishly. Qi Yuan stood to the side, unable to help but twitch his lips at the scene, finding it quite amusing and thinking to himself, do they really think I'm blind? With the procedure completed, he picked up his things and headed towards the dormitory area. Along the way, students from various grades stood in small groups by the roadside, their eyes all focused on him as they whispered among themselves. Is that Jin Tong? Aren't his eyes supposed to be golden? Get your facts straight. His eyes only flash gold during battles. Why is he so extraordinary when we're all students of Shunqing University? Every time something happens, the team leader criticizes us in the field, saying we're not even as good as freshmen. Our teacher said that too. But one day, someone asked him, "Are you better than Jin Tong?" And he never mentioned it again. It cracked me up. Qi Yuan heard everything clearly. With his enhanced physical abilities, such whispers were as loud as a speaker to him. He sighed inwardly, regretting giving his card to Su Ku. Shi Jiangwen, that troublemaker, actually managed to convince Su Ku, a normal person, to dive headfirst into this mess. After that conversation, when he woke up, he noticed a significant breakthrough in his power, and he could now manipulate his ability field on a small scale. Upon checking his phone, he found the trending list flooded with Dark 9 seat member revealed. Spotting the big shots around you, they might be Dark 9 seat members. Jin Tong. This was expected, but the problem was Golden Flash. Jin Tong's high school classmates speak out. Jin Tong's rumors. These tags were getting more and more off track, drifting into the gossip territory. From what he ate daily, to what time he slept, to who he talked to more frequently, and speculation about his family background, the gossip was endless. Fortunately, Shi Jiangwen was somewhat discreet, not revealing his true personal details. The exposed information was just online conjecture and campus gossip, with no mention of his real privacy. Otherwise, Qi Yuan would have really blocked him from his contacts. The good news was that the serious information was buried under this pile of ridiculous gossip, and no one truly cared about the facts. As he pondered a strategy, a familiar voice called out to him from behind. Yuan, long time no see. He paused for a moment and looked up to see Liao Shirquan. Qi Yuan had indeed not seen Liao Shirquan for quite some time, being busy with various matters. But this sudden Yuan made him a bit uncomfortable, as Liao Shirquan used to call him Qi Yuan, and the sudden change in address almost caught him off guard. Walking side by side towards the dormitory area, Liao Shirquan had a peculiar expression, opening his mouth several times only to swallow his words back, as if he had something difficult to say. Qi Yuan didn't rush him, walking at a leisurely pace. If Liao Shirquan really had something to say, he wouldn't be able to keep it to himself. As they neared the dormitory building, Liao Shirquan finally mustered the courage to ask, Yuan, you're not dating that woman Xue Shijun, are you? I saw the trending topics, and it seems like there's a rumor about you too. 10% off? Qi Yuan frowned, his first thought being that Liao Shirquan might like Xue Shijun. But then he remembered Liao Shirquan's reputation as a married woman enthusiast, and thought it unlikely. Wait, maybe it wasn't impossible. If Liao Shirquan was misled by the trending searches into thinking that he and Xue Shijun were a couple, wouldn't that set the stage for an NTR scenario? Hiss, Qi Yuan drew in a sharp breath, looking at Liao Shirquan with a mix of shock and wariness. Even though he didn't have those worldly desires, the idea of someone eyeing his non-existent wife still sent chills down his spine. Stop it, brother. This is a road of no return. Qi Yuan silently chanted to himself, not wanting to see a promising young man like Liao Shirquan end up on a legal trouble show. Liao Shirquan felt a chill under Qi Yuan's intense gaze, the pressure of a strong aura almost suffocating him. How had he not noticed Yuan's powerful presence before? I just wanted to say. Liao Shirquan stammered. Qi Yuan responded with a questioning hum, his eyes fixed on Liao Shirquan, eager to hear his explanation. Liao Shirkuan broke into a cold sweat, realizing the gap between himself and Qi Yuan's aura of strength. He just wanted to offer a friendly warning, no need to be so nervous. Despite his thoughts, his mouth wouldn't cooperate. Just, don't date Xue Shijun, that woman. Absolutely not. He waved his hands frantically, his entire demeanor screaming rejection. So it's not about NTR, that's a relief. Qi Yuan's curiosity was piqued. Why not? Now it was Liao Shirchuan's turn to hesitate, ashamed to speak, his eyes darting around. As long as you're not dating, that's good. If you are, break up soon, Liao Shirkuan muttered. I'm not, but why? Qi Yuan pressed. Don't leave me hanging. If you're going to speak in riddles, get out of Shanghai. He said expressionlessly. That's good, Liao Shirkuan mumbled. Do you know why I have this thing for married women? It's because of her. Qi Yuan was speechless. What was he even talking about? He could skip the drama, but not half of it. You like speaking in riddles, huh? Trying to be mysterious in front of a mind reader is like showing off with a knife in front of Guan Yu. Qi Yuan squinted. Let me hear the gossip. Just as he was about to activate his mind-reading ability, Qi Yuan quickly shut it off. Qi Yuan's expression froze. Past experiences taught him never to be curious about what others were thinking. Why couldn't he control himself? He definitely didn't hear about Liao Shirkuan faking his age to pursue Xue Shijun, or their dating memories. And most importantly, he definitely didn't hear about their near sword-fighting incident. If Liao Shirkuan hadn't been underage, even if Xue Shijun's sword was fake, she intended to use it as if it were real. The adult world was terrifying. No wonder Liao Shirkuan turned to married women after such a disastrous first love. Qi Yuan patted Liao Shirchuan's shoulder, saying solemnly, if you don't want to talk about it, then don't. No, I want to. Liao Shirkuan took a deep breath. Let me get mentally prepared. No, you don't want to. Qi Yuan interrupted firmly. Don't worry, I can handle it. You can, I can't. Qi Yuan closed his eyes in agony. After hastily saying goodbye to the unfortunate Liao Shirkuan, Qi Yuan headed towards his dormitory. The shock still reverberated in his heart, but it only strengthened his resolve to stay single. Aren't games fun enough? Aren't comic books and novels captivating? Aren't virtual wives appealing? Besides, he hadn't become the strongest in the world yet, and he could still sleep soundly. It's just a cheat, not embarrassing at all. Today, he was returning to his dorm to pack his things and take them home. His mom and little brother didn't plan on going to Jidu, so he would just move his stuff back to the villa. After all, having become a member of the Dark Nine Seats, he would probably be running around like the other 9 seats, with no time to return. For his family, living in Jidu or Shuncheng made little difference. Before leaving, he needed to ask the president of the Shuncheng Ability Association and Isher to look after them. Just as he took out his key to open the door, he heard hurried footsteps in the stairwell. Qi Yuan looked down and saw Gao Changze running over. Unconsciously, Qi Yuan glanced at Ji Jia's footsteps, wondering if she could float, as she walked so quietly, without making a sound. Do all women have the ability to move like assassins? His mom was the same, walking up silently enough to scare someone. People with social anxiety are particularly sensitive. Noticing that Ji Jia seemed aware of his gaze, he quickly ducked behind Gao Changze. Staring at girls like that was indeed inappropriate. Qi Yuan silently opened the door and said calmly, come in. The three followed Qi Yuan into the room. He hadn't stayed in the dormitory for long, so the room remained unchanged from when he first arrived. He took out some cola and bottled water from a box, placing them in front of his guests, then sat on the bed himself. Gao Changze opened a cola, took a hearty sip, and began. Yuan Ge, what's next for our team? Yin Qingran had somehow already detached herself and sat by the table, listening to their conversation. Our team. Qi Yuan finally realized that Gao Changze was a member of his team. Now that he was part of the official team, why would he still be concerned about that broken team? He paused and gently advised. I've graduated and will be flying to Jidu tomorrow. Focus on your studies first, and help me out when you have time. Don't worry, I can apply for an internship as long as I pass the exams. Gao Changze gave a thumbs up, showing 8 teeth in a somewhat smug smile. Internship in the freshman year? It's usually not allowed, except for opportunities to work with S-level ability users, Qi Yuan briefly explained, having uncovered this from some obscure rule. Aren't you afraid of being exposed? Gao Changze asked with a hint of challenge in his eyes. Why should I be? Qi Yuan smiled slightly. You're already an S-level ability user. Having you cover for me is no big deal. I also have duties with the patrol team and won't have much time for the team. You'd better think it over before giving me an answer, Qi Yuan said, his expression turning serious. As soon as he finished, Yin Qingran raised her hand. Ji Jia and I have decided to join. Gao Changze hesitated for a moment, but his companion's betrayal quickly overwhelmed him. He ruffled his hair in frustration and snapped. Why is it just you and Ji Jia? What about me? I was here first. Yin Qingran didn't even glance at him and responded coolly. Whether you join or not is your business. It has nothing to do with us. Gao Changze shot her an annoyed look, internally deciding. I'll finish this task first, but next time, I'll definitely get back at Yin Qingran. Even with his average emotional intelligence, Qi Yuan could sense that In Qingran didn't want to burden Gao Changza. All right, if you want to come back and continue classes, just let me know, he said. He wasn't one to force people to leave, and their enthusiasm left him feeling a bit awkward. Gao Changza nodded in understanding and then asked a question Qi Yuan hadn't considered before. By the way, what's the team's name? The team isn't registered yet, so we don't have a name, Qi Yuan replied casually. But then, an idea struck him. Let's call it reincarnation, he suggested. As soon as he uttered the words, Gao Chang's mind was filled with countless associations, and the more he thought about it, the more he found the name powerful and mysterious, exuding a sense of nobility. In Qingran lowered her head, gently tracing the table with her fingers, pondering the deeper meaning of reincarnation. Was it related to his abilities? Or perhaps he intended to lead his enemies into a cycle of reincarnation? Maybe it was a personal goal or pursuit. As her thoughts wandered, Qi Yuan looked at the three of them, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Gao Changza had previously tricked him 3 times, leading to his forced involvement. Now, he had returned the favor, only to be tricked again. He smirked slightly, musing to himself, what goes around comes around. The name was perfect. That day, Qi Yuan stood by the helicopter, casually chatting with Su Ku as they waited for Gao Changza and the others to arrive. Suddenly, a low rumbling sound came from a distance. For individuals dressed in black cloaks, with hoods and intricately masked faces, approached. Perhaps due to Gao Chang's past experience with being criticized for poor taste, he had upgraded their gear this time. The cloaks were adorned with exquisite golden embroidery, and the masks had been upgraded from simple wooden ones to ornate metal designs. What are you all up to? In Qingran asked with a puzzled frown, glancing at them and wondering why Ji Jia and Gao Changza, who had already applied for internships, were still worried about being recognized. Gao Chang's voice came from beneath his mask, slightly distorted. Reincarnation team's uniform. Su Ku's gaze swept over them, her eyes narrowing slightly. Among the 4, aside from Ji Jia and Gao Changza, she recognized the other 2. One was a woman who had previously worked with Qi Yuan, and the other was an older man. She was curious, as investigators had mentioned hearing a young girl's voice in Gao Chang's villa, but to avoid displeasing Qi Yuan, they hadn't investigated further. Based on Gao Chang's food purchases, it seemed at least 2 to 3 people lived in the villa. However, these thoughts didn't cloud Su Ku's judgment. She reminded everyone to board the helicopter quickly, and soon they set off for Jidu. Jidu, a city rich in history, had undergone changes due to the fusion of different realms but still retained its deep historical roots. The blend of old and new architecture created a unique contrast, giving the city a modern yet ancient feel, both dissonant and harmonious. After disembarking from the helicopter, they followed Su Ku's arrangements and took separate cars to their accommodations. Qi Yuan looked out the car window, feeling a sense of familiarity as he recognized the advertisements. The ads here were almost identical to those in Shin City, with only a few different endorsers. Protective gear, beauty products, monster museums. The Monster Museum, in particular, was owned by a former top-tier team captain. As public servants, they could visit the museum's specimens for free. Seeing his gaze linger on the advertisement, Su Ku remarked, this museum is owned by a former top-tier captain. As public servants, we can enter for free. Qi Yuan nodded slightly, looking up at her and asking, I appreciate the captain's generosity, but dealing with monsters every day leaves me with little desire to see them on display. Su Ku smiled faintly and continued, this large enterprise has close ties to class ability users, either through family or shared ownership. Even if it means visiting the monster specimens, it saves us quite a bit. She raised an eyebrow. This kind of arrangement is probably to prevent team members from sneaking in for freebies. The captain seems to have some good ideas. Su Ku glanced out the window. The street scene was almost unchanged from when she left, though it now bore a slightly more desolate look. She pondered quietly about when the effects of the crisis would finally dissipate. Qi Yuan turned his head to look through the glass window, his gaze sweeping over the street. Like Shuncheng, Jidu had just overcome a crisis, and the few pedestrians made the uniformed security officers patrolling stand out even more. He noticed that the duties of the duty team and the security team overlapped, with the main distinction being whether the involved parties were superhumans or ordinary people. After the crisis, the tension between ordinary people and superhumans not only persisted but also simmered beneath the surface. Superhumans felt unfairly treated. Despite risking their lives to protect everyone, they were met with suspicion. This discord, easily stirred by monsters, indicated a long-standing mistrust among ordinary people. Meanwhile, the ordinary populace had their own questions. Does the duty team hold the secret to awakening superpowers? When would the lawless superhumans be controlled? What should be done about anti-superhuman sentiments? Once these issues came to light, there was no returning to a state of denial. In reality, the truly powerful superhumans and ordinary people were the least affected. Those who suffered the most were the mediocre superhumans, neither accepted by the superhuman community nor embraced by ordinary people, finding themselves caught between 2 worlds. However, Jidu was faring better than Shinsheng, as at least the young people weren't taking to the streets in protest. Time will smooth everything over. Qi Yuan wasn't as worried as Su Ku. As someone who had once been an ordinary person, he understood the survival instincts of the Mess if life could go on. They would naturally find a way to adapt. Even without a clear path, as long as their bottom line wasn't crossed in the short term, the issue would fade. Compromise wasn't due to a lack of conviction, but a lack of means to pursue it. True, today there's a meeting with the 9 seats, Dark 9 seats, and the upper management of the Duty Bureau to discuss strategies. I believe the leaders will resolve the problems. Qi Yuan shifted his gaze from the window to the earnest Su Ku. Why wasn't I informed about this meeting? He wondered if his colleagues were already excluding him before he even arrived in Jidu. Su Ku looked puzzled. Your plan was to arrive in Jidu today. We prioritize ensuring your daily life is unaffected when the situation isn't urgent. This, Qi Yuan thought to himself, this is overly polite. No need to be so formal. Whenever there's an event for the Dark 9 seats, I'll tag along. All right, I'll inform you first thing when there's an event. Su Ku quickly agreed, feeling guilty for her oversight. Throughout, Qi Yuan's stance was clear, was willing to fully cooperate with the work, yet she repeatedly made the wrong judgments. Just as Su Ku was blaming herself, Qi Yuan suddenly spoke up. Pull over, stop the car. Su Ku's head shot up, her heart racing. Had she upset him so much he wanted to get out of the car? Was she about to become a national disgrace? The vehicle slowly pulled over and stopped, and Qi Yuan pressed the window button. On the roadside, a man and woman were struggling. The man, tall with a buzz cut, was angrily holding a 3- or 4-year-old child aloft. The woman's feet were surrounded by scattered groceries, her expression frantic as she stood on tiptoe, trying to reach the child. Put the child down. What are you trying to do? What can I do? What can I do? The man with the buzz cut was infuriated by the words, veins bulging in his arms, his anger nearly causing him to lose control. Your kid bumped into my leg, and you ask what I did? I did nothing. Just because I have some lousy ability, you all ostracize me. He glared at the woman, pointing at the child in her arms, his angry eyes practically blazing. You, put the child down first. The woman was at her wit's end, on the verge of tears. The child's heart-wrenching cries pierced her heart like a knife, almost suffocating her. Onlookers began to gather, standing at a distance, whispering to each other. Someone wanted to step forward to intervene, but was held back by another. Why stop me? Save the kid first. If he's an ordinary person, hitting him could lead to trouble once it hits the internet. The person beside them fell silent, stunned. The topic seemed to have shifted, but the situation remained unresolved. Almost everyone watched the commotion, yet no one stepped in to help. Among the ordinary people, someone muttered, these ability users are unreliable, and no one manages them. If I had abilities. Before they could finish, someone replied, you can go ahead now. What if that guy's an ability user too? How could I possibly beat him? More and more people gathered around the woman, but not a single person offered to help. In desperation, the woman broke down completely, screaming hysterically. If a hair on my child is harmed, I won't let you off. She grabbed the buzzcut man's arm, angrily questioning, are you planning to pin this on me? The man's grip tightened, his anger intensifying, almost consuming his rationality. In that case, I might as well make it real. He hadn't finished speaking when he lifted the child high, preparing to slam them to the ground. At that moment, an ability was activated, creating, from the sudden, massive tremor nearby, an invisible barrier instantly formed, securely cradling the child like a soft, elastic membrane, perfectly cushioning the impending impact. The child trembled all over, too frightened to even cry. The woman nearly lost her breath, collapsing to her knees. Tears almost dried up. She watched as her child was protected within the barrier, her heart overwhelmed with emotion. The man's anger gradually dissipated, his rationality beginning to return. The onlookers were also stunned, their gazes inadvertently shifting to the car parked abruptly at the roadside. The car window slowly rolled down, revealing the scene inside. A head of black hair and eyes flickering with golden light. Golden eyes. The buzzcut man recognized the person instantly, stepping back in panic, muttering, no way. A wave of realization hit him, clearly aware he had encountered someone truly significant. The crowd buzzed with excitement, whispers spreading. Golden eyes? My God, I've seen a living class ability user. Holy crap, isn't that Qi Yuan of the Dark 9? The entire scene erupted, every gaze filled with reverence. Qi Yuan rested one hand on the car window, glancing at them calmly. The woman, holding her child, hurriedly approached, her voice trembling with tears. Mr. Golden Eyes, this man was unreasonable and nearly killed my child. The buzzcut man panicked upon hearing this, pointing sharply at the woman. You call me unreasonable? Your brat deliberately bumped me several times. Why not explain that? Can't you just talk it out? Why threaten me with a child? He shouted angrily, continuing to rant. I told you to manage your brat. Why didn't you listen? You expect me to talk nicely after you insult my child? The two began to argue heatedly again. Qi Yuan frowned slightly, clearly a bit troubled. While neither of their arguments was entirely accurate, both had their points. With a slight sigh, he waved his hand. Take this to the security office. You both have reasons. Let the judge decide. The woman responded emotionally. No. That place is full of ordinary people. They'll definitely side with him. The man scoffed. Huh. The security office doesn't handle matters for ability users like me. Who will? The surrounding onlookers began to murmur, and someone stepped forward to suggest, let Golden Eyes judge it. We're all witnesses. As soon as this was said, applause and cheers erupted from the crowd. Both the woman and the buzzcut man turned their hopeful gazes to Qi Yuan, full of anticipation. Their hopes seemed to rest on the judgment of this Golden Eyes. Qi Yuan sat in the car, expressionless, lost in thought. As an experienced victim, he knew this situation all too well. Any decision would trigger a chain reaction. Ruling one party at fault would upset the other. Punishing both sides would leave everyone dissatisfied. Even if he forced himself to make a decision, the online critics wouldn't spare him. Do I really think I'm a peacekeeper? Qi Yuan let out a cold smile. Shifting the blame seemed like a good option. Just one sentence like, you all don't trust the security office, could deflect the problem. But those diligent officers patrolling tirelessly didn't deserve that. Those who work for the public good should not be left to suffer. Since the security office wasn't wrong and the parties involved had their reasons, who was at fault? The answer was obvious, it was him. The strategy of if you can't beat them, join them never failed. Qi Yuan feigned a heavy tone and said, my fault. It would have been better if I had resolved this matter sooner. He didn't specify which issue he was referring to, but the crowd instantly fell silent, as if doused with cold water. Qi Yuan watched this scene with satisfaction, rolled down the car window, and told the driver, let's go. To him, the crowd eagerly watching the drama unfold was laughable. Despite countless solutions, he chose the one that left the bystanders most uncomfortable, neither solving the problem nor giving them anything to gossip about. The vehicle restarted and returned to its original route. Su Ku, sitting in the front passenger seat, glanced at him, wanting to say something. Qi Yuan noticed, but, recalling recent lessons, chose to ignore it. Meanwhile, in the large auditorium of the headquarters of the Special Abilities Task Force, several dozen people were scattered around. The meeting was nearing its end, with an official reading the resolution, designating Jidu as a test zone, allowing adults who have signed a life and death agreement to enter the fusion field, improving benefits for those with special abilities and cracking down on related crimes, prioritizing the elimination of underground anti-special abilities organizations once they exceed a certain size. Finally, they needed S-level ability users to take the lead in expressing their stance. After the director announced the end of the meeting, a woman immediately laid down on the table. So sleepy, but I can't sleep here, but I'm really sleepy. She mumbled. There you go again. The woman next to her stood up and gently patted her shoulder. Lily, go home and sleep. Bailey rested her head on her arms and turned to her companion. But it's time to eat. She sighed. Eating is such a hassle. Why can't I just photosynthesize? The woman wore a burgundy gown, her hair slightly undone and intricately woven into an elaborate updo with a scarf. Without a combat mission for once, she had taken the opportunity to style herself meticulously. When Bailey mentioned wanting some photosynthesis, Shen Daiqing chuckled helplessly and gently shook her head. Is this how you welcome me after I finally joined the Dark Nine seats? She teased. Bailey yawned, her eyes still glistening with tears, reluctantly rising from the table. Shen Daiqing watched her, gently patting her slightly dejected head. The negative energy ability seemed wasted on Bailey. She could effortlessly create a gloomy atmosphere all on her own. As the two stood up, a voice suddenly came from the podium. Why are you suddenly talking about quitting? Wasn't your dream to join the 9 seats? The chief commissioner looked at the young man before him, gently trying to persuade him. A man in his 20s stood there, his black hair streaked with red. Unlike others in their neat uniforms, he dressed casually, with his collar button undone, appearing somewhat nonchalant. Are you talking about Xue Shizong? Someone asked. That's because of his ability. He's just a step away from Srank, and his combat prowess isn't lacking. The red-haired man scoffed, clearly impatient. Does it matter? He's still a rank, right? His short bursts of power might match Srank, and the Dark Nine seats aren't full yet. Having teammates is a good thing. Yeah, at least he showed up. Another person interjected with a hint of sarcasm. The red-haired man tossed his head, adopting a laid-back demeanor, and said mockingly, better than the captain, who didn't even show up for the Dark Nine seats debut meeting. Hearing this, the chief commissioner felt a twinge of irritation but didn't argue. You're a grown man, why overthink it? If you're capable, challenge the 9 seats and replace someone to become a Dark Nine seat. All right, you said it. The red-haired man responded aggressively, showing no intention of backing down. The chief commissioner, unwilling to argue further, just shook his head. This kid had challenged only a few months ago and suffered a crushing defeat. Did he think he could make rapid progress in such a short time? If the Dark Nine seats were subject to challenges like the 9 seats, he'd likely be the first to be ousted. The Dark Nine seats sounded impressive, but in reality, they were not on par with the 9 seats. First, those who were active in the public eye didn't have much room to maneuver. Second, it was best if they could cooperate with Qi Yuan. After all, Shrank ability users all had their quirks, and the older ones were even more concerned with face. How many would listen to a kid, not even in his 20s? If it weren't for the red-haired man's relatively young age, his temperament might not have landed him a spot in the Dark 9 seats. The chief commissioner shook his head, watching the red-haired man leave in a huff, and sighed at how managing a group of problematic adults made him feel increasingly old. Chief Commissioner, Jin Tong has arrived in Jidu and is now trending online. Just as he was about to leave, he stopped abruptly. He leaned over to look at the speaker's phone. What's trending? The speaker adjusted their position so the chief commissioner could see the screen more clearly. It was a long image, covering the trending lists across major platforms with similar content. Jin Tong in Jidu. Jin Tong has appeared in Jidu, and there's talk of policy changes from the top. Hello everyone, this is Lang Gu. From Jin Tong's attitude towards this matter, we can see the official stance. I boldly predict that the authorities are also contemplating how to balance the two conflicts. The editor believes that Jin Tong's willingness to take unrelated matters upon himself shows his responsibility. The authorities surely want to resolve the issue, and everyone should be a bit more accommodating and support the officials. What do you all think about this? In the end, Qi Yuan, as a third party, stepped forward without hesitation and took responsibility for the situation. The public saw his attitude and began to believe that the authorities, like him, were eager to solve the issue. Although they were well aware of the careful considerations behind many official actions, they were equally afraid of being abandoned. Qi Yuan's move was undoubtedly a clever strategy, showing the public the authorities' inclusiveness and care for both sides, leaving no one behind, abandoning no compatriot. The Director General pointed at the screen and laughed heartily. What a guy, he's just arrived and already helped us out immensely. In contrast to Qi Yuan's adept handling of the situation, the rash behavior of Hong Mao made the Director General even more frustrated. Without the skills of others, but with a temper bigger than anyone's, it really is infuriating. A middle-aged woman with a low bun approached and spoke calmly. Indeed, Jin Tong has also been a great help to us at the Ability Association. She was responsible for both the Duty Bureau and the Ability Association's logistics, possessing information even more up-to-date than the Director General. The person who had just handed the phone to the Director General stood quietly aside, not wanting to interrupt the conversation between the two senior officials. The woman adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses with one hand and spoke steadily. This is a good opportunity. We can use this news to quickly stabilize the public's mood. Upon hearing this, the Director General raised an eyebrow. If we can't deliver on the promises, it could backfire. The woman with the low bun understood clearly that the Director General was reminding her that while the plan was good, it wasn't easy to implement. Allowing ordinary people into the fusion field would inevitably affect population numbers. A sufficient population is necessary to cultivate more ability users. Reducing the crime rate among ability users by improving their benefits and cracking down on crime is easier said than done. If the benefits are too little, it's better not to give them at all. If too much, the finance department would be difficult to deal with. More importantly, even if given, it might not solve the problem. Once things get out of control, retracting these benefits would be no easy task. Nevertheless, the woman with the low bun persisted. The negotiation representatives from the Bit Buddha Nation will visit soon. We can't delay any longer. Against the backdrop of the already scheduled Five Nations Conference, the Bit Buddha Nation, after the incident in Shin City, suddenly proposed to come here for study and exchange. She sneered. Everyone knows their true intentions. Even more infuriatingly, other countries also made similar requests. Hearing this, the Director General felt his temples throbbing. He gritted his teeth. Let them come. They claim to admire Qi Yuan for a long time and want to meet their idol. Do they really think we're fools? He exhaled deeply, a barely noticeable smile on his lips. We can release the news first. If the higher-ups don't approve, we'll say it's Bit Buddha Nation's conspiracy. He gestured in the air, drawing an invisible circle with his index finger, and continued. Bit Buddha spies learned about the crisis in Long Nation and deliberately spread impossible rumors to confuse the people. When the time comes, I'll take the blame. When he finished, the mix of truth and lies sounded somewhat convincing. The woman with the low bun shook her head with a light chuckle. You old fox, still as clever as ever. The Director General couldn't help but laugh as well. Of course, and later, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will drop a few hints, completing the act. Let those who want to take advantage of the situation know that we can handle it. The middle-aged woman with the low bun tilted her chin slightly, revealing a sly fox-like smile. As the Director General's partner, they had worked together for years, sharing a similar mindset. By the way, the middle-aged woman said, her eyes brightening as she recalled the reason she sought the Director General. Didn't you say you couldn't find anyone for the 9th seat? Why? Do you have a recommendation? The Director General's interest was piqued immediately. Not exactly, she replied, tapping her fingers lightly on the table. But I have an idea. We could look into the hidden families. The Director General raised an eyebrow. You mean? Yes, those families with recorded abilities of their patriarchs, and those who aren't documented but are local powerhouses, she explained. The ones hidden deeper are not impossible to find, but it would be costly in terms of manpower and time. As the head of logistics, the middle-aged woman had already taken note of these hidden families while providing information to the Director General. They mostly stayed away from urban areas, opting for secluded lives, and while they might have abilities, they insisted they didn't, making it difficult for the Bureau to issue ability certificates. Visiting them one by one might bring unexpected results, she suggested. We're already busy enough with the cleanup plan. Who has the time? The Director General waved his hand dismissively, feigning reluctance. The middle-aged woman rolled her eyes at him, thinking, who is this old fox trying to fool? But she simply said, I wasn't talking about you. You plan to visit them? That's great. The Director General quickly agreed, a shrewd glint in his eyes. Those hidden families are masters of evasion and have many unconventional rules. Having someone else volunteer is perfect. The middle-aged woman was speechless, already knowing his nature. Not just me, she added. Who else? The Director General's curiosity was piqued, leaning forward slightly like a fox scenting prey. The woman with the golden eyes and low bun adjusted her slipping glasses again. If we broaden the criteria, he could be considered part of a hidden family. Once we establish a good relationship, we can have him make introductions. No way, he's not the one connected over there. The Director General shook his head, thinking she was being unrealistic. Remember why the ninth seat exists. Don't lose sight of the goal. You're right, I'll handle it myself, she said, knowing that recruiting talent was part of her logistical duties. Despite thinking the Director General was a scoundrel, visiting the hidden families was already in her plans. The Director General, grinning widely with his gain, excused himself after receiving several eye rolls from her. It's getting late. I need to prepare for Jean Tong's welcome banquet tonight. Suka had arranged a standard villa for a level ability users for them. As she escorted them to the door, she reminded Qi Yuan again. There's a welcome banquet tonight, near your residence. After Suka left, Yun Yun, who had been holding back, leaped off Gao Chang's head like a lively little squirrel. Wow, it's much bigger than Gao Chang's house, she exclaimed, darting around the spacious house with curiosity, her small face full of wonder as she lightly stepped on the shiny floor. Show some respect, call me brother. Gao Chang's frowned in dissatisfaction. Blah, blah, blah. Yun Yun made a face at him. Quiet. Qi Yuan, who was used to being the center of attention at home, couldn't stand the noisy antics of a child other than his little brother and sternly warned the mischievous girl. Okay, brother Qi Yuan. Yun Yun immediately picked up her stuffed bear and obediently closed her mouth, but her eyes slyly glanced at Gao Changza. Gao Changza felt a sting in his pride, his expression frozen. The group went upstairs to choose their rooms. Qi Yuan opened a door, glanced at the interior, and declared, this room is mine. The rest you can decide among yourselves. He chose a fully equipped suite. Meanwhile, the old man chatted happily with Ji Jia, whose expression gradually turned awkward and evasive. In the end, Gao Changza couldn't resist the cute antics of the mischievous girl and was dragged around by her to explore the luxurious villa. As Yin Qingran passed by Qi Yuan, she slowed her pace and spoke softly. Thank you. While I'm staying here, I'll handle the housework. Qi Yuan didn't stand on ceremony, simply nodding. If you need anything, let me know. Fighting crime is everyone's responsibility. Okay. Yin Qingran didn't question how Qi Yuan knew. She had realized she couldn't hide anything from him since he used them to threaten Gao Changza. With some time to spare before the welcome dinner, Qi Yuan decided to head out early. Despite the villa's spacious luxury, he found himself a bit uncomfortable, having grown accustomed to more modest accommodations. Knowing that Yin Qingran managed the household chores alone in such a large house, he couldn't help but feel a bit concerned. After passing through the vibrant greenhouse garden and leisure area, Qi Yuan reached the parking area. He recalled that Suku had mentioned preparing some transportation for him. Over the years, he had never gotten around to getting a driver's license when he was poor. He couldn't afford a car, and when he became wealthier, he always had someone to drive him. Moreover, as a high-level superpowered individual, his speed often surpassed that of a car, so the matter had been left unresolved. Turning past a hedge as tall as a person, Qi Yuan was momentarily taken aback by the sight in the garage. Neatly arranged were various electric bikes, mountain bikes, road bikes, and even a few hoverboards. He chuckled softly, recognizing Suku's cautiousness as a public servant. Since he was already there, he casually picked a bike that looked nice, ready to experience the difference from a shared bike. Riding out, he noticed the streets were sparsely populated with pedestrians, though cars occasionally passed by. Amusingly, these vehicles went out of their way to avoid him, creating a narrow path on the wide road. Watching this absurd scene, Qi Yuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Did a single bicycle really need that much space? Upon reaching the hotel entrance, he politely asked the security guard and valet where he could park his bicycle. Nearby, a drunken man in a luxury car was arguing with the staff. You can leave it here, and I'll park it for you, the valet stammered. Chi Yuan handed over the bike without fuss and walked straight into the hotel. At that moment, the drunk finally reacted, clutching his female companion and reeking of alcohol as he shouted, "He can ride a lousy bike in here, so why can't my luxury car get in?" "Sir, it has nothing to do with the car's value. We only serve guests with reservations," the valet patiently explained. "Don't play dumb. My brother-in-law got in last time without a reservation." The drunkard grew increasingly agitated. "Can a poor guy get on the reservation list? Isn't that just a trick to fool the common folk? A bunch of commoners thinking they can stand on equal ground with us superpowered." Seeing that he was being turned away despite bringing a date, the drunk became more furious, hurling insults at the staff. The expressions of the valet and security guard turned cold, a look of disdain flickering in their eyes. The security guard picked up the radio. "Boss, there's a disturbance at the entrance, and he's insulting an S-class superpowered individual." "Is the troublemaker an S-class too?" "No, just an ordinary person. Seems to be a relative of A-class superpowered Li Si." The guard glanced disdainfully at the man in the luxury car, thinking, hanging around superpowered people for too long, he started to think he's one of them. What's there to talk about? If he's insulting an S-class, just give him a beating and throw him out. Got it. Before the intoxicated man realized anything was wrong, the security guard approached him with a sinister grin. Meanwhile, on the other side of the hotel, Chi Yuan followed the staff to the reserved private room. As soon as the door was opened, everyone inside stood up in unison. Suku quickly stepped forward to introduce Chi Yuan to the group. A familiar-looking middle-aged man came forward, his eyes gleaming with admiration. A young hero indeed. "Hello, Director." Chi Yuan immediately recognized this frequently seen figure from television. Yuana, the Director General of the Supernatural Abilities Task Force. "Just call me Uncle Yu or Director Yu," Yuan has said warmly. "Are you adapting well to Jidu? If you need anything, just let Xiao Su know." "It's been good. She's been a great help," Chi Yuan replied briefly and then proceeded to shake hands and exchange pleasantries with the other high-ranking officials present. Yuanha attempted some casual conversation but quickly realized Chi Yuan had little interest in the social aspects of the gathering. He swiftly changed tactics, offering Chi Yuan some food while steering the conversation to more serious matters. "Your uncle's condition hasn't changed much, but it shouldn't be too serious. We're just waiting for him to wake up. By the way, the delegation from the nation of Bitvo is coming for an exchange soon. We'll need your assistance then." "Of course," Chi Yuan agreed promptly. Despite Yuan's outwardly genial demeanor, he was internally surprised. Although he had been briefed by Su Ku about Chi Yuan's character, experiencing his straightforwardness firsthand was unexpected. It eliminated any need for pretense, allowing more time to focus on real issues. "Our Dark Nine's operational model is inspired by the 9 seats, usually working in groups of 2 or 3. Yuanha explained directly. "I believe in prioritizing your safety over solo missions. Do you have any specific requests?" Seeing Chi Yuan nod, Yuanha understood. Even the most agreeable individuals have their own methods, and from Chi Yuan's previous combat records, it was clear he was accustomed to working alone. "I want to participate in all Dark Nine operations," Chi Yuan stated frankly. He had realized that as an external recruit, they viewed him as an auxiliary rather than a full team member. To change this, he needed to seize opportunities to prove himself. Also, how many contribution points are required to access research materials on S-class monsters and high-level abilities? Chi Yuan continued. He was determined to avoid past embarrassments due to insufficient knowledge, such as making naive comments. Yuan's crafty smile gradually faded. He realized he had misjudged the situation using tactics meant for the Supernatural Abilities Association, and hidden families wouldn't work with this young hero. No wonder Chi Yuan had requested seemingly trivial information for reassurance. With his expertise, what value could these materials hold for him? "I understand," Yuan has said sincerely. "We'll proceed as usual. Tomorrow, Suku will grant you 9 seats access, and you can visit the archives at any time. There's a manager with a digital ability there. If you can't see him, he's probably in the computer system. Just call out if you need help." Chi Yuan smiled, satisfied. Negotiations were indeed possible. The meal concluded in a mutually agreeable atmosphere, with both sides feeling they had achieved what they needed. In the archives room of the Supernatural Operations Bureau, bright lights evenly illuminate the stacks of paper documents. Chi Yuan sits alone in front of the computer, the screen's glow reflecting on his focused face. According to Su Ku's introduction, as a manager of the archives with digitalized abilities, his duty is to navigate the ocean of data and protect these valuable records. To prevent the contamination of S-level monsters, he must also undergo regular checks. Recently, whenever he has free time, he retreats into the archives room. Through extensive reading, he finally understood Longwa's dilemma: why they would rather let the public unknowingly encounter S-level monsters while strictly sealing off information. This is because S-level monster domains are completely independent spaces. They can exist in the virtual world and directly invade the human consciousness. Some special S-level monsters, like the Centipede Woman, possess similar connecting abilities. Qi Yuan compared and analyzed the files of S-level and S-level monsters with the SS-level intelligence brought by the centipede woman, arriving at an important hypothesis. When the level of contamination in a city reaches a critical point, and the overlap between the monster domain and the real world meets the upgrade conditions, the monster can ascend to SS level. Using layers as an analogy, an S-level monster domain is like a new layer covering the real world, affecting reality but not changing its essence. An S-level monster domain is an independent layer that either maintains the S-level overlay state or exists in another space, while an SS level continuously warps and alters the reality layer itself, eventually completely replacing it. Humans, as sentient beings, are more susceptible to distortion and change than inanimate objects and plants and animals. Qi Yuan rested his chin on one hand, lightly tapping the table with the other. Besides the increased domain strength, the promotion of a monster domain seems unremarkable. Rather, the monster's own power becomes increasingly terrifying with each level. Yet, he felt he was overlooking some crucial detail. What exactly can the domain offer the monsters? He closed his eyes in meditation, letting various keywords flash in his mind. Arbitrary spatial control, strategic advantage in battles. Suddenly, a word jumped out: rebirth. Qi Yuan's eyes snapped open. Of course, monsters can continuously resurrect within their own domains. Although S-level and S-level domains can be destroyed, SS-level domains remain a mystery. Not only is defeating them a problem, but how to destroy their domains and the consequences afterward are unsolved puzzles. Thinking about the appearance of an SS-level monster in Sanju made Qi Yuan restless. He silently warned himself. He must accelerate his learning, for in this dangerous world, knowledge is the best protection. Refocusing on the computer screen, he opened a new module. The files displayed. Special Fusion Domain, Peach Blossom Spring. Special Rules. 1. Perpetual Spring. 2. Proven to have calming effects. 3. Note. Only accessible via a mountain path, no other entryway. Verified through mountain passage opening. Special Fusion Domain Tomb. Special Rules. 1. Entrance has an illusionary effect. 2. The tomb chamber is inaccessible. Approaching it results in a curse, no solution yet. 3. Note. Numerous mechanisms are set inside. In the archive room of the Qipon City Bureau, Qi Yuan was engrossed in reading a document labeled Agency Data. The screen detailed the unique rules of the ghost market. Entering through the archway 7 times allowed access to the market. Within the ghost market, ghosts experienced significant power boosts, enhancing their abilities by half to a full level. All ghosts were required to follow the market's rules. And in the area of Qipon City's second elementary school, there was a chance of entering the ghost market in dim environments. At the end of the document, there was a note. It is currently unclear whether the rules of the ghost market originate from a contract-based supernatural item, the stone tablet, or the contract-based rules themselves. If it's the latter, this would be the first discovered special fusion domain of contract-based rules. Seeing the words, Qipon City, Qi Yuan felt a rare sense of familiarity. Just as he was about to scroll down with his mouse, his phone suddenly vibrated. The caller ID showed Suku. Mr. Qi, could you please come to the Bureau's meeting room? There's urgent news. All right, I'll be there right away. After hanging up, Qi Yuan immediately left the archive room and took the elevator to the floor where the meeting room was located. As the elevator doors opened, he quickly scanned the room's occupants' mostly familiar faces from the welcome banquet a few days ago. At Yuan's gesture, he took a seat next to him. Once everyone was seated, Suku stood at the front and got straight to the point. We've gathered you urgently today because Sakura Island has sent out a distress signal to the 5 major nations. Please watch this video. In the video, a middle-aged man spoke in Sakura Island's language, with subtitles in Britannic and Dragon languages at the bottom. The gist was, an S-class monster had appeared in a city on Sakura Island, spreading in the form of urban legends. By the time the government discovered it, many citizens had already been affected. Although they implemented quarantine measures and attempted to block the news immediately, the situation had not improved. Unfortunately, we are unable to handle this monster with our current capabilities. Therefore, we announced the abandonment of this city. We apologize for the trouble caused. The man concluded with a deep bow to the camera. After watching, Qi Yuan inwardly sneered. He had never seen such shamelessness. This was no distress signal, it was a blatant threat. The message neither mentioned compensation nor explicitly requested help, merely implying, if you don't help, we'll leave it unchecked. The room erupted in discussion, with many sharing similar sentiments. Someone even cursed. Huh, what a bunch of bastards. Announcing abandonment and making a show of it to us though they think we're fools? Who's this performance for? Once the room quieted down, the bureau chief stood up and signaled for silence. Suko paused the video and opened a PowerPoint presentation to analyze the intelligence piece by piece. Investigation revealed that the top-ranked psychic on Sakura Island had not gone missing recently and had even appeared in the media a few days ago. Sakura Island is known for ranking everything and giving exaggerated nicknames, Suku concluded after analyzing the intelligence. Currently, there's no evidence that Sakura Island has exhausted all efforts to resolve this monster issue. We're now opening the floor for comments. Please raise your hand to speak in order. Soon, someone stood up to speak. I recommend we do not get involved in this matter. Here are my reasons. First, the aftermath of the Shun City incident still lingers. Second, Sakura Island hasn't shown sincere intent in requesting aid. Third, the Five Nations Conference is imminent, and we can't afford distractions. Fourth, SS-class monsters have existed for a while, and if something were to happen, the Traiju region would be the first to suffer. As soon as the words were spoken, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted in the meeting room. Participants nodded in agreement, and some even pounded the table in excitement. Cries of "I agree" and "I completely concur" echoed around the room. The main concern was that once this precedent was set, other regions would inevitably follow suit. Throughout the discussion, Yuanhe remained silent, his hands folded on the table, attentively listening to everyone's input. Once the others had finished speaking, he slowly turned to Qi Yuan, his eyes questioning. "This requires you to step in. What's your take?" Qi Yuan smiled slightly, responding with a question of his own. "Haven't you already got a plan?" He added pointedly. It's obvious where Suku's remarks at the beginning of the meeting came from. Yuan had chuckled, rubbing his stubbled chin with a kind smile. "You're sharp, Jin Tong. You've been a big help since you arrived. Nothing gets past you." "I don't usually speculate on others," Qi Yuan said bluntly, "because I can't hear them directly." Although he hadn't actually heard Yuan's thoughts this time, they had reached the same conclusion. He continued analyzing. Yingdao has really shot themselves in the foot this time. Yuanhe's smile deepened, the wrinkles on his face multiplying. "This is an opportunity they've handed us on a silver platter. It would be a shame to miss it." The others in the room were baffled, except for the woman with the low bun and gold-rimmed glasses, who understood. She adjusted her glasses and thought to herself, "These two old foxes." Then, she interrupted their cryptic exchange and got straight to the point. "We must go, and not just us." This unexpected answer stirred up the room again. "Must go, not just us." Confused voices overlapped. The woman with the low bun crossed her arms, a playful tone in her voice. "Yingdao has requested aid from our 5 countries. It's only natural for us to assist them out of humanitarian concern, right?" Seeing the continued confusion, she added, "Yingdao wouldn't want to find out what happens if they default on payments to 5 countries, would they?" Wow! Realization dawned on the room, and everyone struggled to contain their excitement, exchanging knowing glances. This was a real threat. Not only would they gain a free practical experience, but they would also receive substantial compensation. Items without a set price are often priceless. The room buzzed with ideas. They could withdraw under the pretense of failure while gathering intelligence, delay the visit to Bitfo Nation to buy more preparation time. The alliance of 5 countries was imminent, and this was like a pillow sent to a sleepy head. The cleanup plan of the 5-Nation Alliance wasn't limited to their borders, but was meant to be global. They could easily frame this operation as a classic case. If you can't handle the monsters, no worries. For the sake of humanity's future, let us take care of it for you. It seems reasonable for the 5 major countries to send a permanent team to ensure timely communication with us. Also, about that protection, ahem, could you settle the service fee, please? As various images flashed through their minds, their gazes instinctively turned to Qi Yuan and Yuanhe, with a hint of apprehension in their eyes. They realized they must tread carefully in the future and avoid offending these two, or the consequences could be dire. Our nation is committed to maintaining world peace, and we must assist Sakura Island in this matter, one representative stated firmly. "I support this out of humanitarian concern," another concurred. "Yes, we have a friendly relationship with Sakura Island, and as good neighbors, we should lend a helping hand in times of need." Others echoed in agreement. The proposal to dispatch personnel to Sakura Island for assistance quickly gained unanimous approval. With the general direction set, the next steps were to refine the plan and deploy personnel. These procedures were familiar to them, and a preliminary plan soon took shape. "Later, I'll be coordinating with the other 4 countries. Do you want to join?" Yuanhe called out to Qi Yuan after the meeting. The more he looked at this young man, the more he found him unsettling, though not out of dislike. How could someone be so powerful, clear-headed, good-natured, and quick-thinking? This guy seemed born to make others feel inadequate. Qi Yuan shook his head. "I'll pass. Let me know if you need me." He had always wanted to join the official ranks to gain more information and opportunities, as the reach of a personal team was limited compared to the national level. Only by seeing a broader world could he grow stronger. Now that he had achieved his goal, he planned to focus on self-improvement and skip unnecessary activities. "All right, then wait for my good news," Yuanhe replied casually, secretly thinking that if they were all relying on Qi Yuan, he might as well go back to farming. In the eastern capital of Sakura Island, the top members of the S-Class ability users and monster clearing group gathered. Before the meeting host could speak, someone impatiently asked, "What's going on?" Why call us here in the middle of the night? A middle-aged man with a slick hairstyle propped his feet on the table, looking displeased. There must be a reason for calling us. Only a fool would ask such a question. Across from him, a suited elite man adjusted his glasses with disdain, coldly retorting, "What's with your pretentious act? If you want to fight, just say it. I'm so straightforward, yet you can't get a tear you a single-celled organism." As the two S-class ability users argued, the meeting host looked awkward, wanting to intervene but hesitating. At that moment, a woman with long black hair in a red and white shrine maiden outfit smiled and said, "Everyone, please calm down and listen to the agenda first." The meeting host gave her a grateful look, thinking, as expected of the shrine maiden, so gentle. "Go ahead, don't waste time," the suited elite man said coldly. "Yes." The meeting host stood at attention and clearly announced, "The 5 major countries have expressed their willingness to assist us in dealing with the SS-class monster." "Really? All of them?" A senior member of the monster clearing group leaned back in his chair, his face full of shock. "Yes, all 5 countries agreed," the host continued. "We've confirmed the timeline with them, and they will arrive as soon as possible, no later than 3 days." The man with the slick hairstyle couldn't believe his ears and asked in surprise, "Huh? Why would they help us? Can the single-celled organism stop talking?" Another senior member snapped. "Because if an SSS-class monster forms, it won't just affect us. It would be a catastrophe for all humanity. We humans should join hands to resolve the crisis," he answered firmly. The meeting continued in a tense atmosphere, with everyone understanding that the current crisis required unity to face the challenges ahead. The S-class ability user on the field suddenly realized the gravity of the situation, a glimmer of understanding lighting up their eyes. This was no longer just an issue for Sakurajima. It was a major crisis affecting the survival of all humanity. Assistance from other countries seemed only natural under these circumstances. The priestess elegantly folded her hands on the table, her gaze sharp as she looked at the senior members of the monster cleanup team. "What's the next step? Gathering us here surely wasn't just to announce this good news, right?" The senior member of the monster cleanup team clapped in admiration. "As expected, priestess, your insight is remarkable." He paused briefly, lowering his voice a bit. "Since the 5 major countries have come to assist, we should naturally fulfill our duties as hosts." His words were subtle, but the people from Sakurajima understood the implication except for a young man with a flamboyant hairstyle who still looked around in confusion. The meaning was clear. Under the guise of hospitality, they were to closely monitor the actions of the personnel from the 5 major countries and gather intelligence. After all, the recent frequent communications between these countries had already aroused suspicion. The sharply dressed elite man was the first to respond affirmatively. Understood. To him, this kind of high-intelligence intelligence-gathering task was perfect for someone like himself. With his lead, others also expressed their agreement. The young man with the flamboyant hairstyle continued to look around blankly, but no one bothered to explain things to him. "Since there are no objections, let's proceed with task assignments." The senior member of the monster cleanup team swiftly completed the personnel arrangements and then bowed solemnly. "I entrust Sakurajima's future to all of you." Yuanha, in high spirits, hummed a tune as he strolled down the corridor. The thought of the head of the Bitfoku Superpower Association looking frustrated brought a smile to his face. This alliance of 5 countries was all orchestrated by him. "Thinking you can outsmart me?" Yuanha sneered inwardly. Bitfoku can't even handle its own cults and terrorist organizations, yet it dreams of taking the lead while Longhua is busy with the Shunqing incident. Just then, Yuanha spotted a red-haired man trying to sneak past at the stairway corner. He immediately called out, "Hey, are you pretending to be blind?" The red-haired man sheepishly touched his nose. "Uncle Yu, I really didn't see you." Yuanha chuckled internally. Now Hong Feiheng was calling him Uncle Yu. But usually, he acted all high and mighty. So he lost to the 9th seed again, did he? The 9th seed's strength was beyond what this newly promoted S-class rookie could match. Yet this kid always liked to challenge stronger opponents, first Qi Yunjin, now Bai Li. No wonder he kept losing. "Get out of here. Hong Feiheng, who are you trying to fool?" Looking at this promising member of the first batch of pillars, Yuanha felt both proud and exasperated. Hong Feiheng's growth was indeed impressive, but since achieving S-class, he had become somewhat arrogant and dismissive of others. Yuanha initially thought that such sharpness was typical of youth and would mellow with experience. But the contrast made it all the more glaring. Hong Feiheng admitted that he might have raised his voice a bit too much that day, but now he just wanted to play dead, though he wouldn't dare to really ignore Yuanha. To him, this director who had watched him grow was like a father figure. Yuanha looked around to ensure no one was nearby, then grabbed Hong Feiheng and warned him sternly. "I'm telling you, behave yourself in Sakurajima this time. Don't cause any trouble." "I understand." Hong Feiheng was reluctant, but he didn't refuse. He stubbornly said, "If he makes a mistake, I'm not going to listen to him." Yuanha couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. "If you had half his brains, you'd be thanking your lucky stars. As for surpassing him, I wouldn't dare to hope." These words left Hong Feiheng somewhat displeased, but he didn't dare to act out. The authority of his elders weighed heavily on him, especially since his recent embarrassment was still fresh in his mind. The two of them walked over to the helicopter, where the duty team, researchers, and support staff were already prepared. In the bustling crowd, Yuanha easily spotted Qi Yuan, and Bai Li standing nearby didn't disappoint him either. Qi Yuan wasn't seated at the center, but there was a group of people around him. Officially, Bai Li was the overall leader of this mission, but in reality, Qi Yuan was the linchpin. If Qi Yuan judged the situation to be unfavorable, the entire team would immediately evacuate Sakura Island. As for Hong Feiheng, he was merely a figurehead Yuanha placed to lend more authority to the Dark Nine seat. After all, the Dark Nine seat couldn't rely solely on Qi Yuan, and diverting attention was necessary, especially since the red-haired figure was too conspicuous. Before boarding, Yuanha specifically reminded the team, Sakura Island might announce that their strongest Esper is injured to avoid our demands for him to join the battle. We don't need to pay much attention to that. Just maintain cooperation with the other 4 countries. The helicopter slowly ascended, carrying the team away from Long Country and towards Sakura Island. During the long hours of flight, the space was cramped and security was still a concern, so the duty team took turns keeping watch. Qi Yuan took a book from his backpack and started reading to pass the time. Just as the atmosphere was calm, a familiar voice suddenly echoed inside the helicopter. Qi Dalao, long time no see. I'm Xiao Bai. Do you remember me? Qi Yuan looked up and followed the voice, quickly recognizing the speaker. It was the chubby guy who had been involved in a long-standing emotional issue with his brother. He remembered that this guy had a special ability to decode languages. Back then, in the ghost market, he had given Qi Yuan some rule hints. What brings you here? Qi Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile. Long time no see. Xiao Bai was momentarily stunned, not expecting Qi Yuan to remember him. A pleased expression appeared on his face, and he quickly said, It's such an honor. Qi Dalao. Our leader said that with you here, there won't be any problems. What? Qi Yuan frowned, looking a bit puzzled. He could understand Xiao Bai's words, but something about them seemed off. Oh, Xiao Bai suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing he had let something slip. Dalao, I forgot you weren't aware of my accident-prone nature. Actually, I always run into accidents when I go out, but there's always a strong person nearby to save me. He smiled awkwardly, trying to explain, though mentioning his accident-prone nature felt a bit embarrassing. Hong Feiheng frowned slightly, and while he wasn't eager, he still provided some explanation for Yuanha. I've heard about him. He seems to always get into trouble, and every time there's conveniently a strong person around to rescue him. It's quite well known among our class espers. Even I have ended up saving him a few times. After listening to the explanation, Qi Yuan felt even more confused. Did Director Yu really want to frame them? They didn't have any deep-seated grudges, so why would he do such a thing? Xiao Bai cleared his throat, changing the topic. Why did you decide to go out? Even though Director Yu's words were almost explicit, Xiao Bai was used to being questioned. He scratched his forehead with his fingers and gave an awkward smile. If I don't go out, I might accidentally wander into a monster's territory the next time I step out. Xiao Bai had always been keeping track of the movements of the big shots. Qi Dalao was still in the hospital, and Qi Dalao had been staying in Jidu. Xiao Bai didn't dare to bet on whether his constitution could summon a hero to save him from across the country. Seeing everyone's varied expressions, as if they had a lot to say, Xiao Bai quickly added, Don't worry, even if something happens, it follows basic rules. It's just that the probability has been magnified. Things that don't exist won't appear out of thin air. Besides, monsters that aren't life-threatening to me don't need to show up. With so many strong people here, unless an SS-level monster from Sanju comes over, how could anything go wrong? As he spoke, he looked around the group, seeking agreement. The others were taken aback for a moment. Stop jinxing it. Don't tempt fate. As it turned out, Xiao Bai's reasoning was right. They flew without encountering any incidents and reached the airspace over the waters surrounding Sakura Island smoothly. The pilot had already coordinated with Sakura Island, and following instructions, they landed at the designated spot. Qi Yuan looked down at Sakura Island, a thoughtful expression in his eyes. This was his first time abroad. Besides the 5 major countries, Sakura Island and Sanju had cultivated many powerful ability users due to their population advantages, making them strong countries as well. Sanju had long sought to join the 5 major countries, but all applications were rejected for a simple reason: it lacked an S-level ability user, just like Sakura Island. The so-called strongest ability user of Sakura Island was only close to S-level. This was one of the reasons why Sakura Island eventually gave up resisting. After the helicopter landed steadily, the cabin door opened. Bai Li led the group off the helicopter. The reception staff from Sakura Island were already waiting at the airport. As the diplomats exchanged linguistic subtleties, Bai Li shook hands with Sakura Island's level ability user, Miko Fujiwara Aya. With a heavy accent in Dragon Country's language, Fujiwara Aya greeted Bai Li, then switched to Sakura Island's language, offering some flattering words. The Empire's Night Princess, I've heard so much about you. Xiao Bai fluently translated her words for Bai Li. Bai Li's mouth twitched, suppressing the negative energy rising within, while internally muttering, Night Princess sounds awful. Why do Sakura Island people love giving nicknames? I don't agree with this nickname. What if people from Dragon Country find out? Ugh, troublesome. Work is troublesome, communication is troublesome. Despite his internal grumbling, he maintained a calm, expressionless demeanor. It's an honor to be praised by the renowned strongest Miko Fujiwara Aya. Bai Li replied nonchalantly. Fujiwara Aya didn't feel awkward at all, smiling as she accepted the compliment. You've had a long journey. Why not rest at your accommodations first? Thank you. Bai Li responded in the same indifferent tone. If it weren't for Fujiwara Aya's attractive face, with a beauty that couldn't be ignored, her subordinates might have already caused a stir. Yet, the atmosphere in Sakura Island led many men to frequently glance at both Bai Li and Fujiwara Aya. As for the women dressed in Miko attire, aside from Qi Yuan, who dared to take another look, they were accommodated in a high-end hotel. Bai Li got a separate room, while Qi Yuan and Hong Feiheng were placed in a shared suite. Hong Feiheng put down his backpack, hearing the chatter of the female staff from Sakura Island nearby. His stern demeanor and serious nature made one think. Truly striking, not gentle, but all the more reliable. Qi Yuan also couldn't understand their words. Although he could temporarily create a translation ability, it was as unnecessary as using telepathy to eat a melon. What they didn't know was that in this densely populated Sakura Island, the news of visitors from the Dragon Kingdom had spread like wildfire online. Major forums were instantly abuzz. Why are there so many foreigners lately? Yesterday, it was people from the British Isles and the Gaul Empire, and today people from the Dragon Kingdom are here. Is our Sakura Island doomed? I heard that Dragon Kingdom man is particularly handsome. I really want to see him in person. Even Lady Dark Knight is here. I'm her fan. Isn't Lady Priestess more gentle? Qi Yuan couldn't sit still. As a semi-otaku, he usually didn't care about going out, but the gossip on Sakura Island was bland, neither explosive nor amusing. He might as well go out and experience the local culture. The outgoing Hong Feiheng was already restless and immediately followed upon hearing Qi Yuan wanted to go out. Unlike Bai Li, who was busy with meetings and diplomacy, they were quite leisurely. As they stepped out of the hotel, both turned to look at a certain floor. The priestess nodded and smiled elegantly, not at all embarrassed about being caught peeping. After watching them leave, Fujiwara Aya said softly, That black-haired man is something else. Inside the room, a man in a suit was elegantly swirling a glass of red wine. Do you know? The dragon gives birth to 9 sons, and the 9 seats come from this. He paused. If the information is correct, he should be the Dragon Kingdom's hidden secret weapon Dark 9 seat. Dark 9 seat. Isn't that just a rumor? Fujiwara Aya rarely lost her composure, her eyes widening. The power of the 9 seats was known worldwide, and if there were indeed 9 of equal strength, how could she remain calm? Possibly even stronger, the suited man continued. Otherwise, the Dragon Kingdom wouldn't conceal it so thoroughly. He also seems to have been involved in the Shun City incident. In this era of inconvenient transportation, information traveled slowly. Although there were groups dedicated to monitoring foreign networks, online information was often unreliable, sometimes exaggerated, sometimes insignificant. The suited man's ability to gather such information was quite impressive. Fujiwara Aya bit her lip, calming herself. The Shin City incident is similar to our current situation. If he can resolve it, that would be ideal. The suited man sneered. You people? Truly foolish. Being openly offended, no matter how composed Ayaka Fujiwara was, she couldn't accept such a provocation. Her face darkened, her eyes sharpened, and her tone turned as cold as winter frost. What do you mean? I'm not some fool like those airheads. The man in the suit curled his lips into a contemptuous smile, disregarding Ayaka's warning. He crossed his legs and leaned back in his chair. Tisk, you're such a hypocritical creature. Don't you think it's too coincidental? Just as Qi Yunzheng falls into a coma, the long-hidden Dark 9 seat is confirmed. Ayaka crossed her arms over her chest, replying coldly. So what? Acting in Qi Yunzheng's stead would naturally increase his exposure. Tisk, tsk. The man clicked his tongue exaggeratedly, shaking his head in disappointment and tapping his fingers on the table. He had previously thought Ayaka was like him, but now he withdrew that assessment. He suddenly stood up, spreading his arms in an exaggerated gesture. Have you seen his strength? Just the title of Dark 9 seat has thrown you into disarray. Why couldn't it be a false lead by the Dragon Nation to confuse everyone? He paced to the window, standing against the light. He's so young, unbelievably strong, and willing to stay low. Do you think that's possible? The man's voice was full of disdain. In his eyes, he held himself to such high standards, never wasting a moment, barely achieving the balance of strength, intelligence, and charisma. How could there be someone more handsome, stronger, younger, and even more understated than him? There couldn't be anyone more perfect in this world. Ayaka squinted, extracting key points from the man's words. You mean the Dragon Nation is putting on a show? Bingo. The man snapped his fingers, a hint of approval in his eyes. Ayaka, despite her shortcomings, was still better than others, at least understanding what was being said. If Qi Yunzheng is in a coma, and the Dragon Nation has no S-level Esper, do you think the other 4 nations would kick them out? He leaned closer to Ayaka, lowering his voice. I was just a bit suspicious, but the fact that the person in charge this time isn't him but Dark Knight Princess confirms my guess. In Dragon Nation's words, they're bluffing. Ayaka pondered, lightly tapping her fingers on the table. Choosing Bai Li as the leader instead of an S-level Esper certainly seemed odd. If the Dragon Nation was bluffing and the competitor Sanjuku was preoccupied, then if Sakura Island could weather this crisis, they might replace the Dragon Nation as one of the 5 major nations. It was a huge opportunity. Wait. Ayaka suddenly looked up, a flash of realization in her eyes. She had spotted a flaw and almost got misled. She let out a cold laugh, her voice tinged with sarcasm. He's the Dark Nine's seat. He can't reveal his identity. Choosing Bai Li as the leader is perfectly normal. The man's expression froze, not expecting his carefully constructed logic to be so easily dismantled. Ayaka caught the fleeting disdain in his eyes, but didn't care. The man, having put on an act, was suddenly at a loss for words when questioned. He opened his mouth to retort, but realized it might indeed be the case. Ever since learning about Qi Yuan, he had been looking for flaws. The idea that Qi Yuan was a tool for the Dragon Nation's bluff had stuck with him, leading him to overlook Qi Yuan's identity. Having turned the tables, Ayaka was in a good mood. She elegantly tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, her lips curving slightly, and graciously let the man off the hook. Even though your method of proving your point is foolish, your speculation is somewhat interesting. What do you plan to do? She didn't believe the man in front of her had no plan. Otherwise, why would he come and talk endlessly? They both thrived on attention, the spotlight, and praise pumping their adrenaline. The man in the suit smirked slightly, a hint of mockery in his expression as he looked at Fujiwara Aya. With a teasing tone, he said, I told that simple-minded creature that you have a thing for Qi Yuan. I'm sure he'll soon verify that for us. He paused, noticing Fujiwara Aya's expression darken, and continued to taunt her. Haven't you always found him annoying? No matter how annoying he is, he's still a fish in my pond, and it's not your place to use him. Fujiwara Aya's displeasure deepened, her fingers unconsciously clenching into a fist. Finding such a stupid S-class ability user as a tool isn't easy, she replied coldly. The man in the suit shrugged, seemingly indifferent to her reaction. There's no choice. Sending an A-class ability user to probe is limited in effect. There's no one more suitable than that simple-minded creature. Seeing Fujiwara Aya remain silent, he understood her tacit agreement. He picked up his wine glass, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. Let's see how long his disguise can hold up against the creature's anger. He then gestured with his wine glass towards Fujiwara Aya, as if everything was under control. Fujiwara Aya stepped forward, picked up her glass from the table, and clinked it against his, producing a crisp sound. The clinking echoed in the spacious room, seemingly foretelling some inevitable conflict. On the bustling street, young men and women dressed fashionably moved through the crowd. Some were shopping, some on dates, and others heading to the cinema, filling the street with laughter and chatter. Suddenly, a group of people passed by, catching the attention of passers-by. Many stopped, whispering and taking out their phones to capture the moment. Foreigners, someone murmured in surprise. In my lifetime, I never thought I'd see foreigners. It's real blonde hair, not dyed. The group moved through the bustling street and suddenly stopped. A middle-aged man in a Britannian military uniform nearby looked at them in confusion and asked quietly, Father? The man referred to as father had the typical features of a Britannian: blonde hair, blue eyes, and fair skin with a hint of redness. He wore a clerical uniform, a cross around his neck, and held a Bible. Despite being middle-aged with a receding hairline, his gaze was deep, exuding an undeniable authority. The uniformed man received no response. He followed the father's deep gaze, looking ahead. There, a crowd surrounded 2 young men. Among the crowd, many held baseball bats or spiked clubs, led by a middle-aged man with a hairstyle reminiscent of a plane's tail. One of the young men had a few strands of bright red hair, the vivid color resembling flames, suggesting powerful abilities. The middle-aged man thought to himself that someone with such evident powers was surely not ordinary. However, when he looked at the other young man beside the red-haired one, his expression became somewhat unnatural. This seemingly unremarkable man, compared to the fiery-haired companion, appeared rather plain. Yet, his features were perfectly balanced, with nothing particularly outstanding. Paradoxically, it was this ordinary-looking man who held everyone's attention. His good looks and commanding presence attracted all eyes in a unique way, as if he possessed some invisible force. He spoke softly, his voice not loud but clear enough for everyone to hear. What do you want with me? The middle-aged man couldn't understand his words, but soon a translator stepped forward to clarify. Standing there was Qi Yuan, who, with over a decade of experience, had never encountered any petty thugs daring enough to trouble him. Therefore, he decided not to act hastily, but to first understand their intentions before making a move. Facing Qi Yuan's question, The man with the slicked back hair froze, staring at him without saying a word for a long time. His subordinates also fell silent, nervously lowering their heads. Hong Feihing couldn't help but feel irritated, tugging at his collar and cursing internally. Just say what you have to say. Why drag it out? If Uncle Yu hadn't specifically instructed him not to reveal his strength, Hong Feihing would have punched this guy long ago. However, the main reason was that he knew he couldn't win. Qi Yuan waited for a few minutes, and seeing that there was still no response, he grew impatient and was about to turn and leave. Suddenly, he realized the man with the slicked back hair couldn't understand Dragon Country language. So he pulled out his phone, quickly typed in the text, translated it into Sakurajima language, and played the audio. The emotionless AI female voice echoed clearly in the quiet air. The eyes of the man with the slicked back hair finally showed some emotion. His pupils contracted, and tears quickly streamed down his face. His subordinates, witnessing this, erupted in surprise, each one exclaiming with evident shock and concern. Boss, pull yourself together. There are plenty of women out there. Even though you can't win over the priestess, we're still here. One subordinate, who went too far with his words, was punched to the ground. The person next to him shouted angrily, Ming Taro, can't you read the room? The room. I'm sorry. Ming Taro quickly clasped his hands in apology. Not far away, Kyoko and her friends were quietly observing the situation. Kyoko tugged on her companion's sleeve and whispered, Look, the foreigner's just standing there, not moving. Her friend turned to look down the street. Do you think something's wrong with them? Stop looking at them. Why? Aren't you curious about what's happening? Kyoko was gently nudged and followed her friends towards the end of the street, not stopping her steps. People around them started to follow, and the street gradually filled with an increasing crowd of onlookers. Those unaware of the situation saw a large group heading towards the end of the street and joined in to see what was happening. When the first arrivals saw what was happening, excited shouts erupted. What a handsome man! No, it's the second delinquent king. As the shout spread, the crowd behind them began to chant as well. Delinquent king! Delinquent king! These cries reached the ears of the man with the slicked back hair, who was kneeling on the ground, and he clutched his head in agony, sobbing softly. I've lost, utterly defeated. Fujiwara-san, I can't give you happiness. The crowd fell silent instantly, everyone stunned, unable to react for a long time. A few seconds later, someone couldn't help but speak up. The delinquent king actually lost? How is that possible? Who is that handsome guy? Is Fujiwara-san really the priestess? I remember now. I heard there's a very handsome Dragon Country man in Sakurajima. Could it be him? Seriously, even the second-ranked delinquent king lost to him. Is our Sakurajima really that weak? Qi Yuan rubbed his forehead, looking at the man with the slicked back hair, still kneeling in agony, feeling helpless. There's no need for such grand gestures between strangers. How can I possibly ignore you like this? What exactly happened? Qi Yuan once again used software to synthesize a voice and played it aloud. Before the leader with the slicked back hair could speak, his underlings were already seething with anger. You took the priestess away, and you won't even let our boss be heartbroken? Don't you feel any guilt at all? Our boss loves the priestess with all his heart. The onlookers gasped and began whispering among themselves. The goddess has been abducted. This is major news. Despicable Longwa people, using a handsome man as a trick. At this moment, Qi Yuan felt utterly confused, unable to comprehend what was happening. But then, Ming Taro stepped forward and calmly said, Everyone, calm down. He doesn't understand. The underlings were immediately silenced, realizing they also didn't understand Longwa language. The atmosphere turned awkward. Just then, a translator pushed through the crowd, sweating profusely, and rushed to the delinquent king's side. Why didn't you bring me along, delinquent king? Before he could finish, the underlings pulled him over. The translator, looking tense, began frantically analyzing what Qi Yuan had just said. The priestess was taken by this Longwa man. He clutched his chest, almost breathless with anger. Qi Yuan and Hong Feihing watched this farce indifferently. The commotion before them seemed unrelated, as if they were mere spectators to a play. Suddenly, the delinquent king stood up abruptly, his eyes moist, staring intently at Qi Yuan. For the sake of Miss Fujiwara Aya, let's have a duel between men. Prove to me you can take care of her. These words resonated with the translator, filling him with a deep sense of sorrow. He couldn't help but murmur, Is the priestess really leaving Sakura Island? He struggled to translate the words, his emotions overflowing, devoid of any finesse. Qi Yuan and Hong Feihing frowned, listening quietly until they finally understood what was being said. Hong Feihing's expression grew more complex, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Wasn't this guy always with him? How did he end up wooing the priestess? Qi Yuan was equally perplexed, unable to grasp the situation, which was completely different from anything he had encountered before. In high school, people often said things like this to his face, but most of the time, the guys would jokingly say, Hey buddy, stop dreaming. Go tell that girl not to overthink it. He sincerely reflected, puzzled, wondering if he had done something to cause a misunderstanding. Was Miss Fujiwara Aya in a one-sided love? The translator's heart ached as he conveyed this news to the delinquent king. The onlookers perked up their ears, eavesdropping on the translator's every word. Oh my gosh! The priestess! How could this be? The delinquent king was furious, clenching his fists, his eyes bloodshot. Guys, how can you bear to see her in such pain? Can't you feel her love? His voice grew increasingly hoarse, veins bulging at his temples. Miss Fujiwara Aya went out of her way to greet you at the airport. Even that pretentious guy in a suit told me. The delinquent king nearly roared, and the entire scene was filled with intense tension. The surrounding people were stupefied, saddened by the goddess's efforts, and turned to Qi Yuan with accusatory looks. Qi Yuan remained indifferent, as if numb to these dramatic reactions. No, there isn't. He responded coldly, his eyes lifeless. He once thought the slicked-back hair guy was putting on an act, but his intuition clearly sensed the sincerity of the guy's feelings. He could even hear the sympathy in slicked-back hair's heart, questioning the things Fujiwara Aya did for him, finally realizing that everything happening around him was beyond his expectations. Qi Yuan was suddenly stunned. Before coming to Sakura Island, he didn't even know who Fujiwara Aya was. Unless Fujiwara Aya was just attracted to appearances, none of this made any sense. I've solved the mystery. So there was a connection after all, Hong Feiheng remarked, his initial irritation giving way to curiosity, prompting him to stay and watch how things unfolded. Qi Yuan remained composed and calmly stated, just to clarify, I hadn't met her before today, so there's no way I could like her. Hearing his crush being described this way, Mohawk clenched his teeth, ready to react, but Qi Yuan's next words left him stunned. It's not that she's not good enough, Qi Yuan said slowly, but one of my criteria is a lady whose appearance matches mine. His words were an attempt to save face for Fujiwara Aya, considering the embarrassment of having her feelings exposed in public. The interpreter mechanically translated Qi Yuan's words, their mind already in chaos, relying solely on professional instinct. Without the interpreter's refinement, Qi Yuan's original words reached everyone directly. The scene fell into silence. The onlookers exchanged glances, with some whispering. The priestess may not be that pretty, but she's kind and capable. Exactly, looks aren't everything. It's about strength and character. The priestess is gentle and virtuous, the epitome of a perfect woman. Listening to these comments, Qi Yuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Do you even hear yourselves? You're making a lovely girl sound so unworthy. Mohawk stood there, stammering for a while before finally managing. Your standards aren't unreasonable, so does that mean I still have a chance? Qi Yuan nodded on the surface, while thinking, this fool, after such a public embarrassment, it's a wonder if she doesn't avoid him altogether. Excitedly, Mohawk pumped his fists and then bowed solemnly. I still want to duel you. I can sense you're strong. Please show me what kind of strength it takes to win Fujiwara-san's favor. Qi Yuan silently recalled what Fujiwara Aya had once said, the kind of person I like. Gentle, someone who can make you feel safe. Looks and family background don't matter. Observing Mohawk's confident demeanor, Qi Yuan was at a loss, unsure how to respond to someone who had heard the words but completely misunderstood their meaning. Brother, that's definitely a scam. If it were true, you wouldn't be here giving me trouble. Remember, he's only met Fujiwara Aya once. Whether he's got ulterior motives or just likes the looks, it has nothing to do with being gentle or capable. I refuse, Qi Yuan said without hesitation. He understood that the risks and rewards of this contest were not proportional. As in strength superhuman, he saw the slicked back hair guy as nothing special. If the goddess wasn't even angry, why bother with the contest? Making a move could lead to accidents that would ruin everything he'd worked for. Even a 9,000 chance of failure wasn't worth it. The payoff was too low. Why? The delinquent king persisted, staring at Qi Yuan with determination, trying to read the answer in his eyes. Then he met those cold, azure gold eyes. Killing intent. A strong sense of murderous intent spread instantly. Despite being the second-ranked delinquent king with considerable power on Sakura Island, he felt a deep sense of oppression. Aura, show me your strength. Before the words were fully spoken, his superpower erupted. Infernal hell, demons rising from the ground. The land around covered by a powerful supernatural field like a massive volcanic eruption. Lava flowed, lightning flashed, and the sky turned ominously dark as thunderbolts crashed down like angry waves. The field covered everything, and a boundless murderous aura quickly condensed. This was the true power of an S-rank superhuman. The slick-back hair guy felt unprecedented pressure, his body torn apart by demons, consumed by lava, and pierced by lightning. The endless killing intent left him teetering on the edge of life and death, each resurrection bringing deeper despair. It felt like being torn apart by merciless death and rebirth. Powerless, completely unable to resist, his mind nearly crumbled. Fujiwara-san, will I ever win your favor in this lifetime? He murmured in the silence, sinking into endless self-doubt. Yet his fantasies flooded back, replaying scenes of self-destruction in his mind. Qi Yuan watched the man with the slicked-back hair, whose empty gaze seemed to battle with the air. He had intended to say something, but swallowed his words, merely sighing deeply. He hadn't even made a move, and the guy was already imagining a catastrophe. What a peculiar person, Qi Yuan thought. At least if things went this way, he might gain a lot of supernatural fields. But for now, those around didn't understand the truth. They only saw Qi Yuan close his eyes for a moment, then reopen them, his eyes changing color. Then, the delinquent king was frozen in place, his gaze vacant, unable to recover for a long time. What's happening here must be the work of that man with the azure gold eyes. Everyone thought, their eyes filled with fear. Quick glances darted around, and no one dared to voice their doubts. A rare, illusion-type superhuman, muttered one superhuman who realized the truth, his voice tinged with hostility. Sneaky Dragon Kingdom people, pretending to refuse while secretly launching a surprise attack. If it were a fair fight, the delinquent king wouldn't lose, another grumbled quietly, feeling indignant. But at this moment, they didn't dare speak up. Seeing the delinquent king controlled, any reckless words could have fatal consequences. The air was filled with a tense silence, and even the atmosphere seemed to freeze. The priest, who had been observing quietly, narrowed his eyes slightly, his kind expression turning serious. He sensed a unique threat. This young man is strong, he murmured, trying to recall the moment of change. Only now did he realize he hadn't noticed when the young man made his move. There had been no detectable energy fluctuations. The ninth seat of the Dragon Kingdom's shadow. The priest bowed his head thoughtfully. If all of them have this kind of power, this group is truly terrifying. The priest's gaze shifted to Hong Feiheng, a complex expression in his eyes. Hong Feiheng looked at Qi Yuan in shock, had always thought Qi Yuan was a light-type superhuman, but now, his eyes and aura suggested otherwise. Qi Yuan was an illusion-type superhuman? At that moment, everyone understood that Qi Yuan was beyond anything they could have imagined. Human emotions don't always connect, and Qi Yuan just found them noisy. Seeing Qi Yuan's eyes return to a light brown, the henchmen of the notorious king huddled around him like frightened animals. "Boss, wake up. It's all over. Wake up already," they shouted anxiously. Some pinched the notorious king's Higu point. Others slapped his cheeks, and one daring henchman even took off his shoe and held it under the boss's nose, using its strong odor to rouse him. The scene was awkward, but from their interactions, Qi Yuan could sense their unusual bond. Wow, how many generations has this shoe been passed down? Qi Yuan and Hong Feiheng couldn't help but step back from the chemical weapon. Even physical attacks couldn't match the directness of magic. The notorious king didn't respond to the slaps, but as soon as the shoe's smell hit him, he snapped awake from his stupor. Though his mind was still foggy, his reaction was swift as he kicked the shoe away and immediately vomited. Clearly, the shoe's power was not to be underestimated. His henchmen sighed in relief, glad their boss was finally conscious. The notorious king, still trembling, raised a hand and tried to speak. "Boss, what do you want to say?" one henchman asked, leaning in with concern. "No," the notorious king's voice was faint, his face still pale. "The duel is over. You were tricked by—" The henchman lowered his head, almost blurting out more, but seeing the translator's look, he realized Qi Yuan didn't understand the language, so he quickly gestured to stop. The translator gave an understanding nod and a discreet thumbs up. Their interaction didn't escape Qi Yuan's notice. He shrugged, "No need to say more, I get it." He coldly waved a hand, regaining his composure, and said harshly, "I'm more concerned about whose stinky shoe it is." Hearing this, the henchman who had approached earlier looked nervous and quietly stepped back. The notorious king, realizing what was happening, lunged at the henchman. "Timya!" He grabbed the henchman's collar with one hand and flung him aside. "I lost." He turned to Qi Yuan and said, "I've died 1,000 times in your illusions. Today, I'm no match for you. Just wait. One day, I'll surpass you," he said with lingering anger but clear determination. Then he addressed the crowd. "Hey, all of you. This guy refused to face me Hedon for your sake. Though I'm not happy about it. He could easily defeat me, you understand?" As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd's previous resentment and complex emotions faded. Their gaze toward Qi Yuan changed. He wasn't the cold and heartless person they thought. He refused to confront the notorious king directly for their sake. They silently chastised themselves for being too quick to judge based on appearances. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan's face was full of confusion. Though he understood the notorious king's explanation, he still didn't fully grasp it. Whether he was caught in an illusion, others might not know, but he was very aware. After handling everything, Bai Li and her logistics team prepared to leave the monster cleanup group's headquarters. As she reached the parking lot, she saw another team preparing to depart, led by a white woman with long dark brown hair. Seeing Bai Li, she gave a slight wave, a gentle smile on her face, with crow's feet and smile lines showing her age. "Long time no see, Li." The translators for both countries got to work. "Long time no see, Saint Jean." Though Bai Li felt some reluctance, she stopped and engaged in the pleasantries. After exchanging a few pleasantries about trivial matters, Jean succinctly ended the conversation. "Say hi to Chi for me. See you the day after tomorrow." Zhou hesitated when translating qi, unsure if it was qi or qi, but Bailey immediately understood she was referring to the ninth seat captain, Qi Yunjin. Sure, see you the day after tomorrow, Bailey replied. Tomorrow, support from the Bill and Bitfo countries would arrive at Sakura Island, and the day after would be the crucial meeting where the 5 major nations and Sakura Island would discuss strategies. Jean watched Bailey leave, and the female official beside her immediately reported, Saintis, the intelligence department has sent word. The dark ninth seat of Dragon Country had a clash with the delinquent king of Sakura Island, and Dragon Country emerged victorious. Jean had heard of the delinquent king's reputation. He was formidable amongst class ability users. Anyone who could defeat him must have revealed considerable strength. How strong is this dark ninth seat? She asked, tilting her head. Very strong, an illusion-type ability user. The delinquent king was controlled just by making eye contact with him. An S-class ability user. Jean fell into a brief contemplation before asking. Any other information? This outcome was both surprising and expected in her view. If Dragon Country didn't possess exceptional strength, how could they organize this gathering at Sakura Island? Besides using the Sakura Island incident to let the 5 major nations practice, they must also intend to showcase their power. The previous probing by various countries must have left Dragon Country quite dissatisfied. There is another suspected Dark Ninth Seat member, characterized by a few strands of red hair. Red hair. Jean tapped her chin thoughtfully. Is it a fire-related ability? Never mind. Let's see if the Sakura Island incident will prompt them to act. With that, she opened the car door. Let's go. At that moment, a sudden, urgent knock disrupted the room's calm. The man in the suit raised an eyebrow at Fujiwara Aya. Looks like that simple-minded person has made a move. Come in, with permission granted. A shrine maiden pushed the door open, the force causing it to slam against the wall with a loud bang. Both Fujiwara Aya and the man in the suit frowned at the lack of grace. Your people have no manners, Fujiwara Aya said, casting a sidelong glance at the suited man. The man in the suit, noticing the shrine maiden's attire, quickly retorted, Don't get it wrong. It's your people who are being rude. Though Fujiwara Aya's expression was unpleasant, she maintained her elegant demeanor in front of her subordinates. She stood up and handed the shrine maiden a handkerchief, asking with concern, Has something major happened? You look very flustered. The shrine maiden, realizing her lapse, hurriedly composed herself, lowering her head in shame. She thought to herself, Lady Fujiwara is so gentle. Even if her appearance doesn't meet the standard, it's worth giving it a try before deciding. The obsession with looks is so annoying. What do you have to say? The man in the suit impatiently interrupted. The shrine maiden, flustered, recalled the delinquent king's words from the video, thinking, It turns out Lady Fujiwara approached the young master to express her unrequited love, and yet we subordinates are useless in helping her. Well, the delinquent king went to trouble Master Qi Yuan, and then spread the news of Lady Fujiwara's secret admiration for Master Qi Yuan all over Sakura Island. Huh? Fujiwara Aya's face froze, letting out an ungraceful gasp. What did you say? The shrine maiden, her gaze wavering, awkwardly repeated. Master Qi Yuan's response was, he likes people whose appearance is not inferior to his own, and he appreciates the admiration. Ayaka Fujiwara was utterly shocked, her body as rigid as a statue. Her mind couldn't process the information. How could a man reject her? Her eyes were vacant, her lips trembled slightly, and a storm raged within her. What a joke, she raged inwardly. Is there a more perfect woman in this world than me? She quickly assessed her competition in her mind. In terms of ability, she only lost to Anya Ji and Saint Jean. But Anya Ji, that girl lacking femininity, always wore a cold expression and spoke as stiffly as a robot. How could she compare to Ayaka's warmth and tenderness? As for Saint Jean, that woman nearing 40, unable to hide her wrinkles, was far less attractive than Ayaka's exquisite beauty. What did the other women have to compete with her? Suddenly, she recalled his words, to find someone whose appearance doesn't pale in comparison to his. Ayaka forced a smile, but her eyes glinted with icy bitterness. Oh, he better stay single forever, she sneered inwardly. Isn't the point here who won? The man in the suit interrupted her thoughts, hands in his pockets, seemingly indifferent, only interested in what he wanted to know. Ayaka turned her head slowly, casting a cold glance at him. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade, contrasting chillingly with the gentle tone of her next words. That is the point, she said softly but with undeniable authority. What's being said online? How many people know? The shrine maiden standing nearby twisted her fingers anxiously, looking troubled. After a moment's hesitation, she chose to follow her superior's orders. This matter is still trending at the top on Sakurajima's push-push, the shrine maiden replied, her voice growing smaller. Pretty much everyone in Sakurajima knows. People sympathize with you. Feeling that Lord Qi Yuan rejecting you based solely on looks was a bit excessive. After she finished speaking, she looked up in surprise to find Ayaka already on her phone, her slender fingers swiping continuously across the screen, as if she were browsing push-push. The shrine maiden blinked, Puzzled, wasn't Ayaka someone who never used push-push? Even her official account was managed by subordinates in rotation. Maybe she's looking at documents, the Shrine Maiden reassured herself. You have to scroll up constantly when reviewing materials. She glanced at Ayaka's tense profile, feeling a wave of pity. Even after being rejected, Ayaka still insists on working, her expression so sad. She must be feeling awful. It's heartbreaking. In reality, Ayaka, mistaken for working, was frantically scrolling through push-push, her complexion paling with each comment she read. Her flawless image was ruined. Although she could clear things up by saying, the delinquent king misunderstood, rumors weren't so easily dispelled. Besides, she only thought of clarifying after Qi Yuan's rejection, making it seem like she was just stubbornly denying the truth. Ayaka bit her finger, leaving deep marks on her skin, filled with fury. She could almost imagine how those otaku guys would judge her vain, only liking strong people. And those jealous, unattractive women surely were gloating and mocking her over this. Damn it, she fumed inwardly. The man in the suit stood by, waiting in vain for Ayaka's further response. He shrugged, taking out his own phone to browse, silently criticizing his unreliable subordinates. I specifically instructed them to notify me immediately, yet the Shrine Maiden was faster. He opened the trending topics on push-push, his fingers sliding rapidly across the screen. Soon, the man in the suit understood why his subordinates hadn't contacted him. The top trending topic was Delinquent King Defeated. His heart sank as he clicked on it. The video was short, just a few minutes, showing how the Delinquent King was swiftly defeated, along with the comments he made afterward. It closely matched the instructions he had given earlier. The Delinquent King might cause trouble for Qi Yuan. Keep an eye on their movements. If they clash, notify me immediately. I'll intervene to prevent harm to the public. The man in the suit realized the one-sided thrashing the Delinquent King received didn't qualify as a clash, and the fight was too brief to pose any threat to the public, so it was reasonable that his subordinates hadn't informed him. Instead of anger, the man in the suit burst into laughter, his voice filled with relief and satisfaction. I knew it, he muttered to himself. There's no one more perfect than me. Earlier, he couldn't understand how Qi Yuan could remain so low-key, but now he knew the reason. This guy's ability was illusion-based. It wasn't that Qi Yuan was flawlessly discreet, but rather that his illusions could achieve this effect. He secretly felt proud, thinking that in terms of humility and depth, he was no less than Qi Yuan. Moreover, Qi Yuan's abilities were exposed thanks to that fool, the unruly king, who was manipulated by him to cause trouble for Qi Yuan. By this calculation, he completely outsmarted Qi Yuan. Since Qi Yuan couldn't match him in intelligence or depth, he naturally considered himself the most perfect man. The next day, representatives from the Kingdom of Bil and the Kingdom of Bitfo arrived at Sakura Island. In a hidden corner, the representatives of the 5 major countries were discreetly engaged in small-scale discussions. The upper echelons of Sakura Island seemed to have set aside the threat of the S-class monster and began to boldly promote the 6 Nations Conference, hinting that Sakura Island would soon join the ranks of the 5 major countries. In their eyes, if even the Dragon Kingdom could handle the Shun City incident alone, the alliance of 5 countries dealing with a single monster was certainly manageable. The 5 major countries, seeing their goal unmet, were happy to let Sakura Island's rumors go unchallenged. For a while, the mindset of the Sakura Island populace shifted from worrying about their nation's survival to a blind national pride. That morning, a meeting was held to address the S-class monster in Kosaka City. After several hours of discussion, Bailey had just seen off the over 2-meter-tall armored man from the Kingdom of Bil when she spotted a muscular man in a superhero costume, with his underwear worn outside, walking towards her, completely ignoring the Sakura Island ability users trying to start a conversation. She had to muster her energy to deal with him again. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan and Hong Feiheng, who had made it onto Sakura Island's trending list, were stuck in their hotel room due to their distinctive features. After playing games all day yesterday, neither felt any interest in the game console. Upon receiving the meeting notification, they immediately got up and headed to the meeting location. Even before entering the room, Qi Yuan sensed the oppressive atmosphere inside, as an indescribable negative energy washed over him. The logistics personnel gave them an awkward smile and skipped the opening remarks to report the situation directly. According to the information provided by Sakura Island, Kosaka City was almost completely overrun. Most residents were unaware that they were wearing a creepy smile 247, unable to refuse anyone's requests. The expressions of those not conscious were mask-like, with their smiles fixed and unchanging. Those who were conscious forced a smile, but their eyes betrayed their fear. Worse yet, those marked could no longer leave Kosaka City. After detecting a large number of distress signals, Sakura Island's monitoring department immediately locked down the information and reported it to the higher-ups. The monster cleanup team then took over the investigation, sacrificing several low-level members to gather this information. Once it was confirmed to be an S-class monster, they gathered all of Sakura Island's class ability users to discuss countermeasures. Although the specifics of the process were unclear, they eventually chose to abandon the effort, shifting the responsibility to the 5 major countries. This meant that the current intelligence was at least a week outdated. In a boarding school in the city of Xiaoban, bright sunlight streamed through the glass windows, spilling onto the floor. Yumi huddled in a corner, instinctively pulling her feet into the shadows as if the sunlight might scorch her skin. After a night of curling up, her limbs were nearly numb, and the tingling sensation coupled with a loss of control forced her to bite her lower lip to suppress any sounds she might make. Once the numbness subsided a little, Yumi propped herself up to sit. The first thing she saw was Xiaowei's upright back. Still groggy from sleep, her mind was a bit muddled. After squinting against the glaring sunlight for a moment, she softly asked, "Wei-chan, you're already awake. Is there any news about support from the gifted?" "No," Xiaowei replied curtly and coldly. "How can they be so slow? Have we been abandoned?" Yumi couldn't help but complain, her anxiety rising. "Yumi, speaking like that isn't kind. It would make the gifted feel hurt." Xiaowei's words made Yumi's pupils contract. She instinctively clenched her skirt, her body unconsciously inching towards the door. The once bright room suddenly felt suffocating, and Yumi seemed to plunge into an icy abyss, cold sweat seeping from her back and fingertips. In the deathly silence, she couldn't even hear Xiaowei's breathing. Sweat dripped from her cheeks onto her hands as Yumi forced a smile, trying to keep her voice light. "Haha, you're right. You saying that makes me a bit sad." Xiaowei finally turned around, a smile so perfect it was eerie, as she took a step closer. Yumi stood up against the wall, retreating continuously. "I wasn't being rude, I was just asking you." Until her back hit the door, she quietly reached for the doorknob. "Why do you back away when talking to me? Do you think I'm not good looking? That's very rude." "No, you're too close. It's uncomfortable for me. That's the problem." Yumi realized her mistake as soon as she spoke. She immediately turned the doorknob and fled. Xiaowei watched Yumi's retreating figure, her gaze growing colder, murmuring to herself as she pursued. "Not kind enough. Needs reformation. Not kind enough." Meanwhile, elsewhere, a discussion about the situation in Xiaoban City was underway. The situation in Xiaoban City is so dire, giving the monster more than a week to develop. Are the top officials in Sakura Island out of their minds? The people present looked grim. Qi Yuan glanced down at the documents in his hand. Sakura Island knows very little about SS-level monsters, leading to some misjudgments. People inside can't get out not because of a marked connection, but because the monster's domain very likely overlaps with parts of Xiaoban City, and the S-level monster can already exert preliminary control over space. Entering Xiaoban City is equivalent to entering the monster's domain. For ordinary people to leave the monster's domain, they would need the monster to have a rare moment of benevolence, or they must possess a powerful spatial ability item. Otherwise, they would have to wait for the monster to die. For S-level ability users, leaving isn't difficult. After all, an incomplete ability domain is an independent space, and they can escape the monster's domain through their own ability domain and then return to the real world. This, of course, assumes they haven't been corrupted by the monster and that no S-level monster intervenes, as an S-level monster can easily overpower an S-level ability user. Recalling the Shun City incident, no one managed to escape because the monster's ability was assimilation. During the battle, the ability users were unknowingly assimilated by the monster, leading to their collective downfall. Qi Yuan had reviewed relevant reports and noted that if his uncle, an S-level ability user, hadn't been present, his domain might have been entirely assimilated, leaving them no match for the monster. Otherwise, the S-level ability users accompanying him would have perished. As Qi Yuan reviewed the materials again, he suddenly realized a blind spot. Before arriving, it was described as an urban legend, but that was only the case before complete assimilation. The support staff explained that before total assimilation, the website still existed in its original form. The website's mission was quite unique, claiming to make people around the world kinder and to create a harmonious paradise. Moreover, not just anyone could access it. Only those with a certain connection could see it. Hong Feiheng looked puzzled. "Are you sure you're talking about a monster? There's no curse, no ghost. How is this a legend?" "That's right," the support staff nodded, adding, "It's a variant of a cursed website, somewhat similar. Most cursed websites list the names of people you dislike, and then they suffer bad luck or die. But this site allows you to enter the names of ill-mannered people, and the gods make them kinder." This seemingly harmless description made those who encountered the website write down the names of people they disliked without guilt. Strangely, after some time, those people did become kinder. This change convinced those entering the names that they were doing something righteous. Consequently, the site's influence spread, and more people joined in. As time passed, kindness became the new social norm, and those who failed to adhere to this kindness were seen as outcasts or abnormal. Small requests that once received help were now deemed too unkind, if unfulfilled. For instance, if someone bumped into another and apologized but continued to be berated, they might wonder, "Isn't this too petty?" Or if someone nearly hit a pedestrian with their car and said, "I'm sick and can't control myself," Can't you be more understanding? Behaviors once unacceptable were now uncriticized under the guise of promoting kindness. Soon, accusations of unkindness became widespread, and more people were added to the website's list. Unconsciously, the so-called kindness spread to the town of Xiaoban, where citizens gradually accepted these unreasonable demands, completely unaware of the danger. When many began to complain that they couldn't tolerate these changes anymore, they realized they were trapped in this small city. As this phenomenon was gradually exposed, an increasing number of pleas for help appeared on the website, catching the attention of the Sakurajima government. At this point, Hong Feiheng finally understood that this was no longer just a simple kindness issue, but a typical ability-related incident. How could such an unusual change not be reported to the monster cleanup team? He couldn't believe he hadn't realized this earlier. With so many people in the world, abilities vary greatly. He recalled a foreign ability known as the Cinderella ability, which made wealthy individuals more likely to fall in love with the ability user. Once revealed, this ability caused many wealthy individuals to secretly test whether they were affected. Compared to the Dragon Country's attitude of erring on the side of caution, Sakurajima's calmness was perplexing. Bailey rested her right cheek against the cold surface of the table, feeling her face gradually go numb. She shifted position, pressing her left cheek against the table, and began to analyze the situation at a leisurely pace. From an ordinary person's perspective, as long as no one dies or goes missing, and it's not a monster incident, it's fine, she remarked with a tinge of sarcasm in her voice. If the crime is committed by someone with special abilities, what does it have to do with them? They just stand on their moral high ground, pointing fingers, adding a bit of excitement to their mundane lives. There's no downside for them. They can always apologize later and claim ignorance. They might even turn the tables, "I've already apologized. Why won't you forgive me?" Her analysis was clear and logical, showing no signs of discouragement, yet it sent a shiver down Hong Feiheng's spine. This familiar tone reminded him of the painful experience of challenging the ninth seat. Back then, Bai Li had been the same, muttering about, "Why can't we fight sitting down, and why do we have to stand up," all while beating him mercilessly. Ultimately, it was his own loud mouth that got him into that situation, insisting on standing for the fight. However, Hong Feiheng was always one to adapt to circumstances, ready to endure for now and wait until he was stronger to reclaim his dignity. At this moment, he wisely kept silent, allowing Bai Li to vent her emotions. Once she finished, the logistics personnel steered the conversation back on track. Today's meeting decided that Sakura Island will send people to scout ahead, and we will provide technical support. Tomorrow, when international support arrives, there will be an on-site investigation. Bureau said the other 4 countries are currently adopting a wait-and-see attitude. Bai Li's exhaustion was not just physical. It stemmed more from the dramatic meeting earlier that day. The 5 major countries were passing the buck and arguing incessantly. Sakura Island initially felt smug, planning to hold a drawing ceremony for fair competition. However, the moment they showed up, they were pressured by the major powers with, "It's your Sakura Island's issue. You should send someone," leaving them no choice but to relent. "Captain Shi, what's your take?" the logistics personnel inquired. This time, the team was led by Qi Yuan, whose judgment was crucial at key moments. Qi Yuan's thoughts were clear: keep up with the developments and report any situation immediately. As long as it doesn't reach SS level, there's no need to retreat. He calculated that with his abilities, he could handle a level higher. It wasn't a lack of effort on his part. Humanity's understanding of higher-level threats was inherently limited. If they could figure out how to deal with S-level monsters, perhaps he could also find a way to tackle SS-level ones. Understood, he'll notify all departments right away. The next day, personnel from the 5 major countries, including Dragon Country and Bitfor, as well as Sakura Island, had gathered in the surrounding areas of Osaka City. In a makeshift facility, technicians from various countries were busily engaged in their tasks. A team of researchers closely monitored energy fluctuations in front of a display screen. Beside the control panel, another group was remotely operating high-tech detectors to probe deep into the city of Xiaoban. Meanwhile, someone was rapidly jotting down various data on a recording board. Although researchers had come to similar conclusions by comparing the Shun City incident with the Sanju incident, science demands rigor. Even if Qi Yuan could ascertain the truth of the monster's words through telepathy, such unverifiable information cannot serve as scientific evidence. The technicians continued their phased research with urgency, determining the amount of energy needed to initially control a reality zone and the proportion required for advancement, all of which needed precise data support. Meanwhile, the Sclass psychic from Sakura Island, known for his distinctive pompadour hairstyle, had already set out with equipment. At such a dangerous moment requiring scouts, he seemed to be the inevitable unlucky one. Fortunately, the higher-ups in Sakura Island also seemed unwilling to lose this useful fool, as they rushed to provide him with spatial psychic items to ensure his safety. This seemingly reckless decision ultimately proved worthwhile. The pompadour did not disappoint, successfully gathering substantial intelligence and safely returning with the help of the psychic items. The most crucial information he brought back confirmed the monster's psychic attribute. As expected, it was of the curse type. Though curse-type abilities are fearsome, they are not invincible. Each time a curse is cast, whether successful or not, the caster must pay a price. This monster cleverly circumvented this limitation. It lent the curse power through a website to ordinary people who input their names, causing them to bear the curse's cost while also seizing the opportunity to corrupt and twist the user's will. Qi Yuan had considered using a psychic field to envelop the corrupted individuals to prevent the monster's advancement, but quickly abandoned the idea. Rather than risking the psychic field's corruption, he preferred to seek alternative solutions. As the intelligence was submitted, S-class and S-class psychics from various countries swiftly convened a meeting. The research was sufficiently thorough, and any further delay would only forfeit the opportunity for action. They immediately split up, mobilizing personnel to enter Xiaoban City from different directions. The roar of car engines filled the air as a team of psychics sped towards Xiaoban City. This once thriving metropolis on Sakura Island now exuded an eerie stillness. The wide roads were traversed only by their vehicles, while people with strange smiles wandered the streets. The tightly shut doors and drawn curtains hinted that normal residents were still struggling to hold on. Although they were in a cooperative relationship, the 5 major countries had no intention of gathering together. Each nation had an entire logistics team behind it, and collecting intelligence and data was crucial for enhancing national strength resources that no one was willing to share easily. Moreover, with their poor coordination skills, coming together could be counterproductive. The 5 countries agreed to first enter Kobayashi City separately, and then meet up an hour later within the monster domain, the core area where monsters truly resided, not the still partially untainted outskirts of Kobayashi City. As the vehicles drove into Kobayashi City, they followed a specific route. Hong Feihing noticed that the convoy was not moving aimlessly and couldn't help but ask, "Where are we headed?" "A girls' boarding school nearby," a teammate replied. "A boarding school?" Hong Feihing frowned, puzzled. "What does this have to do with exterminating monsters? Why are we going there? Shouldn't we be looking for the connection point between the monster domain and reality?" In his understanding, the normal procedure would be to find the connection point and enter the monster domain through an ability field or special tool. Monsters, to prevent being caught off guard, usually rush to the scene first. The connection point is generally the monster's path of contamination. If it were another S-class monster, it might sever the connection point, but this monster is in the process of upgrading and cannot close the connection, the teammate explained. In Longhua, public high schools accommodate both ordinary people and those with abilities, but Yingdao and most other countries are different. They establish special ability schools to manage people with abilities separately from ordinary people. He continued, "This girls' boarding school concentrates 3 major elements: curious teenagers, a lot of daily friction, and a concentrated group of ordinary people." Hong Feihing suddenly understood. In short, this school is an ideal target for monster contamination, making the chances of finding the connection point here very high. Meanwhile, teams from other countries also headed to locations they deemed suitable to search for the connection point. The vehicle stopped at the school's entrance, where rows of blooming cherry blossom trees came into view. This private high school was quite well known locally, with students from at least middle-class backgrounds. The Gothic architecture stood in the center of a meticulously maintained garden, in stark contrast to the style of Longhua's public schools. The students wore finely tailored British-style uniforms, complementing the architectural style around them. It should have been a beautiful scene, except for the eerie smiles on the girls' faces. Qi Yuan, looking through the car window, saw a group of uniformed girls approaching with puppet-like rigid movements. But what truly raised his alarm was not their manner of movement, but the masks on their faces. The girls' faces seemed to have undergone some sort of mutation, with the skin surface reflecting a sheen similar to hard material. Each face bore an identical expression, with a noticeable seam around the edges, as if they were wearing perfectly fitting masks. Qi Yuan recalled seeing the gnome masks of Yingdao Online traditional masks that display different expressions when viewed from various angles, making them particularly eerie due to their variability. However, the masks on these girls were the opposite. No matter the angle, only the same rigid smile could be seen. Both situations were eerily bizarre. As the corruption of the monsters reached its peak, not only did human thoughts become void, but even the material world began to warp. Any ordinary person would have been terrified and fled, but they remained unfazed. One person got out of the car, quickly entered the building, and locked the door. Thanks to the spacious avenue of this private high school, the car slowly drove into the campus and parked in front of the dormitory. As the car door opened, several people got out one after another. At that moment, the girls from the dormitory opposite started shouting, "Danger, come back." When they saw no response, they continued, "There are many strange people over there. Turn back." Although only Qi Bai understood what they were saying, Qi Yuan and the others sensed something was wrong. Countless girls swarmed out, smiling eerily and moving strangely, just like those bizarre people outside. They quickly surrounded Qi Yuan's group. This was when leadership became crucial. Someone decisively used their power-forced hibernation. Everything, living or non-living, was compelled into a dormant state. This ability was quite advantageous against a large number of enemies, and the surrounding girls wobbled and collapsed. The person who used the power immediately reported to Qi Yuan. Captain Qi, it seems these people have been enhanced by some force, consuming much more energy than ordinary people. Qi Yuan nodded in understanding. He crouched down, extending his hand to gently tap the cheek of the nearest girl. The sound of knuckles tapping on her cheek was dull. As they had observed before, the girls' faces had become mask-like, rigid and cold. Hong Feiheng was also observing the mutated girls, speaking in a somber tone. If we deal with the monsters, can they recover? Or are they beyond saving? He looked at Qi Yuan, his eyes flickering with a hint of worry. Don't kill them. Suddenly, the girls who had shouted earlier spoke up, ready to run towards them. Guns were immediately aimed at them, warning them to stop. They didn't seem to understand and hesitated, stopping in their tracks. Xiao Bai quickly translated their language for everyone. Put down your guns, you can understand what they're saying. With his words, the girls realized that their interlocutors were not the high-level ability user workshop members they imagined, but foreigners. They exchanged glances, clearly a bit flustered. We were sent by the Dragon Nation to help you, Xiao Bai said calmly. That's great. One of the girls responded excitedly, finally breathing a sigh of relief. The leading girl quickly stepped forward to introduce herself. I'm Maikawa Yumi. I recently awakened my abilities and can be considered an ability user. We went out to find survivors and seek help. Everyone is now gathered in the gymnasium, waiting for rescue. Maikawa Yumi's eyes were full of hope, but Xiao Bai quickly dashed her expectations. If there's nothing urgent, stay in a safe place and seek help once the monsters are dealt with. You should understand that if you can't prove your value, don't be a burden to others. How can you say that? Even if we're foreigners, we came here to help, a girl retorted angrily, her expression collapsing. Xiao Bai looked directly at her, his tone cold. Are the lives of a few people not important? We don't have the time to protect just one person. Who do you think you are, expecting us to protect you alone? Another girl seemed even more confused and dissatisfied. The atmosphere grew tense, and Xiao Bai coldly turned to them. If you can't provide us with enough help, don't expect our protection. Stop arguing. Maikawa Yumi's tone suddenly softened, stopping the others. They have more important things to do, and we are fine. Suddenly, Qi Yuan looked at Maikawa Yumi and asked in a low voice, is she an ability user? Although Xiao Bai was puzzled, he still translated the other person's words. Yumiko Maikawa was slightly taken aback, then nodded. Her gaze quickly swept over the people around her, and she mused. Is being an Esper really that important? Most people here have just awakened or have weak abilities. Who wouldn't want to get into an Esper school? After all, ordinary people and Espers live in completely different worlds now. She keenly sensed that the incredibly handsome guy in front of her seemed to be searching for clues through her words. Her heart skipped a beat. Was there something unusual about herself? Qi Yuan didn't respond directly. Instead, he continued to question unusually, making Yumiko Maikawa feel a bit uneasy. Her intuition told her that this topic seemed to touch on some hidden danger. As the conversation deepened, the people accompanying them became quietly alert, quickly realizing the situation. It was likely that this girl had already been influenced by Esper distortion. Her thoughts twisted. Why must we help you? A team member tentatively asked, their tone calm, but laced with probing. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai suddenly understood that the distortion effect of Espers was behind it all. The girl's eyes turned wild, her breathing rapid, seemingly unaware that she had already fallen into a mental trap. But we asked for your help, didn't we? She urgently retorted, her voice trembling slightly. If we asked for help, shouldn't we get a response? What should people who don't respond do? Shouldn't they be reformed? As soon as she finished speaking, the surrounding girls instantly stepped back, evidently frightened by her change. The girl who spoke was also stunned, her eyes wide as if she just realized what she had said. How could I? Qi Yuan quickly analyzed the situation in his mind, realizing that this creature's abilities were much stronger than anticipated. It could not only distort thoughts, but also silently manipulate an Esper's heart. Taking a deep breath, he warned everyone. Be mindful of your thought processes and stay alert. Everyone nodded, sensing the urgency of the situation. The girl affected by the distorted thoughts seemed increasingly confused. She didn't want to be excluded, but any request she made seemed powerless and ridiculous. Eventually, Qi Yuan added, if we're going to observe her symptoms and changes, let's bring her along. The logistics team member nodded, signaling Xiao Bai to talk to her and see if she was willing to be observed. The girl didn't hesitate at all, nodding rapidly, clearly having no better choice. The issue was temporarily resolved, and the group continued towards the dormitory building. As the agreed time approached, everyone could feel an impending sense of urgency. Meanwhile, at an entrance in the city of Kobayashi, the Bitburg army had completely sealed off the entire building and surrounded an office building. A well-dressed Bitburg man approached a muscular man, handing him a stopwatch to check. "Mr. Johnson, it's almost time." Johnson glanced at the stopwatch, matching it with the display screen, which showed they had been in Kobayashi for 45 minutes. 5 more minutes. All right. He said this while draining a bottle of cola and then crushing the can with force, tossing it towards the trash can. The can bounced off the edge and popped out. Darn it. Missed again. Johnson clenched his fist in frustration, seemingly disappointed by the scene. Suddenly, a sly smile appeared on his face as a strange power enveloped the can, controlling it to change trajectory in midair and land perfectly in the trash can. "Mr. Johnson, don't forget the cameras," the man beside him reminded. Their company was collaborating with Johnson to promote his superhero image globally. Although the footage couldn't be publicly shared, it held significant value as research material. Johnson waved his hand, turning his back to him and saying, "I know, don't worry." He deftly held a pinhole camera, acting swiftly and silently. With only 10 minutes left until the agreed time between the 5 nations, Johnson swiftly activated his special ability, tearing open the connection between the monster realm and the real world, and leapt inside. As soon as he entered the monster realm, the deafening sounds of battle filled his ears. It hit him immediately that people from other countries had secretly formed a small alliance behind the scenes. The reason for their early action was because Bitfo had secretly allied with Longhua. Their plan was simple. Based on the intelligence they had, the strength of Ingio's Qi Yuan was unfathomable, and his battles were typically swift. The enemy might be defeated before even encountering the monster. With the wealth of information Longhua had accumulated during the Shun City incident, if they were strong enough, they could certainly achieve this. Longhua's unusually proactive stance in the Sakura Island operation, bringing other nations to support them, clearly aimed at seizing the initiative early, especially in the distribution of the spoils. If things went as they expected, other countries would end up with nothing. Should Bitfo's scheme fail, they would not only miss out on the spoils but also lose the chance to gather intelligence, and during the settlement, they would be forced to watch Longhua take the lion's share, a scenario they were unwilling to accept. Therefore, they decided to deviate from the original plan and strike early. However, Johnson hadn't anticipated that not all nations trusted Bitfo entirely and were even wary of them. Despite Bitfo's formidable strength, it was still impossible to resolve the monster in just a few minutes. Clearly, the lack of trust in Bitfo from other nations led to this premature action. "Damn it," Johnson cursed under his breath, speeding up towards the battlefield. On his way, he brushed past a heavily armored man. They exchanged glances, understanding each other without words. It was obvious who was secretly forming small groups. The monster realm was filled with thick black and purple mist, like a heavy curtain obscuring the view within. Suddenly, a thunderous boom erupted as cursed energy violently collided with a protective shield, shaking the heavens. The battle in the sky grew more intense. Saintess Jean stood steadily on a massive war chariot, unafraid despite the fierce battle above her. Behind her, countless holy knights formed a formation, shields raised in unison, ready to withstand the impending assault. These holy knights were not real entities. They were ethereal figures radiating a warm glow, with only their warhorses and armor appearing particularly tangible. In the center of the battlefield, Saintess Jean raised her banner, guiding a rain of arrows skyward. The golden arrows cut through the air with a force that seemed capable of piercing anything, aiming directly at the airborne monster. Unlike ordinary arrows, these did not follow a parabolic trajectory, but charged straight towards the monster. The monster floated in the air, its form indistinct, resembling a genderless youth clad in a black hooded robe, its body composed of lines of floating text. Its insides were filled with black and purple mist, roiling and undulating, shaping its appearance with the changes in the text. Upon closer inspection, even the black hooded robe was made of text, each character seemingly in constant flux. The monster's eyes were burning black and purple flames, like the eyes of an abyss, exuding an endless oppressive force. Facing the overwhelming rain of arrows, it remained motionless, merely allowing the mist within its body to slowly expand, causing the framework of text to swell and transform. Moments later, the monster underwent a drastic transformation, becoming a spherical object with dense text orbiting it like satellites around a planet. This was followed by a strong gust of wind as the black and purple mist condensed into a solid shield, enveloping the monster. As the mist dispersed, the clearing of a small town emerged, and 2 figures on the ground became clearly visible, none other than the priest and Saintess Jean. The violent gusts unleashed by the energy impact swept through the small town within the monster's domain, tearing off rooftops like rootless duckweed and shattering them in midair. However, both the priest and Jean knew all too well that such an attack was merely a superficial scratch to the monster before them. By leveraging the spatial characteristics of its domain, the monster had constructed an entirely new dimension. Unlike those with supernatural abilities, the buildings and objects within the monster's domain served mostly as inconsequential decorations. Superhumans, on the other hand, need to first construct a framework and then gradually fill in the details to form a complete domain, an important hallmark of advancing to SS level. These two distinctly different construction methods lead to fundamental differences in domains. A monster's domain, while vast, has dispersed energy and requires less power to maintain. A superhuman's domain is relatively compact with dense energy consumption. Jean's ponytail fluttered in the fierce wind as she gazed ahead, convinced that the fragility of the monster's domain stemmed from their shortcut. Borrowed power must eventually be repaid, and these monsters, upon reaching SS level, have to continually strengthen and optimize their domains. The real battle is about to begin, Jean thought to herself, immediately activating her ability in army. Within her battlefield domain, tens of thousands of holy knights materialized, their swords glowing with divine light, their figures flickering in and out of view. The horses beneath these knights sprouted pure white wings and soared into the air. Since advancing to S level, Jean could endow soldiers within her domain with special attributes and weapons, granting them purifying power to defeat their enemies. Meanwhile, the priest sighed deeply and stored his Bible in a spatial item. He removed the cross from his chest, held it against his forehead, and murmured a prayer. "Forgive me, Lord." With the simple ritual of confession complete, he too put away the cross, was about to serve countless lords. Centered on the priest, a magnificent cathedral materialized from the void. Its spire pierced the sky, the dome adorned with exquisite patterns, and the statue of the Virgin Mary on the ceiling gazed compassionately upon the priest at the center of the church. The solemn tolling of bells rang out, striking the heart and calming the soul. Their vigilance was not in vain. The monster's next wave of attack was brewing in the air. A black-purple mist not only blocked a rain of arrows, but also coalesced into countless small spheres. Dense text wound around these spheres like ribbons, ultimately forming a bizarre scene of a giant spherical object surrounded by many smaller ones. A crack appeared in the center of the giant sphere, and a small sphere floated to its front. As this eerie mouth opened and closed, a voice that seemed both AI-like in its coldness and maliciously gleeful echoed, "I curse your souls to be consumed by the hellfire." As soon as the words were spoken, the small sphere was engulfed by black flames that materialized from nowhere. A curse requires a corresponding price, and the closer the price is to the curse's content, the stronger the effect. Jean and the priest both let out a muffled groan. Despite being shielded by their supernatural abilities, they could still feel an intense burning sensation, as if engulfed in flames, with every inch of their skin scorching like burning paper. In this dire situation, the two remained remarkably calm. The priest clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and began to pray softly, invoking his power of forgiveness. "Please forgive me." As his prayers echoed, the church bells chimed in response. Miraculously, the curse heeded the priest's plea, and the burning sensation vanished from his body. "I will forgive your curse if you accept the holy water's baptism," the priest declared. As he finished speaking, the church doors burst open, and a stream of golden water surged forth. This seemingly tranquil stream held immense power, crashing towards the creature in the air like a roaring wave. The creature attempted to block the water with black spheres, but with a crackling sound, the black-purple mist was purified and dissipated into white vapor. Meanwhile, Jean, enduring the pain, waved her banner to command the knights into a complex formation. The knights drew their swords, channeling holy power into the blades, swiftly dispelling the curse on Jean. Freed from the burning sensation, Jean immediately joined the battle. The knights, riding flying steeds, weaved through the air, striking the creature's spheres with their heavy swords. Under the combined assault, the spheres shattered and vanished. Jean and the priest exchanged glances but dared not relax. As expected, the creature quickly counterattacked. More black-purple mist was drawn and condensed, filling the air with countless spheres. When the massive orb split open with several cracks, both felt an urgent sense of alarm. They tried to intervene, but the creature acted faster. Each crack chanted different curses simultaneously. "Curse your heart to stop beating. Curse you to be pierced by 1,000 swords. Curse you to be torn apart by spatial rifts, utterly vanishing." Faced with the overwhelming curses, they quickly switched to defense. The priest continued to pray for forgiveness, while Jean deployed the holy battlefield. Although the curses were insidious and difficult to defend against, the simultaneous casting of curses lost much of their impact under their heightened vigilance. The battle reached a stalemate, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Jean and the priest knew that if they faced this creature, far exceeding their records, alone, they would eventually be overwhelmed. They were silently relieved that reinforcements were on their way, even if those reinforcements might first observe from the shadows. Given the creature's formidable strength, it was only a matter of time before support stepped in to help. Just as they had anticipated, 2 other warriors had already reached the battlefield and were hiding behind the buildings. These fighters, from different countries, exchanged no words but instinctively chose to wait and see. Johnson's eyes flickered with a hint of discontent, was irked by the secret alliance between the two nations behind Bitfo's back. However, logic dictated that if he couldn't handle the SS-class monster alone, he would have to accept the plan for a joint effort by the five nations. A slight smirk appeared on his lips as he silently mocked their foolishness, his sharp gaze continuously seeking the perfect moment to strike the monster. The priest and Jean on the battlefield were fully aware of the situation. They exchanged a knowing glance. It had been several minutes past the agreed time, yet support from Bitfo and Billy had not arrived. With a formidable enemy before them, it was unlikely they would break their promise. The only explanation was that Johnson and his team were lurking nearby with no intention of alleviating the pressure. Even the most composed priest couldn't help but curse internally. The monster, having been unable to break through for a while, began to show signs of agitation. Johnson squinted, noticing numerous black spheres gathering at the center, clearly preparing for an unprecedentedly fierce attack. His eyes sparkled with calculation. If the saint and the priest could bear the brunt of this attack, and the black-purple mist was exhausted, the monster might enter a weakened state. That would be his perfect opportunity. If handled well, he might defeat this horrific creature on his own. Meanwhile, at another scene in Sakura Island School, Chi Yuan stood hesitantly at the entrance of the women's restroom. The sign was positioned lower than that of the men's restroom, causing him a moment of doubt. Although it was empty inside, years of ingrained social norms made him hesitate. A vision flashed in his mind. Stepping in would lead to a scream, followed by accusations of being a pervert and being chased out. However, he wasn't the only one feeling awkward. From outside, Chi Yuan saw Hong Feiheng being teased by the ladies on their team, which eased his discomfort. He silently repeated to himself, "As long as I'm not embarrassed, the awkwardness belongs to others." With his mindset adjusted, he walked into the women's restroom naturally, looking around. Their team had wasted some time searching the dormitory and finally found the connection point in the women's restroom. Chi Yuan thought to himself that people's psychology often reflects in their actions. These girls likely knew it was a curse, which is why they sneaked to the restroom to input names. Their talk of blessings was just a way to ease their guilt. The small restroom couldn't accommodate many people coming and going, so after a quick look around, Chi Yuan exited. Everyone on site was busy with their roles, making the three of them seem like idle wanderers. Chi Yuan glanced at his phone screen. There were still a few minutes left until the agreed time. Back in the monster's domain, the dim sky was entirely shrouded in purple mist, casting an ominous gloom. The mist rapidly converged above the battlefield, forming a vortex-like cloud. The small town, ravaged by intense battle, lay in ruins. A singlestory house lost its roof to the fierce wind, then suffered from the merciless assault of a spatial rift, with half the house sucked into the void, collapsing with a thunderous crash as bricks and debris scattered. Most buildings in the town were in a similar state, surrounded by ruins and devastation. However, the warriors had no time to dwell on the destruction. The priest and Jean, forced by the intensity of the battle to establish trust, covered for each other, barely finding moments to catch their breath amidst the monster's relentless onslaught. Finally, with a free moment, the priest noticed the unusual movement in the sky and urgently shouted, "Look above." Jean looked up at the sky, her brow furrowed. Countless black-purple spheres were being drawn toward the massive central sphere in the grayish-purple sky, as if pulled by some mysterious force. The surface of the central sphere was wrapped in rapidly spinning rings of text, resembling a bizarre cosmic star chart unfolding above. Is it going to detonate all the spheres at once? Jean's heart sank. She knew that with her current strength, it was uncertain whether she could withstand all the curses. Although support was nearby, the scale of this attack was overwhelming. For the first time, she truly felt the urgency of the cleansing plan. If a creature not yet fully advanced to SS level possessed such terrifying power, the monsters from Sanju were likely even more formidable. Jean forced herself to remain calm. She couldn't entrust her life to others. She had to take the initiative. "Let's retreat together," she said in Britannic to the priest beside her. Although most people in the Gaul Empire were resistant to using this language, in critical moments, their proficiency often surpassed that of some countries that did not resist it. The priest nodded solemnly, recovering from the shock of the power disparity. In theory, if they could neutralize the curses for others, the alliance of 5 nations might have a chance to slay the creature. But in reality, Smirnov from the Bill country and Johnson from Bitfo were holding back, clearly intending to use them as bait. Time was of the essence. Jean planted her flag into the ground, drawing energy from within. In the dazzling holy light, a 6-winged angel with an exquisite longbow appeared above her battlefield domain. The angel's face was indifferent, yet it radiated a sacred aura, its wings tracing a white trajectory in the air. Summoning the angel came at a great cost. Jean's face turned ashen, and she staggered unsteadily. The priest immediately stepped forward to support her, guiding her to retreat. This was their last chance to break through while the angel distracted the creature, and then seek an opportunity when the other two acted. The creature sensed their intention and moved even faster. The giant sphere cracked open, releasing countless cursed texts that emitted an eerie purple glow in the air. The angel, without hesitation, left Jean's domain and soared upward. It drew its longbow in midair, a blinding white light gathering on the string. As the light grew more intense, the angel's form became increasingly transparent. Finally, a brilliant white beam pierced the sky, forcing the creature to retract most of its cursed energy to protect itself. Boom! A deafening energy clash echoed through the sky, stirring up a fierce storm that swept dust everywhere. This time, it was more intense than ever before, nearly destroying the entire town, leaving no ruins behind. The priest supported Jean, using the explosive force to swiftly move away from the battlefield. The phantom of the church hovered above them, shielding them from the residual energy. However, a small portion of the cursed energy was not fully retracted. It accurately crossed the space and landed on them in an instant. The priest tightly gripped a spatial artifact, quickly using his powers to neutralize the energy one by one. He calculated the distance rapidly, thinking to himself, not too far now, just a little longer. He wasn't sure if Jean or himself had been tainted by the curse, so he cautiously kept the spatial artifact in hand. Previously, Qi Yun had nearly lost his life in the Shunqing incident, making these S-level ability users more vigilant against items capable of crossing space. They were eager to escape, but the monster had no intention of letting them go easily. Its hatred was locked onto them, seemingly unaware of the two hiding in the shadows. The massive spherical creature floated in the air, its shadow spreading and enveloping them. Sensing they were at their limit, the monster didn't immediately launch a second deadly attack, but instead began shooting small energy balls at them. These cursed energy balls flew at them like hail, leaving trails in the air as they charged forward. The priest and Jean were almost unable to dodge such wide-ranging attacks, and could only expand their field to protect themselves. Boom! The energy balls collided with the field, producing an unending series of deafening explosions. Despite the apparent ferocity of the attack, its effect was less than expected. The priest keenly noticed that the angel Jean had conjured with all her might wasn't ineffective. It had actually inflicted considerable damage on the monster. At this moment, the creature was in a state of energy recovery and was not eager to pursue, only chasing them out of sheer unwillingness to let them escape. Feeling slightly relieved, the priest speculated, "It seems the monster's power made it overconfident, unable to deal with us for now, and driven by anger, it lost its rationality, forgetting potential risks." He had thought such an attack could be unleashed at least twice, but since that wasn't the case, they no longer needed to rush their escape. The monster's weakened state bought them precious time. The priest adjusted his support for Jean and, during the lull between the monster's attacks, began to lead her away. The creature followed closely, and he feigned exhaustion. As expected, the monster couldn't wait to launch another attack. This attack was stronger than the last, yet its power was still limited, only slightly increased. After two tentative attacks, the priest finally felt at ease. If the monster couldn't manage more than this, it was doomed to fail in stopping them. The priest faced the monster head-on, preparing to engage it directly, adopting a do-or-die stance. "I will forgive you," he murmured, drawing the monster's attention. As expected, the creature focused on countering his attack, deploying its last small energy balls to block the priest's fatal strike. With all the energy balls redirected, the monster's massive body became a huge target. Just as it sensed an attack from behind, a giant blade swung fiercely at its back. Clank's blade met the monster's hard shell, sparking a series of flashes but failing to breach its defense. The armored man gripped the handle firmly, putting all his strength into the downward swing. The armored man's eyes were blood-red, his face twisted and menacing, exuding an aura of madness. Red and black violent energy enveloped his body and the massive war blade in his hand like flames. As the blade cut into the monster's surface, the violent energy immediately began to erode the spherical creature's shell. Crack! A crisp breaking sound echoed as a fine crack spread across the sphere, with black-purple mist seeping from it. The monster let out a pained howl, its voice filled with unbearable agony. The spherical monster finally regained its senses and immediately turned to counterattack the armored man. The cursed energy inside the sphere compressed and expanded, seemingly ready to explode at any moment. In the face of this threat, the armored man tightened his grip on the hilt, driving the blade deeper into the crack, and with a firm stance, he swung again with great force. The massive sword, almost as tall as a person, sliced through the air with a whistling wind and struck the sphere. The already cracked surface suffered another heavy blow, producing a clearer shattering sound. At the same time, the armored man activated his domain, filling it with red and black violent energy particles colliding chaotically, leaving no room for anything else. As soon as the sphere entered the violent domain, it was engulfed and exploded, vanishing instantly. The armored man, having lost the last shred of reason, continued his relentless assault, carving a massive gash into the monster. Black-purple mist poured from the wound, and the creature began to fall. The armored man grabbed the gash, sharp fragments piercing his hand, and blood dripped through his fingers. Even as they fell, he continued to inflict new wounds, widening the gap. Seeing this, Johnson used telekinesis to fly over. He hadn't expected the monster to be so careless, failing to set up even basic defenses, allowing the armored man to inflict such damage. As the only one on the sidelines, he knew he had to seize the opportunity to act. The monster crashed heavily near the priest, creating a large crater in the ground, with dust rising in the air. The priest raised a hand to shield against the dust storm, watching the sphere, now missing a large part of its body, as thick black-purple mist continued to seep from its cracks. Just as Johnson was about to attack the sphere, the armored man's blade pointed at him. He was about to curse the man for trying to hog the glory until he saw those blood-red eyes and the crazed expression, prompting him to silently curse. He remembered the man's berserk ability. Once in a berserk state, he would attack anyone nearby. Clearly, to ensure a kill, the armored man had pushed his berserk levels to the limit. Johnson wisely chose to wait, planning to assist once the armored man exhausted his violent energy and regained his senses. This time would allow the priest and others to recover their strength, ready to destroy the domain immediately after the monster's death to prevent its resurrection. However, they were all so focused on the giant sphere that they failed to notice the persistent abnormality of the black-purple mist. Even if they had noticed, they wouldn't have thought much of it, as it had been present from the start. It wasn't until the sphere uttered the word curse that they realized something was terribly wrong. The dense black-purple mist had unknowingly seeped into their bodies. As the curse activated, a massive surge of cursed energy overwhelmed their newly established energy shields. Their life force was rapidly draining, and the cursed energy within them suppressed their abilities, making it impossible to dispel the curse. Oh no, the monster wants to drag them all down with it before it dies. The faces of the four superpowered individuals turned grave at once, sharing the same instinctual thought. But soon, a crucial detail surfaced in their minds. A member of their 5-person team had yet to enter the monster's domain. The meeting time agreed upon by the 5 nations was fast approaching, and they were watching this golden opportunity slip away. If the monster managed to buy enough time, it would surely complete its resurrection. The 4 of them sighed in unison. However, their worries were quickly dispelled by the scene before them. Just a few meters away, a figure in a black hooded robe was floating in the air. Compared to before, its size had shrunk significantly, appearing only as long as an arm, like a small doll. Yet this harmless appearance weighed heavily on their hearts, and they silently prayed that Longguo's and Jiao she would arrive soon. Regardless of whether the monster had shrunk due to excessive energy consumption, as long as it could still use its powers, it could easily obliterate them. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan, the one they pinned their hopes on, suddenly stopped in his tracks as he remembered something. Wait! Qi Yuan halted abruptly, drawing puzzled looks from Bai Li and Hong Feihong. Don't worry, it won't take long, Qi Yuan said calmly. Being a minute or two late isn't a problem. 4 S-level superhumans can't hold out for 1 or 2 minutes. That's ridiculous. Qi Yuan was confident that these superhumans were not like ordinary people and wouldn't perish because of a half-second delay in rescue. Hong Feihong and Bai Li thought for a moment and agreed. Since Qi Yuan had called a halt at this crucial moment, he must have something important to address. If there was a detail they hadn't noticed, rushing could lead to disaster. Qi Yuan stopped because he thought of a critical issue. What if the monster didn't understand his language? This was crucial for the effectiveness of his abilities. Although telepathy wasn't restricted by language, if only he could understand the other party, what was the point? If the monster couldn't comprehend his carefully prepared lines, where was the fun? Give me a moment. Qi Yuan stepped away from the crowd. Although he didn't need to explain, being watched made him uneasy. Standing alone in a corner, he quickly created a translation ability for himself. This power ensured that whatever he said would be heard as the listener's native language, and he could automatically convert the other party's language into one he understood. Creating this ability consumed a quarter of his energy and required continuous energy to maintain, otherwise, it would have to be recreated. Though seemingly powerful, it was somewhat impractical, which is why he rarely used it. With this language buff in place, Qi Yuan returned to the group. Bai Li and Hong Feihong were already waiting at the door. He intended to return to his original position, but noticed a connection point at the door, so he signaled Hong Feihong to proceed. Hong Feihong pointed to his nose, and seeing Qi Yuan nod in confirmation, reluctantly moved forward. He thought to himself, higher rank, more authority. One day, when I'm stronger than Bai Li and Qi Yuan, I'll make them follow my orders. Hong Feihong quickly broke through the connection, and the 3 finally entered the monster's domain. The priest and the other 3 were watching helplessly as the monster slowly raised its arm, a black-purple mist forming in its palm. The previous mist had been exhausted, and the speed at which the small orb in its palm was forming had noticeably slowed. Yet, the priest and the others were powerless to interrupt its spell casting. struggling merely to slow the loss of their life force. At this moment, only one thought lingered in their minds. Why hasn't Qi Yuan arrived yet? They couldn't help but feel a bit resentful. If they had known he would be late, why did they bother to arrive early? The four priests stood there, their eyes showing dissatisfaction. They hadn't expected that not only did the people from the Dragon Kingdom know martial arts, but they also valued fair play, deliberately giving them time to gather information. As for the possibility that their opponent might be hiding like Johnson, they could only dismiss it as impossible. If this Dragon Kingdoms and Jiaoshi were so weak, yet still didn't show up, that would be simply foolish. In their palms, a small sphere gradually formed before their eyes, with a strange pattern crawling out of the text-formed hand, coiling around the sphere like a snake. A deep sense of despair washed over the four priests. Don't give us so much time to gather information, they screamed in their hearts. 1 minute is enough. 2 minutes is too much. But their hopes were dashed. The small sphere fully formed, and the creature slowly opened its mouth, constructed of text, and in a deep voice, said, "I curse." Before it could finish, the space behind it suddenly shook as an entrance was forcefully opened. 3 figures emerged. Leading them was a young man with black hair and golden eyes, accompanied by a red-haired man and an expressionless woman. "We're saved." The priests breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the Dragon Kingdom hadn't given them a full 10 minutes. Had that been the case, they would have been thoroughly dead by the time the Dragon Kingdom people arrived. The humanoid monster turned cautiously, its gaze fixed on Qi Yuan and the other two. Its domain resided in the virtual world, able to see everything on the network. It had known about the support from the 5 major countries since the Sakura Island people mentioned foreigners appearing. It had meticulously set a trap from the moment the delinquent king entered Osaka City to search for information, waiting for its prey to take the bait. The conflict between Qi Yuan and the delinquent king had been clearly observed through videos. It knew that the person before it was an illusion-based ability user. But one question lingered in its mind. How could he appear directly behind me? At this precise time and location, there must be a mystery behind all these coincidences. It pondered deeply but couldn't figure out how, without the ability to communicate across space, the opponent calculated so precisely. Thinking of this, it couldn't help but feel a chill, despite having neither bones nor fur. It was as if all its actions were under the opponent's control. Clearly, the monster wasn't the only one thinking this. Others broke out in cold sweats. Bailey looked at Qi Yuan with an expressionless face, unusually silent, her crescent eyes making Qi Yuan's spine tingle. Hong Feiheng recalled just before they entered, Qi Yuan had called for a stop, delayed a bit, and then changed positions. One point could be a coincidence, but who would believe multiple points were just coincidences? His pupils trembled, eyes widening. This. Hong Feiheng turned to look at Qi Yuan, seeing him look back with a confused face, and couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath of black-purple mist. Damn, this guy knows everything yet pretends otherwise. The Oscars should owe him a statuette. What a twisted sense of humor. No wonder Uncle Yu repeatedly warned him not to cause trouble. It turned out the old fox saw through Qi Yuan's sly nature. Hong Feiheng mentally kowtowed to Uncle Yu. If it weren't for Uncle Yu's constant reminders, he might have gotten himself killed. Before this, he really thought Qi Yuan was just a strong and nice peer. Who knew that, besides his allies, Qi Yuan had another side? At this moment, Hong Feiheng was truly grateful that Qi Yuan was from the Dragon Kingdom and not some other country. The emotions of Johnson and his group were like a roller coaster, constantly fluctuating, and as complex as a pie chart. 3 parts relief and joy after surviving a disaster, 2 parts anger and dissatisfaction from being manipulated, and the remaining 5 parts a complicated mix of frustration from a failed scheme. They felt like clowns with rainbow wigs and exaggerated makeup. Qi Yuan had imprinted a single word in their minds: clown. Was it really necessary for him to toy with them like this? Just because they secretly formed a group without Longhua. Despite the storm of emotions brewing inside, wishing to curse Qi Yuan and his family, they had to face the reality of the situation. The creature finally reacted, slowly retreating, and watching Qi Yuan's group with caution, especially Hong Feiheng and Qi Yuan. Among these 3, it knew one lacked abilities while another was hiding theirs. It observed the 2 for a moment, ultimately focusing on Qi Yuan. If the redhead's ability was to spy, it shouldn't have shown such an expression. Now, everything circled back to the initial question. How could an illusionist find me so precisely? Hearing the creature's thoughts, Qi Yuan's expression turned calm from the start. He didn't fully grasp what was happening, overwhelmed by confusion. Like a student in an exam, prepared for everything, only to find the question is, what is 1 plus 1? He was ready for anything, but the others had already made their move. Other countries had secretly schemed, leaving him to take the blame. Although he ultimately benefited, he remained unsatisfied. But these grievances could wait. He had to solve the immediate problem first. Without any unnecessary movements, he stared at the creature and calmly said, "Is the world you see truly the real one?" Qi Yuan suppressed a smirk, showing a faint, enigmatic smile. The others glared at him, confirming their suspicions that he was behind this. The creature hesitated, more concerned about how Qi Yuan knew its thoughts than the meaning of his words. This new doubt shocked it, and it quickly sensed a connection with the space around it. My domain, it whispered, shuddering as if sensing a familiar power. Is this world fake? Confusion filled its mind. It looked at its palms. The sensations and post-battle fatigue felt real, yet the anomalies in its mind were undeniable. I'm trapped in an illusion. This world doesn't exist. Its thoughts became fragmented, body and consciousness seemingly disconnected. It couldn't accept this possibility, yet everything inexplicably pointed to this conclusion. Clenching its hand, it rapidly recalled everything. If I'm truly in his illusion, he should be able to hear me now, right? Everything quietly changed, as if all the rules had been broken. When did I fall under the illusion? The monster asked, sounding both skeptical and probing. From the very beginning. Qi Yuan replied nonchalantly, his golden eyes glinting with a chilling light. He gazed at the monster as if he were a god looking down at an ant, seemingly able to see through all secrets. Yet, beneath this enigmatic exterior, Qi Yuan was internally grumbling. How would I know when it happened? Whenever you think it was, that's when it was. The monster, hearing this ambiguous answer, immediately blamed all its unreasonable actions on Qi Yuan. So I was under an illusion after all. No wonder even when I knew there were 5 of you, I still felt the urge to kill after only 4 appeared. Qi Yuan silently mocked in his heart. No, that was just you getting carried away. It has nothing to do with me. Don't pin everything on me. As the cursed monster became convinced it was under an illusion, Qi Yuan felt a powerful force surge into his body. Is this the power of an SS-level ability user? No, to be precise, it's an enhanced version of an S-level power. Savoring this power, Qi Yuan thought it still fell short. This level of strength might be enough to kill an SS-level expert, but it couldn't handle a domain. Moreover, this power was purely about strength, lacking deeper insights. Clearly, this monster had only a superficial understanding of true SS-level power, much like him, imagining it out of thin air. Since there was no more value to be extracted, there was no need to continue with this. Qi Yuan decided to end the battle quickly. Silently, he extended his power, drawing everyone into an illusion, replacing the real scene. Lost in their own thoughts, the others were completely unaware. In the eyes of the others, it seemed as if only Qi Yuan was speaking. But the monster's reactions showed he wasn't talking to himself. In my domain, what can I accomplish? This statement reverberated like thunder in their hearts, completely overturning their understanding. Without the monster's half of the conversation, Qi Yuan's final words, from the very beginning, were completely incomprehensible. The group exchanged bewildered glances, utterly at a loss. At this moment, they no longer cared about the monster's fate, but were more concerned about the encrypted conversation's content. Understanding this information would be crucial to guard against Qi Yuan next time. Otherwise, they felt a chill at their backs, fearing they might become his playthings at any moment. The monster, however, was too preoccupied to care about these things. It desperately searched its memory to pinpoint where it fell under the illusion, hoping to find a way to break it. It tried every possible method, even resorting to cliches from human virtual works, but remained trapped. It wasn't until it recalled the first time it saw Qi Yuan through a screen of video, where Qi Yuan glanced nonchalantly at the camera, his gaze neither warm nor as hollow as a virtual puppet, as if it could pierce through the screen directly at the viewer. From the very beginning, did it really start so early? The monster's AI voice, no longer gleeful, was filled with despair. Was it when I saw you in the video that I fell into the illusion? Qi Yuan maintained his smile, saying nothing. He feared that if he spoke, he'd burst into laughter and ruin his image. This demeanor, in the eyes of others, was tacit confirmation of the answer. Upon hearing this exchange, the priest and the other 4 finally understood the cause of their downfall. Even Hong Feiheng, a teammate, couldn't help but scoff internally. I've only heard of monsters infecting humans through the internet, never of a human controlling a monster online. You're so powerful, are you the monster here? Acquiring a new skill was an unexpected bonus, but Qi Yuan didn't let it delay him. He seized the moment when the monster was caught in self-doubt, quietly using the power of illusion to gradually erode its life force and the monster's domain. The monster's departure was surprisingly calm. Its eyes lost their luster, as if Qi Yuan's deception had completely shattered its defenses. From the beginning, it had given up resistance, allowing itself to sink into the abyss of illusion. Its reasoning was simple. Since it had been toyed with in the illusion for so long, struggling further would only make it a laughingstock for this despicable human. When the truth became clear, the monster believed Qi Yuan was waiting to witness its final disgrace. So, it chose the most dignified way to say goodbye. Yet, just before dying, a thought flashed through its mind: revenge. It wanted the world to know what Qi Yuan had done, ensuring this man could never deceive any other being. The monster's body began to change dramatically, with its surface text flowing like water, and the black-purple mist inside it rapidly coalescing according to some mysterious law. Its form shifted from humanoid to a perfect sphere, exuding a poignant sense of grandeur despite its lack of visible expression. I curse myself. The reason for my suicide will be known to the world. With this curse, the monster's form dissolved into starlight, dispersing into the air. Qi Yuan silently absorbed the remnants of the monster's domain, inwardly grateful to this warrior, who inadvertently did him a great favor. He needed attention, and this curse was just right. He chose not to voice this ironic truth, allowing the opponent to leave with dignity. When the illusion faded and the priest group returned to the reality of the city of Shaoban, they were still frantically confirming the authenticity of their surroundings. Meanwhile, the curse's energy had already begun to spread from Shaoban, despite being blocked by the sea, reaching nearby countries like Longhua, Baireguo, South Chao, and North Xian. The survivors of Shaoban had barely processed the scene before them when the sudden surge of energy overwhelmed their minds. The monster's fate played out like a movie in their heads, simultaneously appearing on all electronic screens. As the curse's energy continued to spread, more and more citizens of Sakura Island received this shocking news. In their limited understanding, only a powerful Sklass monster could achieve such a feat, though they knew nothing of the true power of Sklass monsters. They were overwhelmed with information, whether students or office workers. None could focus on their tasks or studies. Everyone put their work aside and became onlookers, fervently discussing the shocking incident that had just occurred. What? A major crisis in Shaoban City. I heard the other 5 major countries came to help. Wasn't it said that Sakura Island could join the top 5 nations? The strange thing is, throughout the battle, not a single superpowered individual from Sakura Island showed up. The most outrageous part was that powerful individual from the Dragon Nation. Simply incredible. They manipulated everyone, forcing the monster to ultimately commit suicide. As for the monster's last words, attempting to reveal Qi Yuan's true identity to the world, few paid attention. After all, ordinary people are neither monsters nor powerful beings. They can't even be toyed with, so naturally, they can't empathize. On Sakura Island's forums and social media, related posts sprang up like mushrooms after rain, rapidly climbing the trending lists. These posts generally fell into 3 categories. Some people angrily condemned the Sakura Island government's inaction. A small group of detractors took the opportunity to mock the superpowered individuals they usually disliked, criticizing figures like the delinquent king and the Miko, but the majority focused on discussions about Qi Yuan. Humans are always keen on deifying someone, only to relish watching them fall. Qi Yuan emerged dominantly, stepping over several gods, perfectly satisfying these 2 desires, and was quickly elevated to a new pedestal. However, the gods he stepped over and Sakura Island's class superpowered individuals still had many supporters, and online, snide remarks about Qi Yuan began to appear. However, those making negative comments soon realized that instead of gaining expected support, their posts were met with eerie responses. Hang in there, you're a brave warrior. Have you forgotten how the monster died? Don't delete this. I want to know if Mr. Golden Eyes will see the comments. Seeing these comments, those who posted snide remarks were left blank-headed and cold with panic. Meanwhile, the comment section continued to heat up. No malice. I just want to know if the post's author is still alive. Are the flowers on the banks of the Sanzu River beautiful? Maybe already lost in an illusion. Don't say such frightening things. Mr. Golden Eyes saved our Shaoban city. He's a good man. The author is probably just having nightmares. Yeah, like Lord Delinquent King. When others tried to comment further, they found the post had vanished without a trace. They sighed. Another brave soul has fallen. But soon, like sharks sensing blood, they moved on to a new topic. Why do Sklass superpowered individuals from other countries seem much stronger than ours? Only Mr. Golden Eyes is much stronger, right? Our strongest superpowered individual from Sakura Island didn't even show up. Then why didn't they go? There are so many people in Shaoban City. Have you ever thought that Sklass is just a human-made classification? Reality isn't a game with level caps. I get what you're saying. Because Sklass is the human-defined top level, he is classified as Sklass, but in reality, he far surpasses other Sklass individuals. Then let's add a new level, S-Class. On this day, it wasn't just Sakura Island that was celebrating online. The Dragon Nation's internet was also buzzing. Guys, the 9th Dark Seat is freaking awesome. This is our senior from Chipon City High School. The old class teacher always bragged about him. Ran into a classmate. I thought the senior was bribing the teacher to boast like that, but he really is amazing. Is the redhead a member of the 9th Dark Seat? I want to know how strong he is. Neighboring Sakura Island announced, putting Qi Yuan at S. Who agrees, who disagrees? In a heavily guarded private room of a hospital in Jidu, Longhua, the air was filled with the pungent scent of disinfectant. Inside the room were only 3 people. A pale-faced man with closed eyes lying on the bed, a woman carefully tending to him, and another man sitting at the bedside speaking softly. If he wakes up and finds out he's lost the title of Longwa's strongest, I wonder what his reaction will be. Yuan has said quietly, looking at the unconscious Qi Yunjing. It's fine. He doesn't care about that anyway, so he won't have to worry himself out, the woman replied, gently wiping Qi Yunjing's face with a warm towel. She suddenly glared at Yuanha. Instead of that, stop shaking your leg. The bed keeps moving. Sorry, it's a habit. Yuanha quickly stopped, resting his hands on his knees, still holding his phone in his right hand. The woman tucked Qi Yunjing's blanket with a hint of regret in her voice. If I had known your nephew had this potential, I would have brought him to Jidu for proper training while he was still young. Now he's just playing games like draw and guess. It's a hassle. None of us knew. How could you? Yuanha asked curiously. Sister-in-law, you seem to know everything. Why not just be upfront with old Qi? The woman let out a cold laugh. He dares to secretly help without my consent. I want him to be on edge. What? Am I not allowed to vent a little? Those two siblings are both clueless. Yuanha leaned in and asked, do you know what he's been helping with? While wiping Qi Yunjing's ear, the woman replied, handling some documents and housing matters, then entrusting Yunlan to you for care. Probably nothing else. She clearly understood her husband well. Every time Qi Yunjing made a mistake, he'd act particularly nice, a typical guilty conscience. This fool had no defenses against her. A few probing questions, and he'd confess everything. Yuanha believed her. After all, Qi Yunjing spent years fighting abroad with little time, only ensuring his wife and child's living conditions were better. He trusted the state to take care of the Qi family, and any help to Qi Yunlan was limited to school admissions, housing, and policy conveniences. Think carefully. Yuanha said seriously. Did any friends get help because of old Qi? Halfway through, he received a glare from the woman and quickly explained. Hey, what's that look? I'm not trying to trap him. Honestly, I want to fully support your nephew. I just can't figure out why he's hiding his strength, how he got connected with the Gao family, or why his high school classmates say he always had luxury cars picking him up. He paused before continuing. You don't know, do you? That debt-collecting apprentice of old Chun, what's his name? Right? Lu Cheng. Our people approached him, and he said that as soon as he met Qi Yuan, he knew his identity. The local big shots all treated him with respect, and there are secret guards protecting your nephew. We have verified these matters, and they are true, Yuan has stated solemnly. The woman detected the seriousness in his words, furrowing her brow as she pondered. After a moment, she shook her head. From what I know of him, as long as Yunlan doesn't want to return, he would never mention it to outsiders. He always puts others' thoughts first, considering his own feelings last. She sighed. If I hadn't seen his desire to serve the country and brought it up myself, Long Nation might have lost this distinguished member. As she spoke, the woman reminisced about the past. Every time she moved, she would send Qi Yunlan her new address, hinting she could come visit. But Qi Yunlan seemed unable to forgive herself for the disaster she brought upon the family, always responding with just an address. Thus, they maintained this delicate understanding. Yuanha picked up an apple, wiped it, and took a bite, musing. That's strange, it can't possibly be your later brother-in-law, can it? The woman's gaze sharpened suddenly. What brother-in-law? Are you here to dig for information? Look at my loose tongue. Yuanha quickly patted his face lightly, feigning repentance. The woman's expression softened slightly, giving him a sidelong glance. I don't know what that child is like, but I do know Yunlan's situation. Seeing Yuanha's troubled expression, she advised. She's the type who causes trouble without even realizing it, seeming smart on the surface, but actually understanding nothing. A child raised under such a mother can't lack independence. And independent people hate others making decisions for them. It's better to be straightforward with her. She looked at Yuanha's furrowed face and snorted. If you don't want to listen, then fine, but don't let your cleverness backfire. Do you know what your nephew has been up to in Sakura Island? Yuanha shivered, recalling those S-level psychics who were left traumatized. If I get duped by the young ones, where would I put my face? Seeing him at a loss, the woman seemed pleased. Exactly. And whose nephew do you think that is? Yuanha was speechless. Why are you so proud? Have you even met him? Meanwhile, on the Long Nation helicopter, a crew member noticed Xiao Bai chuckling to himself. Known for his outgoing personality, Xiao Bai was their main translator in Sakura Island, and everyone was quite familiar with him. The crew member casually asked, What are you looking at? Curled up in the corner, Xiao Bai turned around, his face flushed with laughter. To avoid attracting someone's attention, he bit his hand hard, stifling his laughter to a mere murmur. Seeing the crew member's curiosity, he glanced around to ensure Hong Feiheng wasn't noticing and then gestured for him to come over. His hand was covered in teeth marks, a testament to his struggle to suppress his laughter. Qi Yuan, noticing Xiao Bai's sneaky demeanor, also came over. After dealing with the creatures, they had rested in Sakura Island for a few days before setting off back. The matter of the 5 major nations demanding compensation from Sakura Island had concluded. Ultimately, while it caused significant loss to Sakura Island, it didn't cripple them. The other 4 nations claimed this was to ensure the global cleanup plan could proceed smoothly in the future. Long Nation was well aware of their ulterior motives, but it no longer mattered. Being the first time, they couldn't go too far. Otherwise, smaller nations would rather face destruction than seek help, which would be counterproductive. Until a solution for handling SS-level creatures was found, the 5 major nations had to make compromises. When Chiyuan leaned over, Zhou Bai sensed trouble. He anxiously tried to switch the video, but it was too late. Sure enough, Chiyuan's movement caught the attention of others, who curiously leaned in to take a look at his phone screen. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, Zhou Bai noticed Hong Feiheng glancing over, and he was struck as if by lightning. His expression froze instantly, his face filled with panic, and this unusual behavior quickly caught Hong Feiheng's attention. Hong Feiheng seemed to realize something was amiss, and his expression also changed subtly. Just as Hong Feiheng was about to step in and defuse the situation, the others had already pried Zhou Bai's hand away, fully exposing the phone screen to everyone. Zhou Bai helplessly covered his face with his hand, avoiding eye contact with Hong Feiheng. After all, it wasn't his embarrassment, and it was bound to be discovered sooner or later. It just happened a bit earlier than expected. The video began to play under the curious gazes. The screen showed a segment of a people-watching program filmed at the Jinswa restaurant in Dongdu. It opened with Fujiwara Aya, dressed in traditional shrine maiden attire, gracefully waving to the camera, then folding her hands in front of her stomach and bowing deeply. This is Fujiwara Aya. Thank you all for your continued support. This is my first time on the show, please take care of me. The narrator enthusiastically introduced. It's the super popular goddess of Sakura Island Shrine, Maiden Fujiwara Aya, then proceeded to detail the theme of the episode. Super plan, am I really in an illusion? The entire plan involved serving guests bizarre dishes while claiming they were fine, having strange clowns repeatedly ask, can you see it? And finally, Fujiwara Aya removing her mask to mysteriously say, this is not the real world, leave here quickly. The first target was a success. Under the layers of bizarre scenarios, the guest was utterly overwhelmed by Fujiwara Aya's appearance and fled the restaurant in a panic. The group burst into laughter, but it quickly died down because the next scene showed 2 masked men. Everyone in the helicopter simultaneously turned to look at Chiyuan and Hong Feiheng. In the video, Chiyuan was dressed casually, wearing a mask. Hong Feiheng not only wore a mask, but also added a hat for good measure. The team members, who had been together day in and day out, immediately recognized that it was unmistakably the 2 of them. Welcome. The server's greeting came from the video. The 2 men sat down to order under the guidance of the waiter, still keeping their masks on. The restaurant was silent, and a voiceover chimed in at just the right moment. These 2 seem a bit shy. How will they react to this unfamiliar situation? As the atmosphere grew more tense, a nearby patron suddenly coughed violently, filling the air with a sense of unease. The 2 men instinctively tensed up, their feet subtly shifting as if something within them was stirring restlessly. At this moment, the voiceover continued. It seems their toes are itching to break free from the confines of this villa. But things didn't unfold as expected. Chi Yuan suddenly stood up and headed to the restroom, leaving Hong Feiheng to face everything alone. Hong Feiheng stared at the table in front of him, suddenly gripped by an inexplicable fear as past memories rushed back, causing his face to flush. Oh no, he muttered under his breath, wondering if he was about to make a fool of himself in public. Just then, the video showed a waiter bringing out a bizarre dish. Hong Feiheng, wearing a hat, was momentarily stunned, exchanging glances with himself. The appearance of the dish left him at a loss for words, and despite the language barrier, he decided to wait for Chi Yuan to return before asking. The voiceover quietly added, surprisingly, this guest didn't ask many questions and easily accepted this peculiar dish. Hong Feiheng silently eyed the strange food, growing more curious. What on earth is this? While he was still examining the odd dish, a sudden commotion erupted in the restaurant as a clown burst out from the kitchen, performing exaggerated antics that went unnoticed by the other diners. The clown weaved around, seemingly trying to grab Hong Feiheng's attention at every turn. Lost in the absurdity of the scene, Hong Feiheng felt increasingly uneasy. The restaurant on Sakura Island seemed like a nightmare, with the garish decorations appearing chaotic. Yet, the other diners remained unfazed, continuing their meals without a care. Hong Feiheng sensed his discomfort, and his anxiety grew stronger. The voiceover softly remarked, it seems this guest feels a bit fearful of the environment, yet he remains seated, waiting for his friend's return. Such is the power of friendship. Hong Feiheng furrowed his brows, his mood growing heavier, and he started to wonder if Chi Yuan had fallen into the restroom, given how long had been gone. As his emotions grew more complex, the voiceover added, despite his apparent fear, he patiently awaits his friend's return, a commendable display of loyalty. Hong Feiheng began to feel out of place, his eyes wandering, occasionally checking his phone for the time, yet his heart remained uneasy. He helplessly stared at the bizarre dish in front of him, finally picking up a spoon to stir it, sniffing it before setting it back down. It seemed he decided to give up, slumping back in his chair and closing his eyes. In front of the screen, Xiao Bai chuckled lightly, pointing at the scene and asking, what are you thinking now? Hong Feiheng's gaze was still filled with unease as he looked at the strange dish before him, glancing around unsure of what to do. A few seconds later, he lowered his head again, eyeing the strange dish, whispering to himself. Could this be Chi Yuan's prank? Is this Sakura Island restaurant some kind of themed place? He frowned slightly, his suspicion growing. The voiceover continued teasingly. It seems this guest is beginning to question everything before Hymus. This an illusion or reality? At that moment, the restaurant's atmosphere turned even more bizarre. The figure of Fujiwara Aya appeared before him, shattering all tranquility. Her presence immediately put Hong Feiheng on alert. Something was off. He couldn't understand what she was saying, but instinctively, he was almost certain that Fujiwara Aya's appearance was no coincidence. Instantly, he felt a looming threat and sprang to his feet, rushing towards the restroom. His only thought was, this has to be Chi Yuan's doing. Hong Feiheng suddenly rushed into the restroom, catching the observation crew completely off guard. Due to the privacy of the restroom area, filming was not possible, and the crew had to rely on voiceovers to explain the situation. It seems this guest truly believes in the existence of the illusion. Despite being in an unfamiliar environment, he remembers his companion in the restroom, displaying an admirable quality. Shortly after, Hong Feiheng and Chi Yuan emerged one after the other, each with a different expression, both politely declining the microphones offered by the crew. Since their reactions weren't as exaggeratedly funny as the other guests, the director's team quickly moved on with just a long shot. However, everyone inside the helicopter knew exactly what had happened. Hong Feiheng had definitely rushed in to confront Chi Yuan. Uffed. Almost everyone covered their mouths, trying hard to suppress their laughter, yet faint giggles still escaped through their fingers. Hong Feiheng's ears were already bright red, but he stubbornly defended himself. I don't know what you're laughing at. If you were there, your reaction would have been even bigger than mine. The others knew he was right. After all, with Chi Yuan standing there like that, anyone would suspect he was playing a psychological trick on them. Without understanding Fujiwara Aya's personality, who would have thought an level psychic would cooperate with the crew to prank them? Faced with the bizarre reality and the inescapable illusion, Hong Feiheng's suspicion of Chi Yuan was understandable. But understandable didn't mean it wasn't funny. Mistaking reality for an illusion, and then confronting Chi Yuan just replaying the scene in their minds made everyone's mouths twitch upwards uncontrollably. Since the awkward incident didn't happen to them, trying not to laugh was the biggest respect they could offer Hong Feiheng. No, someone waved their hand, their tone obviously distorted as they tried to make a poor excuse, attempting to spare Hong Feiheng's feelings. Another person struggled to find the right words for a long time and eventually gave up. Someone nearby quickly tried to cover for their companion, their tone equally unnatural. We are, sympathetic? Yes, sympathetic. Hong Feiheng knew they were just humoring him, but continuing the conversation would only lead to an even more classic scene. They couldn't even clearly articulate what they were sympathetic about, and he didn't expect this group to have a conscience. If others knew what he was thinking, they'd probably throw him out for being so smug. Off you go. He couldn't even confront Chi Yuan for being tricked, and they weren't breaking any laws by laughing at him for being fooled. Hong Feiheng crossed his arms, spread his long legs wide, and unapologetically occupied the space around him. Since everyone was being so tolerant of him now, he might as well enjoy a comfortable sitting position. Chi Yuan watched them laugh at Hong Feiheng, feeling a bit amused himself. But he wasn't laughing at Hong Feiheng, he was laughing at the group. They had all previously mistook the illusion for reality, just like Hong Feiheng. Everyone laughed at Hong Feiheng, not realizing they were all in the same boat. This was a perfect example of magical realism. Thanks to Hong Feiheng's contribution, the previously dull flight became lively. The dreary team atmosphere was broken, and the helicopter was filled with laughter. Amidst the merriment, the pilot's slightly anxious voice suddenly came through the communication system. Mr. Chi, we're low on fuel. If we keep circling, we won't have enough to make it back to Jidu. In an instant, all eyes focused on Chi Yuan. Chi Yuan looked exasperated. Not every anomaly is my doing. He looked at the pilot with a head full of frustration. Am I really that unreliable? Before the pilot could respond, someone interrupted. Everyone, look out the window. It's all fog. A dense fog appeared in the stratosphere, an unusual phenomenon. Everyone immediately understood the concern in the pilot's voice, and Hong Feiheng sat up straight, his brows furrowed. Is there an air ability user who can blow away this fog? Hong Feiheng suggested, his voice tinged with urgency. Chi Yuan glanced at the swirling white mist outside the window, his eyelids twitching involuntarily. Have you all been outside too long? This is clearly a fusion domain. This statement was like a wake-up call for the group who spent years traveling. Indeed, the lingering dense fog was a typical trait of a fusion domain. Should we land? Someone asked, uncertainty lacing their voice. With the mystery of the fog solved, the group's attention quickly shifted to a strategy. The duration of a complete fusion in such a domain was unpredictable, and hovering in the air wasn't a wise choice. I'll try to enter the domain first. The pilot's voice carried a hint of distress. Landing directly in this thick fog is too dangerous. No one objected, nodding in agreement to follow the professional's lead. Entering a fusion domain required no navigation, just moving forward, as the fog would guide them inward. The helicopter navigated through the fog for a while, the mist gradually thinning, revealing the hazy scene of the fusion domain. The engine's roar was especially jarring in the silence, as everyone held their breath, gazing at the strange landscape becoming clearer. A silver disk-like moon hung in the sky, bright and luminous. Its gentle light cascaded over the sea of clouds below, draping the entire space in a silvery veil, rendering the scene both ethereal and surreal. The moonlight on their bodies evoked a sense of solitude and nostalgia, making them momentarily forget to breathe. It wasn't until a group of rabbits, startled by the helicopter, leapt into the air that they snapped back to reality. "What is this?" they exclaimed in unison. The moon's beauty was indisputable, but astonishingly, it was below the helicopter. The mutated rabbits, resembling clouds, had white bodies that slightly deformed in the wind. They leaped lightly across the sea of clouds, nimbly weaving through the layers. The moon's surface emitted a soft glow, with the outline of some structure seemingly hidden within. The entire scene was dreamlike, as if they were in a surreal dreamscape. The group was dazed, disbelief etched on their faces as they looked up at the sky. In the distance, a real full moon sat quietly in the night sky. That was the moon they were familiar with. A special fusion domain. Bai Li was the first to respond, articulating each word clearly. "Let's see if we can enter," Qi Yuan advised the pilot, signaling him to pause. "All right," the pilot replied, slowing down. The cabin door was opened, and Bai Li stopped a crew member from going out to explore. She then used her energy to lift herself, flying towards the suddenly appeared moon. The others crowded at the windows or the cabin door, watching nervously. From afar, it wasn't obvious, but as they got closer, they realized the light was bright, yet not blinding. Bai Li's figure was soon engulfed by the light, obscuring the details. Moments later, Bai Li returned. She landed steadily on the cabin door, becoming the center of attention. She nodded succinctly. "We can enter." I tested it with an energy ball, and then with objects through the thin barrier. Both worked. The only concern is that we might not be able to exit, so I came back to inform you. If I'm not back in 3 minutes, it means there are special rules. Having said this in one breath, she turned and left again. This time, she returned even quicker, visibly easing the tension among the group. The pilot carefully maneuvered the helicopter inside the moon, finding a flat area to land. They disembarked one by one. Apart from being quite cold, the environment here was not much different from the ground. With his feet on the ground, Qi Yuan finally felt a sense of reality. He had heard in the Awakening Ability Group that there were sky gardens abroad, and was surprised to find a moon appearing here at home. Looking around, he saw a forest surrounding him, with wild grass and shrubs scattered about, and these plants were withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Is this a forest emerged from the ground? So it rose from the earth, someone speculated, exhaling a breath of white mist. The moonlight almost solidified into frost, covering the ground as if laying a thick layer of cold frost upon it. Everyone looked around, carefully observing their surroundings. Why is it withering so quickly? Even if the weather is unsuitable, it shouldn't be this extreme. There must be some kind of rule here. These kinds of special fusion areas often have several rules at play. Hong Feihing's focus was elsewhere. What kind of monsters does this place produce? Not sure, but luckily it's a forest. Otherwise, the patrol team wouldn't be able to get in for a while, and many ordinary people would die. Xiao Bai analyzed from a survival perspective. As soon as he finished speaking, he received collective gazes from those around him. Even Captain Qi can't keep you in check. How many layers of buffs do you have stacked? Hopefully, there won't be tomb-like curses here. An SS-level monster is unlikely. Think positively. Maybe it will end up alone. Xiao Bai's face turned green. How is that thinking positively? He quietly moved closer to Qi Yuan, then silently backed away, shifting towards Hong Feihing instead. He thought to himself, if he followed Qi Yuan and the difficulty level increased beyond Qi Yuan's ability to handle, what then? Hong Feihing was completely unaware. Having saved Xiao Bai several times, he was used to being in a protector role and didn't realize Xiao Bai's ulterior motives. "This rabbit is so ugly," Bai Li complained, tugging on the long ears of a peculiar creature he held. Qi Yuan turned to look. The rabbit in Bai Li's hand looked like a mix between a chicken and a rabbit, blending elements of Bota body covered in short white fur, a small chicken-like head topped with long rabbit ears, and its scarlet eyes glimmering with an unusual light. Its chicken wings flapped stubbornly as if trying to escape Bai Li's grasp. Can this even be considered a rabbit? Hong Feihing leaned in, tugging the rabbit's ears and feeling its wings. It's real, but the mutation direction is so odd. Mutant animals usually evolve towards their abilities. A chicken turning into a rabbit, or a rabbit into a chicken, is quite bizarre. Let's take it back for study. It's pretty interesting, someone suggested, and Bai Li handed the rabbit over. Qi Yuan carefully surveyed the surroundings. The trees, which just moments ago had a hint of green, had withered, their leaves turning yellow and falling. He said, "Wait here. I'll go ahead and check the situation." If there's danger, we should leave early. Qi Yuan was quite intrigued by this fusion area. Thanks to the ranking given by the Sakura Island people, placing him at S, and the heat from the cursed monster, his strength had just broken through to SS level. Before, without the strength, unnecessary curiosity wasn't worth risking his life for. But now the situation was different. I'll go too, Hong Feihing eagerly said. Being restrained in Sakura Island, unable to act, was frustrating. Now that I have the chance, I need to prove myself. Qi Yuan glanced at him briefly before looking away. Hong Feihing's gaze followed, landing on Xiao Bai. Yes, this was indeed an issue. In theory, the best plan would be to let Qi Yuan act alone. Hong Feihing didn't say much more, as a Spuro-Themed decision was not worth more than a few lives. Thus, the plan was set. Qi Yuan shouldered his gear and walked into the distance. Communication with the U Bureau had been established, and the situation reported. The logistics manager directed everyone to gather some branches because the temperature was quite low, and they needed to build a fire for warmth. For safety's sake, he didn't allow anyone to wander too far, and someone had to stay behind to guard the helicopter. Under the logistics manager's guidance, everyone split into groups to gather firewood and scout the surroundings. A hint of osmanthus fragrance seemed to waft through the air. Someone bent down, gently tapping thick leaves with a broken branch to confirm that only deadwood lay ahead before proceeding. Do you smell it? I don't, said one team member, picking up leaves and twigs from the ground and taking a deep breath, only to inhale the cold air. I think I do. It smells a bit like osmanthus cake, another chimed in. At those words, even those who hadn't thought much about the dessert suddenly felt a twinge of nostalgia. It's been a long time since I left Longhua. I do miss the food there, someone remarked, glancing around the vast forest. Speaking of which, don't you think this fusion domain is a bit peculiar? A team member suddenly asked. Kind of, but it's nothing too surprising, another shrugged. In our country, we have Peach Blossom Spring. Abroad, there are hanging gardens. Examples of fusion domains aren't exactly rare. At that moment, a team member picked up a pile of dry leaves, from which a few bugs suddenly leaped out and scurried away. The team member paid no mind, casually stuffing the leaves into a bag and continuing with the group. I'm more interested in the mutated animals, like those cloud rabbits outside and the chicken rabbit inside. They're species I've never seen before. As he walked, he suddenly stopped, turning to look where the leaves had fallen. Wait, I think I just saw a rabbit version of a bug. He was taken aback, then looked at his companion. What shocked him the most was that when he first saw it, it didn't seem out of place. Something's definitely wrong here. Hurry back and report to Baishi. Looking back, there was no movement. He quickly turned around again, his gaze sharp and ready. He saw several giant rabbits watching him, their furry appearance leaving his mind momentarily blank. The rabbits' three-lobed mouths opened and closed, making strange sounds he couldn't understand. As the rabbits slowly approached, he suddenly broke into a run. If he could lead them to Baishi, perhaps she would know how to handle them. Qi Yuan treaded on the dry grass, the rustling sound following behind him. In the moonlight, he moved through the forest, the sparse branches and leaves quickly helping him find his bearings. He touched the trees, sensing a decaying presence. These trees were withering faster than those around them, hinting at something unusual ahead. He paused, opened his mind, and continued forward. Before long, he saw a palace in the distance. Unlike the grand temples he was familiar with, this palace appeared elegant and graceful in the moonlight, exuding a cool, noble aura. Moon, rabbits, palace. These words intertwined, as if a familiar name suddenly surfaced in his mind. His heart stirred, and he unhesitatingly changed direction, heading toward the palace. As he advanced, the scent of osmanthus in the air grew stronger. The towering tree trunks and canopies blocked out the sky, and even before Qi Yuan approached, he could feel their vibrant vitality. Activating his reconstruction vision, the energy pathways at the tree roots became instantly clear. Energy surged upward like streams, with each osmanthus tree greedily absorbing the surrounding nutrients. Standing beneath the trees, Qi Yuan observed the osmanthus grove's undulating canopy, resembling a sea of green waves. The grove consumed the nearby energy at an astonishing rate, explaining why other trees in the vicinity quickly withered. Qi Yuan drew his pocket knife and made a cut on the nearest osmanthus tree. As the milky sap began to flow, the wound healed with visible speed. This remarkable self-healing ability caused only a brief pause in the tree's growth, which then resumed as usual. As he gazed at the extraordinary grove, various hypotheses flashed through Qi Yuan's mind. If living beings were buried underground, would these trees absorb them? Would the trees turn against each other when energy was scarce? With such a powerful healing ability, could the tree's leaves and branches have medicinal properties? A gentle breeze swept through the grove, causing the osmanthus flowers to sway under the moonlight. Golden petals danced on the wind like countless tiny golden butterflies flitting through the trees, adding life to the barren ground. The rich fragrance of osmanthus filled the air, making Qi Yuan, who was always sensitive to scents, wrinkle his nose. Beyond the Osmanthus Grove stood an ancient palace with traditional architecture. Its jade towers and carved railings were shrouded in moonlight and surrounded by a chill, with a faint frost mist swirling around it. While the palace lacked the grandeur it had under the daytime sunlight, it exuded an ethereal quality, as if one were stepping into a myth. As Qi Yuan was immersed in this awe-inspiring scene, an unusual inner voice reached him. Rabbits? Why are there rabbits everywhere? Following the sensation, he spotted a white figure in the shadows. Though resembling a rabbit, the creature had blood-red eyes akin to those of a ferocious predator, staring at him greedily. Strange, I don't know why, but this rabbit seems to have a strong aura. Qi Yuan glanced at his palm, deepening his confusion. Could it be that, apart from their own kind, all other creatures appear as rabbits to each other? This thought led him to one conclusion. Aside from humans, the intelligent being before him must be a monster. Qi Yuan walked openly in that direction, keeping the creature within a 40-meter attack range. The rabbit-like monster retreated 2 steps before stopping as he approached. Why am I hiding from just a rabbit? Qi Yuan wondered to himself, trying to suppress the fear in his heart as he forced himself to take a step forward. Yet, his feet involuntarily retreated a step. Is this the Rabbit King? How can a mutated animal have such a strong presence? Qi Yuan stopped a few meters away, cautiously probing with his voice. He instinctively wanted to dismiss his own thoughts, but the oppressive feeling grew stronger, forcing him to continue doubting. I'm a human, and you're under an illusion. He silently reassured himself while observing the rabbit creature's dull expression. From its body language, he made an initial judgment. Although he couldn't understand the language it uttered, its behavior clearly indicated it wasn't human, but rather some kind of mutated animal. The rabbit creature remained unmoved, its eyes still vacant, with a hint of confusion in its gaze. Qi Yuan felt uncertain and decided to take decisive action to verify whether this was an illusion or reality. Light instantly gathered in his hand, forming a sharp light sword. Without hesitation, Qi Yuan swung the sword, aiming directly at the creature's long ears. The dazzling light arced through the air, and the creature's ears fell to the ground a few meters away. The pristine ears, now stained with blood, landed heavily on the ground. The rabbit creature's 3-lobed mouth trembled violently, emitting a piercing screech, almost unbearable to witness. However, Qi Yuan's heart remained unmoved. This rabbit creature was too strange. Despite its rabbit-like appearance, the unsettling aura it emitted couldn't be easily ignored. My ears! My ears! The creature cried, clutching its wound as blood poured out, its eyes filled with fear. A mutated rabbit is attacking. A voice nearby exclaimed, carrying a palpable sense of fear. Why does a mutated rabbit have powers? Could they have awakened intelligence? Another voice questioned in confusion. The creature, sensing the threat, quickly turned and fled, its steps frantic and unsteady. Qi Yuan stood there, still bewildered, unable to determine whether this was an illusion or reality. Everything that had just happened, the arc of the severed ears, the creature's painful reaction seemed so real. Damn it! Qi Yuan felt a surge of anxiety. Had he become a target of retribution so easily? A thought crossed his mind, and he decided to extend the illusion, quickly drawing the rabbit creature into it. He hoped to see its true form within the illusion, to understand how it perceived him. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, the rabbit creature's eyes suddenly became vacant, plunging into a deep illusion. Qi Yuan manipulated the illusion, projecting the creature's memories, as if stepping into its perspective. The creature's memories unfolded rapidly, and the enormous Rabbit King formed a vague silhouette before it. Enhanced by filters, the Rabbit King's image appeared increasingly majestic and fierce, like a beast ruling over all. Qi Yuan was taken aback, not expecting to appear so terrifying in its eyes. With this realization, he decided to delve deeper into the creature's memories. Thus, the memories continued to unfold, leading him through the forest, where he saw the once lush trees gradually wither, and the variety of fleeing animals dwindling until only rabbits remained. Then, Qi Yuan witnessed the creature's memories again. It spotted the palace from afar, deducing it was a human dwelling, and quickly headed in that direction. Upon entering the palace, the creature encountered several strange rabbits, but soon hid along the way, waiting for the humans it expected to appear. These fragments of memory differed from Qi Yuan's initial assumptions. By reviewing them one by one, he gradually understood the creature's experience. He reevaluated his thoughts. If this was an illusion, the rabbit in the creature's eye should be an illusion too. But what the creature saw wasn't so simple. It saw various animals, which gradually turned into rabbits, and then reverted to their original forms. If the illusion was just a fleeting perception, its memory shouldn't contain so many different creatures, Qi Yuan mused. He arrived at 2 hypotheses. 1. The rabbit the creature saw was an illusion, but its illusion repeatedly appeared and gradually faded. 2. The rabbit creature before him was real, and the other rabbits it saw were indeed real. But regardless of which it was, why did the creature perceive him as a rabbit? As the information pieced together in his mind, Qi Yuan formed a hypothesis. If the rabbit monster and mutated rabbits are seen as a whole, might they judge other species in the same way humans judge monsters? No matter how different they appear, they might categorize them as one. To normal creatures, they are just rabbits. But to them, normal creatures are also a unified existence. Qi Yuan frowned in thought, puzzled by why there seemed to be a distinct alternation between other species and rabbits in what it saw. He replayed that part of the memory, his gaze flickering. What if it wasn't a rabbit monster to begin with? Qi Yuan tapped his fingers lightly. It and other animals were slowly transformed into rabbits, and eventually, it completed its own transformation. Rabbits can distinguish between each other, so in its vision, other rabbits turned back into normal animals. Testing this hypothesis was simple. By transforming into a rabbit as seen by the rabbit monster in the illusion, the monster's reaction would reveal everything. With this in mind, Qi Yuan manipulated the illusion to bring the monster back to consciousness. The illusion shifted rapidly, recreating the scene they had just been in, with Qi Yuan and the monster standing face to face. As soon as it regained clarity, it locked eyes with Qi Yuan, a look of terror spreading across its rabbit face. The rabbit, that terrifying rabbit. Hearing its inner voice, Qi Yuan confirmed it was fully conscious and slowly transformed into the rabbit image seen by the Monstera rabbit image filtered 18 times appeared before it. Qi Yuan waited silently, giving it ample time to react. The wretched human, disguising as a rabbit, the monster's inner voice came through clearly. No wonder the rabbit could wield a sword. It was a human in disguise. Having obtained the answer he sought, Qi Yuan sent it away without hesitation. A gentle breeze swept over the long steps before the hall, lifting dust into the air. A pair of feet ascended the steps, with only the bloodstains left on the steps as evidence of the monster's existence. Qi Yuan pondered. The monster came to the palace searching for humans, and here it encountered strange rabbits. The animals in its memory generally lacked resistance to turning into rabbits, suggesting there might be other humans in this area. In a corner of the palace, several teenagers had just stopped after frantic running, gasping for air. Sweat trickled down their foreheads, and their clothes were disheveled from the run. A boy tugged at the collar tied against his neck, grumbling. That old-fashioned guy insisted I wear the family uniform. Such a hassle. You should be glad you wore it. A girl leaned against the cold wall, rubbing her hands and blowing into her palms to warm her frozen fingers. It's much colder here than outside. I know. The boy continued to tug at his collar. But I don't like this collar. It's choking me. The others showed no interest in the collar discussion. After catching their breath, they eagerly asked, "What do we do next?" This question opened the floodgates. A girl with a ponytail clutched her chest, still shaken. How did we suddenly lose track? And then a bunch of rabbits surrounded me. I was scared to death. Yeah, they were chasing us relentlessly just now, another chimed in. As they discussed their recent harrowing experience, a steady voice broke in. Wait for rescue. Huh, the others echoed in confusion. The person wiped the sweat from their forehead and explained, we disappeared during training. The family will definitely send someone to find us. Running around recklessly might lead us to monsters. It's better to wait here. I agree with Luo Feng's suggestion. A boy with glasses nodded. All right. His proposal quickly gained the group's approval. Just then, a curious voice disrupted their newly formed consensus. Aren't you curious to explore such a strange fusion domain? Why are we just standing here? The boy holding onto his collar asked in disbelief. No way, several others responded in unison. In the crowd, Ma Yanwei crossed his arms, a look of disdain in his eyes. Elder Ma, who's leading us, is no weakling. His lightning whip is legendary. If we find him, we'll be safe. Even if we don't, he can track us by the marks we leave. We all have special abilities. Escaping shouldn't be a problem. He turned to Luo Feng, a mocking smile on his lips. Or are you scared, Luo Feng? Luo Feng clenched his fists. It was hard enough for a teenager to stay calm in such a critical situation. But faced with Ma Yanwei's relentless provocation, even a saint would get angry. Ma Yanwei, come talk to me when you've secured second place in the duel. This hit Ma Yanwei's sore spot. Huh, my brother is a renowned genius among all the families. Why would I be jealous of you? What does your brother being a genius have to do with you? Luo Feng retorted without backing down. Ma Yanwei was instantly furious, his voice changing pitch. Last year was just a lucky win for you. This year, first place is mine. Get it first, then talk. Anyone can boast. Just as tension was about to boil over, their companions hurriedly intervened. This isn't the time for fighting. Stop arguing. But it was too late. The commotion attracted a group of monsters. Their drool dripped as the stench filled the air. The teenagers had no choice but to stand back to back, pressed against a solid wall. I'll break through the wall. Buy me some time. Luo Feng said calmly, though frustrated. You're scared, trying to make us risk our lives for you. Ma Yanwei's voice shook. If you're scared, then you do it. Luo Feng resisted the urge to strangle the arrogant fool. The boy holding onto his collar finally had enough. Fine, I'm scared. I'll do it, okay? Are we still living in ancient times? This old-fashioned dialogue is killing me. With that, he concentrated his power into his fist and punched the wall. Crack, a sound not of the wall collapsing, but of bone breaking. The boy's face turned red with pain, unable to speak. My barrier won't hold much longer. Hurry, a girl said, clutching a porous stone, using it to barely maintain the fragile barrier. Let's all do it together. They ignored the dispute between Luo Feng and Ma Yanwei, focusing their efforts on the wall. But the wall didn't budge. Snapped, the sound of the barrier shattering, and the monsters closed in. These creatures were nothing like the ones Elder Ma had prepared them to face. They played by no rules and attacked in swarms, abandoning any notion of unknown combat. The barrier shattered, and the monsters' ghastly figures quickly surrounded them. The sudden onslaught left the group of teenagers, all in their early teens, visibly shaken. However, their past experiences and training kept them from losing their composure, allowing them to gradually regain their courage in the face of these beasts. With the elder absent, command fell into a chaotic, leaderless state. Faced with the monsters, they unleashed their powers recklessly, as if they came at no cost. Despite having awakened their abilities and basking in the prestige of high-level powers within the safety of their families, they had little real experience in coordinated combat. As a result, some of their abilities not only missed their targets, but also backfired. They realized, only now when confronted with real danger, the gaps in their combat skills. In contrast, the monsters, though lacking sophisticated coordination, trampled over their fallen comrades without hesitation to reach their prey faster. Gradually, they closed in on the young fighters, their presence becoming increasingly oppressive. In a panic, the teenagers scrambled to find the protective charms their families had given them, desperate for safety. Luo Feng bit his lip, his gaze unwavering. He gripped his sword tightly and swung it at the nearest monster. The blade sliced through the air with a sharp arc, striking the creature's tough scales. His ability fragility imbued the sword, allowing it to cut through the monster's hide with ease, as if slicing tofu. To Luo Feng, the battle's origin lay in his and Ma Yanwei's decision, and he was determined to hold the line, buying his companions time to retreat. The initial success bolstered Luo Feng's confidence, the adrenaline coursing through him as his heart pounded in his ears. He quickly regained his rhythm, the thrill of combat invigorating every cell in his body. He couldn't help but desire a full-blown battle. With another swift strike, Luo Feng dispatched another creature. These monsters were not to be feared. As the beast fell, he quietly urged his teammates, "Go ahead, I'll cover your retreat." His bravery stood in stark contrast to Ma Yanwei's trembling, drawing admiration from the others. Though no one dared voice it now, they would surely report their grievances to their families later. "I'm in too. It's just a few monsters, right?" said one of the boys, his youthful spirit undeterred by the danger. Inspired by Luo Feng's valor, he shook off his earlier fear and eagerly prepared to fight. He flung a hidden weapon laced with iron wire into the monster horde. Lightning crackled in his palms, traveling swiftly along the wire. The noise was deafening, but the effect fell short of expectations. The low-level electric shock, though loud, failed to harm the monsters substantially. Confusion crept across his face as he silently berated himself. Why wasn't it as easy for him as it was for Luo Feng? "Don't just stand there." Luo Feng's commanding shout snapped him back to reality. Startled, the boy's grip on the iron wire faltered, causing it to slice his palm open. Blood dripped from his fingers, staining the ground. He looked in panic at the other end of the iron cable, where the monster gripped the weapon and gave a fierce tug. If it weren't for Luo Feng's earlier threat, he would have already been dragged into the monster's vortex by that force. At that moment, Luo Feng swiftly cut the iron cable with his large knife. The boy returned to the group, embarrassed, admitting to himself the vast gap between people. Luo Feng was like a god descending to save the day, while he was like dust on the ground. From that moment, Luo Feng became his one-sidedly acknowledged leader. The boy's heart was filled with grand ambitions, ready to inspire his teammates, but reality quickly brought him back down. Everyone almost wanted to shout in unison, "Let me help too," but their voices caught in their throats, unable to come out. They thought that if they held Luo Feng back, they might as well quietly retreat to avoid causing trouble. "I'll help you." The girl who had previously maintained the barrier spoke up. "Once my powers recover, I'll set up the barrier again. You can rest for now." Seeing Luo Feng's hesitation, she added, "The wall behind us won't open, and we're surrounded by monsters. Helping you break through is our only hope for survival." Her words made the others realize that they had no space to escape, and fighting alongside Luo Feng was the best option. "My power is earth-based," another girl said. "When the barrier was up, I set up some obstacles inside. If there's someone with ice powers, please coordinate with me." She paused before continuing. "Those with water powers, try to clear a path. Those with fire and wind powers, team up and support each other," another girl suggested. There was no clear distribution of roles, but everyone's abilities and items came to the forefront. Although their powers weren't particularly strong, they had some ability-enhancing items that allowed them to resist lower-level monsters. Led by Luo Feng, they found new hope and a sense of reliance, as if glimpsing a lifeline. As the monster's encirclement tightened, nobody gave up. Instead, they gradually found a chance to break through. If they did not fall, they could tear a gap in the dense monster horde. A scream shattered the tense atmosphere. A girl tilted outward, about to collide with the tentacles of an 11 Monstera carnivorous plant. Her nearby companion reached out frantically, but only managed to grab the edge of her clothing. Luo Feng dashed forward, leaping with firm steps, his body rising as his blade flashed like lightning. The tentacle was cut off, and the carnivorous plant retreated in pain, but more monsters swarmed in. The girl quickly got up and crawled back into the group, disheveled. Once steady, she glared angrily at Ma Yanwei beside her, gritting her teeth. Ma Yanwei, you're unbelievable. I tried to help you with the tentacles, and you pushed me out. Her words were like a pebble dropped into a calm lake, causing subtle ripples within the group. The girl with the barrier power sensed the shift in atmosphere and immediately erected the barrier. The previously tight-knit group suddenly became loose, distances grew, and all eyes turned to the controversial Ma Yanwei. What do you intend to do? Someone asked softly. Kick him out. A team member couldn't help but shout. He's disgusting, acting all high and mighty, but he's just a coward. Almost without hesitation, everyone turned against Ma Yanwei. Regardless of whether they could continue working together afterward, their first step was to remove this disruptive element. Ma Yanwei's face flushed red as he argued excitedly. How is it my fault that you fell out? The young group, witnessing Ma Yanwei's shameless behavior of twisting the truth, stood frozen in disbelief. Everyone had clearly seen what had happened. The girl was trying to escape, not approaching Ma Yanwei as he claimed. If you insist on staying here, you'd better think about the consequences, the girl sneered, a dangerous glint in her eyes. Everyone present understood the warning. Ma Yanwei glanced around, noticing others pretending not to hear, fueling his resentment. His gaze, cold and venomous like a hidden snake, did not dare to reveal itself openly. His eyes lingered on Luo Feng for a few seconds, only to be deliberately blocked by others. Although the group had never experienced such betrayal, they instinctively guarded against a sudden attack from Ma Yanwei. As they hesitated about whether to expel him, Ma Yanwei suddenly lashed out. Surprisingly, his target was not Luo Feng, whom everyone was wary of, but the girl maintaining the barrier. Focused on supporting the barrier, the girl had no time to defend herself. Ma Yanwei's attack was successful, severely injuring her and snatching the power-amplifying item from her hands. Without the amplification, the barrier collapsed instantly, and the swarm of monsters broke through their defenses. Ma Yanwei triumphantly pulled out a space ability item he had prepared, only to find it unresponsive no matter how he tried to activate it. Holding the item in a crazed grip, he screamed hysterically. Why isn't it working? Hurry up! As the monster swarm surrounded him and devoured him completely, his hand remained tightly clutched around the useless item. Ma Yanwei's gruesome death distracted some of the monsters, giving the others a chance to regroup. Overwhelmed, they had no time to think about rescue or even curse. Serves him right. Follow me. Luo Feng decisively chose to break through. His composure in crisis earned everyone's trust, and they quickly gathered around him, following his lead to break through the encirclement. Hold on a bit longer, we're almost there. Luo Feng shouted to rally them as the clearing ahead became visible. Covered in blood, he used his last ounce of strength to tear through the final line of monsters, then collapsed from exhaustion. Two boys supported him on either side, one with a broken hand, the other with a bleeding palm, yet they gritted their teeth and persevered. Having finally broken free, the group continued to flee, but their energy was nearly spent. Suddenly, a rabbit appeared in the middle of the path, blocking their way. It's just a rabbit. Let's run it over. The boy with the bleeding palm shouted bravely. But as they approached, they realized the rabbit exuded a suffocatingly powerful aura, like a mountain pressing down on them. Someone's face turned pale, their voice trembling. Are we really going to push through? This rabbit. It feels like we can't defeat it. What do we do now? If we don't get past the rabbit, we're doomed here. As the monsters closed in, the crowd panicked and fled towards the mutated rabbit. In their minds, the rabbit might offer a slim chance of survival, but the monsters would surely devour them. Suddenly, a few dull thuds echoed through the palace, reverberating in the vast hall. Qi Yuan strained his ears to pinpoint the source, realizing it wasn't far. It seemed the palace had some special restrictions. Without activating a domain, breaking through by force was impossible. He cautiously circled around and quietly followed after spotting a rabbit monster. The rabbit monster suddenly shuddered, seemingly sensing a threat, and looked around warily, but found nothing amiss. After hesitating for a moment, it dismissed the sensation as an illusion and continued hopping forward. Tracking it, Qi Yuan followed the rabbit monster to a corner. The scene before him was astonishing: a mass of rabbits crowded together, with one group attempting to breach a barrier set by another. He had to constantly remind himself of his identity to avoid thinking he had turned into a rabbit himself. Through telepathy, he could clearly sense the thought waves of the rabbits. Suddenly, a rabbit sprang up aggressively. grabbing a rock and letting out a roar, with a peculiar object lying quietly at its feet. Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow, observing and assuring himself it had nothing to do with him. At that moment, several rabbits charged at him, followed by a swarm of rabbit monsters. Qi Yuan's eyes instantly transformed into brilliant golden beast-like pupils. Faint golden scales appeared on his body. A golden dragon's shadow rose behind him, and a small thundercloud formed above his head. A blinding flash of lightning struck, turning all the rabbit monsters to ashes in an instant. The rabbits who witnessed this were dumbfounded, their jaws practically dropping to the ground as they made various exclamations of shock. In their eyes, this rabbit, with special effects, was a force of nature surrounded by golden light, with a dragon circling and a lightning bolt as thick as a barrel obliterating the monsters with a single strike. Is this really a mutated rabbit? Everyone thought simultaneously. A boy with a broken bone was still in shock, weakly mocking himself. Look at that rabbit's thunder strike, then look at yours. Losing to a rabbit isn't so shameful. It seems like it saved us. A girl who had her peculiar item taken away said in confusion, seeking confirmation, prompting everyone to pinch themselves to ensure they weren't dreaming. This is truly the king of rabbits. From now on, I shall call rabbits the strongest creatures on Earth. Mutated animals lack intelligence. Surely they would be loyal allies. Some were already scheming. Do you think I could lure it away with carrots? Who needs training with it around? Such a dangerous rabbit. Let me be the one to tame it. Just as Qi Yuan was about to use his newly developed translation ability to communicate with them, he heard these wannabe Taba members' comments. Qi Yuan. Listening to their conversation and tone, Qi Yuan judged that this group was quite young. He chuckled to himself, thinking, so young, yet already wanting to take it easy and live off pets. How can they sleep so soundly with such a mindset? But then again, he often slept in until late himself. These students, instead of attending classes in the city, had ventured into the wild on a reckless adventure. Qi Yuan initially thought those who had wandered into the fusion realm were from the patrol team, which was why he approached so casually. I'm from the patrol team. Why are you here? Although he had no evidence, he instinctively wanted to distance himself from whatever inappropriate things they might have done. At his words, the enthusiastic chatter among the teenagers instantly ceased. After a few seconds of silence, someone muttered, I knew there couldn't be such powerful mutant rabbits. Turns out it's an ability user. Sorry for the offense, and thank you for saving us, they replied awkwardly, recalling how they had been boasting about capturing a mythical creature. Their faces burned with embarrassment. Suddenly, one of the boys, halfway through nodding, exclaimed, wait a minute. If he's a shapeshifter, then what about the lightning earlier? This statement caused their expressions to change dramatically, and their steps towards Qi Yuan froze. A talking rabbit with abilities that wasn't a shapeshifter? There was only one possibility that matched these featureisa monster. And given its ability to easily eliminate numerous low-level monsters, this rabbit monster was at least mid-level. The atmosphere was tense. The teenagers were caught between playing along with this rabbit monster or making a run for it. With their skills, the chances of a successful escape were slim. At that moment, a boy named Luo Feng spoke up, breaking the stalemate. Thank you very much for saving us, but why do we see you as a rabbit? Qi Yuan was about to leave, but seeing someone finally willing to communicate, he explained, because this fusion realm has special rules. He couldn't be bothered to delve into the convoluted theory of what you see as a rabbit might not actually be a rabbit, so he simply said, it's a shape-shifting rule. Are we under an illusion? Luo Feng immediately linked this to their earlier experiences of inexplicably losing track of their teammates and the strange abundance of rabbits. No, Qi Yuan thought, realizing their companions were just trying to catch a suddenly appearing rabbit, but he only said, it's a shape-shifting rule. As for who turned into what, that's for you to figure out. He was curious whether they could return to their original forms once they left the realm. The Luo Feng rabbit nodded seriously, seemingly accepting the explanation. His companions, along with Elder Ma, all turned into rabbits. Although he wanted to tell them the truth, they misunderstood his intentions. Luo Feng politely thanked them, feeling that his own lack of experience had led to the current situation. Then, he cleared his throat awkwardly. What do you plan to do next? Qi Yuan understood the underlying question but was hesitant to bring it up for fear of taking on responsibility. So, he did not answer immediately and continued walking calmly and steadily. The others around them still felt a bit confused and couldn't quite follow Luo Feng and Qi Yuan's conversation, but it didn't matter. After the life-and-death crisis they had just faced, they finally understood why their family was so eager for them to become high-level ability users. They realized they needed to stick together to deal with the present threats, while the opponent seemed capable of handling the creatures in the blink of an eye. Let's explore this palace. Qi Yuan suddenly spoke with a tone of certainty, as if it was the inevitable choice. There's nothing else to do. I can't leave the fusion domain. Can we follow you? Luo Feng asked concisely, making a request without demanding protection or forcing his way into Qi Yuan's company. He knew that while they were all with Qi Yuan, Their motives and meanings were entirely different. Qi Yuan didn't refuse, nodding as he added, "If you find your companions and want to leave, just go." His voice was quiet, but carried an undeniable aloofness. The group of rabbits thanked him and quietly followed behind Qi Yuan. Without the urgency of a life-or-death crisis, they were finally able to relax a bit and carefully observe the mysterious palace. Luo Feng braced himself to speak. "Did you get separated from your teammates?" He tried to sound casual to avoid any misunderstandings, while his companions huddled behind like a group of quails, cautious not to make any noise. Logically, they should have been more vigilant to avoid attracting attention from monsters, but the rabbit patrol officer appeared calm, showing no signs of being pressured by danger. Qi Yuan didn't answer immediately, seemingly in no rush to explain, as his eyes swept over the surroundings, appreciating the ancient architecture of the palace. "No, I'm acting alone," Qi Yuan replied succinctly, exuding an unspoken calmness. "This palace." He paused, speaking softly. "After wandering around, nothing particularly special has happened. It's just more desolate and luxurious, with more exquisite items, but not too different from ancient buildings." Although Qi Yuan understood the palace's resemblance to ancient architecture was due to his inability to recognize any of the items, he couldn't help but be intrigued by the structure. However, the longer he explored, the fewer new discoveries he made, and his interest in the palace gradually waned. Luo Feng seized the chance to chat with Qi Yuan, breaking the silence. "We were brought out by our elders for training." He cautiously revealed his background, careful not to let Qi Yuan think he was probing for information. "Then the fusion domain suddenly appeared, and our elders told us to stay close. But when we realized there were rabbits all around, we thought we were lost and ran frantically." Qi Yuan pondered for a moment, a hint of reminiscence in his eyes. "Training?" He seemed to recall similar experiences from his past. "Yes, something like that," Luo Feng continued, "to gain experience in the wild." "What else do you do besides training?" Qi Yuan asked, growing more curious about the unfamiliarity these young people carried. "We learn martial arts, combat, and study various monsters," Luo Feng answered naturally, as if it was part of life. In their family, cultivating high-level ability users was paramount, and the private school they attended focused heavily on combat skill training. Qi Yuan nodded slightly, remembering his own high school days. Before his final year, he was like most ordinary students, following the standard educational path, occasionally hearing about combat classes in high school. Although he never attended a specialized ability class, from what he understood, these courses seemed vastly different from what they studied. "So, at your age, you don't seem like you've just awakened," Qi Yuan muttered with a hint of disdain. He looked at the group of rabbits, realizing their family had already gained an advantage from the start, perhaps standing on higher ground from the beginning. Luo Feng paused slightly, seemingly realizing something, but chose not to say more. Other rabbits gradually became bolder and joined the discussion. "We have ranking battles every year," one rabbit said. "I've heard that the senior grades even have wilderness survival training, and the rewards include custom combat suits." "It's true," another rabbit nodded, his tone filled with certainty. Ma Yanwei mentioned that his brother participated once. Before he could finish, the atmosphere suddenly tensed, and the rabbits' expressions became serious. They recalled the scene of Ma Yanwei being devoured by a monster, and a chill swept over them. This fear wasn't out of sympathy. It was the first time they truly realized that monsters could eat people. At the same time, a new fear crept into their hearts. They remembered that Elder Ma, who led their group, was from Ma Yanwei's family. The fear stemmed from knowing that while Ma Yanwei wasn't particularly strong, his brother was a genius. Although Ma Yanwei's death was due to his own recklessness, they had no concrete evidence. They began to worry if Elder Ma, or even that genius brother, would come after them. Unconsciously, they started to pray, hoping to stay out of Elder Ma's sight and wishing they could remain close to the rabbit guards. At that moment, they reached the depths of the palace. Qi Yuan pushed against a door, but it didn't budge. He frowned and tried a few more times, realizing that strength wasn't the issue. There was clearly some kind of restriction on the door. He signaled the other rabbits to step back and warned, "Step back." Then, a cold, sword-like starlight flickered in his palm as he attempted to use his ability to reconstruct the door. Yet, even so, the door remained unmoved. Qi Yuan tried several methods, but to no avail. He stroked his chin and murmured, "The inanimate state of this room is immune to my abilities." Seeing this, Qi Yuan didn't dwell on it. He was decisive and didn't linger on one thing. Since he couldn't open the door, he didn't waste any more time. He turned and led everyone to continue exploring the surrounding area, eventually returning to the main hall to rest. The hall was perfectly lit, and the entire space was serene and tranquil. Qi Yuan looked around and didn't see anything emitting light. Yet somehow, the area was suffused with a comforting glow, as if the space itself was meticulously designed. He had a vague thought that perhaps this place was like a utopia. Although some aspects defied logic, there didn't seem to be any real danger. He considered going back to inform others so a professional expedition team could study these unknown areas. After all, why struggle alone when someone else can do it? Meanwhile, in a desolate forest, Xiao Bai was clutching a withered tree, looking terrified. His companions had mysteriously disappeared, and the area was filled with the presence of giant rabbits. In his panic, he decided to retrace his steps. But just then, a giant rabbit suddenly lunged at him. The rabbit looked similar to a common rabbit but was eerily different, like some unknown creature with rabbit ears. Please let me go. Xiao Bai turned and ran in a panic. As a multilingual translator, how could he deal with such a monster? He had only one thought in his mind: escape. After a frantic run, he suddenly slipped, tumbling down a slope like a runaway horse. He got up, looked around in confusion, but couldn't discern the way back. His steps were heavy as he limped forward, the withered trees swaying in the wind, making a rustling sound. An uneasy feeling crept over Xiao Bai. His instincts told him something wasn't right with this forest. He quickened his pace, and suddenly, the leaves above began to fall incessantly, the rustling sound in the wind growing louder, with an unusual sense of pressure filling the air. Xiao Bai abruptly turned, afraid to look back, and began to run with all his might. After a frantic escape, he finally dared to glance back. What the heck? Why are there more of these rabbits? Xiao Bai was shocked to see a horde of mutated rabbits fiercely chasing after him. Each rabbit was enormous, moving with a lightness that made them seem like monsters straight out of hell. These rabbits are not right. I need to get away fast. Xiao Bai didn't hesitate for a second, his legs sprinting swiftly, while the strange rabbit horde closely pursued him. As he glanced back while fleeing, the scene made him involuntarily curse. Damn, is this mutant rabbit poisonous or what? The oversized old rabbit's limbs crackled with blinding lightning as it lunged at him like an arrow from a bow. In a flash, the rabbit was nearly upon him. As the distance closed, the lightning around the rabbit suddenly surged, transforming into a lightning whip that lashed fiercely at Xiao Bai. Drawing on years of experience in escaping and his enhanced physique as a superpowered individual, Xiao Bai deftly rolled to dodge the first strike, skillfully maneuvering on the ground. However, the lightning whip relentlessly pursued him, delivering 4 swift attacks in succession. He barely evaded the first 4, but the 5th strike came at a tricky angle aimed directly at his face. I make a living with this face. Does the old rabbit have to be so jealous of my good looks? Somebody help. Xiao Bai lamented inwardly while raising his hands to protect his face. As if answering his prayers, or perhaps sensing the impending threat to his life, a wall of earth suddenly rose from the ground, shielding him. With a loud bang, the lightning whip shattered the hastily formed barrier, scattering debris and leaving small cuts on Xiao Bai's body. Having narrowly escaped, Xiao Bai crawled towards his rescuer, skillfully clinging to the person's leg. Are you okay? The person in the patrol uniform awkwardly shifted their leg. This patrol officer, also separated from their team, had been searching for Bai Shi but unexpectedly encountered Xiao Bai. I'm fine. Xiao Bai quickly retreated behind the patrol officer, careful not to hinder the capable individual's performance. Why are there rabbits everywhere in this area? The officer muttered while pressing their hands to the ground, summoning numerous earth spikes to attack the lightning-wielding mutant rabbit. The old rabbit's leg muscles tensed as it performed an agile midair roll to dodge the earth spikes, simultaneously swinging its lightning whip to carve a path towards them. Just then, with a boom, the ground behind the old rabbit collapsed, causing the following baby rabbits to fall into a pit. Xiao Bai could hardly believe his eyes. She thought he saw a look of panic and anger on the old rabbit's face. It immediately turned to head for the pit, but in the process, it crashed heavily into a suddenly risen earth wall. With a dull thud, the rabbit, dazed and disoriented, slid to the ground, making a gurgling hiss as if protesting. I get the feeling this rabbit has some level of intelligence. The officer turned to Xiao Bai for confirmation. He explained that the pit was meant to trap the baby rabbits to prevent their escape, not out of fear of the mutant rabbit, and the earth wall was to cut off its retreat. Unexpectedly, the rabbit turned back to rescue the baby rabbits. Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Bai suddenly tackled the officer to the ground. A giant fireball whizzed over their heads, melting a massive crater in the ground not far away. Stunned, they looked towards the source of the attack, their eyes widening in disbelief. It was another rabbit. Perched on a branch was a rabbit with a pure white coat, its fur gleaming with a hint of red. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.